season. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Play the music, Ben. Yes, play the music. Football Friday. Welcome in. Payne and Pendergast with you till 10 a.m. this morning. Great to be with you. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne, and he's chomping at the bit. What's up, dude? How you doing?
I thought this was the Mariners squander a 3-run lead music.
No.
Friday music.
Football Friday. We start with football on a Football Friday. Don't worry, we'll get to them. We will get to the Rangers doing the Astros a favor last night. That was cool. How you doing, man?
I'm good. It's unfortunate that, obviously the Tua Tagovailoa gets obviously a concussion last night. We all know the fencing posture by now, and Tua with his long history of concussions and just injury history in general. A lot of serious debate going on around the league today, probably that we probably won't partake too much in, but just about the future of Tua as a quarterback.
Yeah.
But I think there's, as far as just on the cold-hearted football side of things, I think there's I would say a more than 50% chance we don't see Tua Tagovailoa when the Texans play the Vikings.
In Week 15, yeah, it's a long season, man. It's a long way off. And for those who missed it, what Seth's referring to is the Thursday Night Football game last night, the big story. If you woke up and just looked at the score, you said, why are we talking Thursday Night Football? It was a blowout. The Bills, who, by the way, other than the first quarter and a half of that Arizona game last week, look really good so far this season.
Yeah.
For those who missed it, 31-10. The final score, but the big story is Tua Tagovailoa goes down in the third quarter with a concussion, which I was watching the game. I was at an event last night, and once the event was over, it was about halftime of the game, so we turned the game on and we were watching it. And my first reaction, and it's going to sound kind of cold to say this, but that was not smart by Tua. Like, Tua's a guy with concussion history. You're in a 3-touchdown game, like you're down 31-10, and you're lowering your head to bury it into the chest of the safety. Tua's got to know who he is a little bit. He's already well past the first down marker on that scramble. And slide, man. Get your head out of the way of stuff like that.
Yeah.
Am I being mean by saying that?
No, I think with tone of voice, I guess, could matter, but I think that's the reality of it with Tua Tagovailoa, is that he has this long history of concussions and injuries in general, and he spent a lot of time and energy trying to avoid them, and it was contact that he could have avoided.
Yes.
And it was even, it's not always, in the middle of the field, it's not so easy to know exactly where the first down line is, without the clear markers or anything, but it shouldn't matter at that point anyway. Like, as you're a quarterback, this is why I get so upset about Will Levis. I don't know why I get upset about it, but if I were a Titans fan, Will Levis it's cool to grit it out and everything, but Will Levis will take hits to get an extra yard when he's 7 yards shy of the first down line, like that kind of stuff. Tua's just got to know that part of them paying them the money that they did was that you got to try to avoid situations like this. Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, I mean, look, this is not stuff to mess around with. I don't think my gut right now is, dude, you don't have to play football ever again. This is just too much of a pattern, and your brain will turn to soup. It's unless it's like a Sidney Crosby type thing where it takes 3 years for him to really get everything right. It's just he gets them too easily. It wasn't. I don't. You can get a concussion from just about anything, but it wasn't like that was a magnificently hard hit that he'll be able to. That he'll be able to avoid again in his career.
Didn't even look like a concussion hit, really. Like, it was more to kind of the side, like the neck. It looked more like he bent his neck on the play than. I know concussions are weird, like anything can trigger them.
Yeah, you don't even have to take a direct blow to the head to get a concussion. Just the whiplash effect can cause a concussion.
Right.
So, but no, I think you're right. It just shows that he's prone to concussions.
Yeah.
He's just flat out. There's no flukishness about it whatsoever. He is super prone to concussions.
Yeah, like
it's not something that gets better with age.
No, and it doesn't. And we can use C.J. Stroud as an example last year. Like, when he got taken down by Quinnen Williams in that Jets game, you go, oh yeah, he's concussed. Like, his head smacked against that awful MetLife turf, and But that one last night, it wasn't your classic concussion kind of hit, but you're absolutely right. Like Tua's not. I mean, Tua is susceptible to all. He's and now I'm watching it. They're showing it over and over and over again on TV. So if he was concussed when he buried his helmet into Damar Hamlin's chest,
yeah,
when he went to the ground and probably made it worse because he's going to the ground and the back of his head smacks against the turf. That looked like the back of the head hitting the turf looked like what might have concussed him.
Yeah, that probably was it when he hit the turf there. I think the biggest thing, too, as far as the first down line, too, I mean, we saw this last week. This is what was so weird about it. It's almost like he was going for the first down marker, and he just wanted to kind of try to fall to the turf. But we know, and it's an annoying rule, except this is the reason. When C.J. Stroud dove in the game and people thought it was a bad spot, no, if a quarterback dives, it's like he's starting his slide, and they treat it like a slide because they don't want quarterbacks incentivized to dive forward. Right. So when CJ, it wasn't a bad spot. It was that they mark it the same way they mark a slide. When you start the motion, that's where they spot the ball.
Yeah.
So Tua there, they would have marked the ball, or they should have marked the ball short of the first down marker anyway. So he's doing something that's not even going to help him. Like, he should be sliding there, not getting the first down, and it just doesn't. It was completely and totally needless. He was. I mean, it just. And I don't want to critique the guy's football decisions right now, but it's. If you're the Dolphins moving forward, all right, this is a guy spent 2 years trying to avoid these issues, and he put himself in that situation.
Yeah, the two just to put the timeline together. He didn't have any concussions last season. Right. The two concussions that he had that are documented were in Week 4 and Week 11 of 2022. And then if you recall, he was done for the season after those concussions, and Skylar Thompson had to start a playoff game for the Dolphins that year. He made it through all of last year without getting concussed. As Seth pointed out, he had worked all offseason between 2022 and 2023 on doing things that would help him fall more properly to avoid concussions. He was trying to literally learn how to fall in football games, and it worked last year. This wasn't a pocket thing. This was a scramble. Like, all the learning how to fall stuff is largely for when you're in the pocket and you're getting dragged down by a defensive lineman. So this is...
He put himself in a position where he couldn't roll properly.
Right.
Like when you do martial arts and everything, wrestlers know this too. You learn how to tuck your shoulder, tuck your head, all that stuff. So he learned to do all that. But this was a situation where he's just I don't want to say he sought out contact, but he went head first into contact, and then everything falls apart after that, and he falls and hits his head.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. It's not. It's one of those football situations that he should have just. It was
unnecessary.
Slide by a feet first slide.
Yeah, totally unnecessary. So we'll see what happens with Tua. As you pointed out, Seth, they're on the schedule for Week 15. That's a long time between now and then. But it does go to show you, I thought of two things, other than, I hope Tua's okay, is one, any analysis of the NFL schedule before the season, just 2 weeks into the season, feels so stupid now. Jordan Love's got an MCL sprain. The Texans play them in Week 7. It sounds like he'll be back for that game. Yeah. Probably. They didn't put him on IR, which would have kept him out for at least 4 weeks. Tua's concussed now.
J.J. McCarthy, go down the line of various quarterbacks that you would have faced. Not that J.J. McCarthy was, we have no idea how good he was going to be.
Right.
There's no way to know at the beginning of the year.
Right. So I thought of that. The other thing I thought of after watching Skylar Thompson for a quarter and a half is, and I know Davis Mills isn't Patrick Mahomes or anything like that, or even C.J. Stroud, but you can see why the Texans gave Davis Mills a little, another 1 year extension. Like, Davis Mills is on a different planet than Skylar Thompson's awful. And I've not gone around and looked to see what all the backup quarterback situations are around the NFL. I just know that if I'm a Dolphins fan, you cannot win with that guy. I don't care how much firepower you have. They've got firepower like the Texans do at wide receiver, at least with their top two guys, with Waddle and Hill. And they couldn't do anything with that guy in the game. Mills, I think, at least with this artillery, if he had to come in for a couple of games, I think could move the offense. They couldn't move the football last night.
What's weird is the difference. Jimmy Shapiro sends us these odds at times with unique odds and unique prop bets or things like this. And this is just They have the point differences between if a starter starts the game and a backup starts the game.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of surprised by this one. The Ravens have the biggest difference between Lamar Jackson and Josh Johnson.
Yeah.
The Texans have the fifth biggest difference, 5.5 point difference if Davis Mills were to start the game versus C.J. Stroud. And that's fair. I think C.J. Stroud is a different quarterback in this system now than he was last year.
Yeah.
But you go down to Miami was actually one of the lowest. And maybe that's a vote for Mike McDaniel, but it's only a 3.5 point difference because Skylar Thompson he's not Tua.
No,
not, especially running this offense.
No. Yeah. Some of those, as you know, being the expert gambler that you are these days, is shaped by public perception. CJ, like that gap between CJ and Davis, it has a lot to do with the actuality. It also has a lot to do with the perception by bettors. CJ is one of the faces of the league. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing.
My other thought coming out of this Bills game was that, that offense looks a lot like what the offensive coordinator Joe Kelly was trying to do last year as he took over two-thirds. Joe Brady, excuse me. 2/3 of the way through the season.
Kelly.
Thank you, Sean.
That'd be awesome if he were the offensive coordinator of the opposing team.
Joe Kelly would be a good, what he'd be good for? Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
Here's how you pretend a bad throw is actually what you intended to do.
It's true.
Say you hated that Texan staffer standing 5 yards deep on the sideline, and you were trying to hit him in the head with that errant throw.
Good save. That was awesome.
Yes, yeah, I intended to do that all along. So Joe Brady, what he was trying to do last year, the offense, spread it out and use all your receivers, use your running back in the game. You might see that the Bills running back had 3 touchdowns. Yeah, one of them was a reception. So and yet at the same time, if Stephon Diggs were there, I think they'd be using him really well. But the salary cap and everything, not to mention all the interpersonal stuff, it didn't work out. But Stephon Diggs comes to Houston, and the Texans, funny enough, used Stephon Diggs in many ways the same way the Bills were last year.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. Yeah.
The difference is that he's got room to run when they throw him the short passes now. I mean, think about what they used Stephon Diggs for. They used him as a runner behind the line of scrimmage. They used him on slants. They used him on short routes. He went deep too, but the coverage just didn't quite match up. Mm-hmm. But because Stephon Diggs is on an offense that's more diverse and has more weaponry, it's not going to be frustrating. He got 2 touchdown receptions in the game.
Correct.
So it's the beauty of free trade, kids. Before you go off writing your communist manifestos, this is the beauty of free trade. Okay, it's just but the Bills probably got better for their long term, and the Texans got better in the short term.
People are saying on the text page, Ryan Tannehill about to be a Dolphin again. I would assume that's a good phone call to make right there if you're the Dolphins. It would be Ryan Tannehill is light years better than Skylar Thompson. That would be a smart thing.
The other thing, too, I think, if Tua comes back hypothetically, whether he should or shouldn't, I think that Tua gets rid of the ball really, really fast on a lot of the RPOs and everything. I thought last night you saw that maybe with a year of film of a healthy Tua, that the Bills had picked up on some things.
Yeah.
I mean, Tua could have had 3 interceptions in the first 1.5 quarters of that game.
It was a bad game, yeah.
It was it was ugly in terms of his passing performance.
It was rough. All right, Texans, and we'll get to the Astros a little later, too. The Astros win yesterday 6-3. They're up 4.5 games in the AL West. We'll play that music as well somewhere along the way. But let's get to the Texans and the Bears. Let's start to get ready. It's a Football Friday, the 6-pack. 6 things to look for in Sunday night's game. Bears, Texans. We'll get to that. You can hear the game right here on Sports Radio 610. We'll get to that coming up next. But if you're craving authentic Mexican cuisine, you're craving it at 6:13 in the morning. God bless you. I do every morning when I wake up because a lot of times we got
West Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. A couple people asking what's the difference, the point difference in Vegas. Seth brought up an email that a guy by the name of Jimmy Shapiro sends us gambling emails with odds and things like that, and he sent one yesterday with what the spread difference is for teams with when they're starting their starting quarterback versus when they have to play their backup quarterback. The biggest ones are Mahomes and Lamar Jackson. There's a 7.5-point difference on the spread with those guys. CJ and Davis Mills are a 5.5-point difference. A couple people asking what's the difference between Deshaun Watson and Jameis Winston. It should actually be more. Jameis should be the one that yields the better point spread for a team. Deshaun is considered a half a point better than Jameis Winston.
Oh my gosh,
a half a point better than Jameis right now.
230 million,
46 million a year for half a point better than Jameis Winston. So
I do remember I tweeted a couple weeks ago somebody had thrown some Browns fan idiotically threw some shade at Davis Mills after his extension. And I pointed out how much better Davis Mills' stats are cumulatively over the last 2 seasons. And somebody said, well, Deshaun has missed games. I'm like, yeah, I know. Some of those were, yeah, we're aware of that. Davis Mills has missed some games too. He didn't. He was not the starter last year, and he still has thrown for more yards and touchdowns than Deshaun Watson.
Deshaun's only started 13 really bad games for them. It's wild.
That's part of the point, you dumbass
exactly.
Browns fans.
Yeah.
Idiots.
There are now for just to kind of dovetail off of what this texter's asking about Deshaun. There are 3 current starting quarterbacks or 3 teams who, by the point spread, would be better off, according to Vegas, would be better off starting their backups than starting their actual starters. And they're 3 of our favorites to poke fun at on this show. Will Levis. The Titans would be half a point better off starting Mason Rudolph instead of Will Levis, according to Vegas.
Oh, I could go for that, yeah.
The Giants would be 1 point better off starting Drew Lock instead of Daniel Jones.
100%. They need to make that move, yeah.
Carolina Panthers would be 1.5 points better off starting Andy Dalton instead of Bryce Young.
That's shy. I think
it'd
Andy
be more?
Dalton. I think that's a classic case where a veteran quarterback can overcome some of the issues that they have. Plus, he would be better adapted to if Dave Canales. Dave Canales got that job because he got the best out of Baker Mayfield, along with Mike Evans. But also, I think Dalton would be a better. 100%, they would win more games this year if Andy Dalton played.
Yep. All right, let's get into our little 6-pack here of things to get ready for the Texans and the Bears. Let's start with hey Ben, you got the can ready? Yeah. Let's start with number 1 here. Protect C.J. Stroud, and I think this is appropriate. They were coming off of a game last night, although that was more Tua not protecting himself than it was the Dolphins not protecting Tua, but protecting C.J. Stroud. And I say that, Seth, a couple of things. One, the pass protection, especially in the first half last week, was very clunky. There's a lot of clutter in the pocket. CJ got sacked 3 times. A lot of them were on big third down situations, and it got the Colts off of the field. In this particular matchup, Montez Sweat, I kind of poked fun at that pickup at the trade deadline last year because I'm like, what are the Bears doing trading for players instead of picks? They're a rebuilding team. They traded for Montez Sweat, signed him to a big deal this offseason. He's been good for the Bears so far, and he lined up last week over the right tackle. So this is a Titus, if they do that again this week, Titus Howard versus Montez Sweat. Titus got pushed around a little bit last week at times.
Yeah. Titus and Laramie both had some rough snaps. They had some good snaps too. It just wasn't they weren't consistent the way that you pay those guys to be consistent. And I know there's rustiness and all of that, but that all goes back to, all right, if you're a veteran player who gets the privilege of not having to take all the reps during training camp. And Titus was out there. They managed him a little bit. He didn't play in the preseason games all that much. Part of it is show up ready in week 1. And I felt like both. Now, Laramie, I think his knee might be still bothering him a little bit. but it just wasn't as consistent as it needs to be. And I thought Titus, there were some things early on where it just looked a little clunky that he cleaned up as the game went on. But this is a big, hopefully that week one was a cup of joe for him, and he's ready to go.
Yeah, of all the things that were going wrong last week in the game, plenty went right. Obviously, they won the game. But pass protection is the one. I'm not super worried about the pass protection ultimately being good for this team in front of C.J. Stroud.
Right.
So we'll see if this Sunday if they can build off of what they did in the second half of that game. Number two, I'm just excited about this. I think it's going to be a fun matchup to watch. This is one of the better secondaries that the Texans are going to face this year. They've got good cornerbacks on this team. Jalen Johnson got a big bag this offseason. Tyreek Stevenson, good cornerback, and then Kyler Gordon is their slot guy. Going up against Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs, and Tank Dell. This will be a little step up in weight class at cornerback this week.
Yeah, and it's interesting, without just getting too much into the coverages and all of that. And Bobby spoke about that yesterday, but it was not necessarily radio friendly. It's tempting to think, oh, okay, well, the Bears play a lot of cover two anyway, and it'll be a lot of what they showed last, like a lot of what the Texans saw last week. I wouldn't call them like a soft coverage two team. They're very capable of coming up and challenging wide receivers, and I think they're gonna. Gus Bradley went and did stuff that was atypical for Gus Bradley, the defense coordinator for the Colts. They did some things that were atypical, and the Texans kind of had to figure it out as they went. I think that the Bears and Eberflus will play more of their normal defense and expect their guys to come and challenge. So that's where it becomes more of a this will be fun. This will be some guys with some opportunities downfield if they win their matchups. And but there's also this is a ball hawking secondary that the Bears have. They're going to make plays on the ball. So it's this is more of a mano a mano between the receivers and the defensive backs, and it should be fun. It should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm looking for a good challenge for CJ too. CJ had at least one or two throws that were in a little bit of danger. CJ's as good as anybody at not throwing picks. You're right. Yeah, this is going to be a whole lot of fun. Let's get to number 3 as we go through the Texans-Bears six-pack here. I wrote several cups of Joe in the notes. A dad joke right there, but Joe Mixon. Will we see as much of Joe Mixon this week as we saw last week, 30 carries? Here was Bobby Slowick yesterday, asked if the week 1 workload that Joe Mixon had is sustainable.
Physically, I'd say he's probably one of the few guys remaining in the NFL that could handle that. There's not many offenses you're going to run the ball to the same guy 30 times over and over and over and over again every week. But I'm not really worried about his workload in that regard. He's just built and has in his past done that before and is built to do that. But it really is more of we'll give Joe the ball as many times as necessary, and we'll give Nico the ball as many times as necessary, and we'll give Steph the ball as many times as necessary, and Tank, and really all the way across the board. And every game's going to wind up playing out different. So, in that game, it was a 30-carry game for Joe, and when you have 30 carries and you're averaging over 4, in his case 5 a carry, that's a heck of a day.
Yeah, you keep going. There's a hot hand element to it, to giving a guy the ball 30 times. Seth, I'm putting the over-under. The Sean Pendergast Sportsbook is putting the over-under this weekend at 19.5 carries. Not touches, because there's receptions involved too, but just carries. 19.5 carries for Joe Mixon. Over or under that number?
Boy, I'll say over. Yeah. So just
I'm fearful a lot of the money's going to.
No, you know what? No. I'm going to take the under on that.
Okay.
Because honestly, again, the Bears play a lot of zone. And CJ's very good against zone. It doesn't mean non-aggressive or soft necessarily just because it's zone, but I think that they end up finding opportunities for CJ to carve up the Bears defensively. Yeah. And there'll be some risk there in throwing into some murky situations, but I think it'll be a little bit different this week. And I think CJ's gonna be very, very comfortable with his wide receivers and the adjustments they make.
For the people who wring their hands over, the receivers, the 3 receiver, Tank only touched the ball. He only had 3 catches and he had an end around and. Joe Mixon's not going to carry the ball 30 times a game. There's going to be snaps left over, to your point I think you're making. So there's snaps. They're going to be they're going to have about 65 or 70 plays every game, the Texans, because they're good offensively. Joe Mixon's not going to get 45% of those snaps touching the ball every game. Some of those are going to be Tank Dell receptions and Steph Diggs receptions and things like that.
I think that if you had asked Slowick, are you comfortable with Joe Mixon getting 500 carries in a season? He would have said, no.
it's the same version of the question that was asked, or a different version, I should say.
But
of the question.
it's like, and I think what Slowick was saying, in any given game, they're cool with doing that. I mean, remember this happened with Arian Foster towards the end of his career. Arian would get like 200 carries in his first 4 games. Yeah. And Kubiak would say, like, well, we don't think that way. We just, we're gonna run them. But it's just time and time again you see over and over, like when a running back gets that much workload, they tend to suffer from it. And I think if it were a few straight games of this, then they'd have to figure something out. They'd have to start using Dameon Pierce more, Cam Akers more, or something like that. But early in the season right now, I don't think it's a factor going into this game.
All right, let's get these last few in here. Number 4, special teams. Last week, the Texans had a punt blocked that basically allowed a touchdown. They gave the Colts the ball at the 5-yard line. The Bears blocked a punt for a touchdown. Jonathan Owens scoop and score after a block punt for the Bears. That was one of the reasons they won the game. They didn't score an offensive touchdown in their win over the Titans. I think that to me, Seth, this is the only way the Bears hang around in this game is if they get some sort of fluky-ass play on special teams that gives them a short field or a bad pick that gives them a short field or a touchdown. Like, To win this game, the Bears are going to need something like that, like an out-of-character, outlier kind of play, I think, to hang in this game. You can't have what happened last week if you're Frank Ross happen this week with the Bears.
Yeah, and that's kind of like when I look at Caleb Williams last week, I think, all right, man, he airmailed some deep balls to guys that were wide open. Even though he's a rookie, I don't expect him to continue that. That's not his scouting report necessarily. Likewise, the Texans special teams, I don't expect them to all of a sudden start giving up a blocked punt or a kickoff return for a touchdown or what have you. Now, the Bears did some good things on special teams last week.
They did.
They're no slouches whatsoever. So if there was ever a wake-up call needed and that you got away with it last week, I hope they really learn from that wake-up call because the Bears are very capable of springing some big plays on special teams.
DeAndre Carter is their return specialist.
That's right.
Familiar face. Number 5, and I know you like this one, Seth. We've been talking about Caleb Williams a lot this week, but just you got to confound poor bosom cuddling with his mom, Caleb Williams.
Last week it was after the loss. He said he was going to, or after the win, he said he was going to appreciate the win despite his own performance and go home and cuddle with his dog. So he's graduated to, I guess his surrogate mommy is now his dog that he can go home and cuddle with, right? Which I'm guessing is just a Pomeranian or something like that. I don't know.
Crowd needs to be a factor. That's I guess what I'm saying here. Like the crowd, Caleb Williams, he had a bad game last week. That was in a pretty comfortable environment at Soldier Field. Like the crowd needs to be a factor in this game and really disrupt things for a guy in his second game as a rookie.
Yeah, whether he needs coddling or not emotionally after the game, during the game, make it a nightmare to operate, to communicate. He and the wide receivers were on different pages a lot of times in that first game, and that was in the friendly confines of Soldier Field. So, just go ahead and everybody that's going to the game, just show up. Be whichever chemical state you need to be in to be at your max. Pace yourself, because they might need you in the fourth quarter. But you are a factor in this game.
Yep. And the last one, I usually just do my prediction here. My prediction for this game, I think the Texans win by 2 touchdowns. I got Texans 30.
2 touchdowns.
Texans 30, Bears 16. Yeah, I do. I think the crowd's going to be into it. I think the atmosphere is going to be good. I think this is a team and a quarterback and a head coach that type of environment fuels them. I think they love the spotlight. They love the primetime stuff, and I just think I think they're just better than the Bears. Like the big difference is I think the Texans are going to shore some things up defensively. They're not going to give up 3 huge 50-plus yard plays in this game, and I think Caleb Williams is a work in progress still.
I think this is the big thing. If you think about CJ's, where he made his big leap last year, where he first looked like, oh wow, this might be something. It was at NRG Stadium in week 2, in the second, third, and fourth quarters of that game.
Yeah.
And that was a home environment. Very quiet because, as CJ noted, there were no fans in the stands. It's going to be the opposite for Caleb Williams. He'll be at NRG Stadium in week 2, but a completely different environment. I don't think this is the week that all of a sudden Caleb Williams looks like the guy that was drafted number 1 overall for a reason.
Yep, agreed. All right, let's get to headlines. We haven't talked about the Astros yet. We will in the next segment. They got a win yesterday. 4.5 up in the AL West. We'll get to some Texans injury news, some Bears injury news, and the latest on the Deshaun Watson situation. All coming up in headlines next. But first, West Point, Lincoln. Chris Poulos, the owner, he
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Call third strike, ball game over. Astros win a game in this series, 6-3. They snap a 3-game losing streak. Big John came through huge today. The Astros scoring 4 in that 8th.
All right, that was Todd Callis on the call. The Astros get a 6-3 win yesterday over the A's. Good win, good team win yesterday, I would say, Seth. Framber Valdez was really good again. Unfortunately, Ryan Presley gave up a home run in the 8th inning to Rooker to tie the game at 2. But the bottom of the 8th, this was cool to see, man. The bottom of the lineup getting it done for the Astros. The bottom 4 in the lineup, 6 through 9, all day long. Jason Hayward had his first home run as an Astro that gave the Astros a 2-0 lead. But it was the bottom of the 8th where they rallied for 4 runs, and all the runs were driven in by the bottom part. All 6 runs were driven in by the bottom 4 guys in the lineup yesterday. Here's Espada after the game on the bottom part of the order.
Yeah, the bottom of our lineup, Jay got a big knock. Hayward, big 2-run homer. Intentionally walk him to pitch to Dubon. Dubon finds a hole. That's big. When we can stretch it out and get big hits from everyone, we find ourselves, scoring some runs late in the game, and we got a little bit of cushion there. So that was the case today.
Good to see, man. Good team win by the Stros.
Yeah, no, good team win, and look, you come out of that just dropping 2 to the A's, who have been a good team since June, but you're going to have these guys show up at various times. You can't depend on it necessarily. Presley giving up the home run was it's hard to get over emotionally anymore. Mm-hmm. And yet Abreu and Hader come in and do what they need to do. I mean, Hader gave up a run too, but this is they got to be scrappy, man. They just they flat out have to be scrappy as hell from now through October. Yep. It's just there's no way around it. Kyle Tucker at some point can hopefully be a hero. Justin Verlander maybe comes back, but even with that, you've got these guys like those guys who performed yesterday. They're going to be playing playoff baseball.
Absolutely, yeah. So the updates on the injuries. Here was Joe Espada before the game on Jose Altuve, who did not play yesterday.
He's doing better. I thought he was going to come in and be more sore, especially after the way he looked yesterday. But he's day-to-day. He's in the weight room. He's throwing the Met ball around, trying to get the area loose. So hopefully, it's something that he won't miss a lot of time.
Okay, so we'll see tonight. I mean, then Altuve has to jump on a plane and fly to L.A. last night, so we'll see if he starts tonight. It doesn't sound serious, but every Astro injury comes with the warning label that they never make it sound serious.
I think this is a good, ultimately, Sean, I feel optimistic that we're going to look at this as, okay, silver lining was he got a little bit of a rest. He hasn't had many off days at all this year for a 34-year-old, and the rest of his body can rest while his oblique heals a little bit.
That's a good way to look at it. Here is Joe Espada before the game on Kyle Tucker getting back to playing the outfield again.
Hopefully he could be in there tomorrow, but in the outfield. So that work right there looked really good. So the goal is to have him in the right field tomorrow.
And tomorrow, of course, is tonight against the Angels. So the Astros head to L.A., take on the Angels for 3 games. We're getting down to it, man. 16 games left to go in the season. 4.5-game lead over the Mariners, who lost yesterday to the Rangers. To the Texans we go. Injury news for Sunday's game. Dalton Schultz still out with an ankle injury. So this will be an interesting injury report today. I'm just based on missing 2 practices already. I don't feel optimistic about Dalton Schultz. We'll see. Nico Collins, Damian Pierce, Juice Scruggs all popped up as limited on the injury report yesterday. Collins with an illness, Damian Pierce hamstring, Juice Scruggs groin, all limited on the injury report yesterday. That was the first time they've popped up on the injury report. I think the big thing for this game, Seth, injury-wise, the big story for this game, 2 of the 3 wide receivers for the Bears triplets, their big 3, both still out. Keenan Allen and Rome Odunze, both still out with injuries. Allen with a heel, Odunze with a knee. So they missed both practices this week. We'll see what happens today, but that's trending in a good direction for the Texans right now.
And normally you might say, Keenan Allen, they're probably good. He's at the age where they're going to give him some time off with any kind of an injury. But he was not on the same page as Caleb Williams at times in that game. Rome Odunze 100% was not on the same page at times. He He ran routes like a rookie at points and did some things that, just kind of drifted away from his spot and did some things that you can gush about wide receivers and their route running all you want. They're not NFL ready yet. So those guys not being out there at practice is actually a big deal at this point in the season with a rookie quarterback who didn't look in sync with his wide receivers. So, yeah, good. I applaud them for being injured. Good job, Bears.
Way to go, Bears.
Yeah, good. Ryan Poles, you're on your way to Ryan Poles being lauded as a brilliant GM one more year where you can just you lose a bunch of games, get a high draft pick, ignore the fact that they could have drafted C.J. Stroud themselves. But Ryan Poles knows exactly what he's doing.
That's right. As far as NFL news goes, Thursday Night Football last night, the big story in the NFL today comes out of that game. 31-10, the final score. The Bills just decimate the Dolphins in Miami, but the big story there, Tua Tagovailoa leaves the game in the third quarter with a concussion. He was running, scrambling on a fourth down play, lowered his head into the chest of Damar Hamlin, Bills safety, and it's hard to tell if he got the concussion from the contact with Hamlin or the back of his head hitting the ground, but either way, Tua left the game, and he had the concussed look on his face. He down on the ground, his arms were doing the fencing motion, and when he was leaving the field, man, he had a glazed look on his face talking to some of his teammates. So who knows how serious – I don't know how serious this concussion is. I just know that concussions and Tua have become a very serious – they were already serious, but this is his third documented one now.
Honestly, if he had shown no visible signs, but you found out he had a concussion after the game, if it was one of those late onset symptoms or whatever, it would still be a big deal. It doesn't – like – the severity of the collision or anything else doesn't matter at all when it's Tua who's had this history of concussions and just kind of traumatic injuries in general. Yeah. So, and the Dolphins as an organization got lambasted for the way they handled it 2 years ago. So this will be the number one story, and it's also time for a lot of grandstanding by TV personalities and everything, where they'll make dramatic cases for what he should and shouldn't do. So I put the over/under on ESPN commentators who at least fake cry today at 1.5.
Okay.
There will be tearful or fake tearful statements and speeches today.
That's where I need to text somebody and find out who's on Get Up and First Take today. Like who are the guest people? Do they have any ties to Tua or Alabama or Miami or anything? How about this, Seth? I just Googled it. Tua got his new contract this past offseason, $53 million a year. The $53 million a year is not the number that people are looking at now probably this morning in Miami or anywhere. I just Googled it. His new contract carries more than $167 million in injury guarantees.
Right.
Injury guarantees. So Tua, if Tua chooses to walk away from football, he can walk away from football a very rich man.
Right, yeah. I mean, there's no... And I think if he chose to walk away because of his history of concussions, I don't think the Dolphins try to take that to arbitration or anything and say, well, he's choosing to walk away. I think it would be very easy to make the case that, like, no, he shouldn't play football again.
Yeah, this is where now the actual money that they're scratching out to Tua, I'm guessing there's an insurance policy out there for stuff like this for teams.
I'm guessing with his history.
You're right. You're right.
Sean, those policies are expensive as hell.
Yeah,
it's really a lot. Yeah.
But I do wonder. Like, I wonder if there's any cap relief for that kind of thing. Like, the NBA has a clause like that, I think, where you do get like some if it's a career-ending injury or some really bad injury, there's some degree of cap relief. If not, this is basically a Deshaun Watson situation for the Dolphins. You know what I mean? Like it's.
Yeah, no, I would say that it's.
If he were to walk away, we shouldn't.
If you were to walk away, right now, if you walk away and you're healthy, then the team can recoup a bunch of it,
correct,
and get salary cap relief that way. Like they'll. That's why retiring, if you don't have a career-ending injury, is like you got to sometimes weigh like, okay, so I'm gonna have to scratch a check for like 33% of my signing bonus. Okay, I'm gonna play another year. I don't think this would be that situation. It would be dicey for the Dolphins financially.
Yeah. By the way, quick update: Deshaun Watson, Tony Busby yesterday in an email to ESPN. Says that the Jane Doe that he is representing in the latest lawsuit against Deshaun Watson, they are planning to they're attempting to meet with the NFL within the next 2 weeks. So she will talk to the NFL. Busby in the past has been very skittish about putting his clients in front of the NFL investigators. This particular Jane Doe is going to go in front of the NFL, it would appear, and according to Busby, he's got, quote, pertinent video and 2 additional witnesses for the NFL to speak with.
This is a tough one for the NFL because no matter what they do, they get accused of handling it the wrong way. When they talk to the person, people say that they're trying to bully the person. When they don't, then they're not doing their due diligence. Yeah. So I personally think as long as they handle it the right way, that yes, if I recall properly last time, Busby basically said that the NFL was harassing the clients when they spoke to some of the clients.
He's not a fan of the way the NFL goes about things. Yeah. Our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. We talked about the Astros earlier in this segment. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/switch. Up next, another awesome article about C.J. Stroud, in which we learned CJ has a side, it sounds like, man. He's got a side. We will talk about that. We'll hear from Bobby Slowick as well in the 7 o'clock hour, Texans OC, on what the Texans need to do better this week than last week. And can they keep handing the ball to Joe Mixon 30 times? We'll get to that coming up next. But first, our first flight by Yingling.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
So we're going to get to the Texans here. The big topic this morning nationally, and I would say, I know they're talking about, I listen to other cities before I come in sometimes, they're talking about it too. Tua Tagovailoa left last night's game with another concussion. The Dolphins lost to the Bills 31-10. I'm kind of chuckling a little bit because on ESPN right now, it's the beginning of Get Up, so they're like flashing tweets up from people on X last night, Seth, that had opinions on Tua, like Louis Riddick, who works for ESPN, talking about how they hate to have this conversation, but he's got to there's got to be serious discussion about whether he should play football again. Shannon Sharp tweet pops up there, kind of the same thing, praying for the young man. The third tweet they put up is Des Bryant. I'm like, what? Like, what? Where did this come from? Like, I get Louis Riddick and Shannon Sharp. They both work for ESPN. They're both like respected opinions out there. Like the third and only other tweet they showed was Des Bryant. I'm like, okay, what? I didn't even know Des was on Twitter. It's just completely random to me.
Des Bryant gets a lot of engagement. He's not afraid to speak his mind.
I guess
he's out there. Yeah, Des is on Twitter a lot.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah. He weighs in, and especially because it's usually Cowboys related. He's not afraid to lambaste the Cowboys.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
He's out there a lot.
Okay. Just felt awfully random to me. Two of our foremost experts and Des Bryant. Here are their tweets.
Yeah.
Okay, good for Des.
It's a big name. Des is a big name. Yeah.
Good for Des. All right, so man, we had another awesome C.J. Stroud article. Zach Kiefer, The Athletic, had an article about C.J. Stroud. I don't know. I had not heard this story about C.J. last season. That is the lead part of this article, and it's an article. It's a lot like the ones we've been seeing that talks about just how CJ's leadership is off the charts, how he's become kind of the face of this organization, all sorts of anecdotes from teammates talking about how awesome he is. I didn't know that after the Texans dropped to 0-2 last year against the Colts, and it was a bad game. I mean, they got, the first week of the season, the Ravens game, they got blown out in the second half of that game. They got blown out by the Colts from jump, and CJ kind of piled up some numbers in that game to make it look closer than it really was. But that was, I remember coming in on Monday, and I remember the promo running for like 3 days afterwards of me saying the honeymoon's over for DeMeco Ryans. This looks like same old Texans, that kind of thing. Obviously, they got things turned around. I didn't realize how big a part of that, though, was C.J. Stroud in the locker room after the game.
Well, he had talked about it, and that he had talked to the team afterwards and showed, but this was more detailed.
Very detailed, very detailed. Apparently, C.J. Came into the locker room 2 weeks into his career and grabbing the attention of everyone inside the home locker room, quote, "Where are my leaders at? I need some leaders right now. Where are they at? Speak up." Texans were 0-2 at the time. They'd just been routed at home. And Brevin Jordan is in here talking. He said, we got waxed that day, and we all had the same question, like, are we going to have one of those seasons again? Stroud was livid not merely at the loss, but at the fact that he was the only one willing to step up and say something about it. So this was September, and CJ obviously would go on to have a great year. But Will Anderson Jr. said some people needed to be called out. The captains needed to be called out. And Will and CJ obviously were both captains. But Jimmy Ward was a captain last year as well. And if you recall, Jimmy Ward didn't play. That was one of the games Jimmy Ward didn't play in. So I think normally Jimmy Ward would have probably been the one like, hey, guys, like Jimmy's like that. But he didn't play in the game, so he didn't feel it was right for him to lambaste his teammates when he wasn't playing in that game. He's kind of reading the room. But Stroud, I guess, went off, and I guess Jimmy Ward walked up to him afterwards and said, "You're a rookie." And that took some balls.
Yeah.
So,
and Jimmy's talked about how he's the one that he encouraged CJ to speak up more early. And CJ was kind of, during training camp, he wasn't even the named starter, and he was trying to just establish trust and all of that. So it's a dicey transition to go from being a guy who's not even the named starter to all of a sudden, all right, when do I start being the guy that does this? And, sometimes if it's not the right guy, it can come off bad when it's a young guy doing it. But I think CJ had done such a good job of establishing himself and everything else that he was able to do it in that moment, and guys responded to it.
Yeah, I think it helps that he wasn't that way from the get-go, too. You know
right.
what I mean?
He didn't step in and all of a sudden start trying to be the hard ass right out the gate. Like Caleb Williams telling the veterans to clean up their
exactly
lockers
what I was thinking.
The first week of training camp.
That's right. The article says the Texans were learning that the kid who oozed California cool, CJ, also had what Ward calls this a-hole side to him, which we've heard from some of his teammates. Like he's got that dog in him. He can be, prick was another word that's been used multiple times, that he's got that side to him.
Remember Derrick Henry told the story about how at the Pro Bowl last year he was riding on the bus with CJ, and CJ was kind of getting heated, in a good way, just talking about competing and all this stuff. And Derrick Henry said something along the lines of like, "Oh, I didn't realize you were like this.
Yeah.
You're just kind of quiet, and most of the public appear." This is before the off season of podcasting.
That's right.
That sometimes I remember my first impression of CJ just from watching press conferences at Ohio State was I thought. It felt to me like, God, this guy's just kind of quiet.
Soft-spoken,
Yeah. And now once you get the total picture of him, you see that, all right, he can be what he needs to be in any given situation, which is cool.
It's great. They go on to say the Texans then went on to win their next two games by a combined 44 points. So that does help the story as well, that CJ came in, lambasted his teammates, and then they go out and they beat Jacksonville by 20 and Pittsburgh by 24 the next two games. So that's cool. So it's a good story. Zach Kiefer's got some good stuff in here.
The other thing, Nico Collins had said, what we saw during training camp, that after a tough practice during camp this year, Nico had walked off the field and said, "Man, CJ was on us today." After a sloppy practice, the offense had looked awful. Stroud had missed throws and threw picks, and we saw that at camp. It was when things weren't going well for the offense. CJ was very much looking like the quarterback who was in charge of everything, and the same way a coach might call everybody together and say, "Hey, all right, let's reset this right now."
Yeah.
CJ was doing a lot of that during the sloppy practice.
He was. The ones here. The funny thing is, the practice in this article that they're talking about was one of the Ohio practices. So he kept that dog going up there in Ohio when they were doing all that team bonding and everything as well.
Yeah. Nico said, "Oh, he'll snap at us way more than you think."
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, that goes back to establishing the relationship to where you don't take it personal. Like if you're the other player, you always want your quarterback to be the guy that you don't get angry at him when he yells at you. You feel bad about it when he yells at you.
Yep.
That you feel like you've let him down, and I better get my crap together. And especially if you're somebody who gets receiving targets, and you really better get your crap together.
Better get your act together.
That's why every single one of these guys is at Bible study.
Yes.
I've never met a good when you have a devout quarterback.
Yeah.
The wide receivers are very present at Bible study.
That's it, man. They found God. Yes. Bobby Slowick met with the media yesterday. A recurring theme with CJ, look, along the lines, CJ is just as hard on himself as he is on his teammates. And the recurring theme with CJ's press conference the other day that we went through was repeatedly saying we shot ourselves in the foot. We left points on the table. I think CJ, if you were to watch CJ's press conference and not know what the score of the Colts game was, you'd have thought they might have lost the game or that they only scored 20 points or something like that, or 17 points. They ended up scoring 29 points. They scored a bunch of points in the game. But 9 of that was field goals from 50 yards of Kaimi, so I'm sure CJ was referring to that. Bobby Slowick was asked the same thing yesterday. Is there still, quote, a lot on the table for this Texans offense?
Honestly, it's probably this way across the NFL week one. But we really wanted to play clean football. That was one of the big emphasis we made going into the game. And I think execution-wise, mentally, as far as doing our job, in particular in the run game, we did that. But we didn't always do it well. There were some technique and fundamental things we definitely could clean up. I know Joe had some one-on-one ops in the hole that he would like back, and just little things like even how we have a track on a certain play or what our angle is on a combination up to the second level. We were off, and we still got some good plays out of it. But if we were on it, to us, we see explosives, So we felt like we missed a few of those. And then in the pass game was a little bit of everything. Protection was some physical and a lot of mental that we had to be on top of. And really it was the same route-wise all the way across the board. It was a lot more inconsistent than the run game was.
I like the first part of that, Seth. I like Bobby's kind of approach to that question. He's right. Offense was down in the first week. Passing offense in particular, way down in week one. It's the way these teams are all treating the preseason is kind of coming back to roost in week one, looking like a preseason game for a lot of these offenses, And I like that approach. Bobby Slowick was almost, it sounded like conceding, it's week one. It's probably going to look a little sloppy. Just don't turn the ball over. Just don't make any cataclysmic mistakes.
No, and this is where, so we had somebody earlier ask, I think he was asking an honest question. He said, when facing the Bears defense, this is the key about the Bears defense. They're opportunistic. They get a lot of interceptions. So somebody asked earlier, honest question. So if Will Levis isn't that good and the Bears D is going to be a bigger challenge this week than last week, how are the Titans up 17? Just to lay it out, the Titans had 2 good touchdown drives in the first half. They had a 1-yard field goal drive after a really long kickoff return. Mm-hmm. So the Bears did allow some drives, but they picked Levis off twice, and Levis threw for 127 total yards. This is, you can string together some nice drives. The Bears play a lot of zone. If you want to call them bend but don't break, so be it. But they are very opportunistic. They are ball hawks. They are going to create turnover. There are a lot of things about that Bears defense when I was watching versus the Titans that reminded me of the old Peanut Tillman days. They're going to rush the passer. They're going to be opportunistic in zone defense. So, Will Levis, I don't know. I answered politely to this person. He said, but I don't understand. It was 17-0 at halftime. Yeah, the Bears didn't score any points at halftime by halftime. And the Titans, Will Levis threw 2 interceptions in the game.
You're doing what you were saying, what you were trying to prevent me from doing, with this question. Because I politely answered the question. I told him just that. I just read my own text when I said what I read. But he said, but I don't understand. It was 17. Right, there's 4 quarters in a football game. So Will Levis, over the course of 4 football quarters, Will Levis was atrocious in 2 of them. See,
so
you're nicer than me. I was going to cut right to that answer.
If he hadn't followed up and pushed back, how was it 17-0 at the half? It's because the Titans scored 17 points, only 2 of them on nice drives. One was a 1-yard field goal drive. And the Bears didn't score any points. That's how.
I know. Yeah. No, it's just because I read that question during the break to you, and I was like, this is the dumbest question I've ever read. How are the Titans up 17? Because they only scored 17. Good defenses give up 17 points in a game, and it just so happened they gave them up in the first 2 quarters. And I'm giving people a peek behind the curtain. You said, you know what? Assume positivity. Maybe it's a legitimate question, and I'm like, all right, I'll let you assume positivity. I'll let you do that. And I just like that question wound up actually being a legitimately kind of dumb question.
It could have been fine if you had just left it after my explanation.
Yeah.
It was, no, that is, and They only allowed 14 points to the Bears defense only allowed 14 points to the offense.
Yeah.
The 3 points was a kickoff return.
That's
the
on the
result
special
of a kickoff
teams.
return.
Yeah.
It was a Titans 1-yard field goal drive.
Defense
after that.
did their job on that one.
The defense, if you hold an NFL team to 14 points, that's a really, really good performance. Exactly. The standard is, the old days it used to be if you could hold them to, like the defense's job is to hold the offense to 17 points. It's probably upwards, realistically, it should be like 19 or 20 these days. Like that's a really good performance if you're holding the 2 touchdowns.
Right. That's a legitimate question. If the question is, how did the Titans win by 17? They won the first half.
But the overarching message is, as it relates to what we're talking about, is the Bears are very opportunistic. So if CJ, played the same game that he did last week and had a couple of those dicey throws, there's a chance that the Bears could do more with that than the Colts did. So that's all that CJ. It was a good victory in which you got some good lessons that you can learn from it because you are facing a team that can capitalize on those errors.
And the game script, we'll call it, for a Bears win has to have turnovers in it, or a block punt, or a short field set up by long returns. Like if this is a game where it's just the two offenses are going back and forth, the Texans are going to win this game by at least 2 touchdowns. The Bears need some mistakes from the Texans or opportunistic plays by them setting up some short fields in order to hang in this game, especially on the road. Yeah. I think hang in this game.
I think the big test too last week was, as we've been saying all week, and Bobby Slowick talked about it yesterday, the test for CJ in games like last week was, okay, if the Colts are going to try to take away the deep ball and try to play conservatively, then you just got to hand the ball off. You got to take the easy stuff underneath, and that's frustrating. CJ knows that academically. Mm-hmm. It's just that, man, now they've got this this high-powered, potentially offense, and it's kind of like having a muscle car that you got to drive the speed limit all day long. Yeah. This is like, hey, you are going through. You know what you're doing, CJ? Against the Bears defense,
school zone.
You're driving through a school zone, and you just gotta nope, you're going 25, you're going 25, you're going 25. We'll blast it as soon as we get out of here, and I know the cops are back there, but you gotta bide your time.
Interesting question on TV right now that they're talking about. They're doing a what if segment. What if Caleb Williams plays poorly in a loss to the Texans? And I'm going, okay, they're going to bench him. Bart Scott's saying he'll still be the starter, but if it looks bad, Matt Eberflus better watch his back.
Oh, my biggest fear about this game is that Bobby Slowick gets distracted by a job offer from the Bears at the half. that all of a sudden, one of them is like, hey, Bobby, we'll talk about this later, but listen, man, there's a seat in the coach's office waiting for you next January if you want it.
We need someone to keep eyes on Bobby on the field, because you and I are going to be doing the pregame show. So if any of you are going to be in the stadium early, like an hour early, where all the coaches are just out there mingling and stuff, keep an eye on Slowick and make sure if he's talking to anybody from Chicago, let us know.
Anybody from the McCaskey family.
Right.
I think the managing owner, the controlling owner, doesn't have the last name McCaskey, but it's in that same lineage.
It's all family.
Yeah, watch out for the owners of the Bears trying to sidle up to Bobby Slowick.
Good call, Seth. Here's Bobby Slowick talking about Joe Mixon's workload in Week 1. Obviously, he's not going to carry the ball 30 times a game for 17 games. Is this type of workload sustainable?
Physically, I'd say he's probably one of the few guys remaining in the NFL that could handle that. There's not many offenses you're going to run the ball to the same guy 30 times over and over and over and over again every week. But I'm not really worried about his workload in that regard. He's just built and has in his past done that before and is built to do that. But it really is more of, we'll give Joe the ball as many times as necessary. And we'll give Nico the ball as many times as necessary, and we'll give Steph the ball as many times as necessary, and Tank, and really all the way across the board. And every game's going to wind up playing out different. So, in that game, it was a 30-carry game for Joe, and when you have 30 carries and you're averaging over 4, in his case 5 a carry, that's a heck of a day.
This is it's a rich folks problem, I think, but when you do have a running back, because we've seen this with Arian Foster in the past, as a fan base, you start to get a little bit nervous when your running back is getting heavy usage early in the season, because we know what happens with running backs. Not just these days, but especially these days, but throughout time. If they get 400-plus touches in a season or whatever the magic number is, it gets dicey for those guys, both down the stretch and on into the, for their career. Derrick Henry, I think, is one of those guys who's an exception and can handle heavy usage and still stay strong. Joe Mixon perhaps might be that same guy, but he still is relative. He hasn't gotten to that point where he's doing it at the age of 30 or 31 yet. No. We're right in that moment where we don't know exactly, okay, is this a guy who is 100% like that and can handle the heavy usage? I would prefer that two things happen. One is that, especially going against the Bears, they're going to play a lot of zone, that they find their groove and they can carve up the zone a little bit and use the passing game. But also that, maybe Dameon Pierce really 100% proves me wrong this week. And, comes in and looks way more like 2022 Dameon Pierce when he gets his touches. It looked good last week, but we just we need to keep building on that.
Yep, that would be good. That would be good. Let's talk about Stefon Diggs as we dig into the Bears and the Texans matchup here on Sunday Night Football. Here's Bobby Slowick on Stefon Diggs. Short pass game was the name of the game on Sunday against the Colts. How does Diggs help in that short pass game?
Yeah, I mean, he's tough. He has phenomenal hands. He's competitive, and all of that equals, ball control. But he's also explosive, and that for us it will enable us as the season goes to stretch the field. His ops in the last game really, again, it was a lot of shell. So when his ops were called, it just didn't happen to be the right play. And a lot of times when we had to get the ball down underneath, he was the guy that was under there. But I think it really helps just reinforce to the quarterback that we can be willing to get the ball just for a completion when we don't get what we want, and we can trust the guys underneath to go move the chains, And I'd like an example is one of the first third downs of the game, we throw it short of the sticks to Steph, and Steph's like kicking himself that he didn't get the first down, because he takes a lot of pride in that. And that kind of mindset, that mentality, you can get him the ball anywhere.
That was the play that afterwards on the sideline, Stefon Diggs was pointing at himself and saying, it looked like he was saying, that's on me. Or no, my bad. Yeah. Which I figured people in Buffalo probably lip read as I'm sad, or something like that. I think the ironic thing about this NFL season might be, if you watched the Bills last night, they were doing a lot of the things that they started trying to do with their new offensive coordinator in the last third of last season. Mm-hmm. And for Stefon Diggs, there just wasn't enough talent on the field for the Bills last year, or Josh Allen wasn't on the same page with enough guys for it to really work out the right way. That game on Sunday, the Texans used Stefon Diggs in much the same way that the Bills had been using Stefon Diggs. The difference is that Stefon Diggs had 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to rack up deep shots or anything like that necessarily because of the coverage that the Colts were playing, but Stefon Diggs had room to run. He's open on a slant in the red zone. This stuff that doesn't necessarily happen. I mean, we saw it with Tank Dell on his one reception to that short reception to the right, where he had room to run afterwards because he was wide open. Because teams are going to have to account for all these guys. That's where I think that first game couldn't have gone better in terms of, okay, this is what it might look like for Stefon Diggs, and it's not bad.
No,
he doesn't need to get more targets than everybody else or anything like that. He had 2 touchdown receptions on a day where otherwise it wasn't like he was overly active.
Right. He seems happy. He does not seem sad. How do you game plan for getting all these guys the ball, Bobby Slowick?
Truthfully, it's not a large part of the thought process. I feel like I'm not. This isn't completely unusual. Like in San Fran, there was Debo, there was Ayuk, there was Kittle, there was Christian. There were a lot of guys you wanted to touch the ball there. So I feel like that's just how I'm used to approaching every game. You make sure you have ammo for everybody, and through the course of the game, as soon as you try to force it to somebody, a lot of times what happens is you call a lot of bad plays. And we kind of get into a rhythm of guys understanding the intent of what we're trying to get done, so they know when their shot is called or when their time is called. And if the defense gives it to us, let's go. And if they don't, then we got to be okay with just taking what they give us and just staying on track, pressing forward so that we can stay on the field as long as we can.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good metaphor for life in a lot of ways. When you start trying too hard to force something, at various times with the Rockets, I could say, all right, well, like there's times where you should be taking a lot of threes. Back in the Daryl Moore, you should be taking a lot of threes because the threes are there and they're good shots. It was the games when they just started feeling like, no, we have to have 33-point attempts, no matter what, and they're gunning it up. That's when you're letting the metrics rule the day or whatever. So when you try to force it and say like, okay, we got to get this guy this. You start managing it like a little league football team where you're like, all right, so you got somebody on the sideline keeping track of targets and plays and everything. It's like the guy that always has to ask a question at a work meeting. You're like, dude, if you're the guy that always if it's your personal policy to always ask a question at any work meeting, just know this: you are hated and despised by your coworkers. Okay? If you got a good question, you got to be the guy that's always like, oh, yeah, you know what? When he asks a question, it's a really good question. Don't be the guy that when you're in a 45-minute meeting and it's gone 55 minutes and the boss says, anybody else? You say, yes, have you noticed we've been having issues with the Gmail? Like, don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. I've got 3 issues I'd like to address with the Gmail. Yeah.
We've got one of those. It's not 610, but with the company we've got one.
We do?
Yeah, we've got one. Yeah.
Oh, we'll talk about it afterwards.
Yeah. We've got one.
Yeah, thinking that you have to love all your children equally. That same thing. Yeah, like, no, play favorites. Play favorites.
It's easy for you to say. You got one kid.
I know. I
love how you tell all these multi-kid parents to power rank their kids.
I'm the parent who's the equivalent of like the person who has no children giving you parenting advice.
Yeah.
I'm the guy with one kid who will give you advice on how to handle your children. Make it a meritocracy. That's what I say.
Not on how to handle them, on how to rank them. That's Seth hates power rankings, except when it's one of his coworkers being forced to rank their kids.
I'm not telling you how to power rank them, Sean. I'm just saying you should
power rank them. That's true.
Yes.
Fair. Fair.
Disown one of them if you need to. it only serves to send a warning to the other several.
That's true. Yeah, the other two. That's a good call. The Texans were kind of aggressive on fourth down in this game on Sunday. It'll be interesting to see if they choose to go that route again if they get to some fourth down situations. Bobby Slowick asked yesterday what goes into the decision-making there.
Truthfully, it's pretty easy for me because I don't have the extra step of having to make the decision. So for me, it's like once third down ends, I'm like, all right, fourth down call, let's roll. And then he tells me I get to do it or I don't, And, I mean, it's kind of as easy as that, Like we got to the 2-yard line there at the end of the game, and I know he was thinking about what he wanted to do, and then he ultimately decided, hey, let's go score. Got it. Got to play for that. Let's go. So I'm not going to say they always work, but it's easy for me. It's just once you're used to that, you prepare as though you're going to do that every time.
I enjoy putting myself in Bobby Slowick's situation there where you're thinking like, oh, okay, no matter what, you're not even thinking about whether you're going to go for it or not. You're just, okay, what are we going to do? Now, it is important. There are those situations where you want to know that you're going to go for it for sure on fourth down because it affects your play calling.
Yeah.
If it's third down and you're going to go for it on fourth down, then you're much more likely to call a run. But that's still out of his hands somewhat. I was a little disappointed that nobody asked him about the end of the first half last week. Based off of that, the sideline.
You mean the approach or the?
No, just the whole scenario of CJ not having enough time to get the play call off and the refs and all of that. Because I think that something the Texans have been really good at is the sideline administration type of stuff in those situations. There haven't been many glitches at all. And it almost feels like one of those things where they've definitely got a good process for it. Right. I don't think Slowick doesn't have to go up to D'Amico and say, hey, coach, I think I've got a really good plan if you want to go for it on fourth down. Mm-hmm. D'Amico trusts that Slowick will have a good call, and he's just going to make the decision. I almost feel like they've probably got a really good process in place for all of those in-game decisions. And when an official with communication issues just botches everything all to hell, it's like a fine-tuned watch. It throws it that far askew.
Yeah.
Because I know the official told CJ that the clock was going to be running, but that official had already established that he doesn't speak proper English at times. He's not a good communicator. So
Right.
CJ operating like he didn't know the clock was running, it makes me question whether he was actually told or how he was told it.
Yeah, we'll get to we'll hear from Matt Burke a little later on in the show on the defensive side of the ball. But this is a good question. I thought the person starts it off with talking point. Thank you, Texter. Talking point. Desmond Ridder, Bryce Young, and Zach Wilson, all terrible quarterbacks, had career games against the Texans last year. What's stopping Caleb Williams from doing the same?
Yeah, I think that is the
question.
big thing with the Texans. It's a really good question. That was one of the more annoying things about the Texans defense last year. I think that so much of what was wrong with them last year was just from the neck up. The errors that they made and some of the sloppiness and the big plays they allowed. I think that, and D'Amico alluded to this yesterday, or Matt Burke alluded to this, some of those big plays against the Colts, they were 50-50 balls, and you'd be tempted to maybe say, like, well, sometimes the other teams just, they make the physical play, but defensive backs could have been in better position to contest those 50-50 balls. If Jimmy Ward, had handled it differently, he could have been up and getting a hand on those balls. But I think against bad quarterbacks at times last year, I think they were hyper-aggressive versus the run. They almost maybe read the scouting report a little too well, and those linebackers especially and the safeties were hyper-aggressive against the run, and they got skewered by play action.
Yeah.
So you got to play clean football. It just comes down to play your reads, play the scheme, don't be going out of your way and trying to be superhuman about stuff, and they showed some of that weakness again last week. They've got to play cleaner football.
Yep.
And I think that when you're playing sloppy football against a guy that maybe you don't respect as much as you should, that's where guys like Zach Wilson were able to have career days.
Yeah, Zach Wilson and Desmond Ridder did. Bryce Young didn't have a career day. I mean, Bryce Young was they lost 15-13 or something like that in that game.
Yeah, I think in the case of, well, at least definitely the Jets and the Panthers, the Texans' offense versus good defenses last year was disappointing in general.
Yes.
That was where they really, as good as they were, when it came to being a genuinely good offense, they were bad in the red zone. And versus good defenses that could just play their scheme, the Texans couldn't take advantage of it. So, when they played a defense where those teams were worried about CJ and they could take away the deep ball and just let their front seven handle it up front, that's where the Texans really started to struggle. And that's where, the Bears will be a good test. I think the Bears are genuinely probably going to be a really good defense this year. At the very least, they're going to be opportunistic like they were last year. That's a good test for this offense. How do you do against the better defenses?
Yeah, the Ravens twice. First game of the year and the last game of the year. Yeah, absolutely. Payne and Pendergast with you on a football Friday. All right, let's do the giveaway here, Ben. Let's give away these tickets to the Cougs and the Rice Owls. Last chance to go to the Bayou Bucket game this weekend. 7 p.m., TDECU Stadium. 713-572-4610 is the number to call. Giveaway is right now. Caller number 5 is going to win a 4-pack of tickets to this Saturday night's game between the Cougs and the Rice Owls. Bayou Bucket on the line. Your last chance to win tickets all week long. So call now, 713-572-4610. It's Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610, giving you those Coug tickets for this weekend. All right, up next, the latest on the Deshaun Watson situation. And a former Deshaun Watson teammate went after him on social media yesterday.
Ooh.
In the wake of a quote that Deshaun had about his own leadership style.
Whoa.
Yeah,
this will be good.
What? Yeah, we'll get to that coming up next. Stay there.
This will be good, too. You're looking forward to this. Being comfortable with your retirement plans. It's as simple as going to TrajanWealth.com, TRAJAN Wealth.com. If you feel like, man, I've worked my butt off, I like where I am right now, I'm comfortable, my wife is comfortable, but how do I extend this on into the future? How do I protect what I have and build on it for the future? You go to Trajan Wealth. It's as simple as that. They are family-owned and veteran-led, and they've got advisors with decades of experience helping people just like you plan for all the uncertainty of the future, and it does not take long at all to get your plan in place. The consultation is absolutely free, so you got nothing to lose. Call Trajan Wealth today or go to Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com, or give them a call at 346-371-3330. That's 346-371-3330. It's Trajan Wealth, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
In the Loop.
When was the last time you saw the Texans in a clutch situation against a division team, probably your best competition in the division, play grown man football? Seriously, that was grown-ass man football.
It matters so much.
It's Reggie Atatula and John Lopez, localizing your lunch break, 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
Mo Karam Law. This is who you call if you've been in an accident or suffered an injury. You can contact them day and night, 24/7, 365 at 281-222-2222 or by email at mokaram@mokaramlawfirm.com. The consultation is always free. You pay nothing unless you win. So at this very stressful time in your life, just give them a call. Give Mo Karam Law a call. They take care of everything. Look, this is what appeals to me. You guys know how bad I am at taking care of things. You could ask my wife or anybody around me, people that work at this company, how good I am at taking care of things. Not so good. That's why I have people in my contacts list that I can call who I know are going to take care of things for me. That's what McCarran Law does. They're going to make sure you understand all of your options for maximum compensation, and then they take care of it. They take time to get to know you and make a connection. Cases sometimes can take 6 months or 2 years to resolve, and they are in contact every step of the way because they know how stressful it is playing the waiting games at times. So, personal injuries, car accidents, large trucks, work in an Uber or Lyft, a slip, a fall, call Mo Karam Law for any kind of personal injury at 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222 or email at mokaram@mokaramlawfirm.com.
From the Traffic Center, this one brought to you by Houston Cougars football. You've got 249 Tomball Parkway southbound at 1960 right lane and entrance ramp blocked, and the Cordell crash cam showing 69 southwest. Northbound at Hillcroft, right lane blocked there. Houston, it's time to come together, celebrate the city we call home. On September 14th tomorrow, your Houston Cougars clash with the Rice Owls. Get your Bayou Bucket ticket special at uhcougars.com/promo. Then enter promo code RICE24. Come early, be loud, and wear red.
John Lopez here for Ability Trees, and by now we know it all too well. When it comes to hurricanes, some things are pointless. Some are smart. Ability Trees. AbilityTrees.com is where you need to go to make sure that when the next storm comes, you are prepared as possible with Lewis Flory and Ability Trees. Lewis Flory has more than 40 years as a licensed arborist in the greater Houston area, and the time to call him is before the next storm, right now. And Lewis Flory will come out to your house and make sure that your home, your trees are safer, less susceptible to wind and storm damage, and you can just sleep better at night. Lewis can get it done and has gotten it done for thousands of Houston families, including ours and my children. Give Lewis a call. It's complete tree care, trimming, pruning your trees, making them less susceptible to wind and storm damage. 281-441-4179.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, latest on the Deshaun Watson situation. Of course, he is being sued once again by a woman that back in October of 2020 he had a date with. He's being accused of some pretty disturbing things, some of it very similar to what he was accused of by over 24 massage therapists a few years ago. Tony Busby is representing the plaintiff. She's going under a Jane Doe pseudonym right now. Reportedly, Rusty Hardin is trying to get her the same way he did with the victims of the first slew of lawsuits, trying to get her to have to disclose her actual government name. Tony Busby said in an email to ESPN yesterday that two things. One, they are trying to schedule a meeting for Jane Doe to meet with the NFL. The NFL is underway in conducting yet another Deshaun Watson investigation, and they're trying to make this happen within the next couple weeks. The other interesting thing Busby had to say was that he, quote, has a pertinent video. He has pertinent video and 2 additional witnesses for the NFL to speak with, end quote. So this is getting very interesting, Seth, especially if this, unlike the other lawsuits, ends up going to a trial of some sort.
Yeah, I guess. There is at least one lawsuit that's still out there and potentially might go to trial.
From the first gaggle of them.
From the first round, yeah. There's still stuff looming out there, and I guess one of the biggest questions are: did the Browns know about this particular instance? And what does it? I mean, for Browns fans themselves, and whether they're trying to figure out whether they can cheer for Deshaun Watson or not, there's nothing that's making it feel like, okay, we're in this guy's corner. It's a lot like what we went through an off season, really, where the tables turned in so many respects in terms of, all right, how much are people willing to stand behind Deshaun Watson? And that was after he'd come off a very promising year as a quarterback. He's done absolutely nothing for the Browns. No. Even in the victories that he had last year, he did very little to impress anybody as a quarterback. It's on almost all fronts right now. So far, it's been an abysmal failure. I would say both football-wise and from a morality standpoint for the Cleveland Browns organization.
Yeah, it's been bad, man. Like I've been listening in before our show starts to our sister station up there. It sounds so similar to 2021 for us talking about this, where it's just it weighs them down, and boy, and with us, when it was all going down, it was during the off season. Like it is very different. This part is different. There are a lot of similarities. This part is very different. They're having to process Deshaun Watson lawsuits up there while also getting ready to try to analyze Cleveland versus Jacksonville on Sunday.
Right. Well, I mean, it was a little bit like training camp that year in 2021, where Deshaun's out there. He's practicing. He's wearing a penny on scout team defensive walkthroughs and all that. It's weird. It's hard to process because it's so outside the norm of anything that goes on in any given NFL season. And it's been Deshaun Watson at the center of it in all these atypical situations.
All of them, it feels like, yeah. So Deshaun met with the media on Wednesday this week, and he got asked a lot of questions about his situation. He was not very forthcoming. I'm sure he's been advised not to be very forthcoming about the legal part of his situation. He was asked a question. I didn't pull the whole clip because Deshaun took 3 attempts at trying to understand or figure out how to meander around the answer to this question. It was a question about leadership. And so I didn't get the part where Deshaun asked 3 different times, I don't understand your question. He finally, I guess, grasped the question. Here was a reporter asking Deshaun about his leadership and the trust that his teammates have in him, both in on-field stuff and off-field stuff.
How much of your teammates' trust in you comes from what you do on the field versus off?
I mean, the trust has always been there, so I think the guys, they trust me. if there's anything that's out there, you can go ask any one of those guys and they'll give you an honest answer, So, I can't speak for anybody else, but for what, the guys been showing me and what they tell me and shake my hand and come to my locker and on the field dap me up and say to my face, that's what they're saying, that they trust me, so.
To have a conversation with them when something pops up in the
No, because they know my character. They see me each and every day. They know exactly who I am. And I think that's the difference. When you around me each and every day, you know my aura, you know my energy, you know my character, I think you'll understand who I really am.
My aura.
He's legendary. Have I not told you? Legendary. That's my aura.
No, my aura.
I exude legendariness. That's what people say about my aura.
Have you heard anybody talk about their own aura before? That's just so weird, dude.
Not in a annoying fashion.
Right. Like somebody other than a WWE heel talking about his aura. Yeah.
No, but even even if you're talking kind of new agey type stuff or anything, they don't talk about it as a way of something that you're bragging about. People can just sense my aura.
Oh, my aura. So I'll tell you, one person who is not vibing Deshaun's aura is former Browns running back Jordan Wilkins, who took that quote yesterday and posted a picture of Deshaun fumbling a football and said, "Yeah, sure, bro. Watch the next slide, and y'all tell me this was the final preseason game to make the roster." And the next slide is Jordan Wilkins and Deshaun Watson in a clear miscommunication in the backfield. They're lined up in what looks like it's a formation you'd run an RPO out of, And so Jordan Wilkins is standing next to Deshaun in shotgun. Doesn't look like he's really looking for the handoff at all, or it's a botched handoff. And Wilkins puts the caption, "After this, he went to the sidelines and told the coaches, I didn't know the play. And then it happened again on the next drive." So apparently Jordan Wilkins' trust is not.
Maybe there's something about. The Cleveland itself, because it feels a whole lot almost like the Johnny Manziel who just wasn't opening his playbook at all, and 0 hours logged on his iPad, all that kind of stuff. Deshaun just flat out doesn't know what's going on. One of the more alarming stats out of Deshaun since he's been in Cleveland is 6.5 yards per pass attempt. I mean, you talk about pushing the ball downfield, everything like that. That's like Zach Mettenberger territory right there. I mean, there's nothing about him that's been one bit impressive, scary, like anything. He's thrown for the 2,300 yards in the last 3 seasons. There's not one bit about him that should be an NFL quarterback right now. It's incredible.
Did you see I call it the spray chart or the graphic of his throws in the game against the Cowboys in the first half? They showed
just all within the line.
The green dots. Yeah. They may as well have been using green dots to draw the line of scrimmage.
Well, and he's holding on to the ball too long, so he's taking sacks. You could try to blame the offensive line, but this is not holding on to the ball too long because it's play action or holding it by design. C.J. Stroud last year held on to the ball relatively long, but it's because they had all these deep play action shots that were very, very successful.
Yes.
And he was averaging 8 yards per attempt a lot of the times. That is not the experience with Deshaun Watson right now. He is a mess. He's an absolute mess.
He's a mess. Now, Colin Cowherd actually had a good Watson Cleveland Browns take yesterday where he was kind of, he was comparing the Browns to other organizations, and it was a really good take. And I thought about recording it and bringing it on here. And then he got to the end of it, and I'm like, okay, now I need to bring this on here because Cowherd is saying silly things here at the end of this cut. So take a listen to this. This is about Deshaun and the Browns and the situation they're in cap-wise and how the NFL does have a way to get out of this. But, man, take a listen to this.
There is a difference between making a mistake, which we all do, and creating a problem. Cleveland's an expert at the latter. Okay. So they're trying to get out of that Deshaun Watson deal. And now it's not like they get completely out of it, but I looked at the numbers this morning and they cut it in about half. And as we know, if you draft a quarterback and you hit on him in the first or second round, he's kind of a freebie for 4 years. So that's one of the things about the NFL. And Cleveland's about they're in as dire a place as you could be, salary cap-wise. But, Denver was a mess. They got Bo Nix. I don't know. I think it's going to work.
He loves Sean Payton so much.
Denver is a mess. Hey, they got Bo Nix.
They got Bo Nix. It's a path to glory from here on out.
He's played one game.
You got Bo Nix.
One game, and he stunk.
Yeah, they didn't even have to spend a high first-round pick on him. Look at Denver making moves. Yeah.
It is. It's crazy. It was like a 3-minute video. I'm like, man, Coward's making some really good points. Like, the analogies aren't really bothering me too much. I'm cool with this. And then he just drops in Bo Nix at the end like he's Tom Brady or something.
Okay, so when Deshaun Watson was here, and including in the 2020 season, when he was playing pretty well in some respects, they weren't scoring enough touchdowns, but he was passing, he was moving the ball around well. I told you, Sean, and I said it on air a lot. It always annoyed me how sloppy he was in the backfield with his fakes and play action, the finer aspects of the game. They were just super, super sloppy. Like, I would watch games and put myself in a defensive end's shoes, and I'm like, okay, I know exactly when this is a boot. I know exactly when it's actually a run or a fake. It's not actually an RPO, all that stuff. It was very, very obvious because Deshaun was so sloppy in it. In one of the gushing articles that The Athletic wrote about Deshaun Watson being acquired by the Browns at the time, they went behind the scenes and talked about the meeting that Kevin Stefanski had with Deshaun Watson while he was still a free agent. And Stefanski saying to Deshaun asked, they were saying this is positive. Deshaun asked Stefanski if he had any notes about things he could work on. And Stefanski said, I think you could really do a better job with your fakes and some of your mechanics on your handoffs and everything. And Deshaun said, you sound like my high school coach. He always used to harp on that. And I'm like, yeah. It's kind of a big deal in the NFL. Yes. I don't think this is one of those things. It's kind of like talking about pass protection with running backs. People just never genuinely want to acknowledge what a big deal it is because it's harder to measure and everything. But it's a big, big deal.
Sure.
I will tell you, as a defensive lineman or a linebacker or a safety, watching quarterbacks, it is a huge deal.
Yep. Some
quarterbacks are brilliant. Pat Mahomes is awesome at it, and it screws up your whole day. And Deshaun was continually sloppy with it.
Yep.
Like, it was still right there. This is the guy you're going to give $230 million to? Like, the guy who conducts his personal life like he has? I don't care. Guilty, innocent, whatever. That dude was sloppy as all get out. Yep. At the very least, at the very minimal least. And he can't even be bothered to execute his fakes properly, stuff that you're coaching up high school kids. It was right there for them to see.
Yep.
And they gave him a $230 million guarantee, and they deserve everything that comes from it.
Absolutely.
You had the owner up there sitting about talking about, like, I talk to women about this, and they're totally cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the women that depend on you financially, sure.
Right.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. That was good, Seth. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. There are 16 0-1 teams right now. Which ones are we most rooting for to go 0-2? I've taken all these 0-1 teams and put them in 3 different buckets. Which ones are we praying go 0-2 after this weekend? That is next.
Bayway Ram. You'll be praying that you go when you should, which is right now, to Bayway Ram. If you've been thinking about getting a Ram pickup, but you're like, I don't know, so, right now. Now's the time. You can get $15,000 off of $1,500. They have inventory and they have deals galore. $15,000.
Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. Sunday, 7:20 kickoff, 4:20 Texans countdown out at the stadium. I cannot wait. First real primetime game since 2019 for the Houston Texans. I'm not counting back in the 2021 and 2022 seasons where you still had to give every team a Thursday game. That doesn't count. This is a legit, we want to put these guys on national TV primetime game, and it's awesome. It's going to be fun. So the last time they did one of these was back in 2019 against the New England Patriots. A win for the Houston Texans, led by Deshaun Watson and DeAndre Hopkins. My times have changed. So here we are, Sunday Night Football. Caleb Williams, C.J. Stroud are going to be a whole lot of fun. Both teams 1-0 also. I don't know that the Bears necessarily deserve to be 1-0. Well, they deserve it. You win games certain kind of ways. I don't know that this is a sustainable way to remain undefeated. Block
it's not,
punts.
Caleb Williams is the first rookie quarterback drafted number 1 overall to win his first game since David Carr.
Yeah.
And I think that's pretty much I think David had a better game that day versus the Cowboys than Caleb Williams did, but it was that kind of a performance. It was the special teams and the defense of the Bears that just destroyed the Titans in a lot of ways, and that's where it's. But it is, you know what? I'm glad that they won that game that way because it's very easy for the Texans coaches to look at last week's game and for Bobby Slowick offensively to say, all right, look, you see some of the mistakes we made last week. Let's watch this defense. Let's watch their interceptions from last year. This is a team that can capitalize on your mistakes.
Yep.
We can't have these little hiccups and get away with it against this defense nearly like we may have been able to last week. So let's clean this stuff up ASAP.
Yep. So Seth, half the league is 0-1 right now. That's the way it works. There were no ties last week, so half the league is 0-1, and there's a lot of teams I'm really rooting to go 0-2, in part because I don't like those teams, or I don't like their quarterback, or they're teams that I'm, like in the case of the Colts, them going 0-2 would be a real nice boon in the division here for the Texans because I think the Colts are the second best team in this division. So I put the teams that are 0-1 into 3 buckets as far as how I'm looking at them possibly going 0-2. There are 6 teams that I am on my knees praying lose this weekend because I think 0-2 could make for some really intriguing Mondays for these teams.
Right.
There's a few teams there's a few that I'm praying for. There's a few that I think are just merely intriguing, like Baltimore going 0-2 to start the season. I don't hate the Ravens. I just think it would be really interesting that a team like that be 0-2. And then there's a few teams I just don't care. Like the Raiders, they go 0-2. If a Raider falls in the woods, does it make a noise? Like that kind of thing. Here are the 6 teams that I'm praying go 0-2, and I'll see if you will be heading to church with me to get on your knees and pray as well.
Yeah, God loves it when you pray for failure of others.
Stuff.
That's
yes. It's yes, it's John 4:16. Yes.
Yeah.
The New York Jets. Now I know they're playing the Tennessee Titans, and empirically it would seem like, okay, we should be rooting against the Titans. We hate the Titans. No, the Titans will take care of sucking on their own this season. I don't need to pray for the Titans to lose. The Jets starting out 0-2 with a whole bunch of primetime games coming up, and Robert Saleh with that dead, my soul is dead look on his face, and Aaron Rodgers, the Jets going 0-2 would be very, very fun.
I feel I can't enjoy you delighting in Robert Saleh's misfortune or bad, unfortunate situation because I like Robert Saleh a lot.
Yeah.
And I feel like he's been thrust into a situation where, honestly, if it weren't the Jets and if Robert Saleh hadn't been the coach the previous year where they also didn't have a quarterback, I think last year people would have said, like, wow, you know what? That guy didn't have a quarterback. He didn't have an actual viable quarterback the entire year, and look at what he did with that Jets team. And instead, he's getting lambasted because mostly he doesn't know how to properly answer impossible-to-answer questions about Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
So, really, I hear the biggest criticism of Robert Saleh is like, well, he just doesn't look like he knows what to say when people ask him impossible-to-answer questions. Like, all right. I don't know. I like the drama of all of it.
Yeah.
I feel like with Aaron Rodgers, the part that annoys me is that there's part of Aaron Rodgers where just I want to pray for his demise simply because of the football stuff and the way he's operated on football, but he's become a crossover sensation into where it becomes political and people think you're making a statement about vaccines or something. Part of that's because of the way Aaron Rodgers handles it himself.
Big part.
I know, the fact that Nathaniel Hackett is his offensive coordinator is the reason that I want him to fail.
Yeah.
Because this is everything. This has all the hallmarks of a diva who wants things his way, even though it's not actually good for the team. Okay. And so they're up there with a bad offensive coordinator and an aging quarterback who's not as athletic as he used to be. I want it to blow up in their faces.
So you're with me on this. You just didn't like my drive-by on Robert Saleh's hollow
I didn't
soul.
like that, and I feel like I have to point out that, I'm not trying to make some grandiose political statements about vaccines or anything. I have a long-standing record of Rodgers kind of annoying me.
Yeah, I got
long
you.
before I ever knew what a COVID was.
I got you. All right, let's get to these other ones here. Denver hosts the Pittsburgh Steelers. Denver going 0-2. I think we just illustrated why at the end of the previous segment with Cowherd, slurping at the altar of Sean Payton and Bo Nix right now.
Yeah, no, and also, the most realistic scenario, as various scenarios have been painted out to me over the last year, is that the Broncos really wanted DeMeco Ryans, and that Sean Payton wasn't necessarily as put out by his Zoom call as guys like Colin Cowherd might have had you believe.
Right.
But flat out, the Texans had a better option in DeMeco Ryans, and also the Walmart money from the ownership out there in Denver is going to be able to money whip just about anybody in the league.
Yep.
So, Sean Payton acting like, oh, no, I was always their first choice. Right. Yeah, you can go die a football death,
Thank
Sean
you. There
Payton.
you go. There
Thank
you go. All right, the third one. There's 6 teams I'm praying go 0-2 this weekend. Cleveland is the third one. I don't think we need to do it. Now, the only interesting thing about Cleveland is they play Jacksonville. So, in theory, we should be rooting for Cleveland because Jacksonville's in the division, and Jacksonville will go 0-2, and that would be great. I just can't bring myself to root for Deshaun Watson. So I need this Cleveland thing. I need the misery in Cleveland to continue for weeks and weeks.
You know what? I was watching this show, The Terror, on Netflix, and there are a couple scenes in here where you get to the point where you're like, all right, just put a pillow over this dude's face and put him out of his misery, please. I feel like that for Browns fans. You got to just rip the Band-Aid off and take your medicine. This thing is over. The best for everybody involved is if Deshaun Watson plays just so incredibly bad that you have to cut ties and move on with your life.
Yep.
Or put the pillow over his face and smother him to death.
Thank you. That's what I was waiting for. There you
Metaphorically.
go. Metaphorically, of course. The fourth one, the Indianapolis Colts. And this one actually is more like football empirical. I mean, I hate the Colts. And so, a team I hate going 0-2. But they play Malik Willis this week. And they play Green Bay up in Green Bay with Malik Willis starting. They go 0-2 with Malik Willis starting. I'm guessing in Indianapolis, they're looking at this game right now, like the fans, as they got a break. They caught a break. They got a free roll here because they didn't have to catch Jordan Love in Green Bay. They get Malik Willis, who has been abjectly terrible as an NFL quarterback. This would be big for the Texans, I think, if the Colts go 0-2 to start the season and the Texans go 2-0.
I feel like for this entire week we're on social media, you've been seeing over and over again the most incredible throw I've ever seen out of Anthony Richardson.
Yes, I'm tired of this.
I really feel like you could have the same caption on him misfiring to the wide-open A.D. Mitchell in the end zone.
Agreed.
It's one of the most incredible throws I've ever seen. It's
incredibly poor.
I want Malik Willis to out-quarterback Anthony Richardson.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
100% want that.
Okay,
yes.
Good. We're on the same page there. The last two, praying these teams start 0-2. I mean, the Giants. The Giants face the Commanders in Washington. I need the misery of John Mara to continue. I also need Saquon to get 3 more touchdowns this weekend. And so, did you see what Saquon did? Joe, did you see what Saquon did? Joe Shane, Brian Daboll, Daniel Jones. I need misery in New York. And plus, Giant fans are obnoxious. I need misery up in New York.
If I had to choose, if we were to say Bobby Slowick accepts a head coaching job this offseason, there's nothing you can do about it. He's going to accept one. I would feel I'd feel good. I'd feel happy for him if he went to the Giants.
I would too.
I think as long as they got rid of Joe Shane, the GM.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
I think that
and Daniel Jones, the quarterback, like start.
Yeah, well,
fresh.
right. Yeah, I don't want him going up there and it's like and that he has to see if you can make it work with Daniel Jones.
Brian Daboll did, and that's what's going to ultimately get him fired. Is he actually fixed Daniel Jones enough to get him a big deal and have to have him stick around for 2 more years?
The biggest mistake he made as a coach was overperforming with that team the first year he was there.
100%. I'm not even joking about it. Like, he should have just, like, I know he was doing his best.
Like Brian Flores.
Dude, if
he should have, you know?
Yeah, well, and if they were just flat out bad that year, they weren't going to fire Brian Daboll if they went 4-13. He's a first-year coach with a bad quarterback. They could have drafted C.J. Stroud potentially instead of extending Daniel Jones. So, yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, Giants, I'd be cool with Slowick going there, but I'm very cool with them going 0-2 to start the season.
I'd like Joe Shane really annoys me as a GM.
Yes.
I think he needs to be stripped of his job.
Yep.
And never get a GM job again, unless it's for the Colts.
Yeah, last. Oh, that would be awesome. Last one, Carolina Panthers. I continue to root for Dave Tepper's misery, Bryce Young's misery. Bryce seems like a really nice kid. I'm not going to lie, I'm very entertained by his press conferences after these losses where he comes in with the sleeveless T-shirt on and he's scratching his left arm because he's nervous about the question. The only thing he's missing, Seth, is one of those bracelets that kids used to wear like back in the 80s that were kind of like a braided sort of bracelet that kids used to wear.
Yeah.
It's the only thing he's missing to look like he's truly 11 years old at the press.
You're going up there wearing, he needs to start wearing swatches and jelly shoes. Somebody earlier pointed out when we were reading that article from The Athletic that recounts the story of C.J. Stroud after the Indianapolis loss in Week 2 last year. Yeah. C.J. Stroud getting up and giving a fiery speech, basically just telling everybody they better get their crap together. Somebody said, can you imagine Bryce Young doing that after one of their early losses last year? And no. Guy, come on, guys.
I mean, I can, and it's really funny.
Yeah, Guy, come on, guys. We just need to play better than this.
Hey, how we doing? Yeah, like he walks into the locker room and he's like,
what's up, guys? How we doing? Everyone good?
We're doing terrible. We just lost to the Colts, man. Why are you asking how we're doing? Yell at us.
Yeah, but we got to spend time with our friends, and friendship is important.
Jim Harbaugh is going to end up starting out 2-0 as a Charger coach. I mean, that's who the Panthers are playing this week.
Yeah.
They're playing the Chargers.
Harbaugh is the guy that, there's some coaches that come in, and honestly, this is going to sound weird. There was an element to Bill O'Brien as a head coach where he ran a tight ship. You know, like at the very least, you run a tight ship, and it pays dividends in comparison to some of these guys that get head coaching jobs these days, and they do not have the personality of a head coach. They are offensive coordinators who got the job because they're an offensive coordinator or vice versa. And they don't, Cliff Kingsbury is this way. He's just sloppy in a lot of ways when it comes to like acting like an NFL coach. Mm-hmm. And Harbaugh is that, but to an extreme degree, the good part of it.
Yes.
That he's going to run a tight ship. He's going to have whichever offense he's running, things are going to be tight and crisp, and they're going to be a better team in a lot of respects, and they have a quarterback. So, yeah, I think I think that's a fair. What's the line on this? Is it like
the line on it? You want to? Well, you're a gambler now. Let's guess. What do you think?
I'm going to guess it's 9.5.
Well, it's Chargers at Panthers. It's in Carolina, so keep that in mind. You still think 9?
Well, and the Panthers' defense is good. Okay, so I'll say it's at 6.5 because they don't want to go all the way up to 7.
5.5. Yeah,
okay.
Chargers 5.5. Good guess.
Thank you for pointing out the
venue matters.
Savvy, aren't I? I knew to adjust for 3 points, and then there you go.
You're getting good at this, man, for sure.
What's my win on? If I guess it within 1 point, is that?
For spreads, I don't know. Ben's the one who's the administrator of the ding and the buzz. If Seth is guessing a line, what does he need to be within to get your approval, Ben?
I have no idea. I don't know anything about this.
You don't know anything about gambling? I'm going to say within 1.5. If Seth is within 1.5. Then he gets a ding. So give him a ding for that one. All right, good job. Yeah, and Seth gave himself. I'm gonna give him one too. Here, real quick. There we go. Yeah,
good job.
Thank you. Yeah, good job. Good job, all of us. So, man, there's some other ones though that are intrigued. Those are the ones I'm really hoping go 0-2 just for the drama on Monday. But Baltimore's 0-1 right now. Cincinnati's the big one, dude. People are bailing on Cincinnati right now.
Yeah, I need to.
And they play the Chiefs. They will be 0-2 on Monday.
Anybody in the AFC, You put the Jaguars as a whatever if they start off 0-2. Oh my gosh, Sean, they just paid their quarterback and they're in the division.
They did, but I'm looking at it kind of specifically because they play Cleveland this weekend. You know what I mean?
I got you.
Yeah. No,
Did you already explain that?
Not to that level of detail, but I mentioned they played each other. But yeah, it's okay.
All right, so you can't. So all right, if Jacksonville starts off 1-1. But Cleveland is 0-2. You're going to be happier.
I'll be fine because I think the Jags, being a mediocre team, will take care of itself over time.
I'm going to have my cake and eat it too. I want the Jags to start off 0-2.
Okay.
And for Cleveland to win, but only because they have a brilliant defensive performance.
They have the same game script as the Bears last week.
Yeah, Deshaun throws 3 picks, but they somehow win the game. Then I'd be cool with that. If Jacksonville, with their newly paid quarterback, starts off 0-2.
That's actually what they've done quite a bit of with Deshaun. Like Deshaun's record as a starting quarterback with the Browns is 8-5. He's been horrible, but that's how good they are as a team. Is they're 8-5 with him as a starting quarterback.
I'd kind of like to see Jaden Daniels do well, so I don't want to root for Washington to start off.
I like
0-2.
him too. Yeah,
I'd like to see. I'd like to see him be the guy, kind of the old school. The old school scouts didn't trust because this, that, and the other, or there was a narrative written on him already by the time he was in his last year at LSU. I'd like it to work out for Jaden Daniels.
All right, up next, 5 reasons I hate you. We just got done hating on teams that could go 0-2, but we take aim directly at the Chicago Bears. We do it every Friday. 5 reasons I hate you for the Texans' opponent this weekend. It is the Bears edition. Seth, you got a little injury report for the people here?
Oh, we do, Sean.
Yeah.
We certainly do. What are the injuries? Oh, Schultz is still out with an ankle. Malik Collins has an illness.
No, Nico Collins.
Nico Collins. Malik Collins, who knows? Nico Collins still has an injury, or has an illness, but he should be fine. Pierce with a hamstring, Scruggs with a groin. They are all limited. The 2 Bears wide receivers, this is the big one. Keenan Allen and Rome Odunze are both still out. So a quarterback who was not on the same page as his receivers last week, Caleb Williams with Keenan Allen and Rome Odunze, will not have time to iron those things out in practice this week. So that is a good sign for your Houston Texans. That is your injury report brought to you by Mokaram Law. And Sean talked about taking aim on people. Take aim on the people who injured you. That's right. You got in an accident. You got somebody. There's some.
Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do it. 5 reasons I hate you. We do this every Friday before the Texans play.
I'm excited for this, Sean, because this is one, I don't have the natural hatred for the Bears that I do for other teams like off the top of my head, maybe the Colts. So, yes, you've got, I'm very much looking forward to really building up some hatred for the Chicago Bears.
Good. And this is a meat and potatoes 5 reasons I hate you. I didn't have to go to the weird laws of a city, or like in Tennessee they eat roadkill. This is a team.
They're not nearly as inbred in Illinois as they are in Indiana. So
not in this part of Illinois. Southern Illinois is a little dicey. I mean, it butts up against Missouri and kind of Kentucky a little bit, and it's there's a little bit of waffle runoff into Illinois probably. But we can just go, man. I can just go 5 actual Bears employees right now. 5 reasons I hate you. I don't even need to get you mad at the city and it's cold weather and it's all the things that go with Chicago. Number 5, counting down, Matt Eberflus, the head coach. He looks like a pit boss at a casino. His hair's kind of slicked back. He's really dorky. If you've watched Chicago Bears Hard Knocks during training camp. The visual of him walking around and dapping up guys before the game, like he's such a nerd. And his last name sounds like a decongestant. I don't like that either. Eberflus. It sounds like something.
Eberflem or something.
Right. Can I get Eberflus over the counter, or do I need a prescription for Eberflus?
Uberflem.
Yeah.
That's what we'll call him. We'll call him Uberflem.
Yeah. So I don't think he's long for this world either. I just don't. I don't feel like I'm cool with
the coaching world or life in general.
No, just the coaching world.
He does look older than he's 54. I feel like he looks older than he's 54.
He's younger than me?
Yeah, he's 54. How old are you?
55.
I thought you were like my age. Okay, I didn't know you were old.
Yeah.
Okay. I kind of joke about being middle-aged, but I'm really more like 36.
I don't feel 55, and people tell me I don't sound 55 either, which is good.
Yeah.
Eberflus is young. Wow. Okay. Well, now I just feel sorry for him. I don't hate him, but I don't think he's long for the coaching world. I think Eberflus could get on the chopping block here. But I just don't like his vibe, and I don't like his last name, Eberflus. Okay. So that's number 5. Uberflem.
Damn Uberflem.
Matt Uberflem. Okay. Now it's getting good. Reason number 4. Their GM Ryan Poles. Who never met a microphone or a reporter that was going to write about him that he didn't like. Ryan Poles, and let me preface this by saying I think Ryan Poles has done a decent job. he fleeced Carolina. I mean, good job fleecing Carolina. Yay. I mean, but you fleeced Carolina for the pick that got Caleb Williams. As you point out many times, Seth, you could have just drafted C.J. Stroud, but okay. But I think generally speaking, he's done a decent job. But it's just annoying how much of a pub hound he is.
And he does a masterful job of these sap writers who want to write long think pieces. As long as you invite them into your office and treat them like actual human beings, these writers will write any damn thing about you.
Yes.
In a positive way. And ultimately, Sean, I don't know. I don't consume as much national media as a lot of people. Has anybody really been framing this as like, okay, this is Ryan Poles going up against a quarterback that he could have drafted? Like, Ryan Poles is getting all this praise heaped upon him for putting themselves in position to draft Caleb Williams.
No.
And he could have had Stroud. They could have been in year 2 of this process already.
That might be the best thing that happened to Ryan Poles is that Carolina screwed it up so bad that they're the lightning rod for C.J. Stroud, passing on C.J. Stroud criticism. Everybody heaps it on Carolina. Right. And they forget the fact that wasn't even Carolina's pick originally. That was Chicago's pick originally. No, you're 100% right. A, in your take that they could have drafted C.J. Stroud, and B, that not enough people point to the fact that the Bears could have drafted C.J.
Well,
Stroud.
and I'll just go back. The deep cut on this is, Sean, that he did attend my high school rival. They used to be back when they were good at football.
You hated him already, yeah.
Yeah, like Victor has far surpassed Canandaigua in terms of their football prowess since I left. But Poles did go to a place where everybody knows kids from Canandaigua. Like, you can't trust them.
Yeah.
They're just dirtbags.
What I've learned.
Dirtbags, all of them. Were they pretty much demographically the exact same as us? Yes, but those kids were dirtbags.
Dirtbag.
Yeah.
Yes, they were.
that old high school hatred you get. That's when tribal behavior is at its best.
Yes.
This damn town that pretty much is exactly like us,
right.
but because of geography, these kids are dirt, man.
Middle
dirt.
class, white, upper state New York, but they were the dirtbag ones.
Yeah.
So take that, Poles.
The Canandaigua Braves.
Yeah, take that, Poles. Who's not white, by the way. So I guess, I'm just thinking out in the country, out in the sticks out there. Caleb Williams, number 3. Reason number 3. Caleb Williams. And it's not. I'm not going to go into this thing that some people do. Hey, he paints his nails and he carries a Gucci purse and this. I don't care. A lot of C.J. Stroud probably carries a really nice bag that quarterbacks 25 years ago or 50 years ago would not have. The highly paid guys are fashionistas now, so I don't get upset about that with Caleb Williams. I still am upset of the visual of Caleb Williams jumping into the stands and crying into his mother's bosom after a loss in college last year, and them placing a shirt or an umbrella over his face or something so we can't see, like he's some sort of perp walking into the courtroom and he's putting a coat over his head so we can't see his face. That still bothers me, and I know people are going to say, I thought it was a cool, sensitive moment with a mother and a child. It was. It just didn't belong on a football. Caleb, you're going to be the first overall pick in the draft. Man up.
I don't know if even Laramie Tunsil could call Caleb Williams a dog. And Laramie doles that compliment out to just anybody and everybody. You're a dog, and you're a dog, and you're a Caleb. We'll see. We're just going to hold on a second. There's no gift under your chair. Okay?
No. No.
There's not a little dog leash down there for you.
Yeah. So Caleb Williams, man, I just still can't get over that. Caleb Williams crying into his mom's bosom.
Plus, let's not forget that he, at least reportedly, his management team was interested in getting ownership of whichever team he went to.
Oh.
So I don't think at this point, the Bears would be interested just yet. We'll see whether he's whether they're going to be tempted to give him 5% ownership of their franchise.
That.
Yeah,
I forgot. Great call, Seth. I forgot about that. All right, let's get to the last two. These are former Texans that are on the team, who, when I've interacted with them personally, each of them, and I have before, they both seem like really, really nice individuals. But this is not a segment for the nice. Jacob Martin is on IR, designated to return for the Chicago Bears. People are like, why do you hate Jacob Martin? He's part of the Clowney trade, so he's got that stink on him, whatever. No, Jacob Martin is the last active vestige of the worst gimmick in NFL history, the Rock Boys. The Rock Boys linebackers, when they'd get their occasional sack, getting down on one knee and all strumming the old banjo together out there. And it was so stupid. And Deshaun Watson joining in was cringy for me. I hated the Rock Boys. I like them each individually as people. Collectively, you know how sometimes they say the whole is greater than the sum of its parts?
Yeah.
This is the whole being microscopically less than the sum of its parts. Jacob Martin, Whitney Merciless, a couple other guys, all seem like really nice dudes. Collectively, when they start strumming their air guitars, they sucked. I hated the Rock Boys.
This is the part is like one of them would do like the Pete Townsend windmill. And I'm like, and all I could do is like, listen, you look great musical artist, Pete Townsend, but not my football player, okay? If you're gonna choose of all the rock and roll guitarists that you might have chose, why Pete Townsend? Why? I don't
think they know.
No, yeah. It just felt like they might have been like the glam rockers or something, you know?
It was just it was a bad game. Well, here's the thing, like none of them were great football players. Like if you're,
when they started doing the cosplay on the way into the stadium where they would dress up like their favorite anime characters that was the part that really started getting annoying.
Well, that wasn't the Rock Boys. That was the inside linebackers. That was McKinney.
Oh, that's right.
And Cunningham and Dylan Cole and those guys.
Good call. So they had to
we had the Rock Boys, the cosplay crew, and the lunch pail crew. Remember that? Remember the lunch pail crew of the defensive linemen, the defensive tackles? It was it was brutal.
Division champs, Brian.
Yeah, division champs. All that
division
for the
champs,
19th
Brian.
best defense in the AFC in the
AFC
NFL.
South champs, Sean.
All right, it's true. We're getting a few texts reminding me of this. DeAndre Carter is on the Bears. Oh, funny you should say, texter. Yes, DeAndre Carter is on the Bears.
There's a big reason that the Bears pulled that win off. He was that offensive performance. DeAndre Carter, very good.
He was very good. No, the Texans need to pay attention. But DeAndre Carter is number one on the 5 reasons to hate the Bears, and I shall remind you why. Right here, let's go back to January of 2020. The Chiefs are beginning to mount a comeback here on the Texans. I believe the score is 24-14. Texans have been up 24-0. Chiefs have quickly put some points on the board. Kickoff to DeAndre Carter.
Here's Carter at the 1 yard line, straight ahead. 5, 10, 15, cuts right 20, and the ball is out. Oh no! And the Chiefs got it. Thompson running left inside the 10, and he's down to the 8-yard line. Oh my goodness. Darwin Thompson, a running back, had the ball pop right into his hands, and the Chiefs have a 1st and goal.
That's the moment I felt they're losing this game. When the Chiefs made it 24-14, I'm like, all right, well, it was a little fluky. The Texans were up 24-0 in that game. They needed a block punt for a touchdown. They needed a 50-yard deep shot to Kenny Stills. A lot of the things that probably need to happen for the Bears to beat the Texans this weekend were happening for the Texans in that Chiefs playoff game. DeAndre Carter fumbling. And by the way, he had fumble issues as a returner before that. So that's what made it so infuriating.
That would be nice. That would be a little bit of come full circle if part of the loss for the Bears would include a DeAndre Carter fumble of some sort.
I want to say, I got to go back and look at the back of his football card. I want to say DeAndre Carter did fumble against the Texans in the last couple years in a game. I'll have to go back and look. I'll look during the break. But you're right. It would be poetic justice if it were to happen on national TV on Sunday night against the Bears.
DeAndre Carter, remember, he went on with your buddy Jim Rome and talked some smack about the Texans.
He did. That's true. That's right.
Also. Was he with the Chargers at the time?
I think he was with the Chargers at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Maybe he wasn't so nice then.
Jim Rome. We should send that audio to
No. You're thinking of Andre Roberts.
It was Andre Roberts.
You're thinking of Andre Roberts. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And he was on the Chargers. Andre Roberts was.
What year would that have been? Like back in 2000?
That was the Culley year. Because remember that was Nick's first free agent that he signed. Trivia question.
It was Nick Caserio was the GM. Send that audio to Nick.
Oh yeah.
Because Nick likes Jim Rome. I'm sure Nick heard it at the time, and Nick knows that Rome's got to do what Rome's got to do. They're good buds now.
One thing I can promise you, Nick did hear it at the time, probably.
Yeah,
loyal listener. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. 5 reasons I hate you, right there. Text in yours. Text in reasons. Someone mentions Jonathan Owens is on the Bears, too. I don't hate Jonathan Owens.
Text in any smack talk about Canandaigua, too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be back up there later this year during the bye week. I want to just go. I'm gonna go through town with a megaphone.
Dude, you know what I'm most looking forward to? The many different ways people spell Canandaigua on the text page. Can't wait to see that.
It was Native American for the chosen spot.
Ah, a little trivia for you there. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. One big thing the Texans need to fix from last week's game against the Colts, Matt Burke was asked about it. How correctable is this? We will let you hear from Matt Burke and let you hear what it is coming up next. But there's college football this weekend here in town. Out at the University of Houston, the Cougs and the
a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Texans gave up a lot of big plays on Sunday against the Colts. 3 plays of 54 yards or more. That's what kept the Colts in the game. Matt Burke, defensive coordinator, met with the media yesterday, and they asked him about that. Are some of the deep plays easily correctable?
Anytime you put anything on tape that, whether someone thinks that it's something they did or something we did, that they're going to try to take advantage of those things. So obviously, we shouldn't be in those positions. I mean, a couple of them are 50-50 balls, and we just got to make some plays and maybe technique-wise put ourselves in a better position to make those plays, you know what I mean, where you're not going backwards or going forwards or however we want it done. But, we're always trying to correct the things that, whether it's the deep balls, the run game, any of that stuff. So I would anticipate people trying to test us on things until we prove that it's not a good route to take for us.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, winning a game makes such a difference in what you focus on and what we do. If they had lost that game, Seth, we would have been talking about 2 things nonstop this week. The end of half gaffe with the referees and the Texans letting the clock run out. We'd have been talking about that, which would have been so painful because it's so hard to lay out and frame on the radio. But the other thing we'd have been talking about would have been the big plays. And how can you let an inferior team beat you on basically, it was a 4-play game for the Colts, a block punt and 3 gigantic chunk plays. That's
right,
it.
Yeah. And yet that's a real thing. If it had been flukish by the Texans defense in allowing big plays, then that would be one thing. But this is what they did last year, was they would play steadily good defense, but then allow these huge plays. So I think they're a little bit more correctable this year, except for just the question of, all right, is Jimmy Ward has he lost a step because of his age? Was it just rustiness? Was it being week 1 and not really having a good scouting report yet, because it's a new offense for everybody in week 1, basically? That's the big question. Is it, can you play defense for however many plays you're out there in a game? Yeah, on a down-by-down basis, the Texans beat the snot out of the Colts. That would be the really frustrating thing, is that the Colts ran how many offensive plays, Sean? 45?
45 total, yes.
45 offensive plays. Anthony Richardson completed less than 50% of his passes. Jonathan Taylor rushed for 3 yards per carry. The Texans did all of the nuts and bolts stuff right 95% of the time, but that 5% of the time they didn't, it was really, really bad. So cleaning that stuff up is essential. And I did like what Matt Burke said. It could be tempting to say, well, those are 50-50 balls, and sometimes the receiver's going to make the play. They were 50-50 balls in which defensive backs weren't in position properly. They weren't in position to really get their eyes on the ball and put the hand on the ball. Or in the case of whatever happened on A.D. Mitchell being wide open downfield, whether it was a blown coverage or just bad play by Derek Stingley, that was – because sometimes the blown coverage, you can't pick it up on film. It's because a guy was completely aligned in the wrong spot on the field. So whatever the reason was for that, you can't be doing that every week.
That's funny. Like, if you take it literally, like it's a 50-50 ball. Like, no, it's really not. It's really like a 80-20 ball or something, like in terms of outcomes. You know what I mean? Like, if it were literally 50-50, they should run that play every play.
Well, the one long shot to Alec Pierce late in the game was, I mean, that was technically a 50-50 ball. If Richardson had put more juice on it, it was an easy touchdown.
Yeah.
Because Pierce had to come back for the ball.
Yeah.
And Ward was playing catch up to an extreme degree.
Yep.
Like, Pierce was gaining separation when he had to start slowing down for the ball.
Yep. Here's another one from Matt Burke on Kalen Bullock, whose name, if Jimmy Ward keeps struggling like he did against the Colts last week, Kalen Bullock's name is going to come up every week in press conferences. Here's Matt Burke on Kalen Bullock.
Yeah, I think we've talked about Kalen a few times here. His history as a deep field player in college and what he did there, and sort of just has a pretty innate understanding of those type of positions on the field and how to take advantage of those. He made plays in the balls in college. He made plays in the balls in training camp, and obviously week 1 he made plays in the balls there. So I do think he has a pretty good feel from those sort of deep zone areas and where he's fitting. And then, as you get to this level and start, formation recognition and what routes you're getting out of those formations, I think that's probably what he's, alluding to in terms of just like studying the film now. And now that's the second level of, okay, I know where I'm supposed to be now. What am I expecting from pre-snap formations or what I'm getting there? And I think, that kind of heightens your anticipation of what you're getting and can maybe put you in a cleaner position to make those breaks. So it was a good start for him. Excited to see him again this week.
He played 25 of the 45 snaps.
Right, so it wasn't spot duty. He was out there on half the snaps, over half the snaps in the game. And I think that we've talked about this, the establishing trust with the coaches, that they know you're not going to go out there and blow up their game plan with mental errors, all of that. I think it was a pretty clean game by Kalen Bullock in that regard. The stuff that Burke's talking about there, it's a part of, the really good defensive backs in the NFL. It's amazing how much they can tell pre-snap. Just some of it's just automatic with the splits and the tendencies and everything else like that. That's where they really start to take it to the next level. But that's for getting to that extreme upside. I think with Kalen Bullock, so much of it is just natural in his athleticism that, as long as he continues to build on the mental part of it, I think he's going to end up being really good. And I'll go back to something Dom Capers used to say over and over again. Sean, you could tell me this. I don't know how long you've been watching football. Has it been more than 2 weeks?
It's like almost a year now. Yeah.
Okay, so if you've watched football for 2 weeks and watched a couple of pregame shows, you know that turnovers are one of the biggest indicators in whether you win or lose.
Now that you mention it, yes, I've seen that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why you're never in my keys to victory. I try real hard never to put turnovers down there because it's always a big deal.
Right.
But Dom Capers, the way you would frame it to the players was, if you show yourself to be a guy who can take the ball away, we're going to find a way to put you on the field. So always be a guy that gets the ball out of the offense's hands. And Kalen Bullock is exactly that. So you trust me, they want Kalen Bullock out there. As much as we might clamor for it, he is a guy who can take the ball away from the offense. They want to get him out there and get him up to speed to be a veteran defensive back ASAP, and the first outing was a pretty good showing.
Dude, especially when you combine a guy like that playing center field with a pass rush like the Texans hope to have this year, and you got quarterbacks that are making hasty decisions, sailing balls, things like that. That's really good. Here's Matt Burke. This is fun. I haven't heard this cut yet. I'm looking forward to hearing it. Who plays scout team Caleb Williams for you guys?
Who plays scout team Caleb Williams?
Whatever, all quarter Davis and Blow. We don't like do anything crazy like that. We did try to every now and then we'll tell them if something's not there, get out and just to get a feel for it, So, but we don't do a specific who would you play? Simsy? Okay.
To run around.
Man, really challenging us, huh? All right. I hope Simsy's a little quicker than Caleb. We'll see.
Steven Sims.
Shots fired. Yeah. Your kickoff returner is faster than your quarterback.
Matt Burke calls Caleb Williams slow-footed.
Well, I think it's valid. You don't look at Caleb Williams as a Michael Vick type of guy.
No.
It's not like he's really good at the improvisational side of things and scrambling, but it's not like he's such an incredible athlete that you're like, crap, what are we going to do?
Right.
And he's not. He can extend the play. He can scramble and throw on the run. He did have a couple nice instances of throwing on the run in the game on Sunday. He did have some nice plays in that otherwise abysmal performance. Mm-hmm. But I think it's a lot like last week where, and Burke pointed this out in the press conference, they did a pretty good job of contain rushing Anthony Richardson. When they didn't, Anthony Richardson took advantage of it.
That's
he had
right.
that one long run up the middle where, one of the defensive tackles needs to be more planted in the middle there to make to at least
slow him down.
You want the quarterback to at least have to make one cut before he gets out of the backfield.
That's right.
When you give him a freeway down the middle of the field like that, Anthony Richardson is going to kill you.
That guy.
He seeped out the side of the pocket at least once. So, but that was part of Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter go into that game knowing last week that it's not their best day to get 3 sacks. You're going to be just trying to compress the pocket as much as possible. And I think for the most part they did that. I think with Caleb Williams, same thing. Caleb, just like Justin Fields before him, because he has such great arm talent, he's never bothered to really work on his footwork at all. Yeah. And you saw a few instances in that game where it might not look like much, And it might look like the pressure didn't bother him, but he's clicking his heels and his feet are kind of off platform, and he airmails a wide open receiver.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
He's got to, if he wants to be better than Justin Fields, he's got to clean that stuff up.
We got some funny texts in response to 5 Reasons I Hate You. I asked people to text in reasons they hate the Bears. I'll read some more of them. We're up against it. I'll just read this one. This one made me laugh the hardest. I hate the Bears because I'm a Bears fan.
That's a good
That's
one,
good.
Yeah.
That's really good. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. We'll circle back to the Astros in the 9 o'clock hour. The biggest news from the NFL last night from the Thursday night game shows just how precarious it is for really every single NFL team. We will talk about that coming up next. Now, speaking of Caleb Williams, have you downloaded the Prize Picks app yet? The Prize Picks app, which I've been telling you to download since February.
Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the big news in the NFL last night, Thursday Night Football, the Bills beat the Dolphins 31-10, which is big news unto itself. That game was in Miami. It's a big win for the Bills. But Tua Tagovailoa leaves the game with yet another concussion. This time in the third quarter, it was on fourth down. Got to have it. He scrambles out of the pocket, starts running straight up field, and puts his head down. And Damar Hamlin was the one who made the tackle. But Tua kind of put his head down and tried to plow over Damar Hamlin, and certainly took a shot to the head, self-induced in trying to run over Hamlin. But then when he hit the ground, the back of his head hit the turf, and that might have been when he got concussed. Either way, he was concussed. No estimate now for how long he's going to be out. But what we do know is that Tua's got a long history of this. And they put it up on the screen in here in our studio, Seth, on ESPN. I did not know, or maybe I just didn't recall, that he had a concussion at Alabama, too, back in 2019. Yeah. I didn't know about that. The ones that were very public, in 2022, he had what appeared to be a concussion in Week 3, got cleared the protocol. Remember, that was a big deal. He got cleared in Week 3 and then immediately got another concussion in Week 4, and there was a lot of heat on the medical staff in Miami over that.
Well, it wasn't just the medical staff. It was Mike McDaniel as well.
Yeah.
There was a lot of people saying, like, oh, look, how could you not know he had a concussion? At the time, I defended Mike McDaniel. Who knows what I would have done in the same situation. But as far as I think coaches, by and large, in the NFL have taken the position of, listen, we don't want to be the coach that's out there making medical decisions and forcing a guy back in there when he has a concussion. So you just try to take a hands-off approach to it and just you let the medical people make their decision. So then, yeah, it did turn into a lot of heat on the way the medical decision was made. But regardless, it was an ugly scenario. It was a really ugly scenario. And now he very much appears to be a guy who's prone to concussions. The more you get, the worse. I mean, and it wasn't handled right the first time. This is really dicey for him, and maybe what decision he chooses to make going forward.
Well, and we'll talk about that. Just to put a bow on the chronology of it, in 2022, he had the one in Week 3 when he got cleared, suffered another one a week later, and then came back and suffered a third one in Week 11. So there's two that have driven him to the injured list. Or have sidelined him.
And probably a third.
And probably a third one now. Yeah. Yep, for sure.
And last year, that was the big story all offseason, was him taking jiu-jitsu or whichever martial art it was to try to learn how to fall better. And he made it through the season unscathed. Mm-hmm. But then this pops up again. And I don't know. I mean, at the very least, I would imagine this is going to be – they're going to exercise a lot of caution in when he comes back, if he comes back at all. But also, I think it's fair to think, he might. This might be the kind of thing that keeps him out for a year as he makes a decision about whether he should play football again.
Yeah, it's they're two different stories: the Deshaun Watson story and the Tua Tagovailoa story, and yet they both end up intersecting kind of back at the same place, which is money. And I know that there's a human element, obviously, very different human elements, but a human element to both stories. We're not ignoring that, but it does come back in terms of what's in our world, the sports part of it, the construction of a roster. Two teams that are on the outside. I say on the outside looking in right now of Super Bowl contenders in the AFC, but I think they're a Super Bowl hopeful. Like, I think they're both teams that have assembled enough talent that if their quarterbacks caught fire in the postseason, that they could make a run at it. But now both these teams, for very different reasons, are looking at, Miami, it's still very early with Tua and this concussion, so maybe I'm making too much of it. But if Tua, if this is I'm looking up the TV screen right now, should Tua ever play again in the NFL? So, the Miami Dolphins are going to be on the hook for a lot of money because he has injury guarantees that are in the neighborhood of nearly $170 million, which ironically is the same amount of money that the Browns still have to account for with Deshaun Watson after this season is over.
And this is where, with quarterbacks, whether it's fair or not, durability is just so key and vital. It's such an important position. Yeah. And, I'm sure is conversations that the Dolphins had in extending to a Tagovailoa, and maybe some of the arguments that they had in talking with his agent is that It's for a guy that's had a really grotesque hip dislocation injury as well in college, has had all manner of injury issues. And how much do you want to sink into and guarantee for a guy like that when it comes to the quarterback position, where availability is just such a premium? Hopefully it doesn't end up being a talking point for C.J. Stroud.
One concussion.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, He's had one concussion. He was healthy in college. He was healthy. He played through. The big thing for me with quarterbacks is, are guys able to play through the injuries?
Yeah.
Some of these guys, people are making excuses for Trevor Lawrence last year. Look, he was on the field. I don't care that he had multiple injuries. He was on the field. Ben Roethlisberger was banged up all the time. Tom Brady was banged up all the time. They were on the field by and large, and they performed well. I think with Tua, though, the concussion, there's no playing through a concussion. You're concussed and you're not playing, and then if you get concussed again, there's that much more chance that you're screwed up down the road.
I would take it a step further, Seth, as long as we're talking about quarterbacks and giving out big money contracts and making huge franchise-changing decisions or franchise course-setting decisions on guys. Yeah. Is it any other injury that knocks a quarterback out? A shoulder injury, like you said, a knee, some sort of leg injury, whatever the case may be. The topic the next day is never, should he ever play football again?
Yeah.
Concussion is the only one where the topic, after a couple of them, becomes, should this guy even be playing football? And that's where it gets scary for a team from a business perspective, from a salary cap perspective, is they might have to take $167 million worth of cap space for a guy who's, going and figuring out what chapter 2 is for him in his adult life.
I do. I feel like with concussions, there should be some kind of an exception made.
Maybe.
For when it is for player safety, et cetera, that might be the one where, okay, you get a get out of jail free pass as an organization if your quarterback. It's what the financial side, the actual money. Like you pointed out earlier, maybe they have an insurance policy or whatever. But the salary cap ramifications of a guy basically saying, I want to avoid being a vegetable by the time I'm 45. I'm going to go ahead and tap out. There should be some relief on the salary cap.
There should be, and you know what? And who knows? Maybe there is, because this is uncharted territory. We've never been in this situation, Seth, with a quarterback who's had this many concussions making this much money. This is, the guys have suffered highly paid guys have suffered concussions before. This is extreme. This is extreme to both degrees. It's extreme in terms of the number of concussions, and it's extreme in the dollar amount. Now with Dak, he's $7 million shy of the top, but before last week, he was $2 million less than the highest paid quarterbacks in football.
I think it's kind of a misconception that Aikman was driven out by concussions. He'll tell you that no, it wasn't. He played after that bad stretch. Now in today's modern age, he would have been forced out by the concussions. I don't think he would have had his last couple of years.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's the Dolphins' problem, not mine.
No, it's they're on the Texans' schedule. Jordan Love's got an MCL sprain now, and Aaron Rodgers looks like he's, maybe not the old Aaron Rodgers. Tua's got a concussion. It's this game of quarterback, like whack-a-mole or whatever. It's like a game of Survivor going on at quarterback. Like every week, it was like that last year. Which 3 quarterbacks are out now?
If you're Tua's dad, and I'm not saying you're telling Tua's dad what he should do, but if you were in that position, what would you tell your son? Do you think?
I would probably tell him to hang it up. Especially now that he's got the money. It sounds a little mercenary, but hey man, that would be part of my conversation. You got $167 million. You can walk away.
Well, and honestly though too, it's kind of like. It's regardless. Yes, it is 100%, and that's a thing. It makes it easier.
Yeah.
It's one of those things though where the money really shouldn't matter.
Right.
It just if you're in a job where you're making $50,000 a year, and maybe you love it, but it's giving you a concussion. Well, actually, there are a lot of people listening who have jobs where they get concussions like that, and they love what they're doing.
Right.
But you try to make it not about the money as much as possible. It's just the long-term ramifications of it.
Yep. Shifting gears here, Payne and Pendergast on a Football Friday. We'll mix in a little baseball. The Astros beat the A's 6-3 yesterday afternoon. Big story in this one, I think, was what they got out of the lower part of the lineup. The others, as we'll call them, 6 through 9. in the lineup. 7 for 14, 2 doubles, a home run, drove in all 6 runs. They needed the supporting cast to come through because no Jose Altuve yesterday. We'll get to Espada on Altuve in just a second, but here was Joe Espada yesterday on the performance of the bottom part of the lineup.
Yeah, the bottom of our lineup. Jay got a big knock. Hayward, big 2-run homer. Intentionally walk him to pitch to Dubon. Dubon finds a hole. That's big. When we can stretch it out and get big hits from everyone, we find ourselves, scoring some runs late in the game, and we got a little bit of cushion there. So that was the case today.
Yeah, that was good. And they needed the cushion because Josh Hader came in and actually gave up a home run in the top of the ninth.
Yeah, it really was genuinely when you can't rely on Presley and Hader gives up a run, and you needed those guys to. Well, you didn't need to. By the time Hader gave up the home run, you didn't need those guys.
Right.
It was already done. But it wasn't a save situation because he came in with a 4-run lead.
Yep. Joe Espada talked about Jose Altuve and Kyle Tucker before the game, said that Altuve, who left the game 2 nights ago with the strain in his right side after a swing, said Altuve was feeling better yesterday.
He's doing better. I thought he was going to come in and be more sore, especially after the way he looked yesterday. But he's day-to-day. He's in the weight room. He's throwing the Met ball around, trying to get the area loose. So hopefully, it's something that he won't miss a lot of time.
Okay. I think at one point we had, when we would do the Circle of Trust, we had an injury designation.
Yeah.
Like you could be in with, like right now, Circle of Trust, Altuve would be in it, or possibly out of it, but with an injury exemption. Even with the injury exemption, how much do you trust that Altuve will be just fine for the playoffs?
It's still so early. I want to see if. Can I answer this on Monday when I see if he plays this weekend? Because it's been
no.
It's been one game.
That's the whole exercise. Is how much.
Okay.
It's always Altuve it's the toughest one. Yeah.
Well, and he's had this injury, or he's had a similar injury before that kept him out for a long time. I trust Altuve until I can't trust Altuve. How's that for you? Yeah.
Sounds like he's got Circle of Trust he's out with an injury exemption right now.
Yeah.
We're only allowed one of those, so then it becomes Kyle Tucker.
I don't remember us having I remember the Jake Marisnick designation. I don't remember the injury exemption. This is turning into the NBA salary cap.
You feel like you're playing a board game with somebody that makes the rules up as they go along. Like we're playing Scrabble, and I just start off randomly in the upper left corner or something.
Or all of a sudden there's words there weren't words before. Oh, that's a word. Yeah, a little bit. I'm cool with it. Hey, if it keeps Altuve in, I'm cool with it. How's that? Yeah.
All right, Circle of Trust, Justin Verlander.
No, God, no. Are you kidding me? Do you trust him right now?
No.
Yeah, okay.
I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah.
He's out of the Circle of Trust.
Oh, how about Tucker?
The injury designation is used up, but I trust Kyle Tucker.
I like seeing what he did yesterday.
Yeah.
He got a couple hits yesterday.
Well, and also, he's had judgment at the plate and everything. There's nothing to believe that it's he's come back and he's lost or anything.
Now,
that he's flailing around.
He's not played outfield yet. And you remember coming off of his Gold Glove season, all of a sudden last season, it looked like he looked semi-interested in playing the outfield at times. Remember last year, he had, he looked a little like he was protesting having to play right field. I know he wasn't. I'm just joking. He wasn't quite as good defensively last year as he was the year that he won the Gold Glove is all.
Kyle Tucker, since he's been back, is whatever. It'll load eventually.
Yeah.
Baseball Reference is so.
Well, he was.
Slow.
Are you looking up his offensive stats? He was 1 for 10 going into yesterday, and he went 2 for 4 yesterday. So whatever, he's 3 for 14 now. Okay. So he's 3 for 14. So he'll. I'm with you. He'll get it going. How about Pena defensively? It almost like he heard our segment last week where we were talking about just how unfocused he seemed in the field. Here's Joe Espada. Jeremy Pena had a play yesterday where he went and fielded a grounder on the second base side of second base, like on the Altuve side or the Dubon side yesterday of second base, and did that old kind of 360 and threw it. And Singleton had a nice scoop. Here was Espada on Pena making the play of the game.
I thought personally the play of the game was the play in the fifth, the Allen ground ball up the middle. If that ball gets through, his pitch count is going up. Now you got to deal with Butler and Rooker. It would have been a completely different game if Jeremy doesn't make. That was, for me, the play of the game.
Yeah,
I just thought that when that play happened, as a manager, you like, all right, that I got to write down because that can completely, change the outcome of the game. How I manage the bullpen, I got to get somebody. It just changes a lot of things. So Jeremy finishing that play with Singy, that was huge.
It's a great point by Espada because it's the play of the game, even just as like a web gem, like showing up in SportsCenter top 10. If it was 8-1 and Jeremy Pena makes that play, it shows up in SportsCenter top 10. It was that good. Yeah. Well, the situation was Espada laid out the situation perfectly.
This is where, as a fielder, though, Pena's still not in my circle of trust. He's made magnificent plays all year long. He makes magnificent plays in games in which he also has an error. It's on the whole, the sum total of it all has been that he's not as solid defensively as he once was, while still being capable of making the great plays. That's what's just so weird about it. He's been a minus defensive player this year.
Okay, so what is it possible for Pena to get back into your circle of trust before the end of the season?
No, not defensively. Okay. No.
Yeah.
I think that he just there's just been something weird. And he's never I'll say it again. He's made brilliant defensive plays all along. He just hasn't been as consistent with it. So
is he in your overall circle of trust? Because he's been okay offensively this year.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's because he's going to make those great plays too, and because he hasn't been a complete disaster at the plate.
Yeah, I think he's in, but I get your trepidation defensively. I understand.
Tucker, just to paint the picture, Tucker, since he's been back, 267 batting average, on base percentage of 368 with an OPS of 702.
Okay,
he's been an average baseball player with better than average judgment at the plate, I suppose.
Okay, yeah, there you go. I mean, he'll be fine. Yeah, Tucker will be. Tucker's in my circle of trust now that he's back from the injury.
Yeah.
He's in there for sure. That was fun. We did like a miniature circle of trust. I didn't see that coming. That was good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, the behind the scenes of one of the most ridiculous NFL visuals, one of the most ridiculous NFL pregame speeches of all time. The behind the scenes of this on a podcast that dropped yesterday is hysterical. We've got that for you. We're going to continue to get you ready for Bears and Texans between now and the end of the show. We'll talk to the In the Loop guys as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. But first, West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. That's Ruben Mendoza and the team down in the
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
We're going to give you things to watch for in the Bears and the Texans game in the final segment coming up in just a little bit. This was really funny. This crossed my timeline yesterday. There's a podcast called the 2510 Podcast. I don't know if it's Gerald McCoy and Deshaun Jackson's podcast, but they were both on it yesterday. They were teammates in Tampa Bay for a while, including when Jameis Winston was the quarterback there. And I will admit the audio I'm about to play is twice as funny if you see the visual of Jameis Winston. But if you're listening to this show, there's a good chance you've seen the visual of Jameis. And on the YouTube channel, I'll do it, making that W shape with his hand and sticking it in his mouth and saying, we're going to eat a W.
He's given a pregame speech. He's standing in the middle of a bunch of players, and Deshaun Jackson is kind of looking at him like, what the hell's going on?
A lot
here?
of them are.
We're going to eat this W, and then he starts eating his own hand like he's starving or
in
something.
the goofiest way possible. Like, it's a goofy thing, even if you're trying to look normal. Like, he's like, rah, 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 rah. He looks like a rabid dog eating it. Here's what it sounded like.
After I say one thing, I want everybody to look at me. I'm going to pass it to Coin after I say one thing. Let's go. That's a W. Let's eat one. That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight? How many eat a W?
And like 4 people say yes. Like 4 people. Everybody else is like, I don't.
Wait, work me through this metaphor a little bit, Jameis.
I want to get a W. I don't want to eat a W.
Before I endorse it, I'd like to know a little bit more about it. I need a second debate.
Right?
Yeah.
What does it taste like exactly? So that was ridiculous. Nobody's really talked about the behind the scenes on that until now. Gerald McCoy, who is undoubtedly one of the leaders of that team, probably would have given at least a more normal speech than Jameis there. But he was on this podcast with Deshaun Jackson yesterday, and they talked. Jameis wasn't even supposed to give the speech that day, as it turns out.
I don't remember where it was at, but it was a pregame speech.
New Orleans.
Saints.
New Orleans.
Yeah. We getting them done. We eating them done.
Oh, you was there? You was there for that?
Yeah. I'm the meme. Just looking at it, I'm like.
Me and I was there. I looked. I said, man, what the? I was like, dog, what is you doing? And I remember Cam Bray said,
tight end.
Yeah, he said, come on, Gerald, that's our quarterback. I said, shut up. I don't care about that. What you talking about? Why is he doing that? Which is the crazy part is, Quan was supposed to give the speech. Jameis pushed him out the way. I got it, Quan. Hold on. And he did that. I was like,
what was going to your mind?
I was like, bro, what is he on?
What was going through your mind?
Bro, the thing is, this is where we at. I'm glad I'm not playing no more because we can just tell how it is.
Yeah, so Quan is Quan Alexander.
He pushed Quan out of the way because he had to
eat a W.
He had to. That's the part that makes it that much worse. Is that was not. Sometimes people get up and they start talking and they're just they're free. They're just freestyling and maybe something goofy comes out. He actually thought of that in his hotel room or somewhere.
Front of the mirror.
Sitting down with a notepad and brainstorming things that come. And all of a sudden, he hit on it. He'd been up for 4 hours working until 3 in the morning. And he's like, wait, this is it. I'll eat a W in front of the squad.
Gets there, bowls over Quan Alexander.
Very similar. It definitely wasn't. The old story behind the Martin Luther King "I Have a Dream" speech is that wasn't the speech he had planned on giving.
Right.
Martin Luther King got up and he was delivering a good enough speech, and then all of a sudden, midway through, it just it hit him, and he delivers one of the most legendary speeches of all time. And I think that Jameis has fallen prey at times in his life to listening to too many great orators and stories about those orators, and maybe thought he just He tries a little too hard to be like them.
Maybe.
So maybe in the moment he did. Maybe it was a moment of inspiration where he's like, wait a second.
Right.
This is my I have a dream moment. I'm going to eat a W.
At no point, Jameis,
I just thought of this.
Did Martin Luther King start devouring his own hand during any of these speeches?
Things would have gone much different in this country if all of a sudden, midway through his speech at the Capitol, Martin Luther King had decided, like, these people need to eat a W.
Yeah,
this crowd here, they need to eat a W in a bad way. We've taken some hits.
Okay, there's one more cut here, Seth. Apparently, same game, Jameis gives this speech before the game, and then Gerald McCoy said it actually got worse.
It got worse.
It did.
Oh, it got worse.
Yeah, it did.
Before we ran on the field, he was like, hey, this is one of them games. Sometimes you guys just pull it out and show them who's is bigger. Right before we ran on the field.
Yo, hold on.
I'm not lying. Am I lying? Am I lying?
Yo, no, you ain't lying.
That whole day, people, all y'all know is to eat the W. Y'all don't know that whole day, bro. We had no shot to win that day.
And there's a reason we had to wait till 9:30 to do this story.
Sometimes
kids
you
aren't
gotta
in the car.
pull it out and show whose is bigger.
Oh my God, that's so good, so good. I love that. Let's Larry in Stafford is here. You know, if there's a first home game looking to get hyped, you know who's going to be hyped for this one. You gonna be in all white? You gonna be decked out, Larry, on Sunday?
Hey man, you know we coming in that icy white, man. It's gonna be a fun time in the 8th, man, and everybody in this city should be spending this Friday mentally preparing for what it's going to be like on Sunday night when we drop 40 on them Bears, man. These boys are about to go to another stratosphere with C.J. Stroud and Will and all, because they are the better team, and it's a Sunday night game. We're about to show the entire nation that we are back from that horrible 3-year span where we barely existed and barely survived. Because at this point, man, we got everything that's laid out in front of us in terms of it being a primetime game, having the best talent on the field, and it's being at the crib. We're going to tailgate our ass off. We're going to drink our ass off. Then we're going to go in that stadium early and show out, man, because these boys deserve all the stuff that we can give them, man, in terms of being in there and cheering them when they come out of the tunnel, man, because we haven't had this kind of excitement for me probably since, I don't know, Arian Foster and Dre was there back in 2011, 2012. So I'm excited about it, Sean, because, look, when you got the kind of talent that we have and you on a roll like we've been on, man, after what we did in Indianapolis, you got to follow it up being something big and good. And they going to, CJ and them boys going to give us something good, man, because I'm going to tell you something. It's going to really be about pulling out and seeing who got, never mind, Jameis, your ass was crazy for saying that crazy stuff anyway. But I'll tell you this, I got money on my boys showing up on Sunday night, and everybody over there that's a Texan fan, we going to show up and show them how we get down in the H. Fellas, I'm excited about it. I'm in my Andre Johnson Hall of Fame gear today with my brim on. Oh, it's going to be a good time for your boy, so son, we're going to have to light some up, too, in our hall.
Yeah, appreciate you, Larry. It's going to be, it's going to be fire out there on Saturday, Sunday evening, man.
I think that first game, too, I kind of am glad that it went the way it did, where it was still a very good performance by C.J. Stroud. He had 115 quarterback rating, which isn't like quarterback rating is not the be all end all, obviously, but it's just 115 is a good quarterback performance. It just wasn't necessarily the fireworks that people were anticipating, and yet they ran for 200 yards on the day. It was really a very good offensive performance. I think that when it comes to just trying to put a bunch of pieces together and really transforming it into an awesome, just, greatest show on turf type of situation. You go back to various Tom Brady years where in the first 2 or 3 games of the season, sometimes it was flat out ugly, like bad offensive performances. Even Tom Brady's first start in Tampa was 239 yards with 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions.
Yep.
Remember those first couple games? It was kind of a slow burn into that. And they had some bad primetime games that made it look worse than it was. They got to be a really good offense. But I think that was actually a genuinely good offensive performance, but things were a little off. There were just a little too many miscues, a little too many miscommunications. The offensive line was making more mental errors than physical errors. that's the stuff that, all right, I think that the Texans, if you're worried about complacency or anything, I think CJ and the rest of the guys on that offense probably look at it as this week is like they're kind of PO'd at themselves for letting some of the opportunities in that game that could have made it incredibly explosive for letting that slip through their fingers.
I don't think they feel like they balled out to the degree that they can ball out. You know, I think there's an element to these guys that like to put on a show. You know,
right, yeah, and also, you know what? Be comfortable in the fourth quarter.
Yes,
just look, we should have put them away.
We never get that.
Look at what we did physically versus them. We ran all over them, and we should have won that game by more than we did, with or without the blocked punt.
Yes,
we should have won that game by more than we did.
Right, really cool that DeMeco Ryans is now 8-3 in one-score games. Yeah. Doesn't have to be a one-score game every week. I mean, think about that. 11 of the 18 regular season games that DeMeco Ryans has coached in have come down to the last couple minutes of the game having to make plays. Yeah, you know.
I guess the difference there too, as far as like, okay, you know, it's a coin toss whether or not you win or lose a one-score game, et cetera, is that they did physically dominate the Colts.
Yeah.
That's the part where that was a one-score game because it should have been more.
Yeah.
And the defense, and we're just talking about the offense. I mean, obviously the defense made some big mistakes that made it a closer game than it should have been. But based on the physical play. But the offense alone, I think they could say, I think this offense wants to feel like, if the other side scores 40 points, we'll score 41.
Correct.
They're not going to be looking at the defense as their savior, and that wasn't the performance that they expect out of themselves last week.
The podcast that we played that audio from, as Andre in the Woodlands points out, it's the 25-10 podcast. 25 is LaShawn McCoy, 10 is Deshaun Jackson. That would explain why Sonny Steve is texting me 5 times here. Hey, Sean, it's LaShawn McCoy, not Gerald. No, Gerald McCoy. They're both. They have the same last name. They're both on there, but the guy telling the story was Gerald McCoy.
Yeah, I'd only heard Gerald, so that's why I was like, well, he definitely wasn't 10. I remember he was a 90-something.
Yeah, I think Gerald was probably the guest.
Or 25, I mean.
Yeah, he was not. Yeah, Gerald was in the 90s. Gerald was a good player, man. All right, let's get you ready. The keys to the game on Sunday against the Bears. Players to watch on Sunday against the Bears. We will get on the record as well with a little prediction for the game coming up next. Stay there.
The website to go to if you're thinking about building a custom home is KirkHomes.com, spelled K-U-R-K. Kirk Homes is a third-generation family-owned home builder who flat out builds you a beautiful home of your
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, I really think they're good at every level. You know, their secondary is very good secondary. The backers fly around. They hit you. They're physical up front. They got some rushers, without a doubt, especially on the edges. You know, they can put pressure on you, and that shows in how they played last year. I mean, when we watch tape as an offense, we all think it's a very good defense, and all we've talked about ad nauseum is making sure we protect the ball and we protect the team. You know, that's really our big emphasis as far as going into this game, making sure that, you know, we want to rack up yards, touchdowns, all that. But the starting point of this week is making sure that we hold on to the ball.
Got to hold on to the ball. They did last week. It got dicey a couple times. I think the biggest thing to clean up from last week for the Texans offensively, when CJ was talking about, man, we left points on the field or we shot ourselves in the foot, I think a lot of that had to do with the pass protection. The run game was awesome from start to finish. There wasn't any point in the game where I felt like they were bogged down running the football.
There were some runs where the blocking wasn't. Mixon had a few runs that could have been explosive if one guy had been better. The one tackle for a loss that Grover Stewart had, that was Kenyon Green and Laramie Tunsil not being on the same page, but not getting physically beat. They just both worked up to the second level and abandoned Grover Stewart. So there were, when it comes to potentially explosive run plays or pass plays, the offensive line, it was awesome, and they were way improved in the run blocking, but it wasn't as like that could have been a 200-yard rushing day for Joe Mixon, I think. And then also the one screen, which would be the passing game, but it was Joe Mixon. If Shaq Mason just simply tries to block the guy in front of him, then that's potentially a 20-yard pass reception for Joe Mixon.
If I'm kind of listing players to watch in this game, we'll get to a few of them here. Like Titus Howard is one for me. You know, Titus Howard, Montez Sweat in the Titans game last week was lined up over the right tackle. Yeah. Titus had, as you pointed out earlier, Seth, he had some good downs and bad downs in the pass protection.
Yeah, well, Laramie Tunsil too. I mean, Laramie Tunsil had he got flat out worked on that one play by Leatu Latu in a way that surprised me. So I don't know if his knee is still bothering him, if he's not back to full strength yet. But I think Laramie Tunsil is way better than the total game that he had. I was very encouraged by Laramie Tunsil in the run game. I think that's a different version of Laramie Tunsil than we've seen. But I could go across the board, and the offensive line as a total, they have a lot more. As good as it was in a lot of respects, they could be even better. Yeah. And just a lot of it comes down to just individual plays where a guy got beat where I don't think he typically would or should have gotten beat.
The Texans' big three wide receivers against this group of cornerbacks. I know the Bears play a lot of zone, but these are some really physically talented cornerbacks. They're ball-hawking cornerbacks. Probably as much CJ the matchup with those cornerbacks as it is the one-on-one matchups, whichever one-on-one matchups may develop. But Nico Collins, who was, by the way, limited at practice yesterday with an illness, so that's something to keep an eye on the injury report today. But Nico, Diggs, and Tank versus Jalen Johnson, Tyreek Stevenson, and Kyler Gordon that's just going to be a fun matchup to watch, these receivers against this second. And I'll add the safeties in there, too. Brisker's a really good safety, and the young kid, and then they have Kevin Byard back there as kind of the steady vet.
I think this defense, there's some similarities to maybe what the Colts do in general, but Bobby Slowick he spoke really well about this, talking about how just, look, the coverages are the coverages, but it really comes down to the players and the different packages that they use them in. I think this Bears defense is going to be able to do. I think they feel like they can line up. The Bears defense thinks they can line up and play their game without having to alter and change as much as like Gus Bradley did. Gus Bradley did a lot of stuff that he doesn't typically do just to try to take the top off the offense. I think you're going to see more of all right, we're going to line them up, and we're going to see if you guys are better than our guys. Mm-hmm. And that's where it gets really fun and exciting.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Joe Mixon will be a big part of things this weekend as well. Titus Howard was on the drive yesterday with Clint and with Ron, and they asked him, how does Mixon help out the offensive line?
I think the biggest thing about Joe Mixon is that his vision is elite. And you know what you're gonna get. You know Joe Mixon is gonna see it. He's gonna hit it. He's gonna cut. He's gonna do whatever you gotta do. So we go up front and we run out the ball and be nasty. He's gonna make make us right every time. So as an offensive lineman, when you know you have a running back who's gonna make you right, it makes you play more confident. Makes you want to come off the ball harder because you know if a guy plays a certain way, Joe's just gonna cut off and make everybody right. So I think he's one of the best guys in the league, and I think he's gonna show this year.
Yeah, that run game, we hadn't seen it. I know Devin Singletary had a few good games last year. We hadn't seen anything like that, where it just looks like a guy. He looks like he's playing the piano. You know what I mean? Like he's seeing things that I don't see.
Yeah, the biggest thing about him is that it's one thing to know where the cutback lane is or to see it, but just to hit it without losing speed. That's where his vision was really impressive. Yeah. It was nice to see. I don't think you need to get into a comparison with Arian Foster or anything. Arian was just a different level of athlete than almost every running back in any given decade. Yeah. But when it comes to the vision for it, I think they have some similarities there. I think Mixon's more of a power back type of guy, whereas Arian Foster was the complete package. It's nice because I think that's going to get better, too. Mm-hmm. All of the little things. One of the things I liked most about what Mixon said this week was in how he was able to, throughout training camp, even though he wasn't out there practicing or playing all that much, being able to talk to the offensive lineman about what he's seeing from his perspective, what he needs from them. Yeah. And that's where on these outside zone runs especially, those two need to – it's not just the offensive linemen that need to be five fingers in a glove. You need to have a weird little extra appendage there, too, which is the running back. A six-finger death punch glove.
Okay. Yes. Okay, I like it. Yeah. That's the Texans' offense, a six-finger death punch glove.
Yeah, like a feral cat with an extra digit. Yes.
Hey, Texans marketing team, get on that.
Get a feral cat
what is your team?
with like 6 different headshots on each of the claws on its six-fingered paw.
How is there not an NFL team called the six-fingered feral cats? How is that not happening?
Six-fingered death claw.
Yeah.
Let's go with that. They are a six-figure. And then you add into that whoever happens to be playing fullback.
Right.
Maybe it's Dalton Schultz. Right. Maybe it's Kate Stover. Maybe it's British Brooks. I don't know.
Perhaps.
We'll see.
And that's like a second thumb, like a fullback. It's not really a finger. It's a little stumpier. You know what I mean? Like the fullback.
It's one of those incredibly talented paraplegic people who can do things with their feet.
Okay.
So it's like a big toe on a paraplegic artist.
Got it. Okay. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yes.
Yeah. Let's get 6 fingers in my left foot.
Right. Thank you. Special teams. Not great for the Texans last week, largely because of a block punt that essentially functioned like a turnover. It gave the Colts the ball at the Texans' 5-yard line. One play later, Jonathan Taylor waltzes into the end zone. And that, again, with the big plays, is what kept Indianapolis in that game. The Bears blocked a punt for a touchdown last week. Jonathan Owens scoop and score on a block punt, which helped them win that game against the Titans. Here was Frank Ross yesterday, Texans special teams coordinator, on what happened on the block punt against the Colts.
I need you guys to be hard on me. You guys are generally nice to me. And, we got to be better. Unacceptable. So we got to be better in our fundamentals, day one stuff, making sure we're all on the right bodies and operating in the right precision across the board. So not a foreign look, not something unexpected, but nonetheless, like that's never acceptable, no matter how new it may be, I haven't seen this before. Day one fundamentals, just keeping ourselves on the right tracks and the right path, making sure we're body on body and being clean with that moving forward. Excited to get challenged and proving that we can do it correct moving forward.
I like how Frank at the beginning of that cut was like, wow, this is what it's like for the media to be a little bit nasty about something. It's like, yeah, Frank, your unit has never sucked before. They don't make mistakes. Like welcome to the world of guys that have the folks they coach make an error. This is how it works, Frank. You got to field the tough questions when you allow a block punt like that.
He's how was I couldn't hear how the question was framed. Hey, why'd y'all suck?
Oh,
why'd y'all suck? Why'd you almost ruin the debut of all these Texans players?
Right. Good job, Frank. So I am fairly confident we're not.
Why'd you not cover the game day spread? Some guys like Seth Payne had locked it in when it was -1, but not everybody was so lucky. Thanks a lot, Frank.
No, a lot of people didn't. No, the books made out on the Texans for sure. I don't think this is going to happen again with the Texans. I will say this: this is what keeps the Bears in the game. If the Texans allow a big field position swinging return, if they're allowing anything that gives the Bears a short field that the Bears offense doesn't have to earn, then that's what keeps the Bears hanging around within a touchdown of this game. Or maybe even winning the game in the end if you make enough.
Yeah, mistakes. And I do think too. Kind of going to go on to that since I'll include the defense in that. We've talked about the big plays. Caleb Williams had a bad performance, but some of that bad performance was him airmailing wide open wide receivers who could have had touchdowns on at least 2 plays and possibly a third. So the opportunities were there. I don't think Caleb Williams is going to routinely do that, or maybe he does, but he's still going to get lucky on a few of them. Then you can't have those guys running free deep downfield for these big shots. So it's not like the Bears offense never threatened in that game.
That's fair.
It just they never capitalized on when they could have threatened.
That's fair. My prediction: 30-16 Texans. I think the Texans win this game by 2 touchdowns. What do you think?
I'm going to go with. Boy, I don't. 21-14 sounds boring. I'm going to say 48-14.
40.
Is that too much?
No, it's just funny.
I'd say 48-14 sounds fair and reasonable.
21-14.
50 is gaudy. I don't think, and I think they'll want to, if they're up by that much, they're going to give Dameon Pierce some carries and see what they have.
Yeah.
And, so I think 48-14
48-14. Okay, sounds good. I'll tell you, if it's 21-14, we're going to get the same CJ next week that we got this week, where he's going to talk about all the stuff that was left on the table and we shot ourselves. They only scored 21 points. Something went wrong, The
nice thing is, though, too, that performance last week, I'll take, even though it would have been awesome to just score 40-plus points, being as good as they were in the red zone was really the big takeaway. In terms of, okay, are you genuinely a different team? You're down there in the red zone. You actually have a rushing attack, and that helps a lot in the red zone.
Yep.
And they look like they might now actually be able to capitalize on some of these nice box score statistics of yardage and completion percentage and everything. Translate that into points, and they did do that when they were in the red zone. They just got to clean up some of the other stuff.
What's up, fellas? John
Howdy.
Lopez, Reggie Atatula. They are in the loop. What's going on?
We're ready, man.
Fired up, dude.
We are ready. We are fired up as well. Going to be a big day, man.
Yeah, it's going to be big.
I love the idea that Seth's like 40 burgers getting put down, baby.
Yeah.
I love that it escalated so quickly.
21-48.
Well, I thought
just
about
double it up. 24-48. Why not?
21 all of a sudden. Now you know what? 48.
Yeah, they're going to blow them out. Yeah.
21 is like, what am I, Amish? No. I'm a drunken Catholic kind of in this regard.
That's it. Yeah, so Reggie, I know native Houstonian, but you've been in Dallas the last 8 years. This having a Sunday night game, if it sounds like to all of us, this feels like a little, not new, but like it's been a while. Mm-hmm. It's because it's been a while.
Yeah. I that's the thing that I've been appreciating over the course of the week. But I think I'm able to get into the spirit somewhat because this will be my first game at NRG.
Oh yeah,
and all of the vibe of it all. So I will also have a lot of excitement. In fact, like if I'm gonna be completely honest, I mean, this should have been my confession for later. I haven't been to an NFL game live before.
What?
Like in person?
Really?
I have not been in person, so I'm ready.
Because you're doing night shows and everything.
Yeah.
You gotta,
So actually getting a chance to be out in the stadium and in the environment.
Not even as a kid.
No. As a kid, we did not have the cash for that.
Well, we didn't either. We went to preseason game.
Yeah, but at that point, what are we doing?
Okay, this is.
We didn't have the cash for it, but I was a Bills fan in the Joe Ferguson days. So a lot of charity giveaways.
Yeah, you just needed 3 Coca-Cola labels.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Reggie. Don't try to be all Joe Journo and take this out. Go down to the company suite.
I got his back on that.
Oh, follow him around. He's the expert,
I got his
Reggie.
back on that.
I was planning on being Joe Journo. I was gonna have like the multiple screens. I was gonna have the binoculars. I was gonna do it all.
Oh,
well, yeah.
We call that the Spolane.
Once it gets to 41-17 or 41-14,
That's right.
just go down to the suite.
Yeah, all right, I'm with you. Yeah.
If you can make it there at halftime.
Some of the leftover hot dogs and whatnot.
The Spolane.
Yep.
I love that.
It is. He's multiple screens and the binoculars.
That's right.
I like when he does the live reports to another network.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
In the middle of the press box.
I know. I always feel bad for him when he does that. Yeah. But yeah, look it up on Urban Dictionary. Put in Spolane. That's what it is. It's the most boring thing on Urban Dictionary. Multiple screens and binoculars. Yeah. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Seth, antibodies to you, 4:20 Sunday. I will see you there for pregame. Texans.
It's going to be a fun Sunday.
Yeah.
Yes. Antibodies, etc.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. You're listening to KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. It is a football Friday, by God, and In the Loop starts now.
You damn Skippy. It is a football Friday.
Yeah,
here in the
Figgy,
Loop.
we need some music. Here,
I'm
man.
super excited.
Get in the mood here.
As it seems like everybody is in Texans Nation. Do people like it when you say like Texans Nation?
I'm not a big Nation fan.
Yeah, I was like, I figured that you.
I'm not a big Strong fan either.
Texans strong, or Houston strong,
such and such strong.
Yeah, but that's usually like recovering from some level.
I know.
I'm
jaded.
I'm not a fan of cancer recovery. I guess.
I'm just jaded on that. It gets old fast on me.
Unbelievable. Any other things you want?
Not a big fan of cancer recovery. Well, you didn't have to go there.
John's not impressed by a city coming back from a hurricane.
Tragedy.
I just think it's
what is this Houston strong?
Recovering from tragedy. Who cares?
I think it's overused. It's not that. Get out of here, Sean. It's like that. Yes, I get it. But like when somebody has a puddle in their front yard, you know.
That would be me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I
will rebuild.
Yes. Like I managed
River Oak Strong.
Right. Like
yeah.
I used a YouTube video to figure out how to reset my iPhone. I'm like, man, I'm Sean Strong.
Yeah. River Oaks Strong. You don't hear that often. You don't.
Man, we are near. I feel like we can.
So
taste
no Texans
game
Nation.
No Texas Nation. But hey, man, all folks who are excited for this one. I think there's a lot of folks out there who's excited for this one, including us in the loop, all of us, Sports Radio 610.
Now I feel bad. Go ahead.
You should. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I'm in my own head.
That's a great way to start. We got you for 4 whole hours, and Lopez will be in his. Oh no, don't apologize. This is how I wanted it. This is exactly. Down for H time. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, 832. Everybody that's down for H time. We are excited for Sunday night football. Your Texans versus the Chicago Bears. And I don't know if the excitement could be more palpable. I know that Sean made a great point. I've been in a place where I'm kind of used to seeing primetime games, and yet and still, right? The very apparent acknowledgement that the fact that this is not something that happens all the time, and there's an appreciation for them, and there's excitement for it. You can feel it all the way through the city.
It's not just the game. It's the season. It's the anticipation. It's counting down the days to Christmas is what this season.
Ooh.
This season is counting down the days to Christmas.
Literally and figuratively.
Remember when you were a kid, you had those little, what do they call them, where you pull off the tab and 7 more days or whatever.
Advent calendar.
Advent calendar. Like this season is an Advent calendar that this city.
Why did I remember that?
That's a good pull. But that this city has been waiting, for so long for, and that's the best way I can describe it. It's like I've been excited. I get excited. As jaded as I am, as many seasons as I've been through, I get excited every year. This is different. This is different because it's my city, it's our city, and it's a real shot. And it starts on Sunday Night Football. Come on, man.
And I think the beauty of it, obviously, prime time is just it's fun.
Yeah.
But I think also a large part of this, and our guy Andy Kalu made mention of this in kind of, I don't want to say a roundabout way, but in a slightly different way than what I'm going to say. It's a showcase game.
Yes.
Right? I think that's also the beauty of this is that now, obviously, this team is in a place where they are darlings. People are actually paying attention. But the beauty of a primetime game is there are no other games on in the biggest sport in this nation. And so everybody is trained on you, and it's an opportunity for you to step up to the national stage and go, this is who we are. Yeah. This is what we bring. And it's kind of really fun that you're going up against a team that, look, we'll talk about it all day, but a team that I think you match up incredibly well against, and you are primed to be able to put your best foot forward on a national stage.
And at home. What a great win last week. You go on the road to, I think, your biggest competition. You're up against it. You as we've talked about, play grown man football in the second half, especially in the fourth quarter. Great win. It's still different when you're doing it at home with your crowd.
Yeah.
And that's why I said with you guys before the show, to me, this is a no excuses game. It really is. And it's not like, oh, boy, you guys are on call, you're on watch. No, I just think it's a no excuses game because there's so many things that we're anticipating and that we're looking forward to. Prime time, we mentioned that. Most everyone is healthy. And by the way, you do want to stay plugged in within the loop here with Reggie and Figgy and I because there's going to be a very important injury report that's going to drop probably during our show in the third hour. You got most everyone healthy. The crowd is going to be nuts. The tailgating scene.
Buddy.
The tailgating scene is going to be off the charts.
I'm excited for that personally, as I will get to. I will really get to get into that ahead of this game, and so I'm very, very much looking forward to the eats and drinks.
And on top of all that, the matchup, as you mentioned, is very favorable for this squad. So it's not like you guys better win. And no, I'm just saying there's no excuses. This is what we've been anticipating.
And I think that's the way that's the way that we're starting to frame the way that we watch this team, right? Like I think that there have been a lot of years that have been not as successful, not as fruitful, and that is the way that I will say this as nicely as I can, right? You know the things that you are thinking about. The years in which Jack Easterby is at the helm of, or some of the other years that you can look at in Texans history, recent history. This is not that, and so I think also this game provides everybody an opportunity to adjust the framework, right? We talked about the fact that markets are looking at this team as a Super Bowl contender flat out, right? Period.
Right.
And end of sentence at that point, right? We've talked about them as a top 2, top 3 team in the AFC, which again, we're talking championship week at that point.
Yeah.
And if you have those type of expectations, the responsibilities that you have are in days like this where it can't be any excuses against a team that you are on paper better than, right? A team that it seems like you absolutely have the jump on.
Yeah.
And I think that is also what this primetime game gives you an opportunity to and represent is, are you living on this new rubric as opposed to the old one where it's like, oh, well, everything is found money. Oh, no, not found money. There's expectations and, and realities that you have to live up to. Are you going to do that? And I think one of the things that's encouraging just generally is we keep getting more and more confirmation of the fact that this team thinks in that way. I don't know if you saw the piece in The Athletic about CJ Stroud. And the ways last year, where after they lose the second game of the season, where he looks around in the locker room, it's like, where are my leaders? I need leaders. And you have guys that are, in a rookie situation, 2 games in. I know Jimmy Ward was injured at that point, so he didn't feel like he had the leg to stand on to step up and be loud in that moment. But C.J. Stroud already in last season, when I don't think we had those kind of expectations, stepped in, was like, yo. Yeah. This is not good enough. Like, how much more so now that you're in this place where there's the expectations outside, but also the clear and ever-present expectations inside of the building that they have.
And I think from their own perspective, like, this is going to be a confirmation type game, a no excuse type game. Because one thing we know, and we're going to talk about last night's game here in about 12 minutes, but one thing we know is teams that are in this category do this. They open the season at home. I mean, if you're legit, this is a no excuse game in the locker room. Like, the Bills went into Miami last night and did what a really good contending team should do. The Chiefs we saw last week. So if you are in that category, it's not like, I know it's any given Sunday, the old cliche, but for teams that are in that next class, and the Texans fancy themselves, and we think they're going to be in that next class, you take care of business here, and you do it with authority.
Am I in trouble, fellas? I need y'all to help me out here.
Why is that?
The text line, 619. I appreciate the San Diego area code.
I was about to say, what's 619?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
San Diego.
Did you not watch any Wrestle? Because I feel like everybody learned about the 619 area code because of Rey Mysterio. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. But like I did mention that this will be my first opportunity to be like in a stadium during a game in the NFL. And first of all, someone also asked me, "Are you 10 years old?" No, I'm not. The TV experience is just so easy to partake in. But somebody said 619 said if the Texans lose Sunday night, you are banned from attending future games.
No,
and
get
so
out of here.
We're not doing that.
We're not doing
additional
that.
stakes for me personally.
Oh, was it Ron?
It was Tyler.
It was Tyler. Yeah, that's right.
He said every time he went to a game, they lose.
And by God, they did.
Yeah,
they sure did.
All right, so I need to ask him then.
Yeah, no, don't
get involved.
Yeah, don't mess with that.
But okay, so I'm excited for the game itself. Also, kind of excited for some of the things that we heard about the performers. Like they are taking the primetime feel all the way around. Clay Walker will perform the national anthem.
Oh, great.
Wait, what?
Hey.
What happened?
Hey, that song haven't been played in what, this year?
Oh yeah, the what's it called?
It's football time in Houston.
Yeah. So as long as they don't do that,
okay,
he can sing the anthem. Oh God, let's exercise that once and for all.
Hey, we haven't heard this in a minute, man. This sounds a little better, right?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Well, it's finally here. I've been waiting.
Yeah,
it is finally here, Lopez. We're a couple days away.
So they need to bring it back Sunday.
Why'd you do this, Figgy?
To annoy you.
Yes. Why'd you do that?
I think you're doing a great job. Keep going. So that Clay Walker will sing the national anthem, but also I think this is the part that really excited me personally. Very Houston of halftime. Slim Thug, Max O'Cream, Big X the Plug will all be performing at halftime, and that felt like. I think that also feels like something that I've been really appreciative of with this team. Like we talk about the team culture, but the organization culture is one that's really seeming to be on that upward trend as well with the entirety of the footballing of the team. Yeah, sure. But you're also seeing that I love the embrace that this team or this organization has had of everything Houston in like even a more granular way than before. Like I just can't imagine what the experience is going to be at NRG on Sunday.
They've really leaned in the last couple of years to the H-Town made. There's a sign right behind you that says that. All that.
Sure does. And it also says 2023 playoffs, which that's a fun remember.
We might have to take that down. Let's not live in the past just yet. And so it's
when we get another banner.
We'll get that.
We have to earn another banner, and then
we don't put up down. We don't put up playoff banners in this studio. Oh wait, we do.
At least we don't put up what is it? AFC Championship participants.
Yeah, division champs. We don't do. And Parker McCullum is going to lead the team out, so that's kind of cool. He's huge. Now he's a legit.
He's a real H-Town fan.
He is.
He was watching it during the 2021 season.
Oh, big time. He's a legit Texans fan. Clay Walker, go ahead and sing the anthem. I'm sure it's going to be good. But
he's a Titans fan, though.
Isn't he a season ticket holder?
Oh, is he for real?
Yeah, he's a Titans fan.
Okay. Yeah. That's why I roll my eyes. It's football time in Texas.
There it is. I was like, is he going to do it? He is.
I'm glad they kind of got rid of that song.
You
man.
think?
That song, hey, that song was around for like 22 years, man.
You think? No offense. I'm sure he's a very talented. I know he's a very talented fella, but yeah, that's enough of that.
Yeah, man. I don't know that there's going to be a better place to be on a Sunday than NRG Stadium. So I'm very excited. Very looking forward to Sunday Night Football, Texans-Bears, and is there anything else for you outside of just like the football of it all? Because obviously tailgate is going to be popping, right? First opportunity for all the tailgaters when it comes to like the regular season.
Yep.
And I'm super excited about halftime. Who and shout out to 832 who said thanks for the enunciation of Big X the Plug. Had no idea how to say the name.
That's not that hard, is it?
I didn't think so. But you know, if that's a service that you needed, we could hear it in the loop. Have you covered?
The only other thing, and we mentioned it.
Text in more things you'd like pronounced. 713-572-4610. We'll do our best to help.
Something special about going to the game and tailgating as the rest of the NFL schedule is completing itself, at least until Monday night. But you know, there's something special about a night game. It's not just the prime time. Like we know that's special. We've talked about it, but it's just something cool about, you know, dusk is setting. You're out there getting a sip on, getting a drink on, and some great food. and you're watching other football. That's just something really, really cool about it.
People are kind of split when it comes to the song that we were playing earlier. 713 said, "Get that football crime in Houston song off my air, please." That's hilarious. But then someone else was talking about Lopez, you're a hater. That's the best song ever of all songs. All right.
I feel like they're being sarcastic. Well, I mean, it was cool for like 2 or 3 years maybe. And then they're like, okay, that's enough of that. Stop it.
You know, I would feel better about this song if it was actually somebody that supported the Texans.
Yeah.
Man.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah, maybe that is it.
Because at the end of the day, it's like, man, this dude, he be at the Titans games, man.
Yeah. Somebody said Lopez is a Titans fan. No.
I can say definitively that he is not. And if he is, he hides it very well.
No, I'm not.
All I've ever gotten is disdain when it comes to that man for that particular organization and the owners of it.
Yeah, don't share those texts that I send you about it.
Yeah, I will not. All right, we get it. But it will very, very, very soon be football time in Houston. Super excited for this game. And look, don't be the jerk here, all right? That's like you guys act like you've never seen a Sunday night football game. Look.
When was the last time you've been to a Sunday night football game?
Here in Houston?
Yeah.
It hadn't happened.
Was it pre-COVID?
And I think really the big thing for me is it's not even just the game itself. It's I think what it represents for this organization.
Sure.
And
exactly.
There was a text earlier, and let me see if I can pull it up. But somebody said it feels like you're at the start of a dynasty.
That's why I said it's that Advent calendars type of season, and this is the start. This is this is where you really start to unfurl what you're going to see this year, at least what you hope you're going to see this year.
Almost game day on a football Friday here in the Loop. Sports Radio 610, man. Keep it locked right here. Get involved with the program, as a lot of you already have. Text line 713-572-4610. The Odyssey app's always there for you, as are the YouTube and Twitch pages. But coming up next, let's circle back to football in Week 2 that happened yesterday. We talked about this being a big AFC matchup at the top of the conference. What do we figure out? And Tua got hurt again. Let's talk about all that next.
The awards are already rolling in for the Texans. After a 159-yard, one-touchdown performance against the Colts, Joe Mixon was named the AFC Offensive Player of the Week. 28 put on a show in Indy. How will he follow it up on Sunday?
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Another scary moment for Tua Tagovailoa last night. The Dolphins quarterback left the game in the third quarter after scrambling for a first down, lowering his helmet and suffering a concussion. While Tua stayed healthy last season, he has at least 3 documented concussions in 2022, which led him to contemplate retirement, something that has to be back on the table now. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is Seth Payne sitting here with Jeff Jr. of Trajan Wealth. Jeff, you've helped a lot of people determine how much to put into their 401k, which investments to put it into, but you mentioned a big mistake that most people make. What is that mistake?
One of the biggest mistakes people make is leaving their 401k behind when they leave their job. And another big mistake is rolling it into your new 401k.
And why is that?
By leaving it behind, you completely lose control. You never want to leave your money with an old employer. And if you roll it into a new 401k, you'll often have limited investment options and may incur costs to do so. Trajan Wealth can help complete the paperwork free of charge and do a tax-free rollover. We can then help invest it according to your exact retirement goals and not just what the employer is offering.
If you've got an old 401k or one that you rolled to a new employer, call Trajan Wealth today at 346-371-3330. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Are you ready for a pick-me-up? Licor 43 is a premium liqueur made from a secret Spanish family recipe of 43 natural ingredients, and it has taken the world by storm with the original Carajillo. Now, the original Carajillo is the fastest-growing cocktail in Mexico, and it can only be made one way, using equal parts Licor 43 and espresso or coffee. For more information and cocktail ideas, visit their website at buylicor43.com. It's time for you to discover Licor 43 and the original Carajillo Heel. Licor 43 and Zamora Company USA remind our friends to drink responsibly.
This September, Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is back, stronger than ever. Diamonds Direct helps you get the perfect jewelry gift with 0% interest. That's right. Enjoy 5 years of 0% financing on any Diamonds Direct purchase. It's your chance to get her the perfect ring with 0 interest and comfortable monthly payments that fit your budget. But act fast. This offer ends September 30th. For details and more, visit DiamondsDirect.com. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Again, St. Bede's story. Jim was at the laundromat.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston Let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yes, sir. Football Friday here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez, you got Figgy Fig, and you have myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you on this said Football Friday, heading into week 2. Prime time football for your Texans as they take on the Chicago Bears, 7:20 on at NRG Stadium, and of course, right here where the Texans play, Sports Radio 610. Y'all are hilarious. I appreciate you always getting involved on the text line on the YouTube. In fact, there's a house divided.
How about that? That's
Sally
good.
on
like
YouTube
that.
said her Bears fan husband will be crying all the way home on Sunday night.
Oh,
Go Texans. That's late Sunday night too.
Yeah.
I do wonder how that impacts Monday. As somebody else asked, how many people are missing work Monday?
Oh, you're gonna have to sleep fast.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to sleep fast. No doubt about that.
I feel bad for Sean Pendergast because he got to do the post game.
Yeah.
Well, until
he
wee
got
hours of the morning.
2 hours.
Yeah.
At least it's 2 hours.
Pendergast. Yeah, at least it's 2 hours.
And then they'll lead into Texans radio on Monday, which will lead into our reaction Monday of what I'm going to go ahead and say is a Texans win. I'm just going to go ahead and say that right now.
Oh yeah.
Let's just go ahead and do that because there, as you stated, there are no excuses.
There are no excuses.
Super excited for all of the things that come there, but also we are into week 2 technically because Thursday Night Football happened. We got it on Prime Video. Herb Street and Al Michaels, who I actually did not hear during the course of the broadcast because one of my TVs is acting up, so it seems like I might need to get another one.
Yeah, no volume?
No volume on it.
Oh,
Funny
no.
enough,
Oh, man.
I do wonder, was I actually missing anything when it comes to the actual
He was actually
broadcast
not as
at
bad
all?
as he was last year. Did you notice that, Figgy?
Yeah.
He was okay.
Although it seemed like people were getting after him for the first touchdown call, it sounded like he didn't have as much enthusiasm.
Well, I mean, but I think overall, and I've been harsh, with his commentary. I thought he was okay.
Yeah,
I thought he was
I'm gonna
okay.
get on him at 120, man.
Okay,
because I'm peeping a reoccurring thing.
Okay, maybe I missed that.
Whenever a certain somebody get hurt.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that is what we call a tease and a segue.
Yeah.
Figgy, professional broadcaster, never forget, because in the course of this game, we got another instance of Tua Tagovailoa getting injured, particularly having concussion. He left this game with a concussion, and it's not just that he left with the game with concussion. The game stopped. We had one of those patented football occurrences of players on the field taking a knee as a player is down, and this is what it sounded like.
Down by 21 points, 4th and 4. Pressure. Tua steps up. He's going to run for the first down and takes a shot at the 6-yard line. Hamlin hit him and Tua down. Picked up the first, split the seam, but pays the price. Shot from Hamlin right there. Down he goes. Check him out. Back after this.
Okay, so you definitely have things to say about that. I don't know if you're going to get to those there in the mixtape. We'll keep up with that. But the Dolphins were down 21. You see Tua just trying to make something happen, scramble, and he, in being tackled by Damar Hamlin, bumps his head. I don't know how I'm going to deal with that. His head whips into the ground, and we are in a place where now we are getting that fencing reaction, right?
Yeah.
That the kind of
arms go up,
and hands curl, and it's a very clear and evident sign that a concussion has happened. And it's not just everything that we've heard about and learned about concussions over the last decade or so in football. It's that dude in particular, and this becomes a whole conversation to be had.
He's had 4 concussions in the last year. September 25th. Starting then, last year, he's had 4 concussions that have been reported. And we're seeing a lot. I know a lot of our listeners, obviously, you tune in the morning show, you check in on ESPN or FS, whatever, FS1, and you're hearing people say, boy, he really needs to think about this, and his family needs to have a long, hard discussion with him. I get that. But I don't think it's. I think it's the Dolphins, that needs to come to him and say, if you are truly, best interest of the player, say we can't do this. We cannot continue to put you on the field. They have insurance, I think $49+ million on his contract. He is the franchise player. By the way, he earned every bit of that contract. He led the league in passing last year, And yes, you have discussions with your family. You have, you self-reflect. How do I want to be in 5 years, 15, 30 years? What's my quality of life going to be? Because this was not even that hard a hit. That's what's scary.
But that's something that kind of is wrong with us as viewers, is that we kind of have this false equivalency that if the hit is hard, like there has to be a certain level of hit in order for it to like cause a certain level of damage. What we learned with like the CTE, which has been like a boogeyman, rightfully so in the NFL, that's not even these types of concussions that we're talking about. Those are the subconcussive hits, the things that happen on every play. Those stack up, accumulate, and then create that I forget what the encephalopathy or whatever. Yeah. Go ahead and you can cut that one up. That's fine. That ultimately ends up really damaging these players and their brains. And so this is football, baby. And I don't say that with any level of excitement or happiness in my heart, but with an understanding that, hey, this is what this game is. And I don't again, I'm not saying that to say that, well, these guys signed up and they just have to deal with it. No, it's an indictment of us in some ways, man. I don't know that we can necessarily clutch our pearls in moments like this when we are all in on football. These things happen and players are put in the position for that to happen because this is the sport that we enjoy and we watch.
No, what I'm saying by what I mean by it's not that hard a hit.
No, I hear you.
Is it's all we know about this concussion is the next one might even be a less of a hit because they get so much more serious and so much easier to get a concussion after you've had a number of them. I mean, it's been medically proven.
That's true.
The reason I said not that hard a hit is I'm saying it's that dangerous to him. Like even a softer, even falling on the ground, and not that hard bounce of your helmet on the turf as we've seen, but even just falling on the ground, he could have a concussion because you get much more likely to have these types of concussions with the fencing and the out on the field, etc. The more you have them, and he's had so many. And we remember the scene from last year, and we know what the possibilities are. That's what I'm saying. The next one is going to happen. It's not a matter of if.
Yeah.
It's going to happen, and that's why you almost have to, if you truly do care, as Mike McDaniel has been talking this morning about it.
He was seen given to a kiss on the forehead of sorts when he was walking off because he said that he cares about the person more than the player in that
Then
instance.
you almost have to, talk amongst yourselves and family and self-reflect. But the Dolphins have an obligation here to say, man, we don't want this to get even worse than we've seen.
Sure. And maybe this is the cynic in me, is that I continue to look at kind of incentive structures, and for the NFL, there's not really an incentive to force players after a certain number of concussions to retire. Or
right.
I don't even know that there's an incentive for a team to be like, hey, we are telling you to step away. It ultimately still is that individual decision. But yeah, I think that a lot of people went to that same place when you see Tua in that place one more time with the fencing reaction. He does walk off the field under his own power for whatever that's worth, and I don't know if that is worth anything in particular, but for whatever it is indeed worth, he did walk off the field in his own power. But yeah, a lot of people imagine, hey man, should you still be playing this sport? My point, and maybe I'm being preachy, maybe I'm on my pedestal or whatever. That's a question that we really could ask about all of this because, this happens. There's all sorts of different damages that were happening. Again, it was kind of, I don't know if ironic is the right word because, again, that has a connotation that, I'm being smug or something, and I don't really mean it to be that this is happening when he's being tackled by Damar Hamlin, a dude that we saw have such a traumatic, injury in his own right while playing football. So, yeah, man, I don't exactly know even how to cap that off, but it just feels like, man, it's tough. You really hate to see it. You don't want to see anybody get hurt. But I think there's also something that we have to understand is that this seems kind of almost implicit with the sport that I like to call the car crash sport.
Yes, and a lot of people might say, and players still might say, we sign up for this. I don't think that applies here. You do sign up for you're going to get hurt. You're going to get injured. You're going to have concussions. Most concussions in the NFL are never even reported because the players don't report them. It's just the quote-unquote getting your bell rung, and then they move on to the next play. But when you have players like Antonio Brown, who's rarely, if ever, serious, going on Twitter last night and saying, man, he's got to call it a career. That means something coming from a player and a player like Antonio Brown, because they know, what this is like. And Shannon Sharp did the same thing, and players up and down, the league,
including Damar Hamlin, the man who tackled him himself,
have said the same thing. So no, this is one of those where yes, some players sign up for it, some players can forge through, even if they have an episode or two like last night. But this is beyond that, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, man. There's no muscle that you could build up that's going to protect that brain from rattling around in the head. Like maybe you have more embracing of the guardian caps and those things. But yeah, the thing that's frustrating and that's kind of upsetting is that this almost seems part and parcel of football. Now, speaking of the football itself, which again feels kind of crass with all the conversation that we had, but. The Bills do handle up the Dolphins really easily in the course of like the AFC of this all, right? The hierarchy. What'd you feel like you learned?
I learned, and not just because they've lost their quarterback, but I learned that the Dolphins are not in the class. Like you got, I had my doubts about the Bills all offseason and what they were doing. That was workmanlike. That was just a painting by numbers. I mean, they just went in there, and they own the Dolphins, as we know. I think it's now 12 out of 13 that they've beat them. But nevertheless, that was impressive. James Cook, the offensive line. That's the main takeaway, like on the field. The Miami offensive and defensive lines were hot garbage.
No,
they were hot. They were getting pushed around, shoved around. Not a single bit of pressure on Josh Allen, and not a single bit of pushing the line of scrimmage defensively.
Yeah, it does seem like is it Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator for the Bills, who took over after Ken Dorsey left. Like, it does seem like there's a continuation of the capability to scheme something up and get things done offensively for them as well. Yeah, man, maybe the anticipated demise of the Bills was a little premature in some ways, because they do look like they can handle it pretty well.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for the Dolphins, like now they're in a really tough place, in addition to like having to try and make sure that Tua Tagovailoa is good through the concussion thing. They have Skylar Thompson, K-Stater, but I don't know if that's what you want to go with. There's people that have thought about the idea of, hey, do you go and get Ryan Tannehill off the heap? Do you maybe see if someone is willing to trade you a player? Do you think that?
Don't you
the
do
Texans
it,
would be
man?
interested in
Don't
such a
you
thing?
do it?
Someone willing to trade you a player?
Case Keenum is hurt. Case Keenum is hurt, man.
Let me think about this.
Do what?
Who might be able to have a starting quarterback available?
Don't do it, man. Come on, man.
And to be abundantly clear, like I don't think that I don't know that this team would be willing to trade Davis Mills in that way.
Oh, I think Ryan Tannehill's at the top of the list.
Yeah, Ryan Tannehill is probably up there. I think there's some other quarterbacks out there that could possibly be traded. But yeah, that Ryan Tannehill would not require that trade happen.
You don't not take the call.
I mean, you always pick up the call.
You want to hear if they're like, hey, third rounder, fourth.
Are they getting that much for?
They're desperate.
I mean, at that point, would you rather have Davis Mills or Ryan Tannehill?
Well,
you see the people that are immediately going to the, well, Tom Brady will step out of the booth and go do this.
Oh, goodness. That's even worse.
That seems even more impossible, not just at the broadcaster thing, but with the ownership thing that's trying to go through. Like, I just don't imagine that he could even.
He was connected with Miami at one point,
He
too.
sure was. That was at the heart of all the Brian Flores of this all. Remember, like, all of those things, the back room dealings of trying to get him ownership stake.
The meeting on the yacht.
Yeah. 281 said Dolphins should try and trade for Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston might need to be playing big games here soon.
Yes, he might be playing next week.
Yeah, so I don't know if they want to
with
make
a better
that trade.
team.
Yeah. So
Browns might decline any trade for Jameis Winston.
Obviously, a lot of thoughts and prayers out with Tua Tagovailoa as he deals with yet another concussion. But yeah, it looks like we've kind of figured out which one of those teams in the AFC is probably more gives you more to contend with, and that's probably the Buffalo Bills after Thursday night.
And by the way, Miami is 1-11 against winning teams in the last 12 games.
Yeah, that doesn't bode well.
Yeah,
does not bode well. All right, coming up next, let's get to the question of the day. I don't know if you noticed, but today is Friday, September 13th.
Ooh.
What scares you? What random nonsensical thing indeed scares you? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
So what if it's early? Our guy...
ODOO.com.
Texas Star Grill Shop has the best grills and outdoor kitchens at the best price. Texas Star Grill Shop.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Football Friday here in the Loop. John Lopez, Figgy, myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you. Condolences to Ocho and all the various other people, because he's not the only one. I have seen other people that have had this particular fantasy football predicament where they had two quarterbacks, a little bit of protection for them in their fantasy situation. Jordan Love and Tua Tagovailoa. Both of those guys haven't been injured.
That's awful.
So that is unfortunate. Best of luck to you with Daniel Jones, I'm guessing, is who's available on your waiver wire. I hope that goes well for you.
Lord. Right. Or Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, I bet Deshaun's definitely out there, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is gross.
Especially after week 1.
Buddy, and he'll come up in around the NFL in about 15 minutes. But right now, let's get the question of the day going on a Football Friday. It is not just a Football Friday, but it's Friday, September the 13th. Yes, Friday the 13th. Shout out to the scary movies and such. But what scares you? Text them in, 713-572-4610. Especially, it's even more fun if you get
random.
to, like, the random, nonsensical things that end up scaring you. That ends up being a lot.
Friday the 13th, you think horror movies, all that, clowns. A lot of people scared of clowns. Random things. My son, who, by the way, had his wisdom teeth taken out yesterday, so hopefully he's feeling better this morning.
God bless him.
Yeah, my oldest son, Jacob, and he had to go under now. Anyway.
Only one?
All 4.
Oh, me too.
All 4.
They ain't put me under.
They put him under.
I was wide awake for this.
Yes, but he's afraid of butterflies, like terrified, because they just flit around in his face, and he like freaks the bleep out of butterflies. So like of random things that scare you. I was trying to think of something random that scares me, and it's not random at all, but it's random how much like it really does scare me is alligators. Like, because I've been in in situations in Sabine Lake, in the upper coast of Galveston, where I'm wade fishing, and I come across an alligator, and you just sort of see them just slowly, you just see their eyes, or the tops of their head slowly going across the water. I get the bleep out. So that's like a legit thing to be scared of. All I'm saying is I've had some encounters. And I do not like alligators.
Yeah, my thought, obviously I'm afraid of heights. That's a basic one. But one of the ones that I thought of that is similar, right? I think it's a reasonable fear.
Like you've had an encounter?
No, not even an encounter, but it's a reasonable fear. It's just like the degree to which it unsettles me is the problem, which is like knives. Like,
really?
I'm just not very comfortable around knives. Clearly I use them. Like I cook and everything, box cutters, all that, right? Like I use them. But I am very abundantly careful when I use a knife. Yeah, man, I don't like the idea of being cut, brother. I'm very, very, very cognizant when a knife is in play.
I'm kind of the same way when it comes to knife, because I'm kind of old school when I'm bringing my wife a knife. I hold it the other way, the opposite way.
Don't run with a knife.
Yeah, exactly. But the one thing I'm scared that this ain't nothing crazy, but cats. I just can't.
No, that's crazy. No, it's crazy. I think it's
if a cat is in the building, I'm out. I'm like, no.
Covering your eyes?
Don't do it. Just like that house we looked at and the cat was sitting there.
Yeah.
I'm like, nope, this house is not cool at all. Like, I just think about all the scary movie type stuff. If we move in and that cat is still there, it's just like, nah, man, it's bad luck.
We got some alley cats in our neighborhood. You'd be terrified.
No.
You got the street cats.
Yeah, we got street
that's
cats.
Worse.
The hoodlums.
Because they hunt.
Yeah, nah, they some savages, man. They some damn hienas.
We might be establishing new fears because some of these things are things that maybe you don't think of. 936 mentioned wasps scare them. They said bees are cool, but wasps just can't. Look, I think that is fair. However, this one, 281. Have you thought about ticks? Because they said they're scared of ticks. One burrowed into them, it freaked them out.
See that black mark right there?
All right. We've got Lopez with his foot up on the broadcast
see that black
table.
mark right there?
Yes, that's
still a tick that I got in 2008.
Gross.
It's still in there.
Yikes. Nothing could be done to make sure that it wasn't in there anymore? You're just like,
I dug on it. I've told the story. I was in Germany. I was in Germany covering the World Cup, so I bought a little pocket knife. And on a train ride, I just dug and dug and dug on. I got most of it out, but there's still a black mark on my leg, so I hope I don't die because of it.
Yeah, that's nope. Shout out 281. Also wasps. Yeah, man, wasps not, especially like they're sizable, they're quick. Yeah, man. Wasps, I don't mess with either. I'm with you there. Someone said they're afraid of rodents. Comfortably carried a snake over their shoulders. Oh, that's Ocho. But they will be very upset, very rattled if they see a rat or a mouse.
I'm not afraid of heights, but I do get a little unnerved on cliffs, like a cliff.
Oh
yeah. Cliffs are, because I always feel like my feet are going to go under me, or your car's going to go over the edge, or whatever. Cliffs, but like I can go up any building, or whatever. It doesn't really affect me because it feels like it's more controlled.
Yeah, it got me. When I was in Seattle, I went to the Space Needle, and you go way up there.
Yeah.
And I tried to lean, like they got a little bench on there with the glass where you could kind of sit down. I'm like, nah, I can't do that.
I would have been fine there because I feel like it's controlled.
Yeah, man. I guess I watched too much Final Destination. And I'm like, this would be the one time that glass crack. And my ass is grass.
and that's the end of Figgy.
I think the intrusive thoughts, definitely. The situations that start those up, like you mentioned, being like on a cliff or being like on a bridge near the edge, you just like, what if my brain just tells me to jump and I accidentally do it, right? Something like that. Yeah, that's terrifying.
Like, go.
Yeah. Shout out to Bonnie Joe. Clowns. Not afraid of anything except clowns. Clowns I never fully understood.
They're not funny, and they're scary.
They ain't cute.
They're not cute. They're not funny.
You're scared by them, though?
No, they bother me.
No, I mean, look, here I am, being a jerk. This is clearly something that's sensitive to folks. I'm not trying to make fun of it. I just did not realize that. Flying cockroaches. Great.
Yeah, flying cockroach.
What about mice?
Because, mice?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm afraid of mice.
I'm afraid of mice if it's one in my house.
Yeah.
If it's one in my house, then, no. Or a rat? Yeah. Nah, hell no.
Mark Vandermeer has a random thing that he's scared of, sinkholes. I guess because, he lived in Florida for a while, and there's some sinkholes there. But I always tell him, you can drive or you can avoid a sinkhole. It's not going to just all of a sudden. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, I've seen enough videos where all of a sudden the earth reaches out and swallows up a street or something. That's the thing about a sinkhole is you don't see it coming. Now, there was a time in our lives where we thought that we would have to be more vigilant on quicksand.
Yeah.
That's that. But sinkholes, I understand. That's one of those things where you don't think about it, but then when you realize that it's a possibility and ever-present danger, I understand Vandermeer's perspective.
What about the kind of the weird things people terrify? I thought about the episode of Maury where they had an episode where I guess people was just scared of random things, and this lady was scared of olives.
Olives.
How real do you think that episode is?
I think that was real right there. She looked terrified, man. Bring out the olives. She was squeezing on them. Nah, man.
Oh,
wait, is that real? Now I'm just going to be reading things as possibly misinformation. Joseph said on the YouTube the fact that one of the most prolific serial killers was a clown does tend to give me pause.
Yeah,
really?
You think?
Okay. Shout out to the 281 who said bleep snakes. Understandable.
Yeah, my father don't rock with snakes at all.
Terrified of needles. That one, I get it. There's a lot of people on that.
Blood. Some people terrified of blood.
The sight of blood. Yeah, real squeamish. I get that. I was never going to be a doctor. I'm not like the full extent, but a little unnerved.
Even the smell of just being in the doctor office or blood.
Yeah.
Like getting some blood work. Some people just pass out and faint.
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
There's a lot of camel spiders. That's a reasonable one. Camel spiders are terrifying. Don't go look up the information there. It will not make you feel good.
I'm afraid of bad breath. I can see why. I'm
afraid of raccoons.
Oh, raccoons are mean.
Raccoons are scary.
No, they're
man.
mean.
Yeah.
They're like what you think cats are.
And they just walk around with real hands.
Yes.
Nah, they scary, man.
They're more civilized than we give them credit for. The ones you should be scared of, geese. Geese are very ornery animals. But I just remembered one before we go here. Hippopotami.
They don't play.
That is the most terrifying creature on God's green earth. I don't care. You can't convince me different.
They are mean. They don't play.
They are tanks. They are tanks of animals. They are faster than you give them credit for. They're crazy strong. Hippopotami.
Yeah.
Not that I will engage with them or be anywhere near them, but if I am, please understand I'm a terrified human being.
Somebody said driving behind the truck with logs on them.
Oh,
that's scary.
Yes.
That's, speaking of Final Destinations, right? No, that's scary.
Yeah, just being behind any truck that's carrying a certain load that it's gonna drop.
Or honestly, those trucks that carry gas, gas trucks.
Yes.
I'll be scared somebody just gonna flick a cigarette. I be trying to drive past those trucks all the time. I do not hang around them, man.
No, exactly. Let me go ahead and pass.
Let me do about 90 miles an hour past this truck.
That's right. That's right. You're not going to get me. All right. Happy Friday the 13th here in Loop Sports Radio 610. More importantly, a football Friday as we gear up for week 2, prime time Sunday Night Football versus the Bears. All right, coming up next, let's go around the NFL where apparently a teammate of Deshaun Watson, yes, he keeps coming up, throwing shade at him. We'll talk about that and more next.
Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Shout out to all the folks who are scared of commitment, scared of rejection, also scared of hippos, because, of course, that matters a good amount. And shout out to the 346 who's scared of a Texans key injury.
Yes, we all are. We all are.
Yeah, I mean they're positioned pretty well to have to be able to manage that, but you don't want to get to that place at all. And hopefully, especially next week, or really practice today to start with, because those are the ones that really stink. The last practice before you end up getting on the plane, or in this instance, like gearing up for the game, and then you lose somebody. So definitely don't want to see that. Speaking of practice, the boys are practicing indoors, literally inside the stadium at NRG today. So that's going on here, and that'll get started actually within this hour.
Yeah, next 15 minutes.
Inside the stadium.
Inside the stadium, yes, sir. Not just inside the bubble.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, getting ready for the vibes of where you'll be. Yeah. Get a feel of where you are. Porcelain dolls are the worst. Okay. Yeah, you definitely.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. A lot of people are.
They're weird looking.
They're just weird.
They're weird looking. Let's go around the NFL fully. And I did want to start here with a former teammate of Deshaun Watson, because Deshaun Watson has clearly been in the news for multiple things. One of them is being very bad at football. The other one is another allegation coming out of forcible sexual assault. And, Figgy, you were mentioning the idea that Deshaun Watson was asked about, his teammates trusting him, and he said that they should trust him because of his aura.
He has an aura.
Yeah.
Which what the hell
does
that mean?
It's a good reason to
Kobe
trust
Bryant?
someone. Yeah.
Right, like what does that actually mean? They quote, "They know my energy, they know my character, they know my aura," and I bet they do. And after that, Jonathan Wilkins, former running back in the NFL, he had played for the Browns with Deshaun Watson. He took that quote that had been tweeted out by ML Football on Twitter, and he put it on his Instagram with a quote that says, yeah, sure, bro. Watch the next slide and y'all tell me. And this was the final preseason game to make the roster. The next slide on his Instagram was a handoff that was supposed to go to Jordan Wilkins. There was a fumble in the backfield, and Wilkins put on as a quote on this, and then he went to the sideline and told the coaches, "I didn't know the play." And then it happened again the next drive. So calling out that man's acumen and ability to run plays and know plays. Yeah. And saying that, man.
And did you see the handoff?
The handoff was not good.
It was a bad handoff.
I will say that there is something to be said, and I was never a running back, so I'll say this with a grain of salt. But I'm pretty sure that when you're receiving a handoff, that you're supposed to have the hand on the side up, and he had the other hand up. I have seen some players do that though, so I'm like, I don't know how rigorous that is in the NFL, but regardless, not a good handoff, and not the first time that we've heard that Deshaun Watson maybe not good at some of the understanding of the game elements of playing quarterback.
Yeah, and I think he's not alone. I think a lot of players, you start giving them the old truth serum, or they get a little distance away from Deshaun Watson, and they start saying similar things, if not publicly. Definitely, maybe off the record or something.
That kind of makes sense though, because when we played, when we seen him here at his high times, it seemed like his best plays was off script. It wasn't like I know it was Bill O'Brien, so take that with a grain of salt. But it seemed like some of his best plays was just improv type thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And maybe he do have a hard time trying to understand the plays and the verbiage of it or something like that. I don't know.
That or it might be even more insidious. Like, how good is he with these concepts? Like, we see that they could basically only really use him in shotgun, right? You get him under center, it does not quite work in the ways that you want to. Like, it limits the ways that you go about this. Plus, can I take you to the Browns where we talk about Kevin Stefanski's system that I think any smart football mind will probably tell you is a pretty good quarterback-friendly system. In those situations, he has not been able to operate well, and we've had all sorts of dudes step in and be able to operate that system well.
Yeah, one dude stepped off the couch, got up off the couch and got in that system and looked pretty good.
They're cooked with him, aren't they?
They're cooked. Yeah. And what I think is really being revealed here, and it's not like today. I mean, it's been we've seen this for a long time. he just tries to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. He tried to pull the wool, and he's been pretty successful at it, but then exposed, like, just in terms of the real person, we know that story, but also maybe like his acumen, for picking up offense. Like, he talks a good game, basically, is what I'm saying. Like, I could see where, he could. Somebody once told me that Deshaun Watson, somebody who knew him very well, can walk into a boardroom or a locker room or the Galleria, and I forget what else they said, kind of like, basically they said, a rough neighborhood. They might have even said hood. And which whatever, Yeah,
like, all right.
Which whatever. But they told me, and be able to convince everyone in each of those different environments.
His aura.
Pretty much, but convince them that he's the real deal. Like, doesn't matter if it's millionaires or billionaires or just some dude on the corner. He can convince those people, but it's not really him. So I could see where he could convince coaches, coming out in the draft, or maybe, someone like Stefanski. Oh, I got this. I speak the language, so to speak, of this offense, and then not fully grasp it.
Yeah, because everything we've seen him do was broken down plays and him scrambling and making some crazy throws, man.
Okay, well, good luck to the Browns. Not the Texans' problem. As we continue talking about quarterbacks being knocked down in various ways, 49ers-Vikings is a matchup coming up this weekend, and that has, I don't know if that has intrigue for you. I mean, Sam Darnold handled his own.
It does
very
a little
well.
bit. It does.
Like, one of the better QBRs, one of the better quarterback performances.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, if I get a little nerdy, completion percentage over expected. Right,
Mm-hmm.
so who completed a higher percentage above what was the expected from what they were going with? Sam Darnold had a really good week in that regard, a lot of different ways, and so he's going to be something to watch. However, Niners are not an easy team to deal with, and apparently Diamador Lenore, who is on that Niners defense, is not all too worried because clearly they were teammates last year.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold backed up Brock Purdy, and Lenore said, "I think I'm gonna win that for sure." When he talked about the matchup there. I believe I win because me and Sam, we have this connection where he liked to throw me the ball. So this week, I'm coming. He know it. Close quote.
This connection where he throws me the ball.
How do you like that as like a little bit of trash talk ahead of the week?
That's high-quality trash talk right there. That's some high-quality trash talk. And Darnold, that is what Darnold is. And, I use this term a lot. Sometimes he'll throw the ball right to you. Sam Darnold is that guy. But to your point, I mean, this game does have a little intrigue to me. I think it, the Niners, let's see. First of all, let's see with McCaffrey and such. But then, we'll see from the other side with Darnold.
So another thing that's happening around the NFL, we got news. Hollywood Brown.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like calling him Hollywood Brown because I don't think he deserves that nickname.
He's not a real Hollywood guy?
He's Marquise Brown. I was like, I feel like you got to be better to get a nickname like Hollywood.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't college.
It was cool in college.
He got the nickname.
It was cool in college.
Yeah, shout out to Gus Johnson.
Hollywood.
But yeah, Marquise Brown. He's on IR. Like, that was one of the big acquisitions, if you can call it big, but like, it was useful because of the wide receiving core that the Chiefs have. They added Marquise Brown, who has been a solid wide receiver in this NFL. And it's like, they needed any dude who can step onto that field and be a wide receiver in the NFL. He'll miss 4 weeks after going onto the IR. And so with that being the case, seems like there's going to be even more pressure on the guys that, the principles that we know were going to be important. Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy. Like, how comfortable do you feel with that for the Chiefs?
I think the Chiefs are feeling pretty dang comfortable after the performances they saw in Week 1. You'd like to have him rather than not, of course. But, Worthy's just going to get more and more touches. He's earned them, more and more opportunities. And Rashee Rice, you couldn't have asked for a better opening performance from him.
That's right. And honestly, Xavier Worthy, too. They utilize him really
he's going to
well.
get a lot of touches.
Although one of his opponents was like, hey, man, Xavier Worthy, he just runs straight. He's fast.
Who was that?
But he just runs straight. I saw that, and I already forgot who the defender was.
What do you think of Worthy? He's fast when he goes straight.
Which, isn't that what we heard about DK Metcalf early on? He's found a way to get things done. Now, of course, DK Metcalf, different beast, right?
Yeah.
Like, same animal, different beast when we talk about run fast and straight, but also he's brolic. Why are you so strong, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's a different element of this. But it'll be interesting to see just how Andy Reid with, that particular, toy at his disposal, continues to use him, especially if teams feel like they have some level of beat on the idea that maybe he's not going to hit you with a whole bunch of complex route trees, but if he's just going to hit you with speed.
Yeah, I think he's a big problem in the AFC, to be honest. And that's just based off of one game, but boy, what a game he had and what a display he put on.
So I wasn't listening, as I mentioned earlier. The TV was doing a little bit of funny business with the Prime Video for me. However, I was watching the game. I did not hear this. I believe you were indeed watching the entirety of the game.
I was.
With Herbstreit and Al Michaels going. It seems like at some point Kirk Herbstreit expressed his concern over technology, particularly AI, saying, quote, "I'm afraid AI is going to get into our brains." Oh, sorry, that was Al Michaels. And speaking, obviously, of like the generative AI trend that we've seen more and more. First of all, how did that hit you when it happened? Did you end up hearing this live?
I didn't hear that part.
Okay.
I didn't hear that part live, but I've since seen that he said that, obviously. And how did it hit me? I mean, I think it was kind of like old man kind of stuff. I think that it's something that he probably should get a better grasp of.
I do love that Kirk Herbstreit basically was sat silent for a little bit and then came back with, already got you. What was he thinking in that moment? Like, do I help assuage his fears or do I try and poke at him? Because it seems like he went with the latter. Like, it's already here, buddy.
They already
got
That's what
you.
I was thinking, man. But that's somebody that could probably not have to deal with AI at all.
Everybody's dealing with it.
But he already is in a way dealing with it. Didn't he sign a deal with
the Olympics
with NBC for the Olympics where they could use his voice?
Oh yeah,
an AI copy of his voice to do individualized recaps of a day's worth of Olympic stuff.
Yeah.
Like he's already in that place.
Yeah, he probably didn't realize it, which is why Kurt pretty much said what he said.
Already got you,
buddy.
Yeah. And look, AI, it's not like you can not make it happen. So you better learn all you can about it and how it's going to be useful and maybe not.
Oh, so you're going with the defeatist perspective.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Or you're going to be lost in the sauce.
Exactly.
Right.
It's here.
It's here. All right. One more thing before we go around the NFL. I did mention that those players that maybe in fantasy football have lost their quarterbacks. I imagine Daniel Jones is out there for you.
Oh, Lord.
Because
why would you wish that upon someone?
He has not been good. He's not been good at all. Obviously, the quarterback making $40 million a season has not lived up to the expectations that seem to be carried with that type of paycheck. And we've talked about the fact that Giants fans are waiting outside the stadium demanding parts of his paycheck as penance for his play. Well, apparently there's one person that still is riding for DJ if no one else is going to ride for Daniel Jones. And his name is Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley was asked after practice one of these days about if he had reached out to his friend Daniel Jones, former teammate, after a very tough outing in the Giants opener. He said, quote, "Yes, I talked to him. I'm really good friends with DJ. Obviously, I didn't go to the game that he didn't have the game that he wanted. For me, was just letting him know that just go out there, play free." He said on what he told Daniel Jones. Do you like this? You like this from Saquon?
I love it. No, I do. You don't?
You believe him that he's like out here like, hey man, you'll be fine. Just go out here and play free.
I do believe him, and maybe I'm naive because he's in a happy place.
He's like, I went out.
That's how it always is.
When I got to a better relationship. I hope you find yours.
You got a better girl, and that girl struggling.
Yes.
Oh, she have a wonderful heart.
I think that's exactly what it is. I think he's absolutely sincere. Like he's getting money.
She been through a lot.
He's on a squad.
Yep.
He got out of New York.
3 touchdowns.
Yeah, he's got 3 touchdowns. I don't think he ever had a bad relationship with Daniel Jones. He just he could see the writing on the wall. He knew I made him that money.
He sure did. I was so amazed when they gave him that 4-year $160, and I was like, why would you do that when you could just give that money to Saquon, who clearly made all of this
exactly.
happen?
I think he was sincere.
You probably shouldn't give him Saquon $40 million. That might be a little much, but
no, I think it was absolutely sincere.
I thought that was funny.
Especially now, like to Figgy's point. It's like, okay, I'm happier now. I don't wish any ill will. And they were around each other a lot.
They were. I mean, I guess I shouldn't imply that they aren't like real friends or anything like that, right? Like he probably does mean that well. If you're Daniel Jones and living the way that you are in this moment, how much does that help you? That Saquon over there is having his best life. He's like, it'll get better. You just keep being you.
Hell, opposing players said they felt sorry for him. Did you see that story this week?
No, I missed that.
Yeah, some of the opposing players from Sunday were saying they felt sorry for him by the end of the game.
In a sport that's so competitive and can be, have a lot of machismo like football does, that's got to be real.
That's the worst insult you could get.
That's got to feel real bad.
Oh, man. Let's just let up on him a little bit.
He's gone through enough, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Get better, Daniel Jones. All right, man. That's Around the NFL here in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Looking at NRG Stadium, it does look like they're doing some work on that roof because, the expectation was that the roof will be all the way done for Sunday
open?
night, right?
No, not tonight. Tonight.
Is it open now?
It's open. Yes, it's open.
Okay.
Right now.
It is open.
Just keep
at
it
this
open.
moment.
Yeah.
So look, we're not sure if the roof will be open for Sunday Night Football. That would be.
It's probably not.
We'll see. We'll see what that.
More than likely.
We'll get more information over the weekend because typically that we'll get that maybe day before
probably
or day
tomorrow.
Of the game. All right. Matt Burke, defensive coordinator for your Houston Texans, talked yesterday. Obviously, gave us a little insight into what they're going to do when it comes to Caleb Williams and maybe some of the issues that you saw with allowing potential deep plays. We'll talk about that next.
In the Loop.
When was the last time you saw the Texans in a clutch situation against a division team, probably your best competition in the division, play grown man football? Seriously, that was grown.
Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Adatula, hanging out with you on a Football Friday. Headed into very exciting
football
There you
Friday.
go. Your microphone should be on,
Yeah.
indeed. We're all on it, popping, excited for Sunday Night Football. All right. Okay.
Hey, you better be quiet.
Yeah, don't
It's gonna be AI taking
don't start
your
giving
spot.
ideas. Come on, man. All right, man. Matt Burke, defensive coordinator for this Texas team, spoke to the media yesterday. And I found this to be interesting. Obviously, now we can talk to these coordinators about we have games that we have some things that we've seen, and then also we have another game that we're leading into. And I did want to start here because I think I've expressed this, and I hope that you've gotten the full extent of the impression from me that the big plays, obviously there was 350-plus yard plays by the Colts. Some of those you could say were maybe, all right, jump balls, those types of things. But for me, it was the possibilities of big plays that were absolutely there. They gave me a little trepidation going forward. I was like, is that something that's going to be a feature of this defense? Is that something we're going to have to be concerned about? Matt Burke definitely spoke to that, and this is cut for Fig. The idea of, are some of the deep plays easily correctable?
Anytime you put anything on tape that, whether someone thinks that it's something they did or something we did, that they're going to try to take advantage of those things. So obviously, we shouldn't be in those positions. I mean, a couple of them are 50-50 balls, and we just got to make some plays and maybe technique-wise put ourselves in a better position to make those plays, you know what I mean, where you're not going backwards or going forwards or however we want it done. But, we're always trying to correct the things that, whether it's the deep balls or run game, any of that stuff. So I would anticipate people trying to test us on things until we prove that it's not a good route to take for us.
And they will. That's the big takeaway. Your biggest concern is my biggest concern. The deep balls, the freakish 65-yarders and that type stuff, you hate to just kind of dismiss it, but it's going to happen. But the wide open, the wide open that they missed.
Yeah, dudes running with 10, 20 yards of green grass around them. That's problematic, right?
Yeah.
And one of the things it's reminiscent of is if you've gone back and watched the Bears game from week 1, in the same way that Anthony Richardson missed some of those, Caleb Williams missed some of those, but they were able to get some of those guys open into some green grass. So again, if that's something that they're capable of doing, Shane Waldron and the offense continues to get some guys into green grass, right? Like, that is something that's going to really give me concern, because teams, like Matt Burke said, if you're scouting a team, especially a team like the Texans, and you go, oh, that might be a weakness, especially if it's chunk plays, big plays, what everybody's trying to get, you're damn right you're going to go and try and test them on that. So I love that he's like, look, man, we got to be better about it. So I do love that he has that attitude, but I need to know that he feels confident that they will. And I don't know that he necessarily said that from a position of, oh, it'll definitely get fixed. It's more of a challenge.
No,
to
he
his
says he
defense
expects
that, hey, let's
it.
go.
Yeah, he expects it. And by the way, side note that's relatively important here is we talked about how the Texans the Texans injury report and who's practicing and who's not, and we'll get that to you here probably within the next few minutes, is important. So too is the Bears. So, too, is the Bears injury report, because two receivers who can do that, Rome Odunze and Keenan Allen, didn't participate in their practice yesterday. So that could play into what we're talking about here and how they're going to get open in some of these situations.
And as we're talking about these things, when it comes to leading in, since I've seen some practice notes coming out because the team is on the field at NRG, like in the stadium practicing. Dalton Schultz is practicing today.
There we go.
So that means that he's back in the possibility and the probability, if we're going to be completely honest, of playing on Sunday.
No, he'll play now. I can almost promise you.
Some guys who seem to not practice. Juice Scruggs dealing with the groin thing. He's not practicing. Damian Pierce dealing with the hamstring. He seems to not be practicing at this point. Those things are happening right now. So that's something to watch as we lead further and further towards Sunday's game. But going back to Matt Burke, mentioned Caleb Williams. He's the feature of what we're talking about here. He's the quarterback, the number 1 overall pick. He's all eyes on him when it comes to the Chicago Bears offense. He was asked about facing a quarterback like Caleb Williams, the particular style that he brings, and a quarterback that can make plays off script like he does.
Yeah. I mean, that's literally, I would say, as much as we talked about the front rushing a guy like that, it's a little bit on them to try to limit some of those exposures. But in the back end, you talk about plastering and sort of the second play within the play. It's okay, you match something up and you have a route concept that you've done some film study on, maybe Kalen has, and sees something and jumps it, or we take it away. Now that breaks down. Then it's, I don't want to say it's street ball, but then it's like, okay, now we've got to find our matchups and plaster, not give those open throws, because he's constantly, he does a really good job of having his eyes downfield. Once he gets out and breaks, he's looking to throw the ball. So, I would say the back-end guys have our front-end guys, their job is to try to not let some clean escapes like that and then try to make it hard for him to find those ways out. And then the back-end guys, if it does happen, we got to match up and plaster. And so, and like you said, at that point, it's really just trying to find the guy close. And you try to have some rules of, where you're looking in your zones or where the matchups happen. It's just, again, you can't just have free runners. It's kind of breaking free. So, you try to drill that as much as you can in practice. It tends to be somewhat improvised on game day, so you can't really 100% lock that down. But broken record, we just try to, within our coverages, be in the right spots, and if we rush properly, we hopefully limit those opportunities.
And those are the biggest opportunities that you want to protect against, right? I mean, I feel like Caleb Williams in the pocket, planting the back foot, letting it go. I feel like the Texans have something of an advantage there, just because he's a rookie. He missed some throws, as you mentioned, some wide open throws, and some others as well in his debut. And the Texans are going to bring all kinds of different looks and off the edge and all. So if he's in the pocket, I feel like the Texans might have something of an advantage. I think they do have an advantage. When he starts moving around, Caleb Williams, and you get those runners downfield, as he's talking about, especially in the middle of the field, that's where the Texans maybe are going to be a little more susceptible.
Yeah, I mean, because just defensively, those are the things that are more difficult, right? No longer do you have the basis and the safety blanket that is a full defensive play that is built on different players supporting each other to the point where now we have this whole thing covered. It becomes, as he mentions, a street ball, right? And now this is just pitch and catch. Now we're in almost something that's similar to one-on-ones where the offense takes back the advantage, especially with a guy like Caleb Williams, who that is the easier part of it. That is where you're no longer thinking. That is where now you're just kind of reacting and reacting. And he has the talent at least to be able to do that for sure. He has the ability to move around, and then he has the arm talent to be able to get the ball to where he wants to. And that's different than having to, be very cognizant of your drop and, manage the pocket and read the defense. At that point, you're just
it's his comfort zone.
See dude throw it, and that's where you really open him up to the possibility.
Yeah, everybody talks about, this isn't unique. A quarterback out of the pocket that is mobile is always dangerous.
100%.
But I think, in this case, he's going to be comfortable in that environment because he's done it so many times at every level. Whereas in the pocket, it's going to be relatively new with what they're going to be showing him.
Yeah, and I'm super excited for the challenge that is, and I use challenge in a very general sense for the defensive line, particularly the ends, on making sure, hey, keep him in there, keep him in that pocket that is supposed to be kind of a protective place, but it kind of can be a little bit of a prison if you play it properly. And not allow those plays to extend to where now your defense is your secondary is having to cover for 4 or 5 seconds. That's always a problem, no matter what team you're playing against. Some other things that Matt Burke talked about. He was asked specifically about the defensive tackles, right? What's allowed Edwards and Fatukasi to flourish so quickly in the defense? For
all the D linemen and interior guys especially, we just try to make it really simple. And those guys both have embraced playing our style. Again, I think I said this specifically about Mario, but just as quickly as I've seen. And, sometimes it's hard for veteran players that haven't played this style to really adapt to it. It can be counterintuitive if you're used to reading blocks and playing blocks and being at the line of scrimmage and just trying to anchor and do those type of things. And then we're telling you not to do any of that, just to get off and go. And so sometimes it takes players longer. I remember, Javon Hargrave is a great player now. When we first got him in Philly from Pittsburgh, and that transition took him 4 or 5 weeks maybe, and then once he hit it, you saw the second half of his first year, and then he became obviously the player he's become in the system. So I think those two guys have actually kind of taken to those techniques. I mean, Foley had a little history with it in New York, but just they've embraced just sort of the attack mentality and to get off, and it's sort of freed them up to just use their physical tools to be good. And I think that showed last week, and hopefully they continue on that track. And they have been pretty consistent in what they've been asking them to do.
I thought this one I was just sort of in my head, not literally shaking my fist in the air, because this was the best, most candid representation of what DeMeco Ryans and Matt Burke have brought to this defense. These guys, and you heard him just say it right there, They're like, do this, hold this, take this blocker, take these blockers, go across this blocker's face, free things up, and then play football. And all of a sudden, these two guys in the middle and others, but I mean, we're talking about Fatukasi and Mario Edwards, they've just been told, go.
Yeah.
Like that is the epitome of what DeMeco Ryans came in preaching. Think less, play more, attack more, swarm, as he's often talked about. And this is also one of probably the most encouraging things about this defense, not only because Danico Autry's on his way in 5 more weeks, but because the defensive tackles are going to be a big factor on this defense. They're going to be. They had both sacks. This was a great sort of hint and look at what they're doing on the defensive line of scrimmage.
Yeah, freeing your players to make plays, like the natural ability. It's one of the things that's beauty when you have dudes of a certain talent is, hey, man, we trust your talent. We don't want to allow you to just go. I mean, shout out to 832 who's feeling a 6 to 8 sack game. That's that is a possibility. The interior of the offensive line for the Bears last week was not good. And now, admittedly, that's a Titans defense that is pretty solid, but I mean, hell, the way that the Texans, that's a dollar.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy, that's nasty. Real nasty, man. That is real nasty.
What are we going to do with this money?
Oh, my God. Yeah. It's going to be donated for
Buy
sure.
a book.
Yeah. It'll be donated. But that was nasty.
Goodness, that was nasty work.
My bad,
I
y'all.
feel dirty.
But the way that this Texans defensive line showed in week 1, like they have a capability of playing at a high level akin to what the Titans were able to do against the Bears. So yeah, I do think that there's going to be a lot of pressure. And if you're able to contain Caleb Williams, you could put him in places where now everybody's bearing down on him.
Yeah.
And you have the guys that have the capability, especially because we're not talking about Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr.'s dudes who are very good at doing that and pressuring the quarterback. Real quick before we go, I do want to play this because I do want to give some love for Kalen Bullock, the safety. It seems like he's gotten a lot of love from the coaches, and he might get love in terms of playtime, PT. This was Matt Burke talking about Kalen Bullock for this defense.
Yeah, I think we've talked about Kalen a few times here. His history as a deep field player in college and what he did there, and sort of just has a pretty innate understanding of those type of positions on the field and how to take advantage of those. He made plays in the balls in college. He made plays in the balls in training camp, and obviously week 1 he made plays in the balls there. So I do think he has a pretty good feel from those sort of deep zone areas and where he's fitting. And then, as you get to this level and start, formation recognition and what routes you're getting out of those formations, I think that's probably what he's, alluding to in terms of just like studying the film now. And now that's the second level of, okay, I know where I'm supposed to be now. What am I expecting from pre-snap formations or what I'm getting there? And I think, that kind of heightens your anticipation of what you're getting and can maybe put you in a cleaner position to make those breaks. So it was a good start for him. Excited to see him again this week.
And you can just feel it, right? Like it's happening right before our eyes. He's going to be the guy back there. Like I don't think there's any question, and you can just feel it in what he's saying. Obviously we've seen it on the field. Now, I'm not saying he's going to start and play every snap this week.
But he's speaking to how early, like how much this is just kind of
it's
innate.
happening right before our eyes.
Like this, what we're seeing right now from Caleb Bullock looking good is almost innate. It's like, hey, once we arm him and kind
he
of
learns a little more,
load him up with more information on what you're seeing and being able to know what's coming, not just feel what's coming.
Yeah.
Oh boy, he could be a real.
By the way, he's really looking for $1 to put in there, Figgy. So.
I got to hit the ATM. Don't worry. I'll get
I got
$1
for you. I'll let you borrow $1.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I got to square it up. I will square it up for you fine folks because that's I want to make sure I'm good. I'm always trying to pay my debts. But there you go. Matt Burke talking about this defense as they face off against or get ready to face off against the Bears. Feeling good about the way that they match up, and I did appreciate, especially when it comes to the way that he spoke to big play possibilities that we saw. They're gonna be tested, but they're up for the challenge. All right, coming up next in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Let's get into what's popping, including an Astro series finished off against the A's as they head over to Anaheim. We'll talk about that and more next.
The Drive is live on a football Friday.
credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right. Again, apologies for that one word that I said last segment. If you don't know what it was, don't even worry about it.
I'm going to have to start dumping it, man.
We were just talking about that. We were just talking about, just dump it.
Yeah,
Save the guy $1.
Somebody said, no. I'll pay my debts. I'll pay my debts.
You went a long time, though. You were strong. I thought it was out of your system.
Yeah. And I was close. Like, it was one of those where I felt it, and I was trying to grab it before I left, but it didn't.
The harder thing is the phone number. But you've nailed the phone number.
Yeah, I think the phone number I've gotten down.
Yeah.
713-572-4610. That's the place that you could text. All right, so yesterday during the broadcast, we had the good fortune of being able to watch the Astros face off against the A's in what was a getaway game, finishing off a 3-game set and trying very, very much so to avoid a sweep to the Oakland A's. It still sounds funny, even though we know it to be something that is a reasonable one, right? And in the course of the game, there was a couple of shots. Obviously, Jason Hayward goes deep. That was fun to watch. But then also this man, Big John Singleton, did his thing.
There's a ball into center field, a 3-hit game, and the go-ahead RBI for Singleton in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Big John having a big Thursday.
Yeah, he's been pretty solid himself. As you heard, 3 for 4, a couple of runs and an RBI. In the course of that, he puts the lead. Yeah, I guess the go-ahead run on the board, and the Astros do indeed get that win, 6-3. In fact, in this, I don't know do I have to pay for this one? The Rangers did a solid for the Astros.
No,
as well.
not at all, because that's what we were watching.
Yeah, they beat the Mariners last night, and so that gives the Astros, that expands that lead by a game there, back up to, I believe, 4.5.
Yeah.
And so that's great before you head out to Anaheim and get going there.
I mean, you were staring 2.5. You were staring a 2.5 game lead in the face because let's not kid ourselves. When Ryan Presley gave up that lead, ask any Astros fan, or I'll ask you right now, what were you thinking? You know, Astros were up, I believe, 2-1. Presley gives up that lead. It's 2-2. I was thinking it. I was like, oh, Lord.
Here it goes.
Oh, Lord.
There's the ebb and flow on this division race has been a level of stressful for me that I don't think it should be.
Yeah.
But I guess that is the division that you're dealing with this year. Again, I think we both operate, and I think we maybe all operate, I don't want to speak for everyone, with a perspective where it's like I think that we know that the Astros will win this. But I'd like to know for certain.
Yeah,
I'd like to know for certain, right? It's nice to then, expand that thing back out for the Astros, 4.5, and so they keep on moving. Obviously, I think we heard yesterday that the plan is for Kyle Tucker to play
this
right
weekend.
field this weekend.
Starting today.
And looking for that. And then we also kind of got the confirmation when it comes to, or like the continued information when it came to Altuve that, they did test. He seems okay.
Yeah.
And so for the time being, we might have dodged a bullet there when it comes to the Astros and a further injury.
Yeah, we'll find out. The thing I liked about yesterday's game is not just that, as I just mentioned, I went, oh, boy. They did come back. They did put a big number up. They did close it out. And all the thanks, this is good news here, the bottom of the order. The bottom of the order, the 6 through 9 batters, they were 7 for 17, man. And all 6 RBI, and 4 of them scored at least a run. 4 of them scored a run. So that was big to see. And then we gotta start talking a lot more about Yainer Diaz, man. I mean, he's putting together, frankly, one of the best seasons offensively and defensively that Major League Baseball has seen. From a catcher in the last few years.
Batting .301.
Yeah.
778 OPS. And one of the things that's probably most impressive for me personally, catching, but then also playing first base a good amount because of the way that your lineup is situated, the way that you're trying to get various people at bats, and the way that your first base you don't have somebody there that is holding on to that and holding down that spot. Like, it's incredible the versatility and flexibility that he's demonstrating while also giving you solid production at the plate.
At the plate, 81 RBI. I mean, this is your catcher, guys. The last player, and he went over 300 by going 3 for 4 last night. So he's batting .301, 16 home runs, 81 RBI. Buster Posey is the last catcher to do that in 2015.
That is incredibly high praise, putting a catcher in with Buster Posey.
I'm saying, but he's the last one to do that.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
Like that's high praise, I think.
Yeah.
For Yusei or Diaz. So like impressive showing for him, and we move to the Anaheim series.
Big weekend for Justin Verlander, man.
Yeah, I mean
big weekend.
This would be what? There's 2 more or 3 more?
3 more, including tonight is Kikuchi time. Boy, that sounds funny. Tonight is Kikuchi time.
No, I just wanted to let it breathe. That's right. I agree for different reasons.
I mean, fingers crossed. Anyway, but beyond that, Verlander tomorrow against Tyler Anderson, and a big outing for Verlander on Saturday.
Yeah, and I mean, win, loss, whatever, right? Yeah. I think that one is more about, is he putting the mechanics together, because that ultimately is the question. Especially if I circle back to the idea of we feel comfortable that this team will have will be in the postseason, right? Mm-hmm. Then you're like, what do you have in the postseason? And figuring out if Verlander is going to have his stuff together in the nicest way that I can say. Mm-hmm. Is going to be important, because as we talked about with Spo earlier in the week, it might be he either has his stuff together and is in the playoff roster, or he's just not, and that could be such a wild thing to think about.
And it's almost like if he doesn't bounce back and show a better performance on Saturday, then you just have 2 starts left. I mean, do you even, how much do you even consider the last 2? I guess you have to some if he really lights it up. But, man, you're down to 2 starts to determine your postseason pitching roster?
Yeah. Also excited for the weekend for me personally. Sunday, you get Ronel Blanco back into the rotation, so that'll be fun. There you go. That's the Astros update. We mentioned the Dolphins maybe possibly having to look for a quarterback. You've done the research on what quarterbacks are out there, because we talked about, pretty jokingly, to be completely honest, the idea of maybe they come calling for Davis Mills, and somebody was like, get somebody better. I don't know how much better there is out there.
Well, here's your list, Figgy. I think it begins and ends with Ryan Tannehill. He's at the top of the list. I think that's going to be where, because, by the way, this morning, Mike McDaniel said Skylar Thompson is going to be their starting quarterback, but we are going to add another quarterback. He said that this morning. So they're going to bring in someone. Ryan Tannehill, Ben DiNucci, Blaine Gabbert. How does that grab you?
Blaine Gabbert is probably another one that seems like a possibility.
Yeah. Matt Barkley, Trevor Siemian, Mike White's on Buffalo's practice squad.
Although Mike White, for some reason, has stepped up in small doses and actually done something interesting.
Yeah.
But
this next one kind of intrigues me, and I don't know why.
No, are you for real?
I don't know why.
You lying.
I don't know why. Desmond Ridder. Nathan Peterman.
Not the Peterman.
Tyler Huntley. Trey Lance is out there.
Trey Lance would be such a bad move. His whole thing is he has not played enough football. He's not, like, the guy that you're looking for here is a veteran who knows how to just step in, has played enough football to where learning an offense isn't going to be the craziest thing for them. And also, and look, I know that we've all done kind of like the almost paternalistic thing of, well, Tua needs to not play football. Yeah. If he wants to come back from football, once he has made it out of the concussion protocol, I don't know how long that'll take, 3-4 weeks. I don't know. Just wild speculation by me. You also don't want to have somebody that then makes it a little tough, or not that they would stop him, but like that, you're not going to have someone is going to like take that spot for a long period of time is what I'm trying to get to.
I hear you on that. And Josh Dobbs kind of intrigues me a little bit as well.
Maybe.
A little bit.
The Pastronaut?
Yeah, yes, exactly. So that's the list. I'll just say this again. I'm not saying I don't think the Texans would ever do it. There's too much on the line with this squad, but you take the call if they call.
You take any call.
If they,
This is what you do with the call.
See how stupid they get.
If you entertain the call.
That would be my answer. Hey, man, we're calling about Davis Mills. All right, how stupid you want to be?
But what's tough is with the expectations that the team had, and I mentioned this before, like making sure that you have some level of defense there for if C.J. Stroud misses a possession, or if C.J. Stroud, knock on wood, misses a game, right? Like having that protection matters for the high expectations that the team has. This weekend, college football slate, yay or nay? Because it's looking like it might be some mid.
The schedule is mid, as you put it, but I kind of have called this the danger zone week in college football. Now let me explain it, and let's start with one that's very local here. A&M is playing Florida. Either one of those teams that loses, it's going to go off the rails.
For the season, I guess.
Oh, come on.
I feel like Elko having his first, this being Elko's
for
first
the season. Yeah, for the season, yes.
I think this being Elko's first season, there's a lot more room for, a lot more wiggle room, understanding that you're coming in and cleaning up somebody's mess.
There will be. But what I'm saying is there were expectations here.
Sure.
There were expectations.
There are no more year zeros in college football. You're expected to come in and immediately make an impact with the amount of ways that you can turn over
and
a
with
roster.
Wegman and all that stuff.
They did decide to stick with Wegman.
Yeah, so it's a danger zone game for A&M. It's even more of a danger zone for Florida.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah. Billy Napier might be out of there already, if we're being honest.
Yeah, and they're at home. And their schedule gets pretty dicey as well.
Is the most interesting game, at least for me it is, and maybe I'm biased, but I think the most interesting game might be tonight.
That's one of them.
Arizona, Kansas State.
Yeah, Arizona K-State's going to be a good game. No real danger zone for either one of those squads other than, maybe aspirations that they might have. But, yeah, no, that's going to be one good Friday night with some college football. Sure, man, sign me up. Arkansas is in a danger zone because their coach is in somewhat of trouble. They blew it, like flat out blew it against Oklahoma State. And then after they face, after this week, they go to Auburn, they face A&M in Dallas, and then they have Tennessee. So that's a danger zone kind of game. And you know what? A couple of others real quick here. Notre Dame. Like, we were like, they're in the playoffs.
Against Purdue.
Dude. Like
we can't do any of those after last week?
No. I was talking to Sean Pendergast about this. As we all know, he's a Notre Dame fan and alumnus. And I was saying, I think that's an interesting game. And he said, yes, it is. Like, they're going to Purdue. Purdue had a week off to prepare. They won 52-0 or something in their opener. You would think, okay, Notre Dame's going to be in there and take care of business. If they slip, they can't go. They can't go to a postseason with two losses. They can't go to a postseason with two losses.
Even a 12-team,
especially those two losses. And then the last one for me, I don't think this is going to happen, but it's a rivalry game. I think Colorado State stinks, but Colorado.
The environment will be fun to start because Colorado State, after what happened last year and because of all the hoopla, this will be on CBS, and the only reason it's on CBS is the exact reason why you think it's on CBS. Prime, Coach Prime, as they say. 713 asked if DJ Lagway starting for Florida. I don't know if he's starting, but
he's going to play.
Yeah, Napier made it clear that he's going to utilize both of those quarterbacks. You know what they say about having two quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Best of luck in that regard. All right, man, that's what's popping here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Bobby Slowick also spoke to the media ahead of this game. Let's see what he had to say about this offense going in. We'll talk about it next.
The awards are Odyssey Sports Station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
That's right, In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Adatula, hanging out with you as we are gearing up for Sunday Night Football. Texans-Bears, 7:20 at NRG Stadium. The fellas actually practicing in NRG Stadium today.
Roof open, too.
Roof open.
Looks really cool in there.
Dalton Schultz along with them practicing as well, so I imagine that means he will play. Interestingly enough, Juice Scruggs did not practice, and neither did Dameon Pierce. So that's an interesting thing that's happening there. But Nico Collins did, so no worry about the illness that he was dealing with. He will, in fact, play. That seems very evident. So, yeah, a little bit more information on what's happening there. I don't know. I have not been able to see just yet if we've gotten any updates on the Bears.
I've been looking
situation.
During the breaks. I have not. I think they started their practices a little later. Keep an eye on Juice Scruggs and Dameon Pierce now. I mean, if
are we going to get the activation of Cam Akers?
I don't know. I mean, Fridays are big.
Lopez looking super excited right now.
No.
Yeah, but that's real bittersweet, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's a trade-off you want to make, because if you get Cam Akers but you lose Juice Scruggs, if you lose like your center,
frankly, that's the one I'm more
that's a little
worried about.
More scary. Yeah.
So yeah, we'll keep you up to date with what's happening there as we get more information. And so yeah, that's what's happened there. Yesterday though, Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator of this team, talked to the media, and I mean, I really would just want to run this because it's fascinating answers.
Really good stuff.
I've really come to enjoy listening to Bobby Slowick talk about this team and this offense in particular. But let's start here. Let's start with cut 4 here, Fig, because he was asked about the Week 1 workload for Joe Mixon. We've talked about how just that's a lot. He was asked specifically, is that sustainable for Joe Mixon?
Physically, I'd say he's probably one of the few guys remaining in the NFL that could handle that. I mean, there's not many offenses you're going to run the ball to the same guy 30 times over and over and over and over again every week. But I'm not really worried about his workload in that regard. Like, he's just built and has in his past done that before and is built to do that. But it really is more of, we'll give Joe the ball as many times as necessary, and we'll give Nico the ball as many times as necessary, and we'll give Steph the ball as many times as necessary, and Tank, and like really all the way across the board. And every game's going to wind up playing out different. So, in that game, it was a 30-carry game for Joe, and when you have 30 carries and you're averaging over 4, in his case 5 a carry, that's a heck of a day.
Yeah, we are aware of that last part. But I think what's important with what he said, well, 2 things. Foremost, like we've talked about this, even when they acquired him, the dude is a workhorse. So it's not something that is just, an aberration or anything like that. But the second most important thing, and this is what is going to be going on all year long, a heavy workload for him could be 20 this weekend, on Sunday.
Sure. I
mean, it could be 20, and it's still a heavy workload. He still goes over 100 yards.
Especially if you're not expecting the Texans to have the ball for 80-something snaps like it seemed like they did this past year, or past week, rather.
Mm-hmm. No, I think, Mixon absolutely can do it. It's going to be, I think the game is going to be a little different because I think they're going to try to really manipulate the defense with different looks from what they showed the Colts. And that means maybe throw the ball a little more to set up those 20 carries or whatever.
Yeah, but I did enjoy it, and I really appreciated the idea that he's like, we'll give it to Joe Mixon as much as necessary.
Absolutely.
Which, I mean, again, and we've heard it in various different facets, whatever the game calls for is what they're willing to do. And I like to hear, and it was evident by week 1, that the game calls for running the football, they'll run the damn football.
Yeah, they will.
And with no fear or trepidation that man can't handle it, that man being Joe Mixon. All right. Some other things that Bobby Slowick talked about. He talked about game planning for this defense in the Bears that we know gets a lot of takeaways. Bobby, how do you do so?
Yeah, I really think they're good at every level. Their secondary is very good secondary. The backers fly around. They hit you. They're physical up front. They got some rushers, without a doubt, especially on the edges. They can put pressure on you, and that shows in how they played last year. I mean, when we watch tape as an offense, we all think it's a very good defense, and all we've talked about ad nauseum is making sure we protect the ball and we protect the team. That's really our big emphasis as far as going into this game, making sure that, we want to rack up yards, touchdowns, all that. But the starting point of this week is making sure that we hold on to the ball.
As I just mentioned, I think they're going to test some things in the air. Now, the reality is the Bears are probably most susceptible against the run, but I could just see them mixing things up because, the Bears know what Joe Mixon did too. But no, very, very good in that secondary for sure.
Yeah, and it seems very evident, but protect the football. And that's going to be an absolute necessity this week. I did want to get to this because I think obviously we talked a lot about it. This is Cut 5 here, Fig. Stephon Diggs, and we played the audio of your guy, Nick Wright, talking about the 1.6 yards when it came to average depth of target for him in week 1. And I know that there's our guy Oto is on the text line worried about is Stephon Diggs going to lose it, right? And I know that this has become a little bit of an almost over talked about conversation, but Slowick spoke to, how does Stephon Diggs help the short passing game?
Yeah, I mean, he's tough. He has phenomenal hands. He's competitive, and all of that equals, ball control. But he's also explosive, and that for us it will enable us as the season goes to stretch the field. His ops in the last game really, again, it was a lot of shell. So when his ops were called, it just didn't happen to be the right play. And a lot of times when we had to get the ball down underneath, he was the guy that was under there. But I think it really helps just reinforce to the quarterback that we can be willing to get the ball just for a completion when we don't get what we want, and we can trust the guys underneath to go move the chains, And like an example is one of the first third downs of the game, we throw it short of the sticks to Steph, and Steph's like kicking himself that he didn't get the first down, because he takes a lot of pride in that. And that kind of mindset, that mentality, you can get him the ball anywhere.
Man, I'm really intrigued. This is one of the more fascinating things I'm looking forward to. I could see, you heard him talk about, he was in the slot and they were in shell, so that's why he had, more of the underneath stuff available. I could see a game where he's not even in the slot very much at all. He was in the slot a lot.
Yeah.
Just because, and that's one of the things that it ties in with what I'm talking about. I could see them maybe mixing things up. That's what I was referencing. And not because they feel compelled, we got to get Steph the ball down the field. No, I think because of what the Titans, the Bears defense is doing, they're going to use Steph however they can exploit that.
Yeah. I think that's always going to be a consideration, and that again falls in with the mentality that's been made abundantly clear, is that this team, whatever's necessary to get the win, especially with all of the tools that you have, the benefit of having a diverse set of tools is that you can use them in a diverse set of ways. And so limiting yourself with having all these tools would be a disservice. I appreciate that Bobby Slowick has made it abundantly clear that he's willing to use them how necessary. Now, you mentioned the idea of that shell coverage that they saw, and I know that it could be easy to be but when you don't see that, it's becoming that you get to that place, and I mentioned this before the season, that we might be seeing that situation with C.J. Stroud is in that Patrick Mahomes school of things, where we're just going to show you a lot of cover two, and shell coverage, to where we're not allowing you to attack. And Bobby spoke to the idea of how do you prepare for facing a lot of too high coverage?
Yeah, the way the game went, you could probably, if you would rewatch it, you would likely feel a lot of what we're feeling just based on the flow of how the game was called. We went into the game we're prepared for Gus's single safety, his split safety, and we were prepared for pressures, but we expected a steady mix. And that's kind of why we came out and we were fairly balanced run pass. And as the game went on and it just stayed too high, eventually you're going to take advantage of where your matchup is. And I think third quarter we started running it more. In fourth quarter, it really felt like we threw the ball very little. And a lot of it was, that goes back to what's so fun about this group. They just empower you to do whatever you need to do to win the game. And that's what we were able to pull off.
Man, it's fun to have toys, isn't it?
It is.
It's fun to have toys. Mixon, and we heard the audio clip of D'Amico Ryans, talking about I just told him keep doing that, well that's why, because it's not just he's hot, It's because he's hot, because that's where you can exploit what they were trying to do defensively.
And again, this is something we spoke to, and I found it interesting. I mean, obviously Gus Bradley has a very particular style with that single high safety as he was speaking to there. I do wonder if teams are just going to look at that and go, hey, we have to try and force them.
Yeah, I think they are.
This.
Or at least more.
And again, that speaks to what we were asking earlier this week. Did that performance kind of change the way that this goes? And I don't know, maybe it's not even just that performance itself. Maybe that's just having the wide receiving core that you do, having the quarterback in C.J. Stroud that has the respect of the league. You're probably going to see a lot of lighter boxes or safeties that are, further back, stepping back. And that might just mean that this is the way that the offense goes. The third and fourth quarters of game one, week one, might be instructive into what we might see from this Texans team a lot more all the way across the season.
The fun thing for me is, there's going to come a point, and it might happen earlier this game, where the defensive coordinator is just going to say, man, we got to stop mixing. We got to do this differently because he's killing us. And then all of a sudden, that's why I said it's fun to have toys. Then all of a sudden, the whole script reverses, and you've got better options throwing the ball down the field. But no team is just going to continue to get gashed, by the running game. At some point, they might have to make that adjustment, and then there you go, throwing the ball downfield.
And along those lines, is there just still more on the table for this Texans offense, Bobby Slowick?
Honestly, it's probably this way across the NFL week one. But we really wanted to play clean football. That was one of the big emphasis we made going into the game. And I think execution-wise, mentally, as far as doing our job, in particular in the run game, we did that. But we didn't always do it well. If there were some technique and fundamental things we definitely could clean up. I know Joe had some one-on-one ops in the hole that he would like back, and just little things like even how we have a track on a certain play or what our angle is on a combination up to the second level. We were off, and we still got some good plays out of it. But if we were on it, to us, like, we see explosives, so we felt like we missed a few of those. And then in the pass game was a little bit of everything. Protection was some physical and a lot of mental that we had to be on top of. And really it was the same route-wise all the way across the board. Like, it was a lot more inconsistent than the run game was.
First of all, the insights you're getting from an offensive coordinator in the NFL is off the charts.
It was a fascinating listen when it came to Bobby Slowick talking yesterday.
It really was. But what he's talking about there is kind of what I just mentioned, and I wasn't talking about the cleaning up the stuff, but what the opportunities that you have with Mixon running the ball, there's going to be, a complementary option when they make that adjustment, and that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm so excited knowing that. And I think we all kind of saw that within the offense, that it wasn't as clean a game as you'd want offensively, and they still put up 29 points. I'm excited to see what happens as they hone this in. I mean, C.J. Stroud on the podium after the game talked about, how, there were still things to be cleaned up. He made that front and center. He made sure to keep that in focus. I'd love to see what the fully polished version, or at least a more polished version of this offense looks like, because I think we talked about this off air. This feels like a 30-point-a-game type of offense every time out.
And they really didn't let it rip. They were obviously Nico had his day, so I'm not trying to talk bad about that. But because of Mixon and everything, I think that's kind of what CJ was talking about too. There were some opportunities where maybe they could have, like I said, just kind of let it rip and run something that would maybe be a little riskier, but they didn't have to.
Yeah. Pass pro being better from the start, from the jump on the game will be also very helpful. Titus Howard talked about that as well. Really want to see that, and we'll see if Drew Scruggs is available, because we saw he's not playing today, and what that could possibly manifest when it comes to this offense. But yeah, really enjoyable to hear Bobby Slowick talk. Somebody said it sounds like he's auditioning for job interviews. I feel like everything he does now is in some ways auditioning.
He doesn't need to at this point.
Yeah, I feel like most teams around the league probably already pretty sold on the man, Bobby Slowick, your offensive coordinator for these Texans. But there you go, excited, very excited. Sunday Night Football, Texans, Bears, can't wait. Coming up next, let's go. When we get the in loop, we got to get to the lunchtime confessions this time of day. We'll do that next.
So what if it's early?
I kept trying to figure out how to turn into a confession. I have one, but just as an aside to get into it here. Were you as blown away as I was that Reggie said he's never?
Well, go ahead and take my confession then. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay, well, you start.
All right. Yep, this is a confession. We have Sunday Night Football, Bears-Texans at NRG Stadium. I can see right now outside of our window. I will be in attendance along with these fine gentlemen and all of the Sports Radio 610 fellas. You know, that's where we be. This is where Texans play here, all that good jazz. And it'll be my first time watching an NFL football game in stadium.
I'm just blown away.
Yeah, man.
So have you been inside of a stadium for a game before?
I have. Not for an NFL game. Been to some soccer matches and some stadiums.
Yeah.
I've been to a soccer match at NRG.
Yeah.
Been to, I think, like a conference at NRG before when I was younger. Obviously been to basketball games for games and things of that nature, but just hadn't.
And I'm not passing judgment. I'm just blown away.
I've been outside of a football game during a stadium before, or during rather a football game, but I have not been in the stadium for a game. That changes Sunday.
Yeah, it's kind of shocking. It's not really surprising, though, because there's a lot of people, especially if you work in this industry, most of the times you're actually working a game behind the scenes and stuff like that.
Sure, that happened for a long time.
And Reggie's background.
And you've been in studios and all that.
He was a producer.
Stuff. Yeah,
he was pretty much me.
No, I'm not passing judgment. I'm just
It sounds kind of judgy.
At some point, I would have thought, hey, Reggie, can you go to the blah 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 and get some? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I did skip the go to the locker room and get audio portion of the program. I will say that.
Yeah.
And then honestly, like another part of this is I do wonder what percentage of football fans just all the way around have actually been to a game in person. Because I don't know. Sometimes we can.
Right, we're in a different category though.
Right.
That
is fair. That is fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, when it wasn't part of like the work dynamic or when I was not like having to be there. It's just easier to watch a game on the couch, man.
I wonder what the advice should be for Reggie.
Ooh, buddy, yeah. What is your advice for somebody who is attending their
a
very
Texans
first
game?
Yeah. I would say just a game in general in that big of a stadium. You look, man. I go through this every year. Like first game of the year, I always get lost in that mofo, man.
Yeah.
I always be walking like, where's the press box? How you get here? Like I always get lost.
Yeah,
man, I walk way more than I should.
I'm following people on Sunday. But
Yes,
it's going to be a lot of just hanging on somebody's hip.
Yeah, hang on somebody from Sports Radio, hang on their hip, man, because everything starts looking the same. You be like, wait a minute, I thought I was over here, and you be all the way over towards the Astrodome side.
Yeah,
you got to get to the other side. And just hang with the 610 crew, man.
Jonathan Alexander's gonna look up like, who's this guy following?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Yeah, I was wrong about the dynamic kickoff.
You're ready to put it away.
Yeah. I think there's an adjustment that can be made, and it'll be exactly what I thought it would be. If you don't remember, I've been like, this is going to be great. There's going to be some excitement. It's not just a throwaway play anymore. After one weekend last night, it's a throwaway play.
I'll let you explain. What do you think they should do?
Just instead of taking it to the 30, take it out to the 35, maybe the 40 if you kick it into the end zone. You want to see returns? Make the penalty a penalty. The 30's not really a penalty.
Nah, it's not.
Every defensive coordinator say, we can handle that. We can handle that.
I think they should probably move the kicker back further how it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
And that way, like it will be damn near impossible to have a touchback, or at least
they can still kick it out there.
I mean,
I don't know why these
kids. They can kick it in.
A lot of them can, but there would be more return.
But they can kick it in the end zone. But at least when you catch the ball, you could consider running it out.
Yeah.
Because sometimes when it's just way far back, you ain't even thinking about even catching the ball.
It's sad because it's a great idea. I still think it's a great idea. It's not working, man.
I always was on the Schiano plan of adjusting the kickoff, which is kind of getting rid of the kickoff, not entirely, but making it a 4th and 15, right? So the team that just had scored the touchdown in this theory or whatever, 4th and 15, and you can punt the football if you want to, or you can try and go for it. And so like that also eliminates the idea, or I mean not entirely eliminates, but it gets away from, hey, if you're trying to get an onside and you need to return or get the football, you don't need to then declare that, hey, we're going onside, right? You can fake punt it if you want, or you can do the thing that really makes sense, as opposed to, leaving, getting the football or getting the ball back up to, does the ball bounce the right way? Does your kicker happen to do something? Or do you guys have the right special teams play? Now it's like, hey, put your offense on the field.
No, I get it.
Trust your quarterback.
I think that'd get a lot of pushback.
I'm sure.
Like, people want to see kickoffs. It's sort of just a moment in time.
Do people want to see kickoffs themselves? Or
But
do
not
people,
these.
Do people want to see action?
No, for sure, action.
Because I was like,
no, but
is it about the kickoff itself, or is it really about seeing action? Because if it's seeing action, well, a punt gives you some level of action. A 4th and 15 trying to pick up the first down in order to retain the football gives you action.
All I'm saying is the penalty's not enough. This is like finding LeBron James $100,000.
Hey, that's a lot of damn money.
Not for
man.
LeBron, it's not.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I seen a couple people tweet over at NRG that the roof is open and all that stuff during practice. They might as well open the roof for Sunday night football, man.
Come on.
Like, let's do it. This is the first Sunday night football game in a minute. Just open the roof.
Imagine
man.
the visuals from the drone or the blimp or whatever.
Exactly. It's a night game. It's a Sunday night.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a whiteout.
Liberty White, make sure you have it.
Liberty White, sold out. Just open the roof, man. Unless it's like some type of weather thing going on.
No, I'm looking at it right now, man.
Yeah, if it's supposed to be
I just called it
clear,
up.
if it's supposed to be clear, man, just leave it open, man.
Partly cloudy. Yeah, it's going to be at kickoff. It's going to be 85 degrees.
Yeah, look, I would leave it open, not only because of the visual, but the visual of the actual roof with the hole in it that's not a good look, man.
Yeah.
You don't want the sky showing the skyline and showing the NRG roof with a little piece missing, man. Nah, just leave it open, man. Look, the whole world don't need to see all that.
That's true. That's true. That's a good point. It's like, man, they're all messed up down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, we could clear that up real quick if our guy, Mike Tirico gets out there and is like, remember that Hurricane Beryl knocked it, and then they can't say nothing. Right?
I did see a picture of him talking to Cal. Cal was talking to Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth.
All right.
So maybe he is explaining the hole in the roof.
You're gonna see a hole in the roof. It's not that bad.
Hey, Hey, if they pan on the roof, just let them know that it was Hurricane Beryl, and we're working on that. So don't trash us.
Don't trip.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is mine, right? All right. We done switched up the order. I got to get a feel for it. I got a homie coming down, hang out, and I'm like, I don't actually know what I should do tomorrow. Because my confession is, you kind of have to entertain a friend here. I kind of just want to sit around and watch football.
You can do this.
If somebody comes into town, you can't just sit around and watch football.
Yeah.
No, but not at home. Is what I'm saying.
Go out to.
But you don't want to sit at a bar all day long.
You don't have to go all day long. You can. You got to do something, right?
You got to get out the house, go do stuff. But I really just want to be at the house watching this football, especially since.
How tight are y'all?
Good friends.
Well, he wouldn't mind it, but go to like one of these like Kirby Ice House kind of places. Outdoor, indoor, a little vibe working, maybe some music. Those types of things. You can handle this, and I think it would be a lot of fun. No, you got to do something with him.
Yeah.
You spending the night?
Yeah. I mean, he's hanging out down for the weekend, but
yeah.
You
got to do that
for sure.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Another NFL rules making confession.
Here we go. Let's fix the NFL.
That's back to back.
If I was commissioner,
well, it is. I'm the commissioner on back to back confessions. I think the NFL should mandate that all quarterbacks wear the Guardian cap.
Ooh.
Let's be honest here. We're talking hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars you have invested in these guys. We're talking about quarterbacks, whether it's Tua or anyone, but that's what made me start thinking about it, where it is the most important thing in the entire organization. Like it's the most like CJ Stroud is the most important thing about the entire organization right now because he is that important to everything you're going to do.
Yeah.
And that's somebody who missed some time because of.
And he had, I was just going to say it, he had a concussion or he had whatever. I guess it was a concussion. He went into protocol, put it that way.
He was in protocol and stayed longer than we anticipated.
Yeah, at minimum, I don't care what they look like, and they frankly don't look that bad. when they wear the Guardian cap.
No, I do wonder if, like, I understand what you're saying, like, mandated within the contract and those types of things.
Yeah.
But also, one thing about them being the most important players is that they also often have a lot more say and have a lot more leverage. And if they do not like it, I think that they have a lot more leverage to be like, hey, you don't make me do something I want to do.
No, make the league do it. If the league says it, they have to do it.
Yeah, and I do think that also the NFL is in a place where they're early on in utilizing the Guardian cap. What is this, like 2 seasons? Because I think they've used them in training camp, and now they're opening this up to the idea of, hey, if you would like to use it during the season, you can. I think that once the NFL gets an opportunity to get more data as to if it's helpful within the season, I think that they might ultimately get themselves to a place where they mandate it in some ways.
No, I get it, and that's what I think they should do.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, so Dameon Pierce is not practicing today.
That's correct.
I probably highly doubt that he play on Sunday. If Cam Akers is available and suit up and he have a okay game, I think that could be, I don't want to say the end of Dameon career or Dameon Pierce, this season, but I think he could eventually be number 3 instead of number 2, man. If Cam Akers play and he actually have a really good game or okay game, I can see them keeping him at number 2, man.
I'm with you.
That's the worst thing, Dameon. I know injuries, you can't stop injuries.
Yeah.
But that was the last thing that needed to happen for Dameon Pierce.
No, for sure.
Time with injury.
No, for sure.
He could get got.
And I'm with you in theory, but I think we're both kind of glossing over how much they love him. How much they
That's
love
what I've been saying the whole time.
They love them some Dameon Pierce. So, but let's be honest, Cam Akers was better than him in the preseason.
Yeah,
he was better.
That's what I've been saying the whole time.
Yeah.
But it seemed like the love for Dameon Pierce was he's our number 2. This is our guy. So it don't even matter what Cam Akers can do. But if Cam Akers suit up and they actually give him a chance, I think it's a chance that they might keep him active. Man, I don't see them. Deactivating him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that, fellas. Like I remain in that place where they've laid down plenty of tracks on how they believe in him.
Yep.
And again, I think it becomes a number game, just like it always has. Joe Mixon is on there. Dari's going to be on there for pass protection, special teams type stuff, and then British is on there for special teams. Are you then? British on there for special teams. Are you then going to have 2 other running backs active? I just don't know that you get to that place.
No, I agree.
There you go. Some lunchtime confessions on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. I love that our guy B Scott is doing some things with the YouTube and the Twitch, getting our video streams updated and kind of changing some things.
We look prettier.
Do we?
Yeah, we're looking at it.
Okay, cool. I'm not looking at myself in this.
And guess who told them to do that?
You did?
Shout out to Fig.
I'm like, man, I think it's a good idea if we move those cameras around, man, because I never liked the angles.
B. Scott said he's working, not quite there yet, but we'll get there. The thing that I did love about it and made me chuckle is that every time the B. Scott has popped into the camera behind Fig or in the studio, everybody's like, hi, B. Scott.
What's up?
Yeah. Look at B. Scott. So shout out to B. Scott doing the work. Shout out to Fig making sure that we put on a great broadcast for you, both over the air and on the YouTube and Twitch. Appreciate you hanging out with us here, Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, what do you expect to be different from week 1 to week 2 with your Texans? Let's do that next.
For the first time since 2019, the Texans.
there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You are In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, in theory. Figgy Fig and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you. In spirit. I was about to go real morbid with it, but I don't want to do that. That's a lot. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Always get involved with the program by texting in 713-572-4610. Where somebody said, a good point, the Guardian Cap would not stop your brain from, kind of bouncing around when you take a hit. Like, that's one of the things I always say is, like, there's not muscle that you're going to have to stop the brain from rattling around. That's how the concussion happens. It's your brain bouncing around in your skull and hitting the sides. But the idea of the Guardian Cap is more kind of like the crumple zone in the car, right? More things that will decelerate your head in a manner that is better than just like hitting a flat wall. And so hopefully that limits the idea of the thing bouncing around, the thing being your brain. But I like the idea. We'll see if they ultimately get there, as the NFL seemingly at least tries to invest in making the game a little bit safer, putting a filter on the cigarette that is football. But
that's a good way to put it.
That's what it is, man. There's only so safe you can make it.
I won't get cancer. It's got a filter. Okay.
But you can.
Okay.
All right, what do you expect to be different from week 1 to week 2 when it comes to your Houston Texans? Obviously, week 1 victory 29-27 over the Colts. Now you move to Sunday Night Football this upcoming Sunday. Make sure you get your Liberty White. Make sure you get your parking passes. All sorted. Be there, be early, be loud, be proud, and ready to watch your Texans get a victory. But what do you expect to be different in the tangible aspect, and maybe I guess like in the way that it feels between weeks 1 and week 2?
I expect the Bears to be different, and by
like wear different jerseys and yes,
and we talk about picking your poison, and I alluded to it a little bit ago. They have to obviously be aware of what C.J. Stroud and these receivers are going to do. But I feel like based on what we saw, from the Texans and specifically Joe Mixon and even more specifically this offensive line, I think the Bears are going to kind of really try to keep a closer watch, so to speak, and manipulate their defense, use their defense in such a way to really try to limit Joe Mixon. And boy, that leads to what I expect different. I expect the Texans to really kind of let it rip a little more in the passing game this week. I really do, because you can't just ignore 159 yards and 30 carries, and it's deflating.
Yeah,
and they don't,
especially at the end of games.
Yes, and they're on the road.
Yeah, when you hear them say, "Hey, if they get this stop, then they can force them to punt and get the ball back," and you not doing that,
yes,
then
look what James Cook did last night. That took the life. It sucked the life out of the Dolphins.
Oh, that's the best way to absolutely bludgeon a team in the NFL is when you just, and shout out to Marshawn Lynch, I love quoting it, when you just over and over and over again run through an MF or face, right? Like that type of feeling, it's tough. Like you might even use a word like it's emasculating, right? Like it just makes you feel like you have no agency over what's happening because you don't. Those dudes over there on the other side are just deciding to manhandle you and get what they want. I happen to think though that I don't know that a team is going to lean so heavily on stopping the run that they dismiss what has been over the entirety of the offseason very apparently a huge strength of this Texans team, which is number 12, number 3, number 1, hell, number 86, all being looked at by number 7, right? I think that they're going to continue, and maybe honestly on the other side of the spectrum, instead of waiting until the second half to go into that too high shell, I think they're going to start in that too high shell and dare C.J. Stroud to be perfect and be great every play underneath to be able to make some
But here's the difference. I'm not saying your point isn't valid because it is counterintuitive. Right? Well, what I'm saying is counterintuitive to what the entire NFL has talked about with C.J. Stroud in this offense. But they got a lot of confidence in that secondary. So by default, maybe they can cheat a little bit more, toward the run. Like if I were them, I would say, like, if I love these two corners and I love these safeties, I'm going to maybe put the game on their shoulders a little more.
That is true. That's fair. They've got some great players when we talk about Jalen Johnson. And Jalen Johnson's the one that immediately comes to mind. He got paid handsomely, and he should have. That's a fantastic defensive back for those Chicago Bears. Maybe they do go that route where they're like, we're not going to give you help. We trust you guys. I laugh at the idea, but we trust you guys to handle these wide receivers on your own. And
then it gets real interesting, right?
We're going to really focus on trying to get downhill. That'd be something, man.
Yeah, then it gets real interesting. And again, I said it's counterintuitive. It probably is not the most logical thing to do, but
I wouldn't go that way personally, no.
but you said, like, what do I expect different? I expect that. I expect them to maybe focus a little bit more attention on this. And by the way, this offensive line, I mean, the more the week has progressed, the more we've heard about Kenyon Green and this offensive line. And it tends to start with Kenyon Green. Like people have looked at the tape over and over again, and coaches have come forward and started talking about what happened last week. And players like Titus Howard yesterday with the drive. I mean, just effusive about Kenyon Green. So that ties into it, too.
You want to hear that?
Yeah.
Titus Howard, as you mentioned, 2:15 yesterday. It's why you got to keep it locked on Sports Radio 610. Titus Howard, the starting right tackle for your Houston Texans, rather, joined the drive. This was him talking about and praising Kenyon Green's effort in Week 1.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you can just go back in time, I've always been an advocate for Kenyon because, like I tell people all the time, I see the potential. I knew it when we drafted him. I saw it every day. But like I say, outside in, for people don't get to see that, his first 2 years he was going through a lot of injuries and that. And me, myself, they're going through injury. That's a hard thing to come back from. It's not easy. So this last year, he got a chance to get healthy, get in the best shape possible. And, man, all training camp, he put it on film every day that what type of players he was going to be. So we knew when the game came, first game, we knew what we would see. Everybody was surprised, but we wasn't. But that's just kudos to him, man, because that's the type of kid he is. He hasn't even tapped his full potential yet. That was just a little bit, and he still got stuff he can do better. So the limit, through the roof, and I know Kenyon's going to continue to get better every day. I'm just happy to see, everybody else see what he can do and appreciate having him on the team because we always appreciate having him.
Man, I don't even want to imagine what it could be like if he does become not just acceptable. That's all we wanted out of Kenyon Green this year.
Yeah.
Coming into the year, we just want him to be acceptable. If he's more than that, then it gets more interesting. What would you expect to be different? Because I'm admittedly saying it's not the most logical necessarily thing to do, but I could see where the Bears say, we trust our corners. Let's go one-on-one. Let's put on a show, and the Texans are going to say the same thing. Let's put on a show, and it'd be great matchups and that type of thing. And not strictly man-to-man, but, you get my point. Beat that guy and maybe focus a little bit more attention, and then it becomes a C.J. Stroud game. But what do you expect?
Well, I mean, in the O-line space, I expect that pass protection to look a lot better off the jump, right? Off the start. It should be dialed in. I probably attribute that lacking production, pass protection early on. I'm going ahead and just saying that that's rusty, right? Like I'm saying that's because it happened. You saw it more in the first quarter. It was very lackluster.
We started texting each other like, uh-oh.
Yeah, and then you saw it progress to where it looked a lot better in the second half. So I feel better there. And maybe this is wishful thinking. Maybe this is me, sipping on the Kool-Aid. Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator, talked about this. I think that there's going to be an adjustment to where that over-the-top, deep plays, those things are going to be a lot more reined in. And I know that this Bears team is going to attack that. Like you see something like that poses to be a real boost to an offensive production, right? Idea of getting chunk plays over the top is always appealing in the National Football League. You're going to try and test that. I think that there's going to be a very concerted effort to make sure that you send a message to the league that, no. That was a one-time only proposition, and especially because I don't think that your secondary is going to be as focused on having to factor into the run game. Obviously, there's some run potential here, right? Like they have was it Swift, the running back there? Obviously, Caleb Williams he can utilize his legs, but we're not talking about Jonathan Taylor. We're not talking about Anthony Richardson. And that was a clear focus for this defense, and I think that shifted some of the eyes into the backfield for the secondary. I think the secondary will be playing a little bit further back and at least being able to get over top of those routes and not let them deeper. I think that'll definitely be a shift.
That's a good one, and my second one ties in directly to that. And that is something that we mentioned on Wednesday, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter coming off that edge. If you get those guys, you just can't expect them to be sackless again, particularly Danielle Hunter, a guy that had 16-plus sacks last year.
Yeah.
Like, if they can get to Caleb Williams on top of the pressure that you expect from the two defensive tackles that each had a sack last week, well, then all of a sudden those safeties get a lot better. We all know that. That's an old axiom in football. You put pressure on the quarterback, you're not going to get beat on the deep ball that much. So I expect Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter to get going.
Some things that are coming in on the text line from the 832. They say they expect more blitz and better pass rush from the Texans. You mentioned pass rush. I do find that interesting. I think that contain is going to be very important to not allow Caleb Williams to start, doing that thing that he does when you get into like the schoolyard type of this. I do wonder if there's going to be more blitz. I understand he's a rookie quarterback, and if you treat him like a rookie, maybe that is just heat him up and see if he can handle that particular pressure. But also that seems to kind of go a little bit against what the ideas and what the kind of baseline is for this defense more often than not. It's pressure with 4 for the most part, and I think that they're going to be capable. So I'm not certain if we see more blitz, but we'll ultimately see how that plays.
I think what's interesting, and I like that point that the texter made, because it's not in their DNA to blitz a lot, but they do blitz.
Yeah.
And I think let's keep an eye on Jalen Petrie. That they put him there for a reason. They're being the nickel, and maybe they're going to part of confusing Caleb Williams, which every rookie quarterback is going to get all kinds of different looks from a defensive coordinator. Part of confusing him may be bringing Jalen Petrie, who's a guy that can get around the ball quickly, and that's where his strength is. So keep an eye on Jalen Petrie. If you are going to see some stuff like that, it might come from there.
You want to know what I realized? 832 texted in. I expect this to be the Tank Dell game. We didn't speak to the idea of what could be different is just which one of these wide receivers feast, as opposed to Nico Collins 117 over top. Is it a shift in the way that Stephon Diggs gets the ball, where maybe it's not 40 yards, maybe it's closer to 60, 70, or is it going to be Tank Dell? Not just getting all the targets, but also reeling some of those in for catches because C.J. Stroud is more dialed in. That'll be a really interesting proposition. Sunday night football, Texans versus the Bears here in NRG Stadium. Excited for that. And with that game coming up next, let's talk about the matchups to watch. Let's get more specific. Texans on Bears. What matchups are we looking for? We'll talk about that next.
In the Loop. exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you. getting you ready for Sunday Night Football between the Texans and the Bears. That's going to be happening at NRG Stadium. Liberty White is the dress code. Make sure that you get your parking settled. In fact, I just got my parking settled.
Yeah.
In the last break. So ready to party with the folks, see what the tailgate's hitting for, and then see
you're in for something.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And then we will see the Texans take the field for the first time in this 2024 NFL season. All right, and when they do that, what are the matchups that we're looking forward to? We kind of talked about what we think might be different between week 1 and week 2, but let's dig down into week 2. The Bears are the matchup. What are the individual matchups? What are the kind of strength on strength, weakness on weakness, those types of things are you looking forward to when it comes down to this game?
Figure you got to look at the trenches, man. You got to go to the trenches.
Got to go to the trenches.
Got to look at the lines.
Start up front.
It all starts up front.
All start up front.
And I'm not kidding this time. They being the Bears, have some terrific edge guys. And you got a couple tackles that are pretty dang good at football, especially on the left side when it comes to the pass rush. That's where two things really stand out to me. They're not all too creative, but I think they're the most important. And I think it's those guys on the edges. What Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil can do on the edges against the Bears pass rush is going to be incredibly important in this game. And then on the inside, what the Texans and specifically Kenyon Green, and we'll see about Juice Scruggs and Shaq Mason do in the run game. Against a Bears defense that was really susceptible to the run, and that was against Pollard. So let's see what Joe Mixon can do. So the inside run, the outside protection. Sorry I can't be more creative than that, but I think that's where the biggest hay is going to be made.
I think that you're right for sure. Look, I'm here with you specifically on the outside protection. I have gotten my hands on more advanced stats, and so I'm stronger, more difficult to defeat. Thank you, Seth Payne. But Will Anderson last year led all rookies in pressures when it came to pressuring the football. He is slated to probably match up against Braxton Jones for the Bears, and Braxton Jones apparently in week 1 allowed the 9th highest quick pressure rate. Okay. Actually, not even just week 1, last season, 9th highest quick pressure rate. So he's in the bottom third at least, right? When we're talking about allowing guys to get to the quarterback quickly, Will Anderson does that well, right? Like that right side of the line, or at least defensive right side, left side for the offense with the Bears, it's going to be something, right? For the blind side of Caleb Williams. I think that could be a place to watch where Will Anderson might be able to feast and have an opportunity to now add to the sack total as opposed to just containing Caleb Williams on that side. Yeah,
and on the other side, in terms of like the Texans tackles, as I mentioned a second ago, we're all familiar with Montez Sweat. We're familiar with his work. He wasn't the biggest pass rusher last week. I mean, it was Darrell Taylor. It was their new acquisition. He had 3 pressures, 2 sacks, and a tackle and a forced fumble. So that the Texans tackles against their edge rushers is going to be very important. And one more thing for me that I think is going to be a very big matchup. And it's not necessarily a matchup that you draw up, with X's and O's, but these Texan safeties, when Caleb Williams gets outside, when Caleb Williams is the proverbial off script, like that is how that's how he became the number 1 overall pick. Right. Like that's what he does. And when you have safeties that have maybe been susceptible to some big plays, and really cornerbacks too, but I'm thinking more about the safeties because that's where my worry is. Caleb Williams, spinning around, doing his Patrick Mahomes impression, finding some space, throwing across his body, throwing it deep, throwing it out, and you're trying to play catch up. Yeah.
In a way, I think that, again, you can limit that by not allowing that to happen at all. And I think, again, that comes to Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson Jr., and whoever cycles in behind them, Jerry Hughes and such. Keep that guy on the inside. Don't allow him to get out to the outside. And as you're doing so, try and apply that pressure, especially if you can get there quickly, so that your secondary isn't back there defending for 4 and 5 and 6 seconds on a make something happen type play on a schoolyard football type play, as opposed to if you can defend within the scheme where you have responsibilities shared amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
I think you give yourselves a better chance of success. So I think that you're right. If he does indeed break out there, now it's incumbent. Hey, make sure, as Matt Burke said, make sure that you plaster yourself to a guy. Make sure that he does not have an opportunity to get ground, get space, and for Caleb Williams to then go find him and make big plays outside of structure. Right, keep him in structure to start with, but then once you get there, make sure that you limit that.
One more.
Please.
And I'm looking at the highlight right now. We heard from Frank Ross yesterday as well, the other coordinator.
That is true, and I feel bad for neglecting him.
Well, we love him. He knows that. And he flat out said, you guys need to be harder on me because they had the punt block. I'm not so much worried about the punt block.
Do you want to hear what he said about the punt block? Fig,
yes.
If you can give me cut number 1 from Ross here. He actually spoke to the idea of the punt block and what he learned by watching the film. My bad, Fig.
You guys be hard on me. You guys are generally nice to me. And, we got to be better. Unacceptable. So we got to be better in our fundamentals, day one stuff, making sure we're all on the right bodies and operating in the right precision across the board. So not a foreign look, not something unexpected, but nonetheless, that's never acceptable, no matter how new it may be, I haven't seen this before. Day one fundamentals, just keeping ourselves on the right tracks and the right path, making sure we're body on body and being clean with that moving forward. Excited to get challenged and proving that we can do it correct moving forward.
That's Frank. I mean, that's the way he is. First of all, he has such a hard time getting used to the kickoffs. That was the punt block that he was talking about and some other things. But he also talked about the kickoffs, and he hates the kickoffs. I think we've established that. DeAndre Carter from the Bears.
That's a fast dude.
He is a blur. And I'm looking at the highlight right now. Look at this thing. I mean, those are NFL players he's running by. He almost busted one. He would have been a touchdown on a kickoff return.
Yeah, they definitely got into plus territory.
He was about 60 yards worth. About 60 yards worth. Got the Bears back into the game. They were down 17-0 until that play. So you talk about a matchup. This dynamic kickoff that I'm sort of down on now and think that it's not quite what we think it's going to be, he can make it what it's going to be.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up DeAndre Carter, because here's the other thing. DeAndre Carter, at least on the depth chart, is behind Keenan Allen. Like, in theory, Keenan Allen doesn't play. DeAndre Carter steps in, and that is a speed element that, again, feeds into the idea of that's one of the things we were talking about is, hey, there's guys that Doolin, was that the guy for the Colts who who's out there crossing the field, getting the opportunity to get a big play like that. That is something that you open up the possibility of when you have that guy on the field, and obviously he'll play regardless in the course of this, but he might have an opportunity to get a lot of snaps, and that might be a guy that you have to focus on just because of the speed that he brings, not just on special teams but also offensively.
For sure. And by the way, he returns punts too. Like he's
full service.
He's a full service special teams player, man. And for a Texans special teams coach and a special teams that has that had a pretty rocky start, at least in terms of that one play that led to a Colts touchdown, that's going to be something to watch. That is a matchup to watch. That guy can flat go, and the Texans special teams has to be up for it.
When we talk about strength on strength, and the 832 mentions this, obviously. Texans wide receivers, Bears secondary, and one of the things specifically that I found interesting as I was kind of rooting around with some information here. When Nico Collins aligns to the field side, so obviously depending on which hash you're on, the wider side where you have more field to work with. Jalen Johnson also always aligns to the strong, or at least 93% of the time, lines to the field side. That provides you with that particular type of matchup, right, where you have that real strength on strength against a very, very good Jalen Johnson. And that Tyreek Stevenson is the other guy, like your other corner in that situation. He'll align to, obviously, the boundary side. But that's going to be a matchup to watch for sure, right? Yeah. I think John Gruden, in watching some of the film of this game, which, first of all, I realized yesterday, John Gruden has a YouTube
He's still
channel,
around, yeah.
breaking it down, doing the Gruden Grinders, except under a different name. Okay, still getting that. So if you're interested in that, go to the YouTube. He had a breakdown of week 1. He comes out and he's like, Nico Collins, their number 1 wide receiver. I think a lot of people are starting to talk about it. He's the X, right? that is a fun matchup of Jalen Johnson, a high-level, well-regarded cornerback in the league. Nico Collins, obviously, what you saw, what he's capable of, you know what he's capable of. It's not going to be a one-on-one matchup when it comes to these Texans. We know that they're just going to get the ball to who needs to get the ball.
Yeah.
But if you're real old school, when you go, all right, wide receiver, cornerback, who's going to win? I'm going to be real excited on those situations where you go to the field side with Nico Collins. What does that look like?
Yes, I'd like to give you an update on exactly what they're going to be having on the field, but I don't think the Bears are practicing today.
Yeah, that has been a wild thing. We have been trying our damnedest to make sure that we're looking and seeing if somebody is practicing today or not.
They might have just said, "No, we're good. We're good. We don't need to practice on Friday."
Yeah.
But we'll keep you up to date because Rome Odunze and Keenan Allen are questionable, I guess, would be the category, but. No, I think all those matchups, those individual matchups, are going to be very, very important. And then, of course, there's the
– And yes, 936, the Texans did have DeAndre Carter for a couple of seasons, 18 to 20.
He's really thriving. I mean, he went a good 60, 65. And then, of course, the other obvious one is, they are a team that is going to be able to – they're going to try to get Caleb Williams, into some space. I am not a big fan of the so-called spy. You got to. We've had a couple of people text that today.
Yeah, I don't think that in football circles it's probably losing favor.
It's kind of a crutch too. Oh, you got to spy on him. Boy, you give up a lot. You give up a lot.
I feel like that's a video game thing.
Yeah.
Because you usually do that in Madden where you kind of spy Michael Vick or whoever you playing.
Yeah. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, you take a player out of like full coverage, and then I don't know how effective a spy often is.
Exactly.
Against the mobile guy.
Because they got people that can dissect that.
Yes.
Like if you're going to sit there and watch me all game, cool.
Yeah, we can do that.
We got something for that.
And it hurts the secondary in general.
Right.
Whether it's underneath
If it was
stuff.
that easy, man, we'd have an answer for Pat Mahomes.
Yes, exactly.
We'd have an answer for a lot of
And so we have a couple of people asking about that, the spy versus I don't want to see any of that. I don't think we're going to see very much of that at all.
I think one more that I want to throw in here.
Mm-hmm.
He's the man, C.J. Stroud. 7 of 9 on passes for 109 yards when he was under pressure. He handled pressure like a G in week 1. And I want to see the Bears, if they can apply pressure, they pressure Will Levis a whole bunch. Now it's Will Levis with that offensive line there. And some of the times Will Levis was allowing himself to be pressured in some ways. Pressured on 47% of his dropbacks. I do wonder what does that look like, because that was their second highest pressure rate. I don't know if that's, again, individual to that matchup with the Titans, or if this Bears defense, this iteration of it, is more capable of pressuring. But I do want to see our guy, C.J. Stroud, if they are capable of generating more pressure, especially if you're having, like Patterson in at center as opposed to Scruggs, right? Like if that is now another iteration or another example of musical chairs for this offensive line, right? If pressure is allowed, how does C.J. Stroud, does he continue to be the C.J. Stroud that we know and love and dissect and really make them pay under pressure, or does that get to him at some point? So I think that is a matchup to watch, and I think I lean towards the idea of that's going to be a beneficial matchup for your Texans.
Yeah, that was probably the best thing he did overall. If you had to
absolutely,
like the way he was avoiding pressure, moving around in the pocket, getting to some good open spaces while he's on the run, and finding players. That to me was the best thing he did in week 1. If he does that again in week 2, I think Texans are going to be feeling really good about it. But also. And you just mentioned Jared Patterson. That don't downplay Juice Scruggs potentially not being there, because I thought he had a terrific game. I think he's going to have a great season. So we'll see if Jared Patterson, who's played there, but I'd rather have Juice Scruggs at center.
Shout out to Chili Block Trading on the YouTube, who says, "Houston, you have a problem. We coming for you, Houston Bears." Right. Good luck, dog. We'll see what it looks like.
Oh my God,
Sunday night.
I know that guy ain't from Houston. Houston, you have a problem.
He said you haven't seen a defense like this. All right, look. We'll talk Monday, Chili Block. Make sure you're in the YouTube.
I know we had the 85 Bears.
Yeah.
Okay.
Make sure you are in the YouTube on Monday is all I ask. And 713 makes a good point. The guy who you probably want to be spying the quarterback is on IR right now, Christian Harris, number 48.
That too. Yeah. No question. Chili Block Trading, huh?
Shout out to you.
Yeah, we'll see about the Bears.
Okay. Those are the matchups that we're looking forward to in Sunday Night Football, Texans-Bears. Coming up next, though, time to get some Figgy's Mixtape Fig, what we got.
Man, Al Michaels was on the broadcast for both of Tua's Thursday night concussions. And his tone kind of made me chuckle a little bit, man. I want to see if y'all kind of get a kick out of this, too. And a 58-year-old woman was arrested and charged with assault. Might not sound as disturbing as you think.
All right.
We'll do that next.
The Drive is live on a Football Friday. Join Clint and Ron live from Big City Wings in Katy this afternoon. touchdown.
The Astros are not playing for a postseason berth or to get to a certain point in October. No, they are playing for straight-up banners.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610 on Friday the 13th.
Uh-oh.
Do y'all still get worried about Friday the 13th?
Not in the slightest, man.
Nope. Yeah,
No.
I feel like that's not even a thing now. I don't even
Oh,
think
it's a thing for some people.
Yeah. Well, I will say this though. It is a donut shop that is celebrating Friday the 13th.
All right.
Really?
Krispy Kreme, your favorite.
Oh,
right?
you're going to get me in trouble again,
Yeah,
aren't
man.
you?
So this guy liked Krispy Kreme over Shipley's.
I do.
So,
what is wrong with you?
They're better?
Absolutely not.
They are absolutely better.
Uh-oh.
They melt in your mouth.
Yeah, that's because they taste like
Their awesomeness.
So Krispy Kreme, you might want to go to the Krispy Kreme after this.
Noted.
For Friday the 13th
I'm so ashamed
promotion.
of you.
I know, man.
Like, I'm very disappointed.
Yeah.
Krispy Kreme is so good.
You about to have people
is
switching
not.
the music.
So good.
It tastes like it's tastes
Like heaven.
It tastes like a scientific experiment.
No, it does not.
Right?
See, Figgy, you brought this up just to get me in trouble again.
No,
Everything in Texas. Shipley's or Houston. Shipley's.
This isn't even like a Shipley's versus thing, although Shipley's, absolutely. Love it, right? And I will acknowledge, right? I am biased. That is the donut of my youth. However, Krispy Kremes they taste man. There's something about it that doesn't feel
awesome.
like it's.
I will
fake.
drive out of my way to go stop at a Krispy Kreme.
Yes.
So since you said that, man, they got a Friday the 13th promotion.
I'm listening.
Any customer who buys a dozen donuts today gets another dozen donuts for just 13 cents.
Okay, as much as I love Krispy Kreme, they got to do better than that.
13 cents for.
Oh, another dozen.
Another dozen,
yes.
Oh.
So you get 24 donuts.
So you can ruin your diet for the low
Yes.
price.
Oh, I thought you were saying like another donut.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Another
heck
dozen.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
why Krispy Kreme is the greatest. That's it. Now we're bringing it back around.
All right, 281. I'm not going to agree with the entirety of the sentiment. They said both Krispy Kreme and Shipley are not good. They said,
All right,
but
man.
they said that go to any just locally owned donut shop. They said Cambodian owned donut shop.
I don't know about
I was
that.
like, I don't know if it's specifically just Cambodian, but if you go to like mom and pop shop,
Look at all the love I'm getting.
they treat you right. And people are wrong too.
713-361.
And it's your God-given right as an American to be
Krispy Kreme.
wrong. So I'll let you have that.
Their team Krispy Kreme.
Gross.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was watching Thursday Night Football like everybody else was, and we seen the Tua injury on the field again. It was exactly like the last time we saw it, which was a couple years ago. And I just kind of want to see how y'all feel about just the.
I know you're feeling a certain way.
Yeah, about Al Michaels. This is. I don't think he did anything wrong. Let me be clear. But sometimes just the little sound effects you do just make it sound so much worse, man.
Down by 21 points, 4th and 4. Pressure. Tua steps up. He's going to run for the first down and takes a shot at the 6-yard line. Hamlin hit him and Tua down. Picked up the first, split the seam, but pays the price. Shot from Hamlin right there. Down he goes. Check him out. Back after this.
You mind isolating that noise? Because I think in the context, it says some stuff, but like I was just hearing it.
Takes a shot at the 6-yard line. Hamlin hit him and Tua down.
That sounds like you sat down to like a plate of some real good Alfredo or something.
Yeah.
Shrimp Alfredo.
Yeah.
Somebody put some gumbo in front of you.
Yeah. Now, he made this sound effect as Tua was on the ground.
Yeah.
And I ain't going to describe what he looked like on the ground, but
Yeah, he
made
had the
that
whole fencing reaction and everything.
Yeah, so he made that sound effect. And somebody actually posted what he did last time, because remember, it was another Thursday night game against the Bengals when this happened. And this was Al Michaels when it happened. Just listen to the sound effects and just the random stuff he was saying.
To a rolling left with the grain, and down he goes. Slung down on his own 48-yard line. Josh Tupu. And
uh-oh. So Tua was on the ground at that time. We said, uh-oh. Am I making too much out of this? It's just kind of like the situation is not funny.
No, not at all.
And
no.
I get in trouble with this with my family at times when I might see somebody fall or a kid fall. I be like, oh.
Yeah, you start laughing?
Yeah, no, I don't even laugh.
Yeah.
I'm just, I guess me overreacting.
Yeah.
And people laugh at my overreaction. So like if Lopez trip and fall, I might be like, you're...
Falling is funny, though.
They feel
as
like
as long as the person is okay.
But see, I'll be dead serious about it. I'll be like, oh, bleep, oh. And people laugh at my reaction.
Yeah. I hate that falling is funny, first of all, but it is funny.
Falling's hilarious.
And I just love that that's setting you off. the sound, it does sound like, yeah.
It's just because I feel like another commentator would be like, oh, no, he's on the ground, or something like that.
How is this the time where Al Michaels finds a little bit of I don't know, character in his voice?
Yeah.
Touchdown.
Like you saying that as I'm on the ground dealing with a concussion?
Yeah.
Picked up the first.
I'm just like,
got the first down.
All right.
Yeah, to make it.
Picked up the first, split the seam, but pays the price.
It does sound like he's having a hell of a good dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honey, you should make this more often.
You ever see What About Bob?
I've not.
Oh, yeah. He's got a whole scene where he overdoes the, this is good. Bill Murray. That sounds like What About Bob?
Yeah. I just thought that was kind of interesting to me, man.
It's funny.
There it is.
So, I see Reggie got a haircut, man. You looking fresh right now, man.
Appreciate you.
Looking clean. You ain't got that headband on or a hat, like that.
I don't feel the need to hide what's happening up here from the people now.
Yeah, it's funny because I was going to refer you to somebody. So I used to go to a barber back in the day, probably back in 2019. Somewhere. Okay. It was some time ago.
I mean, not a bad referral. I mean, I went and found my barber from back when I still lived in Houston over a decade ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man, it worked out.
Yeah, and we actually had the conversation about barbers and finding new barbers and stuff like that.
Cheat on your barber if you need to.
Yeah.
Don't let these people shame you.
So I was going to this barber. I'm going to play this audio in a second, but I was going to this barber, and I actually had to not only cheat on him, but just leave him totally.
Okay.
Just end the relationship because I felt like he was getting a little too pricey for me, man. I'm like, dog, I'm part-time, so I can't afford this haircut because when I first started going to him, he was charging $30.
So it got good to him. He got some good clients and started.
Yeah, he went up from 30, and then he went up to 40, and then my last time seeing him, he was up at like $57 for a haircut. And mind you, I don't have a lot going on.
Yeah.
Like, you just got to cut 3 sides of my head. So I can't pay no $57 for this. But my wife sent me an Instagram last night, an Instagram reel of this guy on how much he's charging to cut hair. And what do you know? It was that barber I was going to.
It was your guy?
Yeah, so I want to play this audio for you.
Okay.
And he got, I guess he's talking about how much he's going up on his prices.
All right, barbers, let me tell you something. This is my client right here. We met in January of 2021 when the basic haircut was $57. And then later on that year, in July, I went up for a basic haircut to $80. Next, in November, just a couple months later, we raised the price for a men's basic haircut to $100.
Basic, he said.
Then, in September of 2022, we moved the price for a basic haircut up to $125. And lastly, in February of 2023, a men's basic haircut was $150. And guess who's still here? My client. And don't forget, we got our eyes set on $200 in 2025. If you would like to learn how exactly I was able to scale up in such a short amount of time, go ahead and leave the comment upgrade in the comments below.
All right, many things.
Do I really need to learn how to scale up a price?
Yeah, learn how to scale up. All right, here's the lesson. Tell them that it costs more. Like, what do you? Why is he pretending like he's a Fortune 500 company, right? Like you're a barber. Also, to that end, why is he? Like,
we focus on $200.
Like, what are you talking
like,
about,
bro? What are you doing, man?
Like, what do you mean we? Like, and then this is a very elaborate way of calling your own client a sucker, because only a sucker going and just letting you every 2 times they come in to get a haircut run up the price another $25, $50.
And see, I'm so petty with it, man, because if he was doing that to me, recording me, like getting a haircut, like, nah, dog, I charge $200 if you want to post this.
Yeah.
Like, nah, don't record me and charge me $150 and sat there and say, oh yeah, we looking to go on that to $200.
I don't care what anyone says. That's ridiculous. It's a haircut.
Basic haircut, mind you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not getting braids or anything special, or it takes 2-3 hours or whatever. I mean, that is ridiculous. And all it comes down to is this is a guy with an enormous ego that is probably sidling up to some relatively busy, famous people.
You think it's
that are willing to pay that?
I don't even think it's that. I think he's just taxing somebody who is unwilling to move away from their barber.
But he's charging everyone that is what he's saying.
Yeah.
So everyone is not just that one sucker. He probably has like some athletes, some celebrities, rich people, whatever, and that's all it is. I'll tell you this. You said charge more, ask for more. Mine is like kiss butt and find some rich people. You know.
and see, and look, to be honest, I don't have a problem with that price. Because
I do, yeah.
But see, it's a lot of people, like I said, it's a lot of celebrity barbers that do charge that price, but they're not open for booking. So I can't just go to their website and book for them. Some of them already got their clients, and they're not open to getting anybody else.
The other thing
so
is,
they make their money like that. But to a regular paying customer, that's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, well, reason why I say I'm opposed to the price is because of the way that it's happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the price is the price, that's cool. Like, he's clearly price gouging.
Of course.
Right? 2 months later, we got to take the price up. Like, what was the impetus for that? What made what made it so that from January to June, we got to change the price $30, $40? Like, what's the difference there? No, you just decided that you want, for your ego, to charge more and the price gouge. And you think that, and like, you think so little of me that you think I'm gonna sit here and let you price gouge me. No, I'm gonna punch you in your throat. Are you serious?
It's wild, man.
$200 and more dollars charged for a haircut should only go to people that don't want to, like celebrities that don't want people hovering around asking for autographs, going to their house, etc. That's the only thing. For a basic haircut, by the way, I wouldn't drive more than like in a 3-mile vicinity from my house to get a haircut. You can get a haircut. You can get a basic cut. You can get a haircut.
The crazy thing is, he said basic cut. I think he charged a little extra if you got a beard. So Reggie, you got a beard. So it would.
Oh,
it
but
wouldn't
he
have
ain't
been
getting near my beard.
Yeah, it'd probably be about 180 with the beard. And
I'm not going near a barber who thinks that that he is the CEO of a Fortune 500 company because he's raising the price every 2 months. That is no. I'm good. Don't get a razor blade anywhere near me.
Should I buy a new appliance or should I get a haircut? Come on.
No, for real, man. That's crazy. And salute if people paying for that. Salute. I just couldn't do it, man. And he know how to cut hair too, man.
Okay, that's good. At least it's a good cut.
I was disappointed when I had to leave him alone, man. But I'm like, man, that is crazy. I did not think he was gonna go up to $200.
Man,
from the 346 to hell with construction, I'm going to barber school. Yeah, if that's what it is, right? If the price of the brick is going up like that, maybe that is the move.
So I ran across this story about a 58-year-old woman in Canada who was arrested and charged with assault.
Mm-hmm.
So earlier this month, a 58-year-old woman in Canada named Wendy Washit was
I'll go with that.
Yeah. She was outside playing with her neighborhood kids in the backyard barbecue, and she picked up a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Not that type of gun, but a water gun.
Okay.
So she took the water gun, she sprayed the kids, and she accidentally sprayed a neighbor who was in the yard over from her cutting grass. And she tried to apologize, but the guy flipped out called the police on her, man.
Come on, man.
He called the police on her, and they actually came and charged her with assault with a weapon.
That's not a weapon. Is it? A water gun?
I don't know. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm far be it for me to pretend I'm somebody's lawyer or legal authority.
Yeah. So, long story less long, the woman was put on leave at work. She's an educator, and she can't go back until the case is cleared up.
Oh.
Yeah, the police wouldn't comment on the case, but what a jerk, man!
It's the neighbor. It was all the neighbor.
Yeah, and she actually had a lot of backup people around in that neighborhood. Said this guy always been that type of.
Of course he had. I could have told you that. Yeah, I could have told you that.
What a.
Oh, you got me wet with a water gun. I'm gonna file charges. Call the police.
What a jackass,
man. I would be.
I feel so bad for that lady, man.
Anytime that guy had a blade of grass too long, I'd be calling
HOA.
I'd be calling HOA. Anytime he left his garage door open, hey man, or I park like a boat or something, or a trailer in front of us. Oh no, I would be a hawk on that guy.
Yeah,
man.
What a complete jackass.
Yeah.
So her court date is September 24th. And she set up a crowdfunding campaign to help her with her legal fees.
We're all pulling for you.
Yeah, that sucked, man.
That's tough. You hate the annoying neighbor.
Yeah, man. That's the definition of the fun police.
Those are sad
We out
people.
here having fun.
Those
and
are just
you want to
sad
do
people.
that. Come on, man.
Yeah.
It's bad.
There you go.
Yep. That's all I got, fellas.
Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday here in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Still gearing you up for Sunday Night Football, 7:20 on Sunday, Texans-Bears. All right, so one more segment for us before we hand it over to The Drive. They are on location at Big City Wings in Katy. So before we get to them, let's do a little Texans win because, Texans lose because. What will be the factors that will determine whether the Texans are win or lose? 713-572-4610. Let's do that next.
The awards are all.
The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
Thank you, Figgy. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
The debate rages on the text line, 713-572-4610. Shipley's or Krispy Kreme?
No contest.
Yeah, Shipley's wins, hands down. We're getting ready for Sunday Night Football. How did I turn it into Thursday Night Football? Sunday Night Football between your Texans and the Chicago Bears. Text in. What are the reasons why or why not, or what would cause the Texans to win or lose? As we do some Texans win because, Texans lose because. Lopez, for you, what comes to mind immediately when it comes to the Texans win because, Texans lose?
Yeah, I think if Joe Mixon runs for 159, no, I'm just kidding.
That would be a reason that they win.
They better win if he run for that.
Yeah, if he runs
for that in a loss.
Yeah, I think they'll win. No, more seriously, I'm more not concerned, but I think the bigger part of the plan here, the path to victory for the Texans is on the defensive side of the ball. I think they can make life miserable for not just Caleb Williams, but especially him with the pass rush up the middle. It is one of the weaker spots that the Bears' offensive line is the interior three guys. That is a place where the Texans have feasted, at least feasted in week one. And then if you get Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, not even necessarily getting sacks, but really pressuring him, hitting him, and you got the pressure up the middle. I think, look, Caleb Williams' life he's going to have a long night. I think he's going to play better because he missed some easy throws that he normally makes, but I think he's going to have a long night. The Texans win if they get any type of pressure like they got from the interior two and just anything at all from the outside.
Yeah, and then on the idea on the other side, and I don't think either of us are very big on the idea that they would lose, but what's the circumstance in that instance for you?
Offensively, I think it's going to be, of course, Mixon, but I don't think he's going to get 30 carries. I think it's going to be letting it rip. I've said that 2 or 3 times today. Okay. I think they're going to open up the offense, test the secondary. I think the Bears might feed into that a little bit because they trust their cornerbacks. They have a great secondary, but great secondaries give up plays too.
Yeah.
And I think if they're trying to focus a little bit more attention on the Texans' a ground game, I think C.J. Stroud, with his accuracy and with these 3 receivers, is going to have a big night as well.
For me, Texans win because they take care of the football. This is a takeaway defense that you're playing against, and that was what allowed them to really, really hurt the Will Levis-led Titans last week in a game that they probably had no business winning considering how poorly their offense played. Like, their defense is capable of keeping them in a game if they turn the football over. If the Texans hold on to the football, I don't know that there's very much of a path for these Bears. Now, the Texans lose because they don't contain Caleb Williams, right?
Yeah.
Like, you let Caleb Williams start getting out of the pocket, and I think in structure they're going to have a hard time, but outside of structure they have a possibility of maybe taking advantage of big plays, those types of things, and that would give them an opportunity to get going offensively, and then only God knows what happens there.
That was going to be my Texans lose as well, because you mentioned the takeaways, not just last week for the Bears. Like, they were top 5. In fact, they were number 5 in takeaways last year in the entire NFL. So this is what they do, and they have been doing, at least for the last season plus a game. That would be my Texans lose, and it's simple, it's trite, but it's relevant because that's what the Bears do, is they take the ball away from you.
Some other things that come in on the YouTube. They said somebody brought up the Texans lose because they play down to the Bears.
Yes, but I don't really see that happening.
I don't either. Someone said ain't no way that the Bears win. Hilarious. Other things mentioned. Wesley on the YouTube calling a 5-sack game here for the Texans and said that it's a breakout game before the end. Some other folks have pointed to the idea that if the Texans lose, it'd probably be because of the offensive line. We don't know what quite is happening when it comes to Juice Scruggs.
Yeah.
According to Aaron Wilson, he has a groin injury. It's not regarded as serious, though, nor is it regarded long-term. His status for the Bears game is still being determined. But if he can't go this week, it'd be Jarrett Patterson stepping in.
And Patterson has some experience.
He does.
I don't necessarily subscribe to that either, but it's only based on one game. We had questions about this offensive line in the preseason, and then they answered them. So if they revert to that and they're not, it was more flukish, it was maybe something that that just happened with the Colts and how they were, playing the Texans, then yeah, the offensive line could be an issue. I'm with you though. I think the Texans win because of what they do on the edges and and pressuring Caleb Williams. I think they can win with C.J. Stroud picking apart a good secondary. I think they lose on turnovers, though. If they lose, they will turn over the ball. And let's not forget this. We mentioned it a little bit earlier as well. Special teams all of a sudden has become a real focus on this. They had the punt block last week, and then, we talked about DeAndre Carter, damn near broke it all the way, but went about 65 yards on the kickoff, and he returns punts and kickoffs. So the special teams big play as well.
Bears injury report finally came in.
All right.
Keenan Allen questionable with the heel injury after he didn't practice all week. So that's an interesting thing to watch. Kari Blasingame and Ryan Bates are ruled out. But Roma Dunze, the other wide receiver that we were all looking at, he was limited in practice today, but he's also questionable with the sprained knee. When we talked to our gal, Carmen Vitale, she's the NFC North reporter for Fox Sports, she was like, I'm doubtful that he plays. Like she thought they probably would not chance it with the type of injury that he's dealing with that knee. We'll see what they ultimately go with. I mean, leaving him as questionable leaves open that door, but it does feel like a little bit of a stretch to get him out there, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a no on Odunze and a yes on Keenan Allen. They got to have somebody out there.
Yeah, that is true. They do
got to have somebody. And Odunze just didn't look like he would be ready.
Some other situations that factor into this game. Someone said the Texans lose if Ditka catches 3 touchdowns and Hester returns a kick. And that is to say, unless they have folks walking through that door.
Unless Singletary breaks a helmet?
Yeah, exactly. Unless Brian Urlacher is out here locking Joe Mixon down. I have a feeling that's not going to happen.
Devin Hester might return one.
It is
there we go. Special teams. We just talked about it.
That is possible. All right. Some other things. 713 said it is calling it the YouTube is hilarious. I mean, I just shortened that because I could say the YouTube page or whatever, but it's on the YouTube.
It's on the YouTube.
From the 619, Texans lose because Reggie is there. That is true. It is my first.
Man, let's not put this in the air, man. You have nothing to do with
I don't have that kind of power over these things, folks.
Like, you have nothing to do with what's going on the field, man.
There's no way that I have any power over these things because I swear if I had more power over these things, I get paid so much more money. You don't even understand how much more money I get paid.
So what is the advice for Reggie?
Yeah, some people gave me some advice earlier.
First NFL game ever.
Get there early was one of the pieces of advice, which I check. I will have that.
Favorite tailgate lots in order. Figgy, tell me yours. Mine are blue, yellow, and then probably green.
Green?
Yeah, the one on the other side of the Astrodome.
Okay.
Yeah, they're good. They go hard there.
I think I would say blue, yellow. Sometimes that flip-flop. Sometimes I like yellow a little more, but blue, yellow. I like the maroon lot, man.
That way out on the near the highway.
The orange lot.
That's where the real people are.
Yeah. Nah, you might run across some gumbo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I like that.
No, I think I was over there. I think I was in it might have been the orange lot for the Saints game last year, and ran across some I thought I was in New Orleans, man. You just can smell the seafood in the air, man.
I'm already hungry. We're not near Sunday just yet. From the 713, they said that advice for me: go in early, witness all the pregame activities. They aren't necessarily life-changing, but it's fun to see if you haven't seen it. Okay, I appreciate that. So I'm looking forward to being out there. Obviously, all you fine fellas will all be there. If you are going to be out there, make sure you got your Liberty White in tow. Make sure your parking is ahead. Go ahead and handle that now.
Yeah,
handle that right now so that you don't have to deal with that on Sunday. But yeah, get that done, and we can
get there early too.
Get there early, be loud and proud. Maybe tone it down just a little bit when C.J. Stroud has the football.
Yeah, he asked you nicely.
He did ask very nicely.
It's a Sunday night game too, because like I understand for a noon kick, getting there early, it could be a little rough depending on the situation. But you got all Sunday to chill and relax and get ready, man. Just get out there early,
Do
man.
it.
So there you go, man. Excited, big time, prime time game, first time in years Texas fans got to make it lit for that.
Let's
for the
go.
occasion.
I'm ready.
I'm excited for it. What I'm also ready for, if they are ready for us, is our guys who are hanging out, Big City Wings in Katy, handling their business on a
Tomball, I think.
Is it Tomball?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought I just seen on the graphics.
Oh, maybe not. Let's ask them.
Let me ask the fellas. Ron, Clint, where y'all at?
Yeah, we in Katy.
See, see, y'all trying to steer me wrong.
We heard Tomball.
Clint told me Tomball yesterday.
Well, now you blaming other people.
Blame Clint.
I see you.
Or maybe that's next week.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, man. They all over the place.
Morton Ranch. Yeah. I see that the sign up there inside of Big City Wings. But no, man, we're out here having a good time. The one right off Grand Parkway. Hey, this is a big joint.
Yeah.
This is, and we've been to several of them. This is a big joint. I asked my man, I said, hey, man, where's the restroom? He said, here, hell, I'll show it to you. Like he ain't even going to point to you.
Yeah.
We got to take off on a journey. I said, oh, okay.
But no, man. He had to print out a MapQuest for you?
I'm telling you, man, I don't know we were still using MapQuest. But you hear that? Did you hear that earlier?
What's that?
Boy, Reggie ain't never been to a football game.
Yeah, first one, man.
This is first one. Ain't never been inside an NFL football game. I don't even know. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you. When you said it, I didn't even believe you. But I don't know why you would make that up.
It'd be a really bad lie.
But like,
in this profession, that would be a poor,
That's a tough
bad lie. Yeah, we got that. That'd be good. Well, you'll be in there with your binoculars in
that cherry,
in the press box.
Exactly. You see it.
Have you ever been to a Big City Wings?
I haven't been to Big City Wings neither.
Man,
well, hell, he ain't been to an NFL football game. I'm guessing he ain't been to a Big City Wings.
Get your ass out that brand new apartment you got, man.
Yes, sir.
Get out. I'm telling you, Sam's over here doing it big now. Hey, cleanest bathrooms in the wing game.
Okay.
Cleanest bathrooms in the wing.
That's a real sell.
Do you know what tahine is?
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
They got tahine wings, I believe. I don't know. I didn't.
Oh, they do.
See,
They go. I caught that rubs.
Okay.
I saw the dry rubs.
Tahine wings, which I'd never. I mean, I grew up eating tahine off of suckers. Now,
you know.
I mean, it was tahine goes way back. They put them on
What's
wings.
up, baby?
First place I ever saw put them on wings. And guys, they've got a what do we call the? Boy, my mind just went
The Gold
blank.
Fever is my go-to.
There we go, $1,000 or $100,000 pyramid. Come on, somebody help him out. Come on, give us some clues. Give us some clues. Your mind went blank.
Not the margarita. Not the new tequila drink that everybody's drinking. Low calorie.
Ranch water.
Ranch water. There you
go.
go.
Hey.
There you go. Hey, there are ranch waters here.
What's my guy's
ranch
name?
waters, Reg? Now you see it all over the place. But you want to know the first place I saw the ranch water in the bottle, in the water bottle with the mixes and a tahine all on it.
It's here.
Right here at Big Wings.
Yeah.
Right here, Big City Wings. It's I'm telling you, man, they're doing it big over here.
All right.
I like what I'm hearing. I might have to pull up. Any advice for me when it comes to the first game?
I would say leave a little earlier than you think. There's going to be quite a bit of traffic, especially with the team playing the way they're playing, primetime football. Which late game, you don't have any excuse not to leave early.
Yeah.
If you're a thin-framed guy and thin-built guy, so you don't need to watch yourself in that press box.
Well, I was going to tell you, no, you get in that press box, make sure you get the early food. Because that after the half food, that's a little different.
Oh, okay. All right. No, that's important.
Hey, Ron's spoiled now. I'll mash at halftime too.
No, I'm saying it's mashable. I'm just saying it's a little different.
Hey, halftime, Reg, the best pecan pie that wasn't made by your grandma.
No, that is true.
Incredible insights from the fellas, and it only gets
company.
better as the drive continues. You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station, and ladies and gentlemen, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live. We're at Morton Ranch out here at Big City Wings. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. We got gift prizes for you as well. Where is that raffle box at? I know that raffle box is somewhere set up. We'll get that set up somewhere. Oh, the raffle box right here at the table. We'll get that out where it's viewable, but you have a chance to win a $50 gift card. To where?
Academy Sports and Outdoors.
That's right.
And if you're from around these parts and you don't know what Academy Sports and Outdoors is, shame on your parents. Shame on you folks.
Wow.
Academy Sports and Outdoors around every corner nowadays. And I'm telling you, for whatever, if you just got a little spare time, stop at Academy Sports and Outdoors. There's something inside them walls that you need. There's something that your kids need. There's something that maybe you got a birthday coming up. You can't go wrong at Academy Sports and Outdoors. And guess what? You're always going to get them prices that you love.
There you go. So your chance to win a $50 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. All you got to do, if you're in the building, all you got to do is sign your name and put it in our raffle box. If you are on the way, make sure you do that as well. Your chance to win that.
The QR code is here.
That's right.
The QR code
right outside as soon as you walk in.
The QR code is in the building. Look, I don't want to force it on folks, but there's a QR code in the building that you have to scan in order to register for the Ultimate Tailgate Prize Pack, which is again brought to you and sponsored by Academy Sports and Outdoors. What that is a $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. $1,000 gift card. That's $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, and a pair of tickets to our suite. Actually, our suite. That's Sports Radio 16. Actually, Odyssey. We like to claim it on, especially on big days like Sunday and damn sure Christmas Day.
That's ours.
The Christmas Day game. 2 tickets to the suite. You can hang out with Ron and me and all the Sports Radio 610 guys. Or, you know what, you can tell us all to go to hell. Our sales staff is a lot cooler than us. Our management's a lot cooler than us. And so there it is. $1,000
That's the
to Academy
Ravens game.
Sports and Outdoors. Is that Ravens?
That's the Ravens game.
One of the best games
game
on the schedule?
That's the one right there. So you got your chance. QR code. As soon as you walk in the building, you can't miss it. If you do, well, I'm sorry. It's big as hell. You got to be Ray Charles or Stevie Wonder to miss that bad boy. So join and take advantage of all of those out there. All right, a lot to get to on this Football Friday presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. And, Clint, I want to get us some of this news across right here, the injury front, and we're really going to be paying attention to the injury report, the official injury report when that comes out, if anybody is out, if not. But what we have thus far, Clint, we know that Dalton Schultz and M.J. Stewart haven't practiced all week. The word on M.J. Stewart, I still believe he has not practiced, but, Clint, Dalton Schultz did return to practice today. So that is a good sign. I don't think it still means he's out of the woods, Clint. He did not practice Wednesday and Thursday, but I think it is a better sign that he could give it a go on Sunday night because he did practice today. Sidelined, however, is center Juice Scruggs and backup running back Dameon Pierce. Juice Scruggs has the groin issue. He did not practice yesterday, and he is not practicing today either. And then backup running back Dameon Pierce out with a hamstring right now. By the way, with the Scruggs thing, the groin injury is not regarded as serious or long-term. This would feel completely different if this were the Houston Astros saying this, but it is not, so we'll take it as at their word. But the status for the Bears game is still to be determined. If he can't go, Jarrett Patterson would be in line to step in, that courtesy of Aaron Wilson. But those are the big reports right now coming from the Texans. No practicing from Juice Scruggs and Dameon Pierce, M.J. Stewart, but Dalton Schultz does return to practice. The one that jumps out the most to me is the center, Juice Scruggs, especially how he played last week. And if he's unable to go, that's a difference, and that's a big change. And, hell, you spoke a lot yesterday about the potential interior of this offense. Can they still do what they did last week in the run game?
Yeah, I mean that's the deal. Can you run it this week the same way you did it last week? Is and not necessarily to the tune of $160 or even $213 overall, but effectively and physically and violently the way you did last week. And I think a big part of that is the offensive line being whole, and a big part of that physicality and bringing that play in, play out is all three of the interior guys. Shaq Mason, Kenyon Green proved to be cut from that cloth, and then Juice Scruggs is obviously cut from that cloth. So this report is about Juice Scruggs, and it's you're just not going to be the same offensive line without Juice Scruggs. So that's take that for what it's worth. We'll see what exactly that means, but that Patterson is not on the same level as Juice Scruggs. Can he get it done? Sure. Can Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud get it done without the offensive line being whole? Absolutely. We've seen them do it before. But when it's all said and done, you're going to miss Juice Scruggs. When you get interior offensive linemen that are playing the way those two guys, really all three of those guys played last week, and all of a sudden you pluck one of them out of the starting lineup, you are going to miss that guy without a doubt. I don't care who the opponent is. I don't know if he's out or not. But have you ever pulled a groin?
No, I have not.
Hey, I was 11 years old. 11 years old, my
pulled it?
Aunt Cheryl, Uncle Alan at their pool. I'm up on the slide, Ron. The slide starts, kind of goes like parallel with the pool, and then turned and went into the pool. And we thought it was a good idea to get on top of this slide and jump into the pool. You didn't have to jump very far. You have to give me 2-3 foot to clear the deal there. I go to jump. My feet slip. I must have landed in some kind of Frogger position on the concrete. On the concrete, face down, Frogger position. And somehow, some way, I pulled both my groins.
Both of them.
Both at the same time. Both groins. You know what your groins are attached to?
Yes.
Yep. Both groins pulled, 11 years old. And your boy was immobile for a few days.
I was about to say, could you have played a football game?
Well, it was baseball season.
Groin was
Let me
pretty
tell
beat
you.
up in there.
Hey, Big Arm was hot.
Oh,
Big Arm was. It was All-Star. It was All-Star week. I told you it was that run at Pelly Park where I was the only white guy on the All-Star team. And man,
take your ass to the doctor and stuff.
Hey, Big Arm, I couldn't pitch. I couldn't hit. I couldn't run for at least a week. Big Arm was hot for a week.
I bet he was. He was living.
It was his sister's house that I was at.
Living through you.
R.I.P. Aunt Cheryl, Uncle Alan, love y'all, miss y'all. But that damn slide got me.
I got you.
I'm telling you.
Your groin. Hopefully
I couldn't imagine getting in a center stance and snapping the ball on my groin
over and over
if I
again.
had that sucker pulled. So good luck, Big Juice.
Yeah, we'll see. He has not practiced the last 2 days, so that is not a good sign. Again, when the official injury report comes out, we'll see if we know more on that. There, Drew Scruggs, that's the one that really jumps out. A little news here, fellas, and we'll be out there. Tyler, I'm sure, will be out there. The Houston Texans have just announced that they are scheduled to have the roof open for the game. Dude. They're scheduling to have the roof open for the game, and that helps because they got a large panel out in the middle of that bad boy anyway, so now everybody will have the same air and or heat that's rolling in there. So
drop that top, baby. I love it.
Drop the top. There you go. Roof is open. I've never seen a game, I don't believe, at NRG with the roof open since I've been here. I don't remember it. But it will be open for the fans out there on Sunday. So there you go. Enjoy that. There you go.
I'm looking forward to it.
Sunday night with the roof open.
That was Ron. That was one of the when I got in the radio business. That roof, whether it was open or not, and why it wasn't open, that was a huge topic of conversation in the media, and I never understood it. I mean, they were passionate, bro.
No,
passionate about it.
I think I get passionate when I see 70-something and they don't do it with the Astros. It annoys me.
Well, I mean, a little annoyance, but we're going to fill up 15 minutes worth? I mean, I ain't got it. I mean, we're going to make a segment about the roof being open or not? No, I ain't got it, man. It's good. Point is it's good right now to have a football team and really a baseball team where we don't need to fill a lot of airtime with whether the roof is open or not. But good to open air. Going to be fun.
Yeah, there it is. Should be fun. Adding to this thing, Sunday night, they're gonna make a thing. Hey, Tyler, let me. Do you have CJ earlier this week? CJ Stroud earlier this week. He had a little nice message to the fan base. A little nice message to the fan base as now the roof is open. He expressed this earlier this week, and I think this is maybe the second or third time since he's been here I've heard him say that. Here was CJ Stroud to the fans earlier this week.
I'm always going to be myself. I really don't get into the hoopla and away crowd, home crowd. I really don't mind. I just try to execute, do my game, do what I need to do at a high level. I love our crowd. You know, they do a good job of bringing juice and energy. I hope since it's a night game, people come a little earlier. Maybe because of the Houston traffic, people come a little late. And then on offense, like, if they could be quiet a little more, that would help. Especially when we're going fast. Like, it'd be hard for the guys to hear me. So I think we can be a little better with that. But, hey, we love the energy.
There it is. There's C.J. Stroud.
Nice little soft message.
That was nice.
Nice little soft message. I got a feeling old blonde Ron got a little something else for folks out
there. Listen, this one goes out to many of you out there. And listen, if you are not one of these people that C.J. is talking about, and Tank said something about it earlier too, if you're not one of these people, then this isn't directed to you. But damn it is too many of you all because we see it every week. Guys, Tyler, I want you to turn this music off because I want them to really be able to hear me. Now, listen, maybe this is going to be tough for you to have this coming from as you all sometimes call me, an outsider, even though I've been here 4.5 years and I've continued to pay my taxes and pay everything here and spend money in this city and have my kids go to school and play sports in this city and eat in this city. And this may be tough for you to hear from me, but you have no more excuses. It is utterly embarrassing and ridiculous that at 12 o'clock when the game starts, it's 40% empty.
Wow, dude.
60% empty. 70% empty. Sorry, Aaron. There are 30% of you all out there.
We don't like that.
Now, then, listen, you've had the excuse, although Clint will tell you, at Arkansas, they ain't always been real good, but they asses is at Frank Boreal Stadium on time. Tyler knows he's sat through some 5 and 7 seasons. It's seasons where A&M wasn't playing the way they were, but their asses were there on time at Kyle Field.
Wow.
But that excuse is gone. Last year, I'm just going to be completely honest, multiple times in that stadium, it was ridiculous and it was embarrassing. Not only were you not there on time, like CJ just said, but there were many times where the Denver Bronco fans out-cheered you, out-sounded you. The Steelers were louder than you were. The Browns, 2 years in a row, were louder than you were. It's got to stop now. There is no complaint about what's on the field because you have a Super Bowl contender. They just came off of winning their first game on the road. They're 1-0. Get your ass out there on time. The tailgating thing is stupid if you can't get in there on time. And trust, you ain't the only place that tailgates around the country and doesn't get in the stadium on time. Those two places I just named, in Little Rock and in Fayetteville and in College Station, they tailgate too, but they find their ass to walk into the stadium on time. You got all damn day. The game starts at 7:20. 7:20. That does not mean at 7:20 you still sit at your damn tailgate and you keep drinking and you don't go in the game. As soon as they come out and do the entrances, as soon as CJ and the offense and they say his name, your ass needs to be in the stadium. They should be on NBC panning around the whiteout and seeing everybody. And it shouldn't see any damn Navy and Orange Bears fans. It should be Texans fans and all white. It is embarrassing. It is ridiculous. And yes, where I come from, I have never seen it like that in my life.
Let's get it on, baby.
You're a passionate sports fan. Show it. Don't be embarrassing on national TV on NBC. I'm just saying. Now, I know it may be hard for you to hear it from me, and I know you're going to tell me to go back and move to Kansas City and go back. No, I live my ass here. Why don't you stop using that energy and get your ass up and go to the game on time? And don't just do it tonight or Sunday night when there's a 12 o'clock game. At 11:30, start walking your asses to the stadium. Get in the damn game. Your tailgate ain't that fun. I'm sorry. Get in the game.
Is that
I've had it. I will step out. I've held this all off season. I was not going to say it until this game.
Bro.
I was not going to say it. I don't care. Get your damn white on. Get your new jersey, whatever, and get in the stadium. The game starts at 7:20. You ain't that late. You ain't doing that much.
And here's the deal, Ron. If that, well done, ladies and gentlemen, standing ovation here at Big City Wings.
It's unbelievable.
Hey, well, here's the deal. If that hurts your feelings, and in your mind at any point in time you thought, oh, this old boy from Kansas City, or oh, this or that, you're exactly who he's talking to. You're exactly who needed to hear that message. Ron just said it. Figure it out, man. Well done. Well done, partner. Well done. I don't know that I've had a prouder moment. I don't know. I mean, I think we've been dating for damn near 5 years. I don't know that I've had a prouder moment.
Hey, I went to the playoff game. It wasn't good enough. It wasn't good enough. And listen, I know there are passionate fans here. We'll see them out here at Big City Wings. Please come on out right now. We'll see them out there at Big City Wings. We'll see you out at the game. I've walked. I know it's passionate people. We were out there, and this is another thing. This is like the Texans. See, I didn't get up. This is like the. No, I got to sit down. I'm sorry. I got to sit down with the camera angle. There's another thing. See, when you show me that you can do it, it pisses me off. Because I went down there to Canton, there was no fan base at the Hall of Fame more louder. I know that's not louder, more boisterous. There was nobody. The Bears, the Texans, I was there. They were louder than anybody. Yes! Y'all drove and took over the only living bar in Canton, Ohio.
Wow.
Jerseys. Still made me pay 33% of my tab, and I'm still not over there. But yes, you showed up and took over a bar. It was like 300 deep. I've seen it now. I know what you're capable of. Don't you sit out there at that tailgate and it's 7:45 and you still sitting out there. Don't do it. You got all damn day long. You can take your ass to church. You can take your ass to afternoon service if you have it. You can do all of that. All of that. It'll be over. Get your ass in the stadium.
That Big Nick energy.
See, you show me now. You show me now what you could do. You took over the entire Hall of Fame. Take over your own stadium.
Well done.
Sorry,
I think you need to go to both services on Sunday after that language.
That may have been one of my favorite moments in the entirety of the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. That was effing beautiful, bro.
No doubt. Cut that thing and send it over to Greg Grissom.
Oh yeah. It's coming for you, Ginger.
Hey, Greg loves you right now. Greg has never thought more highly of Ron Hughley. There ain't no doubt about it.
Yeah. I just listen. This is on you. You're a passionate fan base. Show it. Show it.
Yes!
Show it. Do you think? Glenn, I'm sorry. I know you wanted to get to something.
No. Don't be sorry. No. Don't be sorry. Hell, that's a moment right there. Now, hell was sorry.
We'll have to get to it. But
we got plenty of time. We're here for 4 hours, baby. I need some more of that juice.
I'm gonna be in there, and when I take my seat at that damn press box, I hope to see something completely different.
I got faith. I imagine you will, man. Prime time football Sunday night. Come on.
Thanks, guys.
I don't know what else. I don't know what else. CJ, D'Amico, Nick, they went out, spent money. They went out, put a team. I don't know what else. I could see. Sometimes, hey man, they ain't give you nothing to watch. You had that televangelist running things. I get that, but no, not now. No, it's time to show out every week, and it has to start with the first one.
Ron, one of the most passionate sports fans from the city. Pass it, get down, Didi. You met him, my boy Mike Ruiz. Wow.
T-shirt guy.
That was awesome by Ron.
I need a new shirt then, man.
Hey. Well, it's his brother John's the one doing a T-shirt, but Mike will get you one too now. Hey, look here. After that right there, I imagine you can get plenty of shirts.
All right. Coming up, the importance of what we saw last week that took this game and potentially this team to the next level. We'll hear from the offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick, coming up next.
Woo!
Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. As we are live here, make your way on out here. We are here until 6 o'clock. The Morton Ranch location here. And come enjoy yourself. Have a good time and have some good drinks. This bartender over here, I can see it already in his eyes. He is out here trying to make people have a good time on a Friday. Trying to make people have a good time on a Friday. And you can win something.
You know how you can have a good time on a Friday?
How can you have a good time?
You get started early. Come on out, baby.
Get started early. Yeah,
Big City Wings, Morton Ranch. All you got to do is hit that 99 North. Is that North? 99
Yep, that's North.
That's right. I-10, 99 North.
Unless, of course, you're coming the other way.
Well, you know, I mean, I guess we are on the south side. I went north, but the Big City Wings is on the south side.
Yeah. But, get on out here. And, again, as we said earlier, you have a chance to win a $50 gift card at Academy Sports and Outdoors. And, yes, that can go a long way because I know my wife was in Academy Sports and Outdoors the other day because we got baseball and started. We had somebody had to go get a belt and some socks.
Rondo woke up and little Nicholas's toes were all crunched up in them cleats, and they said, "Oh, we can't do it. We got to get some bigger cleats."
Lauren couldn't make it to her softball evaluation. She couldn't get them shoes on. We had to make an emergency trip to Academy Sports.
Hey, Big Ern would have cut the toes out of him. Hey, let's go get it.
You ain't playing a full game.
We'll go this weekend.
You ain't playing a full game. Just evaluation.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, but come on out. All right.
That you can also show up here and register for that Ultimate Tailgate prize pack from Academy Sports and Outdoors, which is a $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, as well as a pair of tickets in the second largest suite at NRG Stadium for the Christmas Day game against the Baltimore Ravens. You got to be here to register. QR codes, there's a big one out front. I believe there's a couple floating around the place. But be here to register and never know. Maybe you might be the lucky one that can win that. You come hang out with the Sports Radio 610 crew and the Odyssey crew on Christmas Day, Christmas afternoon.
All right. Bobby Slowick spoke yesterday to the media, and
did he?
He spoke about the run game. That was the number one thing that really jumped out from that game on Sunday against the Colts. They dominated in the run game. He talked about the importance of that.
Yeah, I mean, like I've talked about before, like the run game really kind of sets the table. It allows us play pass, keepers, and then gets guys thinking about it when we go drop back. You know, you get a lot of loaded boxes when they start to get worried about it. And you can put them in a bind if they want to keep playing shell and split safety stuff. So it just helps empower us to do whatever we feel we need to do to win the game. In particular, like I think was really underrated about running the ball is you gain a power position with controlling the clock. You know, I felt like we had multiple drives. We were on the field for what felt like 5+ minutes, you know, and for an offense is really gratifying because, you want to be on the field. That's when it's fun. And for the defense, obviously, when they're on the sideline, that gives them a little juice, that gives them a little energy, especially when they see the O-line blocking the way they were, the tight ends blocking the way they were, and Joe running it how he was.
There it is. He talked about it, and we saw it. You broke the back of the Colts defense, and really held their offense could never get the ball because you ran it so well.
Man, that Bobby Slowick, he's got football horny just oozing off of him, man. Every time the guy speaks, there's 2 or 3 different pieces of audio that just.
I just answered this one also, but
but Bobby, that's the best answer you may have ever given. The reason we want to bring that to you is because I don't want to just gloss over week 1 of that was a good job running the football. The power behind what they were able to do, the significance behind what they were able to do week 1, if that can carry over into multiple games this season, is absolute game-changing, season-changing. It is specifically why when I walked in Monday morning, really when we did the post-game Sunday evening, that I said, I'm ready.
I love Joe Mixon.
Yes, I do. The Texans are absolutely a Super Bowl contender. Now, they got to do what they did Sunday against the Colts versus a really good front. They've got to do that moving forward. But if you can do that, along with what C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Dalton Schultz, and now Diggs are capable of doing in the pass game, you are absolutely capable of winning the entire thing in the NFL. What we watch from a run game perspective is so damn powerful that it's just it's a season changer, and it takes this team and places it, to me, in a whole nother echelon, if you will, of NFL teams, which is with the highest.
That's going to be can they keep doing it? Now, and when I say keep doing it, not to the tune of, almost 200 yards rushing, but can they keep doing it like even little small things? The most impressive thing of it all was, Clint, the Colts knew what they had to do. They had to stop them. Fourth quarter down the stretch. We got to stop them. We know they're going to run. Maybe that third 11 they might throw. But all the other downs, we know they're going to run. Know they have to. Got to run. We know they got to do it. You know we're going to run it. We know we're going to run it. Hell, we could tell you we're going to run it. And they couldn't stop them. Like that to me, if you can just have consistency doing that.
Yep.
Not necessarily because, listen, you got CJ and you got those weapons. That ball's going to be in their hands a lot. But can you buckle down and run the football when you have to run the football? And them showing that they can show that level of consistency at all, that's a game changer.
That's what you're talking about, Ron, is situationally running the football, not just being complementary to a great pass game.
I'd have took that. Hell, I'd have took that.
No, that's all we were asking for. That's all we were asking for was that, right? But that's like you're talking about running the football in situations, red zone, right? Third down, fourth down, and short. Obviously, short yardage. Now you're talking about 4-minute offense late in the game, and you're able to end up putting a knee in it because you go get a couple of first downs running the rock. They chew up all their timeouts, and the game's over. Right? So when you can run the football situationally instead of just in a complementary fashion, the situation dictates, let's run the football, let's end the game, let's run the football, let's score points, let's run the football to keep drives alive. When you can do that in situation to situation, you are one of the elite run teams in this league. Now, it was 1 week. I don't want to get out over my skis with the Texans. It was 1 week, but the fact that it was running back as well as offensive line, tight end, wide receiver-oriented run game is very, very convincing. Damn it, they better keep this thing going this week.
And now Sunday is going to be a good test to see how the Bears react to what they did in week 1, because the run game does nothing but help C.J. Stroud. And if the Bears react in a certain way and play it different, because I got to believe the Bears coming into it thinking themselves, all right, well, hell, we can't let Joe Mixon do that again.
Well, the difference is going to be this: the Texans and C.J. Stroud and company, they forced the Indianapolis Colts into running defenses that aren't necessarily Gus Bradley's calling card, right? They were running a shell coverage, which means 2 on the roof. Gus Bradley is a middle closed all day, every day, twice on Sunday. Because of the fear of C.J. Stroud, he pushed them into doing something that they're not comfortable doing, getting outside of his identity, right, because of what C.J. Stroud was able to do last year. It backfired on him. Now you look at what Matt Eberflus, the head coach, defensive-minded head coach of the Bears, is going to do. He ain't changing. Matt Eberflus is one of the better defensive coordinators in the game. You're gonna get a quarter's look. You're gonna get a corner. You're gonna get 2 corners at about 5-6 yards off. You're gonna get 2 safeties that are split, right? But they're a little bit shallower than 2 safeties. You're gonna get that pre-snap every look. They're gonna disguise some and move out of it, but they're very confident in what they do. So it's a different animal. It's a different hill to climb this week versus the Bears, who know exactly who they are, but it's still very, very convincing what the Texans did last week. I'm riding with the run game.
All right, maybe arguably the number one X factor coming into this game on Sunday between the between the Texans and the Bears. Maybe the number one X factor. We'll discuss that coming up next.
For the first time since 2019, the Texans are playing
And let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill. Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here, back at it here. Big City Wings, Katy, Morton Ranch location. Come on out, have a good time. I already see somebody in a icy white Texans jersey. Hopefully you wearing that to the game in the old whiteout, as they're going to be in white tops, white bottoms. So it should be a fun one out there Sunday. A Football Friday here at Big City Wings. Come on out and hang out with us. A lot to get to. All right, Clint.
Ryan, can we talk about them icy whites real quick?
We can. And that's what I said. I told you, we talked to Titus yesterday, and I have some real expectations on what kind of shoe combination he's going to put together with that, because you can ruin it.
Shoes are important.
Sidewind-ass tennis shoes.
Shoes are important, man. Look,
Shut up, Larry.
Hey, the Texans in the NFL have done it all for you. All you've got to do is decide on the shoes. That's it. It's all you got to do is decide on the shoes. All right? It's white shoes. Ron, it's white shoes. Period.
Listen, I think it's just, to me, some red ones could be clean.
Red, you can get away with red.
That's the only, just not black.
We're not going black. We're not going dark blue. No. We're not. We're doing
white or red. I think
it is. If you want to look fast, go white. If you want to take a little bit of a risk and stand out a little bit, go red. I agree with you. Red can
red
go.
will be cold.
But you gotta pick the right shoes, man. This isn't. I want to wear my J's, and the J's happen to be black and white ones.
Get you some white ones.
No, man.
Some red ones.
It's got to be all white.
Yeah, girl.
All red, nothing else. You should be fined if you wear something other than white or red shoes this weekend.
Fine.
You should be fined. You're screwing up the jersey. You're screwing up the whole thing.
You got a price? Like a fine?
We'll hit them light. For them light, we'll hit them for 5 G's. At least 2,500, if not 5 G's.
You'd be standing at the door with a.
I'm gonna say nothing. You want my? Yep.
Got him.
Tank deal.
And then had that. Just had that come out on Tuesday, huh?
Who did? I put it this way. I bet you Laramie Tunsil ain't wearing no bull jive shoes.
And Titus Howard either, who we talked to yesterday. He made it seem like he was going to be aggressive with it. What are the coaching staff? I think the coaching staff need to be in all white. I know maybe they probably want to have a different color so you can see them, but I think they should be in all white too.
I tell you,
or maybe all red. If they were in all red, the coaching staff just. Well,
I tell you what,
I want our blood brothers to get excited. So look.
No, they're going to be in all white. They better be in all white.
Not the coaching staff.
Oh, absolutely.
The coaching staff. They want to look. They want to look different so you can see them on the side.
I think you go all white. I think now there may be one or two coaches like the coordinators that need to be seen, sure, but the overall, like the support staff and everybody, you're all white. It's that easy, and you got white. Probably J's or Air Force Ones, one of the two. That's your two choices on the sideline. The training staff.
Yeah, I agree with the shoes. Got to be right.
Well, the training staff that's got to run out there and help somebody that's injured. Now you can put on a more athletic shoe that's actually built to run, and you can put that on, but it needs to be all white as well.
Put now some hookahs, the comfortable ones.
I'm gonna tell you, D'Amico's got those blue with the red swoosh, with the white sole, with the white laces. J's, them are clean now. Yeah! The white laced on the dark shoe with the white sole, that combination is hard to beat. So if he wears that with white on white, I can ride with it. Just him, not the players, just him.
All right. Well, speaking of just him, D'Amico, he and his defense, to me, there should be a high level of expectation from them this week. To me, I expect a dominant performance from this defense, because not just based off what we saw last week with the Bears, and they won the game, but it sure as hell wasn't because of their offense. They had 3 field goals and a 2-point conversion.
Yeah.
Right? They didn't score a touchdown all game long. They didn't crack 100 rushing or passing. They had 148 total yards of offense. Just awful. And when you bring in D'Amico and this defense and the parts they have, especially Clint, the defense is probably coming off of that game feeling like they maybe didn't hold up their end in the last game. They may have stopped the run, but they gave up way too many big plays, 27 points. I bet you they feel like they could have done a lot better. I expect a big performance from the defense.
Well, he's got to be he being D'Amico. D'Amico Ryans has to be the X factor in this game. I think, look, I always talk about the polos on the sideline being an advantage, and the Texans have that. They are an advantage week in, week out. There's no doubt about it. Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans, they changed the game with their ability to game plan, to play design, to tilt their plan towards their players' strengths and away from their players' weaknesses. There's no doubt about that. They are impact players. They are an advantage. This week, D'Amico has to be the X factor. You're playing against a rookie quarterback that last week showed the tendencies to do what rookies typically do. Not what C.J. Stroud did last year, what rookies typically do, which is hold the football, run around, take 17-yard losses on screen plays, not make the right decision, be overwhelmed. Caleb Williams is a great quarterback. He is going to be really good this year. It just doesn't need to be this week against the Texans. When you've got D'Amico Ryans, from a disguising defense perspective, whether you're disguising a coverage or you're disguising a pressure, D'Amico Ryans has to be the X factor this week and keep Caleb Williams from getting in a rhythm. Whether that means confusing mentally by mixing up the coverages and disguising coverages, or you disguise the pressure and you're constantly around his feet, you're hitting him whether he's got the football or not, there's contact on the quarterback, and so you end up rattling him at some point in the game. Regardless of how you do it, D'Amico Ryans schematically needs to be the X factor this game. This is a game where Daniil Hunter could absolutely go off the way that Caleb Williams holds the football. That's fine. But I'm talking about scheming things up constantly and make it to a point where Caleb Williams at halftime in this football game is mentally and physically exhausted.
Clint, you got an offensive line that struggled in every facet last week. Yeah. And they have struggled for a couple of years. Now, these guys have gotten better. They've got young tackles that have gotten better. But they've struggled. They struggled multiple possessions last week, almost all of them against that defensive line. And then you put D'Amico Ryans, who I believe is a top 5 defensive mind in the game, against a coordinator and a young quarterback just getting it together, right? Like very similar to McDonald last year going up against CJ for the first time, CJ and Bobby Slowick for the first time. It just didn't go smooth. Hell, either time they played, especially the first game of the year. And there should be confusion. There should be ability. And the parts that he has, he should be able to do it. And we'll see what happens now. And their injury report we'll give here in a little bit, but they've got some guys that are at least not 100% if they do play. It should be a real dominant, like you said, halftime. They're like, what the hell? What the hell are we doing? What is going on? So
well, the key is going to be stopping that inside run. I just the difference between, and I'm just thinking, 30,000-foot view. The difference between the Titans and the Texans is there's a guy named Simmons over there and there's a guy named Sweat over there. The Texans ain't got neither one of them cats. Right, and so you're not going to be able to.
They do have two on the edges.
That's where I'm going with. But you're not going to be able to overwhelm an offensive line physically the same way that the Titans were able to overwhelm the offensive line physically. You can still overwhelm them, but it's going to look different. It's going to feel different because it's going to come off the edges more so than with bigger-bodied players like Sweat and Simmons. And so that's really the difference is D'Amico Ryans has to do it, I think, a little bit more schematically instead of depending on that big presence in the middle to stop that run or that big presence in the middle that's going to collapse the pocket. It's just not going to happen, right, because you don't have those guys. Can you penetrate and get a sack? Sure, from time to time, but you don't have the ability from the inside to literally collapse a pocket. And so that's one reason, Ron, why I look at it and think, hey, man, D'Amico schematically's got to be a game changer this week. Again, in coverage and with the pressures, because it's just not going to be line up and let your guys just beat their guys. I don't think very often. You're right. Off the edges, sure. Will Anderson and
there could be problems the way that Sweat and Simmons were.
Yeah, they could be. Yeah. Well, I mean, and you hope that's the case, but I think it's going to look a little bit different. And I think I'm going to lean a little bit more into D'Amico schematically. I think Jalen Petrie, playing a lot of football in the backfield is going to be key. Whether he's getting tackles for loss on run plays or he's sacking the quarterback, I think that's going to be key. Obviously, Daniil and Will coming off the edges is going to be huge. And then you look at some of the exotic blitzes that you could have, a corner blitz here or there, bringing a safety down and just bringing an all-out blitz and playing zero behind it. I think there's a chance to see some of that, at least showing it. Maybe they don't pull the trigger when the ball snapped, but at least show that to Caleb Williams to try to get him out of his comfort zone.
Just some quick numbers, Tyler. Bears offense, week 1, they were responsible for 11 points. Total yards, 148, 84 rushing yards, 64 passing yards, 2 for 13 on third down, 3 fumbles. They lost one, and he was sacked 3 times and hit many other times. So that's why, to me, it feels like there should be a dominating performance. But now I will say this, and we witnessed it last year. That was the first time all of those parts have played in a game together. So it is not far-fetched to think that they could be a different group coming in week 2. Like there could be a different. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to play like this. There could be a different group. We saw with CJ and Bobby Slowick the second week, really the second half against the Colts after they lost and looked the way they did against the Ravens. They felt and knew better, right? I think it was at that point they said, well, hell, we got to throw this thing.
Yeah.
Like we can't be a run first thing. We got to throw this thing. And they looked better the next week. So I don't necessarily believe they're going to be this bad coming up on Sunday just because they were this bad.
Oh, they'll be significantly better because of what happened week 1. I mean, the most powerful thing about what happened with the Bears week 1, Ron, is that they won playing awful football. At least offensively, right? I mean, they just not doing things, not producing, not making. I mean, there's so many mistakes that were just silly mistakes throughout. When you win a game like that, you take a deep breath, you go, man, we got lucky. Now let's go to work and get better. I mean, that's the fact that they won is a little bit scary. You'd almost rather a team like that lose and then get their dauber down and you just beat the brakes out of them. The fact that they won is a positive for the Bears.
All those stats I listed off, that one's hard to take with Swift in the backfield and Gerald Everett and Cole Kmet and Roma Duze and DJ Moore and Keenan Allen.
They got some dudes now.
That one's hard to think 148 total yards and with the talent of Caleb Williams. So that one's hard to look at. All right, coming up, we'll fill you in on both the Texans and the Bears injury report, some important names on there, and one starter that could be in trouble, and it may not be the one you're thinking of. Also, Thursday night football, that was a lot last night. Clint was dead right on that, but there was a bigger story there, and we'll get you ready for the Astros and the Angels tonight. All of that as we continue live from Big City Wings here in Katy on a beautiful, beautiful Football Friday.
In the Loop.
When was the last time you saw the Texans in a clutch situation against a division team, probably your
Bird bite. Oh, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, as we are live here, the first thing, we're live here on a Football Friday here at Big City Wings here in Katy Morton Ranch. Come on out and hang out with us as we're here till 6 o'clock. You can win a $50 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoor. You can also register for that $1,000, what's that, $1,000 prize pack?
Ultimate tailgate prize pack from Academy Sports and Outdoors. $1,000 gift card, $1,000 gift card, along with 2 tickets in the suite, Christmas Day, the Odyssey suite, the Sports Radio 610 suite.
Second biggest suite in the building.
Second largest suite in the building. I'm telling you, it's a good time. There's food, there's drinks, there's plenty of seats, a lot of room, a lot of elbow room, and a lot of good people. So you definitely want to experience that if you are indeed a Texans fan, and damn sure if you're a listener to Sports Radio 610 or any of our sister stations along the way. So, you come here, you register here. There's a QR code. They're bouncing around the room here. There's a big one out front. Hit that QR code, you register, and then hang around for a little while. There's a raffle up here that we're raffling off that $50 gift card today to Academy Sports and Outdoors. So if you're in the building, if you're out there driving, you're out there on 99, just on the north side of I-10 right here, anywhere near Big City Wings, Morton Ranch, come on through. Put your name in the raffle, hang out, have you a drink, get some of them Tajín wings, get you one of them ranch waters, and maybe you can win you a $50 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Yes, and our people are even helping you out. Our great promo staff walking around, making sure people get signed up. And if you don't, hey, come on around. If you didn't get signed up, come on around to the table here, and you can get your name in that raffle box. All right, Clint, big game coming up on Sunday night, the first primetime game in a couple of years here, and it will be under the lights. And when I say under the lights, like the roof's going to be open. There it is, baby. The roof will be open. The Texans plan on having that open. They have reported that themselves on Twitter. So it'll be a comfortable, fun night, hopefully. And Clint, I think the big thing here is we're looking at the injury report for both teams, and there are some potential significant players on the list that could or could not play, both of them. We'll start here with the good news with the Texans, and that's Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz, who has not practiced this week, returned to practice today, Clint. So that is good news. Now, I don't know if that guarantees that he's going to be there. It does make you feel better that he practiced today on Friday. We'll see what happens with him. So that's the good news. The other news to watch is Juice Scruggs. He suffered a groin injury. He did not practice yesterday, Clint, and he did not practice today either. Same thing with running back Dameon Pierce. Backup running back Dameon Pierce has a hamstring, didn't practice yesterday, and did not practice today. The latest here reports from Aaron Wilson on Juice Scruggs in particular is starting center Juice Scruggs with the groin is expected to test out his leg before kickoff on Sunday night to determine if he can play. If not, Jarrett Patterson, who was the one who took first-team snaps today with the offense. So,
hey, Ron, real quick, the you may mention this if I missed it. I'm sorry. The injury report, the final one is out.
Is it out? Okay.
Yes. So we have 2 questionables. That's going to be Dameon Pierce and Juice Scruggs, and MJ Stewart is the only one ruled out. So Dalton Schultz is a go for Sunday.
Okay, so he's a go for Sunday. All right, that's good to go. So Dalton Schultz will play Sunday, and now officially the 2 questionables are Juice Scruggs and
Pierce
and Dameon Pierce. Now Juice Scruggs is the one that's going to test it out, Clint. And he's the one to me that's most important right now, because obviously if Dameon Pierce can't go, although he looked the best that he did against the Colts that we've seen him since they've really been running in this system, you feel good about Cam Akers having to come in, obviously what he did in the preseason. But Juice Scruggs, That's the one. I think building off of what he did in week one, him and Kenyon Green next to each other, that's, I think, the one to really worry about.
Absolutely. This report is all about Juice Scruggs, and that's look, you look at Dalton Schultz in the missed practice. I'm not overly concerned with that. He's a level player, a veteran level player, that he can miss a couple of tough work days and still be really productive and be himself on a game on a Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, right? Not worried about that at all. Now, if he's injured, obviously there's something there, but the missing of practice, not worried about that at all. Dameon Pierce, look, the running back position on this football team is in really good hands regardless of who's toting it. With the offensive line blocking the way that they block, the running back position is fine. Now, I prefer Joe Mixon, obviously, but when we start talking about depth players, I really don't care if it's Dameon Pierce, Cam Akers, or hell, Dare Ogunbowale at this point in time. If they're blocking as well as they blocked last Sunday against the Colts, it don't matter. All of those guys are gonna run the football really, really effectively. This is about Juice Scruggs, and look, Juice and Kenyon Green played as well, if not better, than anybody at all last week. When you talk about setting the tone for this offensive line, setting for the tone for a running game that was 200-plus yards, a running back that was $159, damn near $160, those two guys, and really all three of the interior guys, guard, center, guard, those three guys set the tone. And Juice Scruggs is the one that's doing all the communicating up front. He's obviously the one responsible for any kind of gun snaps and things of that nature, along with being one of those physical tone setters that is just an absolute difference maker. And so this report and this groin issue with him is a serious factor, something to keep an eye on. Jarrett Patterson, the backup, look, he's a capable player. He'll be fine. Bobby Slowick's overcome, backup offensive linemen having to play, wide receivers that are all injured. They'll overcome that. C.J. Stroud has overcome it. And Jarrett Patterson will be just fine. But he's nowhere near the physical player that Juice Scruggs is. So we got to keep an eye on that and hope like hell that groin's all right and he can play. If not, though, Ron, we've talked about this. If not, hey, man, sitting. That groin, it can turn into a month-long situation, and it could turn into a season ender if you mess around and tear that thing off the bone. So he's got to be careful.
And important, but maybe they're arguably the Bears' best defensive lineman in Week 1 was Andrew Billingsley, and he was really, really good on the inside and helping to stop that run, especially in the second half after the Titans really got going early. So those are very, very key. Now, the one good thing is last year they dealt with this a ton. And Jarrett Patterson, this isn't like a 6th-round pick that hasn't gotten action. Jarrett Patterson started almost the first half of last year at center. So at least there is somebody with experience in the system that has played here before. So if he is unable to go, and I'm with you, there's no reason to really push it. Give him the week if he needs it with this group. By the way, with the Bears, their injury report is out as well. And I think there are 3 questionables that we really should pay attention to. One, Keenan Allen with the heel. He did not practice, guys, all week long. Did not practice Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, but they still have him listed as questionable. Also, Rome Odunze, their first-round draft pick, the other first-round draft pick, explosive receiver. He didn't practice Wednesday or Thursday. He was limited today, and he is listed as questionable. And then DeMarcus Walker, defensive lineman, was a full participant today, but listed as questionable for this game. He had 4 quarterback hits of Will Levis in the game on Sunday for the Bears. So those are some key contributors for them that we'll keep an eye on to watch, because if they miss any of those, especially those receivers, any of those weapons, Allen or Rome Odunze, they could have a really different-looking offense around Caleb.
Oh, they will have a different-looking offense. You know, the explosivity is next to nothing without those 2 guys. I love DJ Moore, but you got 1 guy attacking the defense at secondary instead of 3. When you've got 3, look, they've got. You can argue they've got as good a weapons across the board as the Texans do. They're one of probably 4 or 5 teams that can really line up on paper and say, hey, man, Caleb Williams has got as many dudes, as many dogs in that pass catcher position as C.J. Stroud does. You knock 2 of those guys off the list, all of a sudden that Chicago Bears team loses a lot of their explosivity. Is that a word? And then you obviously how comfortable Caleb Williams is with the backups is going to matter when you're talking about identifying pressures and who's hot and who's breaking hot and am I throwing hot. Those things matter. And so you lose two of those top three receivers, boy, you're losing a lot of production and a lot of chemistry that's been built, I would think, over training camp with the quarterback.
All right, big one coming up. We'll let you know anything else we hear in terms of the injuries for these two teams.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, Thursday Night Football last night. We'll get to the game here in a second. Clint was pretty much on the money with this, and I'm sure Tyler lost some money because of it. But the big story coming out of the game and the big story nationally coming out of that thing, Clint, was Tua again with another concussion. They can say 4, it's 5. I don't care what they say about that game against the Buffalo Bills a couple of years ago. That man was out. But this one, again, we saw him on the ground and the fencing with the hands. We saw that again, which is a really scary thought. Your thoughts when you saw that, and are you one that's going, as somebody who has played the position, that has been hit, that's been there, I don't know how many concussions you've suffered, but are you one that this is becoming pretty popular, like, hey man, he may need to shut it down?
Absolutely. If I'm,
you're in that?
Yes, indeed. Look, I don't have the doctor's report. I don't have all that jive, but if I'm playing football, one, he signed his big deal. So, and I don't remember how much of that was guaranteed.
There is an injury settlement in there.
Look, I mean, I don't know what is that injury settlement. I'd imagine it's still pretty. I mean, he's set for life. I would imagine. Not to mention, with the way you exit the game, good Lord, the NFL is gonna. I would imagine the NFL is going to be on the hook for a good bit here. With all what's going on and allowing him to play again. Look, I just he's got to look at it, man. I mean, when I didn't have kids and I wasn't married, man, I didn't give a rip. I'd have played until I couldn't see straight. Wouldn't have mattered. But once you have a family, you got kids, you experience that side of life, man. The game of football isn't even remotely close to that part of it, especially when you've already got millions in the bank and you've enjoyed it. Did he win a national championship yeah, he won it. Hell, he came in and threw it against after Jalen Hurts got benched. So, yeah, look, I mean, he's had a better career than 99.999% of NFL. Look, let's be honest, of NFL players. I mean, given his college career. So, yeah, man, I'm done. I mean,
you're saying done. If you would advise him to shut it down. I'm a little surprised that.
Ron, this is not there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. My man's arms are locking up. My man's on the ground, arms locked up, fingers locked up. Yeah. This isn't like, well, man, it was a little bit of a ding. He saw stars. I mean, he is locked up, and that wasn't even that violent of a hit. Like, I mean, his neck got bent up, but it wasn't like speared or anything like that. Like it just. I mean, you look at it, his arm's locked up when he was on his back, and then when he rolled over, his arm locked up again. I mean, that's scary stuff, man. That's
second time that he's had that fencing against the Bengals a couple of years ago.
It's the third time, isn't it? Because didn't he get when he got slung down against the Jets?
To me, it's the second time that was the Bengals that he got slung down against, where he had the fencing. To me, it's just you look at it and listen, I'm with you. Like,
I'm done. If it's me, I'm done.
I understand anybody who would say they're done. And plus, his mother a couple of years ago was saying, I think you should think hard about retiring. It's just, man, he's 26, Clint, and you know as well as anybody, this is everything that you've put your life to.
Yeah.
Like, everything you've done to put your life to was to do this. And I understand how wild it may sound to some people, but the hell with it. But just, like, to me, my passion, what I do right now in talk radio is I'm as passionate about this as he is about that, and he's worked even longer than I have at this thing. And to think like, hey man, you got to just shut this down and give this up for if there's a chance that it won't ruin me down the line. So that's why that one's going to be tough. I wonder how much he is seriously considering it.
Yeah,
seriously considering.
I think Mike.
I'm sure you're talking about it.
By the way, Mike McDaniel handled this flawlessly. The head coach of the Dolphins. He was asked about this, and he basically just said, "Look, I'm not even going to comment on that. It's unfair to him at this point in time. We shouldn't even be. Anybody that loves the guy shouldn't even be talking about his career at this point in time. I mean, you're talking about his brain. You're talking about him being healthy. You're talking about the rest of his life." his career right now, we can talk about that when the time's right. And I'm paraphrasing there, but obviously I just thought he did a tremendous job with it and shed a lot of light on it. To me, it's just a no-brainer. I agree with you. You've worked your whole life for it.
I'm just saying that's got to be in his mind.
Look, I'm sure it is, but what needs to be impressed upon him is, man, you got 40 or 50 more, maybe even 60 more, 70 more years, and you've got potentially a family down the road. And man, he's already got kids. Oh, then hell, I'm out. I mean, I'm done. Absolutely done. He could quit right now and go into the booth tomorrow.
I think, and I'm seeing some people texting in, I think those numbers are right. I think he's got a $167 million injury potential settlement if he retires due to injury. Is it 43? Okay, I've seen. That's what I didn't realize. I've seen numbers rolling through.
$43 million to get you a long way, Chief. $43 million guaranteed. He's already, what is he, year 5 or 6? I bet he's already made 20 plus, 30 plus.
Love that money.
Not even counting his new contract. It's more than that. I'm not talking about his new contract. I'm talking about his first contract. So it's even more than that. So, yeah, you're talking about a guy that's including endorsements, and he was probably Saban was paying his ass anyway at Alabama.
Yeah, I bet he got $20 million last year alone on year 5 of that contract. So, yeah, that's a tough one. Real quick before we jump out, and Tyler, Clint probably called that game pretty close to the vest.
Yeah.
Josh
didn't have to the Casario vest.
Josh didn't have to throw the ball that much. I think he threw it 19 times in the game.
Called that. I didn't realize I got that one right too. I said he wouldn't throw it 20 times.
They blew them completely out of the water. Physical. And I mean, they're not even healthy defensively, and they just Ed Oliver and Rougeau, they couldn't do nothing with them. And
then you look out Von Miller too. He looked like he still got a little something in the tank.
He didn't went and had them surgeries that the late Kobe Bryant went and had in Germany on his knees. I will say this. I think people are looking at the Buffalo Bills a little different now and not looking at them as, hey, they're going to take a step back. Like, it's hard now to look at that division. And I mean, Tyreek Hill wasn't a factor. Even while Tua was in there, he wasn't a factor. Can you name a Bills corner?
I ain't got one.
It wasn't a factor. Jordan Poyer was playing for the Dolphins last night.
Yeah. The only Bill secondary I got is DeMar Hamlin, because of the health scare that he had a couple years ago.
Yeah, DeMar, and he's starting again. He's the one that isn't that crazy? He's the one that was involved in the hit with
was he?
It hit him right in his chest. It was crazy. It was his head that he ran right into DeMar Hamlin's chest.
Who did?
Tua. The injury happened with Tua banged his head and ran his head right into
Hamlin's chest.
Right into Hamlin's chest.
And then Hamlin's the one that hit him when his concussion.
No, that was the hit. The concussion was Tua running, trying to dive for more yardage, and he dove. And he ran head first into that's what knocked him out.
I thought you were saying Hamlin's accident was when he was.
No,
that was against the Bengals.
Yeah, in the game, what knocked him out is he hit him in Hamlin's chest. That was like the weirdest thing. Those two, in the two areas, those are probably the top two players in the league that you are scared to watch play
because of their head and their chest. And those two collided.
And that's where they hit each other. All right, coming up. I think this is, to me, the clear number one thing that the Texans have to avoid in this game. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The awards are already rolling in for the Texans.
October, no. They are playing for straight-up banners.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, this is some sad news here. Tiger Woods undergoes another back surgery.
Oh, I'm telling you, he better get on Charlie's bag.
He about to start charging $700 for them damn pullovers.
Oh, my God, that's a great call.
Hey, he better get on Charlie's bag.
Just stop, man.
His body's broken, man.
You think this is a surgery that he is having just for him to live life more comfortably, or is this a surgery he is having to try to get back on the course?
Well, I got to think at this point in his career, if it's not to get back on the course, he ain't having it.
I would hope.
We damn sure ain't talking about it. Yeah, no, this has got to be something that was that
What
was
is
either.
going
Come
on,
on, Eldrick.
That's who he is right now.
I mean, let that man age in peace.
No,
man.
he's not trying to age.
Yeah, I mean, y'all
he's
leave him alone.
No,
That
you
ain't
keep
even
telling
aging, man.
you keep telling him to get on the bag, but that's not what he's doing. I want him to hang it up. It's over. He ain't been the same since L had that golf club.
Well, I mean, when he gets on, since that golf club went to the back window of that Escalade.
Since L had that golf club.
I don't recognize this guy. This ain't Tiger. That's Eldrick.
I feel like and I don't blame her, but I feel like she celebrates every time she gets a story that he has.
She
he has
got that
surgery.
push notification about another surgery.
I think she goes out to drink.
Those days are over.
Nah.
I mean, there was a good
what he did to her.
There was a good long time where she was like, "Yeah, it's good for you. Karma's a mug, ain't it?"
Yeah, and I think she. I think
at this point in time, she's got to be like, "All right, Lord, enough's enough."
No. Now, listen. I think the car accident was a little further than she wanted.
Every time she watches him limp around the course. God, this ain't what I signed up for.
I don't
man.
think
He can't
the car.
even walk.
I don't think the car. I think the car crash is a little deep, but I mean, she don't want Charlie and
I mean, who got the worst looking leg? Tiger Woods or
Alex Smith by a mile.
They're both ugly. Bro.
Alex Smith by a mile. Alex Smith. Every time I see Alex Smith's leg, I am certain that they're not finished.
How did he play on that?
Yeah, that leg is a nightmare.
I'm like they're not. He must have another surgery. There's got to be something else they're doing.
Didn't the infection eat a bunch of?
That's what I'm saying.
He's got indentions. Yeah,
he's got a couple of dents.
Yeah,
I look at it, I'm like, that's the best that they can finish with.
I don't.
Like when I look, like I'm just saying,
I'd own part of that hospital.
I'm just saying, when you look at what how we've seen medicine and what people can do and like what surgeries can be done, like they looked at that and they said, "Man, I know this guy's got all the funds in the world, and this is the best we can that we can do. This is it. This is it, boy. I mean, I'm telling you, it's Alex by far. But back to this game, Clint. To me, the number one key to this game. And not Derek Stingley type of key like you talked about when he was first drafted. But the number one key to this game to me, Clint, is simply to minimize mistakes. Like it feels like to me, Sunday night, prime time, this is the first time Caleb's been on this stage. This thing right here, CJ, I think, is thriving for this. It should be, hopefully, an atmosphere start to finish that could rattle Caleb Williams. We'll see. But it feels like, much like last week for the Bears, the only way that they hang in the game is if the Texans help them. That's what it feels like to me. It feels like the only way they have a chance. And listen, their defense, especially their secondary, and I was on in Chicago earlier today on our sister station, 670 The Score, and they said, yeah, our defense is pretty opportunistic. And do you think there will be opportunities for the Bears to have, some chances at turning the ball over? And listen, I think CJ has gotten more aggressive. We saw it in the game against the Colts. He took more chances than he did in the past. But to me, if they minimize the mistake, like if the Texans don't turn the ball over one time, I don't see how they lose. I don't see how they lose. The Bears won that game, Clint. They had 3 turnovers. 3 turnovers, a blocked field goal return by – stop it, Tyler – by Simone's husband.
See you too,
that's what
man.
I can see.
Mr.
Tyler.
Simone Biles,
yourself, man.
That's what.
Y'all respect that,
by
man.
Jonathan Owens. A blocked field goal return, 48-yard return by Jonathan Owens for a touchdown. One of the worst pick sixes you'll ever see in your life. I mean, this one was worse than Daniel Jones's pick six to Jalen Petrie. Go take a look at what Will Levis did. A pick six. They had to do all of that for them to win the game and put up enough points to win the game. To me, Clint, if they just take care of the ball and no major mistakes, I just don't see how they lose the game.
Now I will agree with that. I think the Texans are a significantly better football team than the Bears, and it's going to take some unorthodox, some outlandish, some outside the box type of performance by the Texans to lose this game at home. Sunday Night Football on the heels of of winning a big division game but not playing as well as you should. So the focus is definitely there. A very, very mature football team in the Texans. They know exactly who they are. They know what their identity is. And you're playing a team that's trying to figure all that stuff out in the Bears. And so I agree with you on that part for damn sure, is that the only way the Bears pull an upset and win this game is if the Texans go out there and turn the football over 2 or 3 times. And
add penalties.
Undisciplined and blow coverages again, which they did. And so look, I mean, let's be honest. It's not like defensively in the secondary they're not above that. So the Texans, they've got to go out there and play their brand of ball and not give this thing to the Bears. And I think they win it convincingly. But
at least the Bears that we've
said than done.
At least the Bears we've seen. The Bears we've watched, like that one's especially week 1.
I mean, look, they're not going to change. They're not going to change their stripes overnight. I think by week 8 or 9, the Bears are going to be a better football team than what we saw against Tennessee Titans. But I don't think overnight you all of a sudden turn into a team that's hitting on all cylinders on offense. Your quarterback's figured it out. You know how to protect him, and your defense is lights out. I expect their defense to be lights out, but I think offensively they've got a long road to hoe in a sense of trying to get where the Texans are. Again, it's unfair to have the same expectations for Caleb Williams that C.J. Stroud did last year. I mean, any rookie quarterback, what C.J. Stroud did last year was unbelievable. It's unfair to put those kind of expectations on a guy. And I think Caleb will be better, but to think he's going to take the same track and the same path that C.J. Stroud did and be better in 6 quarters of football at the NFL level, I don't see it happening.
Yeah, as someone texted in on the text line, be careful, don't jinx us, saying the Texans can't lose to the Bears. Remember the Panthers game. The Texans
can lose to the Bears.
Are at a stage where they
remember the damn Panthers.
Yeah, Tyler was there to start spanking and fearing
Tyler's
your opponents.
not going. Tyler's not going.
Tyler is going.
And
I am
look,
next week, though.
Nobody said that they can't lose. I'm just telling you, in order for this to be a football game and be tight in the fourth quarter, I just believe the Texans have to play a lot of stupid football through 3 quarters, whether that's penalties or it's turnovers or it's just not executing, which, again, Bobby Slowick said they didn't execute to their expectations week 1. So it's possible. Nobody's saying it's not possible, but it's going to take that level of effort for the Bears to be in this thing.
That's what I'm saying. And I said if they don't turn it over, they should be. It's hard to see how they lose this game. And just like you said, like last week, they didn't execute great offensively or defensively at times. I mean, we've heard them through the week say they left things out on the field, and clearly what D'Amico's been preaching all week about the big plays, and Matt Burke as well. But they didn't turn the ball over, and they went on the road and beat a good football team 29-27. And they didn't make mistakes. And I would see that at least being the same thing. All right, coming up. It is a football Friday, but that means Saturday as well, our Saturday slate. All 3 of us pick our games of the week and a little what you're watching. Send it in, 713-572-4610. We do it every Friday. What shows, what movies, what you watching, coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, let's talk about Our Vision Homes, y'all. If you're ready to build that dream home, that custom home, Our Vision Homes is the way to go. It's a no-brainer, man. You've got questions? Of course you do. You're not the expert in building homes and making this level of investment. Our Vision Homes. Sagamore Rye Whiskey. It's a match made in heaven, y'all.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yes. When I hear that music, baby, that gets me excited right
turn
there.
you on, Ron?
It does, man. College football. And I know it turns on Clint. He don't need the music. He gets himself going anyway. But how about Texas State, by the way, the other day almost got
last
Arizona
night,
State.
Yeah.
Was that last night? Yeah, last night.
Yeah,
last
man,
night,
I watched that game. That was
the best football game on TV last night.
I had a buddy of mine's the AD at Arizona State, and then the staff that got fired at Arkansas with Chad Morris.
They're over there,
and Chad Morris. No, they're at Texas State.
They made old Chris Santiago of Area 45 pretty sad.
I know Santiago. Oh, he had to enjoy it. At least
that was a 28-28 game late in the third.
Well, he had money on it, too.
Yeah. But no, we're live here. We're live here in Katy, out here at Big City Wings on a Football Friday. Come on out here. A lot of great people out here and a good time out here. My man Sam out here. He'll take care of you along with this great staff here. Come on out and enjoy yourself here at Big City Wings. We're here till 6 o'clock, but you can go ahead and take in that Astros game here too as well. And there's some good college football tonight. The Kansas Jayhawks play tonight as
they play
well.
tonight?
And tonight, 6 o'clock, baby. They play UNLV, a rematch of the bowl game. Also, K-State, Arizona, top 20 matchup as well tonight as well. So a lot going on in college football. We do this every single Friday or Saturday. Slate the game you're looking at. I'm going to start this thing off, Clint. This is as you know, for me, I'm a college football fan. This is a bucket list place, a weird one. You know, a lot of people here, I want to go, between the hedges in Georgia. I want to go to Kyle Field. I want to go to the Big House. I want to go to the Horseshoe. Everything I hear about Camp Randall in Madison, Wisconsin, especially at night, is one of the kind of gems of college football. And J.J. Watt, I'm sure, will attest to it. We got a Michigan State fan in the house who is booing that. But this game, they host Alabama. And what's my man's name? Coach who was at Cincinnati, who took over at Fickle. Yeah,
Luke Fickle.
Luke Fickle, who has got something rolling there. They've looked pretty good. They've run the ball pretty well the first couple of weeks. And Alabama, I don't know what the hell it is about South Florida, but Alabama cannot play South Florida the way they play everybody else. They were in a dogfight last week, and now they got to travel to Wisconsin to take on the Badgers. This one's an interesting game to see exactly where Alabama is. And if they play the way they did last week at home against South Florida, Wisconsin's got a real chance to win this game.
Yeah, look, I think anytime you go into Camp Randall, you could run into some problems. It's a tough place to play on the road. Nothing that Alabama is not used to. Yeah. At least as the team, they should be fine. They've been in hostile environments before. Heck, even Kalen DeBoer, the new head coach from Washington, he's been in hostile environments. It shouldn't be too big of a hurdle for him, but definitely a big-time football game. And look, here's the reality of it is a lot of us make a lot about Kalen DeBoer taking over for Nick Saban. And while those are some big shoes to fill, if we're being honest, the expectations of him to fill the shoes are slim to none. Just go in there and continue to win football games. You don't necessarily have to be Nick Saban. The interesting part to me, and I know Kalen DeBoer has won with many different quarterbacks and different styles of quarterbacks, but putting a local spin on this thing, Jalen Milroe, we happen to be in Katy. Jalen Milroe, a Katy product.
It's a different quarterback that he's worked with.
Yeah, it's just a different quarterback than what Michael Penix was, and Michael Penix is running that air raid, and that's where they made the big run last year to the college football playoffs. And so you look at it and go, okay, can Jalen Milroe do that? Jalen Milroe's nowhere near the passer of the football that Penix Jr. was. They're not even in the same ballpark. They're two different dudes, two different caliber quarterbacks when it comes to passing the football, obviously.
But he can run that thing.
Well, exactly. So where does Kalen DeBoer offensively meet Jalen Milroe? What does the Alabama offense really, really look like with Jalen Milroe and Kalen DeBoer being the two powers that be, if you will? I think the jury's still out on that. And so you take all that into consideration where I don't know that they really know what their identity is yet. I mean, I'm sure they think they've got an idea of what they've worked on in camp and what they've established since Kalen DeBoer's been there. But you go to Wisconsin and play in that environment, all of a sudden you find out a little bit about yourself. So I think this is a very, very interesting game. And I think it's going to be going to be a defining moment in Kalen DeBoer's the start of his tenure at Alabama.
Even though they're a top 5 team, this would not be a shocker if Alabama walked in there and lost.
I don't disagree with it.
Not a shock.
It'll be story A just because it's Alabama, and then the whole Nick Saban, Kalen DeBoer thing will take over. But I wouldn't be shocked either. What's that line?
I don't know. Let me look that up. I'll give you that line in a bit. What game are you looking at?
This is an easy one for me, man. LSU and South Carolina this weekend. South Carolina's 2-0. They beat the brakes off my boy Mark Stoops and the Kentucky Wildcats last week. That's the only game they played that matters. And then LSU,
and they beat the hell out of them.
Yeah, it was 31-6 or something like that. But then LSU, the only game they played that mattered is the USC game, and they got beat by USC, which I think was more about USC kind of establishing themselves in the SEC. I think that was more of that statement right there. And so two teams that have won, that have played big opponents, performed well. One of them won big. One of them fell a little bit short. And it's now an SEC game. There's no longer divisions. Which team steps up? The team that has lesser expectations in South Carolina, are they real? Or is LSU and Brian Kelly with national championship caliber expectations and Nussmeier at quarterback, what does LSU look like? This is a game, and LSU, who I think is probably the bigger, more powerful, more established, more mature football team, they've got to go to Carolina so that they're in hostile territory. They've lost already to USC once this year. What do they look like against South Carolina? Obviously, a conference game in the SEC, that'll be huge.
That'll be a big one. That line, Alabama minus 16.5.
Ooh,
and that line,
that's a big number
in Madison. You know who else? You know who's got a big one? Them Aggies. They go to the swamp. They travel to Florida.
Ooh.
Winter season over.
Can we? And hey, you're saying that? I think it's even more bleak on the other side. I think it may be Luz and Billy Napier might get fired around here. Like y'all could send Florida into a completely rebuilding stage, starting over if they don't win this game, because Billy Napier is beyond the hot seat. He is in big time trouble, and if they lose another one of these games at home, and especially if it looks bad, woo! Yeah, he's got to start. He's got to win this game to me.
Napier?
Yeah,
I mean, look, he's got to win all of his next ones before his ass is going to get canned.
He may be on a week-to-week type of deal right now.
Yeah, look, I just hope for, again, the sake of the local boy here, Lagway, the quarterback that's from this area that is the starting quarterback. I just hope like hell for his sake he can win that game. But for Tyler's sake, I hope the Aggies can right the ship and Tyler doesn't have to write off the 2024 season 3 weeks into it.
Yeah, they're a 4-point favorite. Aggies are.
Do I go with DJ or do I go with Tyler? I go with Lagway or do I go with Tyler? I'll go with you, man.
I'm never going to suggest you to bet on the Aggies if that's what you're talking about.
You're like a play cousin.
I'm about to say you're a little closer to him. I think you spend a little bit more time with Tyler.
Yeah, probably.
Unless you want to smile in his face.
Gig him, Aggies.
Because
no, I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy.
But I'm just saying, because you know when y'all have to meet each other in Dallas,
he'll smile in my face.
That's different. When we're playing each other, things get turned up a notch.
He's gonna give it to you real quick. What you watching? As I heard Tyler say, you just finished season 1 of Your Honor,
dude. Yes, so good too, so good.
Yeah.
I still need to get over there and start that.
I can't believe you haven't.
Now y'all making me nervous. Like y'all, like
Bryan
Courtney.
Cranston is
Courtney,
so good.
Courtney told me it was intense.
You've got piss poor taste if you don't like it.
Courtney told me it was intense. You told me it was intense.
Oh, it's intense.
Hell, you couldn't find the words to explain to me something that you wanted to tell me that was so intense about it that you.
I mean, that first episode, Ron, something pops off that kind of sets the stage for the show, and my jaw literally dropped. It's pretty wild.
I'm telling you, go ahead. I'm telling you, Tyler, go kick off Bad Monkey. That bad boy on Apple TV. Oh man, Vince Vaughn is a nut boy. That thing is a serious watch.
Bad Monkey, good Kikuchi.
It is Kikuchi night, by the way. it is Kikuchi night, by the way. So
hey, we hope we get that good Kikuchi tonight. I know that much. We can't let that die, boys.
Ocho said he's watching season 2 of Reasonable Doubt. I ain't gonna lie to you, Ocho. I just got completely caught up with it last night too.
I ain't watching it.
No, it's a real. It's bordering on the line of Black Star Power, baby. It is borderline. They got enough stars in there. Got Morris Chestnut in there, just enough for it not to be a straight up BET special right there, late night BET special. All right, as we continue here, we're live here at Big City Wings. Clint, what you got coming up in the 4?
It's easy, man. Bobby Slowick spoke yesterday, and as usual, he dropped some old football horny audio. Not one, but about 2 or 3 pieces of audio that I got to give to the people here, man. And look, it's on a serious note. He talks about what sets this team apart from last year's team, and can they continue to run the football the way they ran it last week? We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
I just answered this one also, but
for the first time since 2019, the Texans are playing under the lights at NRG.
cut anyone off, no one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Get on the jugs.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
And there's a party going on. Big City Wings, Morton Ranch. All you got to do is, I can't get it through that window, and I can't afford them lights, brother. Morton Ranch, y'all come out and hang with us. I'm holding old pigskin over here, and I almost threw it across the bar. My natural reaction.
You thought about it, didn't you?
My natural reaction is to spin it. There was
you
a
could
day
have done it, man.
Yeah, no, that ain't no doubt. Not
saw
about
you
now.
throw it through that reef in Baytown.
Hey, if Sam wasn't there, I think you'd have thrown it.
I mean, no,
if Sam wasn't there, I think you would have tried to get it right through them lights.
That is not true. I can't afford them hanging lights right there.
Thrown it.
And I don't want to hit. I'd hit old boy in the head right there.
I bet you can't hit Sam right now.
No, I got Sam all day long. Sam, you got his hands out of your pocket all day long. Ooh, the elbow's still.
There you go. There you go.
At Morton Ranch, Big City Wings, new joint out here, new location out here. Come out, hang with us. We got plenty of room, plenty of seats. It's a good little party going on here.
We're gonna give away. Sam, I'd have killed you if you'd have dropped that ball, boy.
We're gonna
crushed you.
We're gonna give away a $50 Academy Sports and Outdoors gift card. In fact, if you're in the building and you hadn't signed up for the raffle yet, make sure you do that. We're gonna pull for that. We're gonna pull this for this Academy Sports and Outdoors gift card here. Before too long. But if you're out there, you're driving around, come through Big City Wings. What we have is there are QR codes all around the building, and the Academy Sports and Outdoors is offering the ultimate tailgate package. And what that is a $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, as well as 2 seats in the suite, in our Sports Radio 610 Odyssey suite for the Christmas Day game. Versus the Baltimore Ravens. So, $1,000 at Academy Sports and Outdoors. You can get all your gear. You can get all your tailgating goods. You can buy whatever you want, to be honest with you. Ain't nobody ain't nobody watching you. And then you can show up at the game and hang out with us. You can hang out with our staff. With great people, great food, great drinks. It's a great way to watch the Texans game. It's the second largest suite in the stadium. Of course, Cal McNair and Hannah McNair, the McNair family, wouldn't let us have the biggest suite. So, again, the ultimate tailgate prize pack, Academy Sports and Outdoors. Thank those guys for making it happen. Come through, scan the QR code, sign up, boom, we're good to go. All right, Bobby Slowick, Ron. Mm-hmm. When Bobby Slowick speaks, I'm going to be honest with you, I get a little turned on.
I know.
I get a little turned on. When a man can talk football in depth and off the rip, answer questions, It'll turn me on a bit. And at the end of the day, Bobby Slowick spoke about a couple of things. And last week, I've ranted and raved, gone on and on, we all have, about the Texans' run game and what they were able to do against the Indianapolis Colts, particularly against the Indianapolis Colts defensive front last week. We all know it. Joe Mixon went for $159 on 30 carries. Overall, they rushed for over 200 yards against that front. That's a hell of a deal. Out of the gate, after Mixon and Tunsil and several guys were limited for the most of training camp, to come out and run the football that well was a big deal. And I don't think, Ron, that that most folks understand how big of a deal that is, how powerful that is. And Bobby Slowick, he went ahead and addressed that particular question today. And so I want you to listen up. What the Texans did last week was win a football game and run the ball well, right? But what does that really mean? Here's what Bobby Slowick believes in.
Yeah, I mean, like I've talked about before, like the run game really kind of sets the table. It allows us play pass, keepers, and then gets guys thinking about it when we go drop back. You get a lot of loaded boxes when they start to get worried about it. And you can put them in a bind if they want to keep playing shell and split safety stuff. So it just helps empower us to do whatever we feel we need to do to win the game. In particular, like I think was really underrated about running the ball is you gain a power position with controlling the clock. I felt like we had multiple drives. We were on the field for what felt like 5+ minutes, and for an offense it's really gratifying because, you want to be on the field. That's when it's fun. And for the defense, obviously, when they're on the sideline, that gives them a little juice, that gives them a little energy, especially when they see the O-line blocking the way they were, the tight ends blocking the way they were, and Joe running it how he was.
It can be boring. He's super monotone when he's saying it, but he covered a lot of ground there, right? He talked about how if you run the football game, run the football, all of a sudden the play action is big, the keepers are big, the misdirection's big, the reverse is big. Now all of a sudden they've got to insert safeties into the box, and now you got one-on-one outside. And then he hit on the big one here, Ron, which is I think the most impressive part of the Texans being able to run the football the way they did is when you can run it in a 4-minute situation, when everybody under the sun that's watching the game knows you're going to run the football, when you can still get it done and you can milk the clock and you can keep Anthony Richardson, who is obviously just a big play monster, keep him off the field and just keep that clock running, Ron. That's not a good complementary run game. That's a dominant run game. I said it earlier. This is when you can run the football in a complementary fashion. That's good, and that's what I expected the Texans to be able to do this year, or at least hope they would be able to do this year. What they did last week was they ran the football in a situational manner, not just it was a good run game, good run on first down. They ran the football in the red zone. They ran the football in short yardage. They ran the football in a 4-minute situation when everybody knew they were going to run the football. If you can run the football dominantly and convincingly in the right situations, you're an elite run team. Now, they did it for 1 week, Ron. They didn't do it for 17. They did it for 1. So I don't want to get too carried away, but when you can do that's elite stuff.
Clint, they weren't able to run it when you didn't know they were going to run it. The hell with running it when everybody knew they could. Catching them by surprise, they weren't able to be successful running the football. So yeah, and you said it coming in Monday, and I don't think it's that straight. If they show that they can run the football, hell, it was more than just situationally. That they can show that they can keep somebody honest is what we said. That changes the offense. That what we saw Sunday was something completely different.
Yeah.
And if they can do that, and I think it'll be interesting to see Sunday night, Clint, does this force the Bears to have to adjust how they're going to play them? I got to believe with the ease that the Texans ran the football last week that Matt Eberflus and his coordinator are sitting there thinking, okay, all right, well, we got to put a little bit more priority and focus to stopping the run, and that's a tough thing to do when you got C.J. Stroud and those weapons that we watched do what they did without a running game last year.
You better believe that Matt Eberflus, the head coach and the defensive coordinator for the Chicago Bears, his job got significantly more difficult with what he watched Joe Mixon and this offensive line do. That's the NFL's worst nightmare as it pertains to the Texans.
Because it didn't look like luck.
No, it was convincing. It wasn't just one man going off.
Well, they had a great day.
Yeah, it was several guys doing work. So it was convincing. The worst nightmare for the NFL, for 31 other football teams, as it pertains to the Houston Texans, who were already. I think probably I think a lot of folks were overshooting and betting on the come for the Texans before the season, but they were highly thought of. I think that's fair. Top 5-6 team in the NFL. Now they came out and showed at an elite level that they can run the football effectively. Now you got to mention them with the top 2 or 3 or 4 teams in the league, and it's a conversation they deserve to be in. Now, when you look at what the Texans were able to do, again, the production was off the charts. But the question is, can Joe Mixon run the football 30 times a game in the NFL? And I know he's not going to do that for 17 weeks, but at the end of the day, can he do it consistently? Can he do it multiple games throughout the week? Can he do it back-to-back games? I think that's the biggest question. When you see 30 carries, that's a big number. Here's Bobby Slowick on exactly that. Can Joe Mixon handle the workload that we saw him handle week 1 versus the Colts?
Physically, I'd say he's probably one of the few guys remaining in the NFL that could handle that. I mean, there's not many offenses you're going to run the ball to the same guy 30 times over and over and over and over again every week. But I'm not really worried about his workload in that regard. Like, he's just built and has in his past done that before and is built to do that. But it really is more of, we'll give Joe the ball as many times as necessary, you know, and every game's going to wind up playing out different. So, you know, in that game, it was a 30-carry game for Joe, and when you have 30 carries and you're averaging over 4, in his case 5 a carry, that's a heck of a day.
It will be interesting, Ron, to see if and how they adjust, because my response to what Bobby just said is that if you were going to give Joe Mixon a break, last week's game would have been a good time to do it. Your offensive line was eaten. Last week, Dameon Pierce got in there and ran it well for 3 carries. You could have limited his carries last week. And I'm not suggesting that, by the way. All I'm saying is it sure appears that what Bobby Slowick just said about a guy that his body can handle that kind of load, it seems like that's what their plan is offensively at the running back position. Is he's going to get 95% of the snaps.
Well, yeah, all right, he can get 95% of the snaps, but he can't get 33 touches in a game. Like, some games may call for it, and I'm with you. I thought they probably could have got Pierce in more, especially the way he was playing. I think maybe they wanted to see a little bit, but to me, it is not sustainable of 28-year-old Joe Mixon, who has had some injury stuff. I mean, Joe Mixon didn't practice for 3 weeks with the leg issues earlier. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's really good right now for any back to be getting 33 carries anymore. Definitely not a 28-year-old in Joe Mixon. I hope for Joe Mixon and the running games, from their perspective, they don't keep looking at saying, all right, man, we're gonna hand the ball off that many times. It can't 33 touches. Woo, no, that can't be it. That's got to come down. And I think they'll adjust that because that ain't this. That's Larry Johnson. His prime.
Yeah, look, I think they'll adjust it because they're hoping to play for 17, 20.
Yeah,
they're hoping to play 21 games this year.
Some games may call for it, but
I love the fact that they believe that Joe Mixon is that kind of guy. I love hearing it from the offensive coordinator, and if they have to, they got a guy that can tote that thing 30-plus times. He can touch it 30, 33 times in a game. I absolutely love that. Hey, I want to shift gears real quick, Ron. There's the Dalton Schultz situation in this game. I know he didn't practice Wednesday, Thursday. He practiced today, which is Friday. Dalton Schultz is the caliber tight end that without a doubt can afford to miss all the practice if he needs to and still be productive on Sunday and still be better than anybody else that the Texans can put out there on Sunday. And I'm talking about physically and mentally. He's just simply nobody's in the same league as him on this particular roster. So I believe he's going to be fine. I believe he's going to play. But in the instance where he doesn't play, the Texans are going to have to lean heavily into Brevin Jordan. And Brevin Jordan jumped on the scene last year, made some great plays, but I've always looked at him, and I think most of us have always looked at him as more of like a weapon type of fullback, H-back, tight end that can do a little bit of everything but really isn't a true hand-in-the-dirt tight end. His performance last week where he had some big-time blocks was impressive. Again, playing the tight end position. Here's Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator, on if Dalton Schultz has to miss any time, whether it's the whole game or just, he has to give up some snaps. Brevin Jordan is going to be the player that gets those. Here's Bobby Slowick on exactly where Brevin Jordan is as a player.
I really think Brevin, through the course of last season, took a massive step as far as just being a professional, being an NFL player, and not just physically but mentally and everything that goes along with that. So he knew he had to get in his playbook. He knew he had to learn our scheme, but then he went to an extra step of, how do I devote this extra time to taking care of my body? How do I devote this extra time to making sure on game day I'm 100%, I'm good to go, I'm looking fast? And he grew into that as the season went on, which I think everybody saw, the way he played as the season went on. And then he carried that over into the offseason, and all he's continued to do is get better and better and better, even through camp all the way into this game. I mean, some of the run blocking clips he had in this last game were some of the best we've had since we've been here, and that's stuff he's been doing since training camp. So he's just embraced all phases of being an NFL player.
No, I believe that.
Hey, you know what's interesting about that cut?
That's the best I've seen Brevin Jordan block.
There's no doubt about it. And he's explosive. Hell, you don't lose that. But the most interesting part of that is, what did Rhett Lashley, his college coach, when he was at Miami, Rhett Lashley was his coach. What did Rhett tell us after the Texans drafted him?
What did he say?
He said if he matures, he's young mentally. He's just, he's not ready yet. He's not super physical. If he matures and develops, and they can ultimately, and I'm paraphrasing, so Brevin, this is not what your coach said. My boy Rhett said, but basically, if they can make a man out of him, he's going to be the real deal. It sounds like him turning that corner mid-season last year. He just became one of those tight ends that's not scared to get physical. Again, the explosive side of it. Clearly, he's more of a professional and taking it serious, or else I don't know that they would have kept him around, to be honest with you, because he's been injured a couple of different times in the preseason. And so, Brevin Jordan, I think the tight end position's in good hands. If Dalton Schultz can't go full go, if he misses a few series here or there, I feel better about Brevin Jordan being a guy that can go in there, even put his hand in the dirt and be a tight end that C.J. Stroud can rely on. I'll be honest with you. Before the season started, I don't know that I'd been real comfortable with that.
No, especially when it came to the run game portion of it, and coming into it, Dalton's not known for his blocking either, but it was still different from Brevin Jordan, especially for Brevin and Cade Stover, the areas they came from to block. It wasn't always, as an end tight end. Some of it was coming from the fullback position, which is another game changer if they can put them on the field and run the ball effectively with them in those spots, which means they can do more things, not just running the ball with them coming out of different spots and have them on the field with other people. So, yeah, that was big for Brevin to show that, and I think you do feel more comfortable.
Hey, I think I'm fixing to get into pickleball.
Is it because you've been watching it on the screen?
Sweeping the nation.
You should have gone last week.
I think I'm fixing. Should I ain't never done a damn thing. I think I'm fixing to get into pickleball. You want to get a one-on-one match going?
I'm not in a place right now physically to play pickleball.
Why not, Chief? You got a bad ankle?
More of a knee.
It's a knee?
Got a knee going with me. Got a knee problem.
Maybe we ought to get the wives, man. Have a little couples game.
We used to play.
Courtney will whip you into shape now.
We used to play a little bit. There's I took you guys.
Well, you ought to have the advantage. We've never played.
Yeah, I took you guys to eat a little chicken and pickle out in Kansas City. We used to go up there and hang out. Do they got one here?
I didn't know this many people got into it. Like, they got people in the stands watching.
Oh, it's huge.
Oh, it's huge, yeah. Did you see them playing through the rain last week at East River 9?
I saw some people out there playing in the rain, but I didn't watch their game. Now, I'm going to assume they were pretty good if they're playing in the rain.
I mean, it's so popular. I think it was LA Fitness. They, across the nation, have converted all of their basketball courts to pickleball courts.
Now, Tyler, can you go in this? I know with your knee.
Nah, not till I get this knee cut on again, my friend. Used to love playing tennis all the time with the wife, though.
Tyler, you can't play pickleball because of your knee?
I legit have something torn in there, man. Like, it's bad.
You can't even play pickleball.
I know. It was the ACL. I thought you got it fixed.
Oh, I'm a
Well, I had that surgery back in the day, and that was a torn ACL and a meniscus, but something's wrong with it the last year or two. I got to just make the time to go get it checked out,
What'd you do, bump the couch again when you was drunk?
No. I honestly, I probably pivoted wrong one day.
You fall down the stairs at McIntyre's?
You pivoted wrong.
There aren't any stairs at McIntyre's. Joke's on you.
No, there absolutely is.
Oh, downtown there is.
Nope, that one you go to. When you walk out that front going in the parking lot, there's stairs right there.
My man is shaking his head right there like he knows it.
Absolutely. Tyler, we stood right next to him.
Tyler's dug. It's right there, the stairs. Tyler's dug in. My man is yelling from here.
Why are you giving me crap for my knee?
That's a big-ass beer he got over there, by the way. Hey, why don't y'all finish this off so we can go to break here?
Fair.
As we continue
we were standing right next to those stairs when we realized
Tyler, I need you to get ready for this.
They don't wear bras in public anymore.
Oh, the 4 steps. Sorry, Ron, I'm done.
Well, that's 4 steps. That's
coming up next. I need you to get ready for this, Tyler. It is It is Football Friday here, but the Astros do have they're all getting big here late, a big series tonight, and you know what night it is. You know what night it is. It's that man. It's Kikuchi night. It's Kikuchi night. It's Kikuchi night, and we will talk about our guy Yusei Kikuchi coming up next.
I love Kikuchi!
In the loop.
When was the last time you saw the Texans in a clutch situation against a division team, probably your best competition in the division, play grown man football? Seriously, that was grown-ass man football.
It matters so much.
It's Reggie Atatula and John Lopez, localizing your lunch break 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
Did you know that you can now
Game analysis, inside info, and your reactions starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Tonight is Kikuchi night.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I see some folks coming in. Some guys like to travel with us coming in. We appreciate everybody coming in. Remember, 5 o'clock hour. Sign your name, put your name in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win a $50 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We'll be doing that in the 5 o'clock hour, so hang in, stay with us. Again, we're at Big City Wings here in Katy. Come hang on out with us. This is a big spot, and I'm telling you, if I didn't have to go to the Sugarland Space Cowboys game tonight because my son's singing a national anthem, which I'm sure there are many of you listening who your kids probably singing a national anthem because there's going to be about 150 third, fourth, and fifth graders out there singing the national anthem. If I had to go there, man, I could see myself parking it up at this bar. No, I saw some frozen drinks back there, so that's right down my alley. I could have myself a good time watching KU on the.
To be fair, I ain't never seen a bar I couldn't belly up to.
No, I've seen a couple. I've seen a couple. No, but or the Astros who get started tonight. You can watch that game here, and as you heard coming in, it is Kikuchi night. Yusei Kikuchi gets the start tonight, I ain't heard that. That's nice. If you could string that together with our friend Kikuchi, that would be that. Like if you could back that up together.
I'm on it.
Like you say, Kikuchi. Like that would that combination. That would be. You say. Got to get it tighter. We'll figure that out. I think you got to do some work to get that.
Well, I can't do much there just because I got some music going, so it comes in a little lighter.
Music, but you might be able to. I mean, you may have to come around and just completely put that together.
Oh yeah, I will.
And make
I will.
That could work right there. That's two different aggressive, passionate spots coming through. But he pitches tonight, Clint, and he has been maybe the best trade pickup of any team in Major League Baseball. What he has done for this rotation, this staff, and you can argue he's been right there as good. If Framber won this team and Hunter Brown won this team, he's pitched as well as they have. to be honest. And he goes tonight, and I want to throw this question out to you and the people. 713-572-4610. You can text it. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well, as you're always involved. Right now, is it clear cut that Kikuchi is the number 3 starter?
For me,
it's clear cut. If you go into a postseason series, if as it started, you would face the Astros would face the Minnesota Twins. He would get one of those 3 starters.
Yes,
and that's with Ronell, Verlander, Arrighetti. He'd get one of those 3 starters.
Yeah, he would. For me, he would. I think. You got a power pitching left-hander that you can mix in there. Obviously, we know who Fromber is, and then you got Big Hunter Brown. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Look, you can't go wrong with Ronell Blanco, given what he's done. And to be honest with you, I don't know that you can go wrong with Spencer Arrighetti. But to me, when I look at those 3 guys, JV right now, I can't lean into that. Sorry, I know some folks can, but I can't lean into that. JV's not pitching one of the 3 games in the wild card if it's me right now. It's Ronell Blanco, Spencer Arrighetti, and Kikuchi, and other than the fact that I just love for them to say his name 42 times on TV when the Astros are playing, and it still does something for me. I think Kikuchi has the nod there for me.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with it. I mean, honest to God, there is a case to be made that, like, these 3 guys, Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, and Kikuchi, since the trade deadline, have been the best pitchers in the American League. I think so, too. I'm seeing people from the text line saying, yes, Kikuchi, give me Kikuchi. I don't know if they mean that because they want him to be the third one, or they just want to say, give me
I can relate.
Everybody wants it.
Who would you say if he's the third? Because I think I'm with you. For me, and I feel bad for it. It's just because of his experience and what the manager has already said. But I would think, I guess right now, Arrighetti would be the closest.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
That you would say, well, like, if it wasn't Kikuchi, it'd be Arrighetti right now. Even though Ronell Blanco has been more consistent throughout the year, I think clearly since he's been in the bullpen before, I think that's a route that they would go. But Arrighetti, I think for some, for me, I am one of the ones you're talking about that is still potentially holding out the, hey, I don't know about JV yet. I need to see another start from JV yet, but Arrighetti would probably be the guy that's the closest. Our guy here on the text line said it would be Arrighetti that he would go with over Kikuchi. So I don't know about that. We'll see what he does tonight. But if he continues to roll through like this, it'll be hard to take it from him. From the text line, Verlander can be on the roster as morale and clubhouse guy, but he isn't the guy anymore. Man, damn, man. I mean, he could at least, at the very least, come in and piggyback with somebody if that's the case. Maybe he doesn't get the start. Honest to God, especially hearing Dana Brown earlier this week on the on their flagship, I think Justin Verlander most definitely still has a chance to get a start. I think.
I think he does too. I mean,
he mentioned your favorite, the back of the baseball card.
Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, that's always safe. When you got to start making those kind of mentions, it's never a good thing. But yeah, look. I mean, I think what you want to talk about Verlander, the experience, the veteran, the respect that's there. He deserves to see this thing through, obviously. And if over the next 3 starts, if he can turn the corner a little bit and get back to pitching with some confidence and ultimately going out there and giving you 6 solid innings, a quality start possibly, then yeah, to me it's a no-brainer at that point in time. But he's got a long way to go. Basically, his last couple of outings, he's got a long way to go to get there.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what else he's got?
What?
Short time.
Short time.
Long way to go in a short time to get
baby.
there. What
3
move is that?
Man. I don't know.
Tyler, you got it?
Going to 6.
We're going to do, they say it can't be done.
Smokey the Bandit.
Oh, yeah, I ain't had that one. All right, that was our baseball talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Coming up, hey, let's not overlook some of the things that happened last Sunday to the Texans and make sure that is something that doesn't happen again on Sunday, because it is completely possible. That's coming up next.
All right, imagine finding that dream home and moving in right away. Sounds perfect. Sounds like a dream, right? No waiting to sell your old place. Sounds perfect. Sounds like a dream. Well, that's exactly what you get.
according to your exact retirement goals and not just what the employer is offering.
If you've got an old 401k or one that you rolled to a new employer, call Trajan Wealth today at 346-371-3330. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
You say, I love Kikuchi!
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's it right there, Tyler. That's a good match.
You like that?
There. That's it. That's a good matchup. That's a good matchup there. It's starting to seem like some people are starting to get off work. Some people are starting to come on in. My man over here, the whole group, they got big beers. Go ahead and get you. There you go. There you go. Still letting you know, Tyler, there are some damn stairs in that damn place.
Yeah, I was thinking of like an actual staircase, but he was right. I was wrong.
Yeah,
I forgot about the little stoop out there.
Forgot about the little stoop out there. He came through. But we are live here, Big City Wings, out here in Katy. Come on out. Right off 99. Come on out. Have a good time. Hang out with us. Your chance coming up in the next hour. $50 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. You can win that here. And listen up. And if you are in the building and you have not gone and used that QR code to be a part of that amazing $1,000 prize pack, and it involves you coming to check out a game, not just a game, but Christmas Day game in our suite, Clint, up at the stadium against the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, the ultimate tailgate prize pack brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors is what you're registering for. Hit that QR code at the front door. I think there's a couple of little flyers going around the building as well. Hit that QR code, register. It's a $1,000 gift card from Academy that you can do whatever the hell you want to with. And then it's a pair of tickets in our suite, which is the second largest suite at NRG Stadium, the Odyssey Suite, the Sports Radio 610 Suite. We'll all be in the building. You can hang with us. You can hang with our staff. It's a lot cooler than we are, so I'm probably a lot better looking as well, so you might want to go that route. But either way it goes, it's a big suite. We'll all be there. You can bring whoever the hell you want to bring. But all you got to do is stop by, hit that QR code, register, and who knows? You may be the next lucky winner right there. So Academy Sports and Outdoors, big shout out to them for making that possible.
Yeah, big one. And listen, it's right there. There's one at the table here, but there's one at the door. As soon as you walk in, you cannot miss it. Ma'am, go ahead. You can get it. You can be a part of that. She heard that. She said, let me get that. Let me hit that QR code. Go ahead and do that. Get it in there, man. I know you want to come watch that game with us. See Lamar and company against your Houston Texans. So a lot to get through here as we are here on this Football Friday, enjoying ourselves, Clint. And I know for you, I know it was big for you to look at some things that we shouldn't overlook. And I know you've watched the film even more. And I think a big thing coming out of this thing were some issues that the Texans want to clean up in this game.
Look, I think, and I've expanded since we did this, Ron, so bear with me a little bit. I've expanded my thoughts here. Imagine that, right? But I think, number one, the secondary is still a concern. The secondary is still a spot where we got to keep an eye on. We can't get too far out over our skis with this secondary. We talked about Jimmy Ward throughout the week. I mean, Jimmy Ward wasn't just outdueled for jump balls in the secondary and outran in quarters coverage, which I saw, and I thought not a major deal. When you watch the film, he's out of position. He's getting ran by. Eric Murray was out of position in one that on the big touchdown out the back gate on the dig route that they scored a touchdown on late in that ball game. So the safety position in general was I think not good in that game. And D'Amico Ryans, I'm sure, has had a come to Jesus meeting with those guys. Kalen Bullock is there. Obviously, he can spell one, either Eric Murray or Jimmy Ward, but he can't spell both of them. And so
because they like playing all three of them. They like playing Petrie and Murray and Ward out there all at once.
Yeah, and look, I mean, when it's all said and done, Kalen Bullock played 50-some-odd% of the snaps. I could see him playing 70+ this week, given how Jimmy Ward and Eric Murray played last week. Not a major ordeal. I'm not saying anybody's getting benched or anybody just was awful, but I think there is a DeMeco Ryans has got a little bit of a pet peeve, and that's in the secondary. If you can't just simply be where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be there, I think there's a really good chance you're going to end up on the sideline by him. So watch that dynamic at safety. Jimmy Ward, Eric Murray, Kalen Bullock. I could see Kalen Bullock snaps going way up this week in particular. But they did not play well last week. They gave up too many big plays, and it was not as innocent as I made it sound in the postgame and leading up until I watched the film. It was a lot worse than I thought at the safety position. The second thing in the secondary is we can't ignore in victory what we wouldn't in defeat. Lassiter got beat deep, and it would have been a big problem had Anthony Richardson thrown a more accurate ball on the double move. Now, it was a double move. I think that's how teams are going to attack Kamari Lassiter, and so he's got to be better than that at the cornerback position. If Anthony Richardson throws that ball and throws it well and it ends up a touchdown, even if the Texans still win the football game, we're talking about Kamari Lassiter in a little different light of, see, I told you. See, he got ran by. He got double moved. He's a young corner, and he's got to be better than that. So that secondary's got some problems that we've got to keep our eyes on. And then Ron, inside that
real quick with the secondary.
Okay.
After watching it, it didn't feel like just the first game. It felt like this is more than just some mistakes. This is something you could. It's concerning.
It's concerning. It's why DeMeco Ryans in his every presser he had this week was mentioned. We got to be better in the secondary. It's unacceptable. You can't. Those things can't happen. And I think he was absolutely being generous, because when you go back and watch the film, exactly what we saw Eric Murray do and exactly what we saw Jimmy Ward do is what got Jalen Petre's ass on the sideline last year. And if it can happen to Jalen Petre when there's not a Kalen Bullock breathing down his throat, then it can damn sure happen to Jimmy Ward and Eric Murray when 21 Kalen Bullock is back there. So I just look – I don't think anything's going to be crazy. It was one game, but Kalen Bullock's going to get more run this week, I think, than he did last week. And I just don't – I mean – I don't think it was first game jitters. I think if you look at Kamari Lassiter,
you thought it more what your concern was walking in.
Well, they never really had a chance to just flat run by him. It was a double move. Good corners, really good corners get beat with double moves. So I'm not banging on Kamari Lassiter. I'm just telling you, in that situation with a 10-point lead and you're playing cushion, you can't jump a route underneath and chance getting beat over the top for a touchdown. You just can't do it. He's got to be better. So, I mean, literally we're an accurate throw away from going, hey, man, is Kamari Lassiter really that dude at corner? Should Kamari Lassiter really been given that spot? The only one that screwed up in a similar way is Derek Stingley Jr., and I'm not concerned with Derek. You ain't going to do nothing about Derek Stingley Jr. He's going to be one of the best corners in the league any way you slice it. So he's untouchable when it comes to game-to-game evaluation. So there's no sense in even wasting breath talking about Derek Stingley's mistakes.
Yeah, I know you said up front through in the middle that's something you've been talking about it this week. You think the Bears could take advantage there?
Well, we talked about it earlier in the week, man, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but there's no doubt about it that the defensive front, really everybody with the exception of Will Anderson, but let's talk about the interior defensive tackles. They got lucky that the Colts only had 4 snaps early in the second half, and that game was a double-digit lead for the Texans multiple times, so they had to throw the football. They felt like they had to force the ball down the field. If they wouldn't have, I'm telling you, inside that offensive line, which is one of the more physical offensive lines in the game. I'm not saying the Bears are the same offensive line, but they were folding up them interior defensive tackles a couple of different times. And so, again, not a major ordeal, not condemning anybody, not benching anybody, but when it's all said and done, keep an eye on it this week. If the Bears are able to run the football downhill, then we're gonna have some conversations come Monday about that interior defense line.
Yeah, that especially what they did last week, what the Bears did last week.
Yeah,
and they couldn't really muster up anything in the run game. Yeah, I would hope that this defense up front is able to where it's not something that is so noticeable for us that we come in here.
It's one thing for the Indianapolis Colts
not with
offensive
those
line
guys up front.
to fold you. That's going to happen. I don't care how good a defensive
Nelson
line
up
is.
there is something else.
Them dudes in the middle, them dudes in Indy are different animals now. They're going to fold you up from time to time. So I don't want to overreact. But if the Bears go in there and the Bears are able to do that, the Bears offensive line is able to get really good push up front.
Now that may be a problem moving forward.
Absolutely. That's the key. It's not about this one game. I think you'll overcome it. I think you're the better football team. But that in a vacuum, if we come in Monday and that was a problem in this game, then we've got to look at it as now it's not just a concern, it's a reality.
Yeah. So, let's not overlook. Those were, especially defensively, especially the big plays. Those were the big ones. I mean, if you look at it, I know the way that D'Amico and Matt Burke will look at it is, there were at least 5 big play opportunities, and they made 3 of them work, and 2 of them they should have made work.
They missed the easiest ones.
Yeah, the 2. You're right. The 3 that they got
missed the layups.
Were the hard ones. It was the layups and the dunks is what they missed there. All right, we are live here, and people are starting to fall in. And go ahead, man, get you a beer, have you a drink. And get you some food, man, and have yourself a good time out here. Also, make sure, as we said, put your name in that raffle box coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Your chance to win a $50 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. So stay tuned for that coming up if you're in the building as we move forward. A little 5 o'clock fire, a lot to get to. The Bears and the Texans. Injury reports are out. There are some important and key names on there. We'll give you the latest on that. Kikuchi's on the mound tonight as they try to extend their lead over the Mariners in the West as well. And big news last night. Big news last night with the Dolphins game with Tua. We'll give the latest and our thoughts on that as well as we continue to roll here, right here live on a Football Friday on The Drive.
Speaking of injury reports, speaking of injuries, right, I got to tell you about Mokaram Law Firm, man. They've been helping Houstonians for over 25 years. If you or a loved one's been injured in an accident, contact them day and or night, 24/7, 365, 281-222-2222, or you can always email them at Mokaram.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, the blonde
the
bomber,
big dilf.
and Psycho TT Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags, have the latest. The latest is 5 o'clock fire, brought to you by Kirk Holmes. Remember that. And we are live here, and coming up, very important, those of you in the building or if you're on your way, after this segment ends, we will be doing our drawing to see who is our winner for this $50 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. That's coming up as soon as this segment ends. I've seen a few people fall in here of late, so this is your last opportunity. You got about 15 minutes or so, and you can get yourself entered into that raffle. So stay tuned for that. By the way, we'll get to Tyler's money. We'll see what he's got. There's a lot for him tonight, this weekend. He's got college football, NFL, Astros every day. I mean, we could looking at the $2,000 days right here on bids. I'm telling you, man. I'll never forget Adam Spillane added up. He said that's about $1,500 a night.
That ain't hey. That's just a normal old weekday. Weeknight.
That ain't nothing. All right, Clint. We've seen the injury report for the Texans, and there's one that really jumps out. Dalton Schultz. That's good news. He returned to practice after not practicing all week. He is listed as questionable in this game. Dameon Pierce, who did not practice today, is listed as questionable as well, or is listed as questionable. I'm sorry, Dalton Schultz, no designation. He was a full participant, so he should go in this game. But as I said, Dameon Pierce questionable. But the big one is Juice Scruggs. Juice Scruggs is listed as questionable. Did not practice today with that groin issue. Reports from Aaron Wilson is that he is going to test it out on Sunday before the game starts to see if he can go. But that's the one that jumps out the most in terms of issues potentially for the Texans.
Yeah, not overly concerned about Dalton Schultz not practicing earlier in the week. He's a pro. He's a veteran. He's experienced, got great chemistry with C.J. Stroud. That's a plug and play. I'm not worried about that. This is all about Juice Scruggs for me. You're talking about the main communicator up front for an offensive line that was absolutely road grading last week. Not only is the main communicator, but you're talking about a guy that I firmly believe, after watching the film, when you talk about the way he plays the position, that interior offensive line physicality, aggressiveness, just flat-out dog, I believe he's one of the tone setters up front as well. So, whether he can go or not is going to be big. I like Patterson, the backup center. He's plenty capable, but he's not Juice Scruggs. He's not a guy that's going to go up there and maul. He's not a guy that's going to go up there and set tones. Now, Shaq Mason and Kenyon Green should be tone setters enough to get you through a game. Jarrett Patterson should be fine, but at the end of the day, Juice Scruggs, I think, is a lot more important to what they did last week up front than one may think, given the fact that we're one game into him playing center as a second-year pro. So this is about Juice Scruggs. This is about, can he go? Look, I just hope that I know he's one of them young, horny rookies, or not rookie, but second-year players. I just
horny nonetheless, though.
Yeah. I just hope that he's one of them guys that says, hey, man, it ain't worth chancing this thing, man. This groin's hurting a little bit, because you mess around and tear a groin, you mess around and pull it and not just strain it, you could have some problems long term. So I hope he's just straight up with them and doesn't push it.
Well, I think the big thing as you spoke about, Jarrett Patterson would be the guy that would replace him. He ran first-team reps since he's been out the last day plus. Like last year, there were some times where, oh, God, I'll never forget, Laramie Tunsil's out and Brocker's got to play left tackle, right? Or something. Yeah. There were moments last year, it's like, damn, man, these guys may be screwed. They may be screwed today. Actually, they weren't. They were able to work through it last year. But I definitely don't look at Jarrett Patterson coming in and that the Texans are screwed in the game, especially in this matchup. Now, as you said, he is not to the level where Juice is at center, and you hope that he continues to grow. But at least this is a guy that started, I don't know, 5-6 games last year that you played at center and has played in the system. So it's not what ideal and what you would want, but at least you feel prepared and that this isn't something where he's going to get you beat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, it's center, man. I mean, and I'm not minimizing the importance physically, but at the end of the day, you're talking about a guy that more times than not, he's going to be either helping somebody, helping one of the guards, or they're going to be helping him. Very rarely should the center ever be left alone to fend for himself. Now, Matt Eberflus is a great defensive coordinator. He may think Patterson's the duck, and he may cover all 5 offensive linemen and force Patterson to protect. That I'm sure they're going to see that at some point in time this week, and that could be a problem. But like you said, we've seen C.J. Stroud overcome missing offensive linemen. We've seen Bobby Slowick game plan, play design, and have great offenses without all 5 offensive linemen being healthy. So I don't see it as a huge game changer. I just don't want to sit here and talk about this offensive line the way we've talked about them and then think that they can just plug and play Jarrett Patterson when Juice Scruggs is out. Those starting 5 guys they've got the high end. When they're playing at or above their ceiling, the backups just simply ain't on that level.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. Like we said, he is going to test it out and could be a game-time decision. Also, real quick with the Bears. The Bears, I think they have 3 guys that are questionable, and they're all 3, I think, important pieces. Keenan Allen, he had 11 targets in the first game of the season against the Titans. He is looked at as questionable with the heel, and he has not practiced all week. So it looks like he's probably game-time decision. Rome Odunze, the other wide receiver, top 10 pick for them. He is questionable, was limited today. And then DeMarcus Walker, their defensive lineman, who had a really good game, 4 hits on Will Levis in that game, forced pressure. He was right there. He was the one that got the pressure that led to the errant, stupid pass that I'm sorry.
That was really stuck in your craw, ain't it?
Well, I just don't know any other way to describe it. Unfortunately, it's not good enough. It was just stupid, that pass that he threw. I'm sorry, they're up 17-16 in the fourth quarter with 7 minutes, and your defense has dominated their offense, and you just do that to give them the lead. So he was really good in that game. It looks like he won't be able to go, or I'm sorry, he's questionable and potentially won't be 100% in this game against the Texans. So that's the injury report on these 2 teams. Some names to watch for, especially Juice Scruggs for the Texans.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. Astros Angels tonight. They start a 3-game set tonight in Anaheim. And I think the big news, we haven't seen the lineup yet, and I know, Tyler, it's a late game, so they probably have this thing closer.
Yeah, West Coast.
Closer to when we get done here at 6 and Texans All Access takes over even after. But I think the big story is outside of Kikuchi is –
about who?
Kikuchi. Yusei Kikuchi.
I love Kikuchi!
I mean,
good. That's a great combo there.
I mean, we can't have a conversation about the Astros on a night when Kikuchi's starting and get outside Kikuchi.
Well, sure, I mean, first? Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to go. I think this outside right. Kikuchi is a little more important.
All right.
And that is.
Well, most time it is, but that don't stop.
That's solid. We'll expect to see, hopefully tonight, Kyle Tucker in the outfield for the first time. That was talked about with Joe Espada. Now, who knows? Who knows what Joe Espada? Oh my! Who knows what Joe Espada is all about? Who knows what Joe Espada is all about tonight? We'll see what he'll do with that lineup. But Kyle Tucker, for the first time, we'll get a chance to see him in the field. And I am really intrigued to see what the lineup looks like now that DH spot is open. Does that mean Yordan starts to get more spots in the DH spot? They're going to use that for Bregman and rest him. As you said, I wouldn't be surprised if he's out the way you talked about how he did that little push-up yesterday and had a
little grimace,
a hard grimace there.
Yeah, just a little. Ooh.
But Kyle Tucker, to me, playing in the outfield, seeing potentially how he looks out there moving around, because that's where he needs to be for this team to be at his complete best and to use everything that they can. Is him to be out in the outfield every day.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's several things here, man. We've got we're going to see Verlander again in this series.
Good Lord.
Obviously, it's always fun to watch Kikuchi. You're going to see Tucker in the outfield, see if he can handle that change of direction with that leg. I mean, look, this is a big time series. It's not just one of them series against an organization that Tyler writes off about 2 weeks into the season every year. It's a big series. I mean, game in, game out, the Astros got some very tough decisions that they're going to make. Whether we're talking injuries, hell, how about Altuve? What's that look like? Whether we're talking injuries,
yeah, him in the lineup too.
Yeah, I mean, whether we're talking injuries or we're talking starting pitching and trying to figure out what the right decision is going to be in terms of moving who to the bullpen. Like, there's a lot to be determined with the Astros, other than where do they end up and what are they looking like when that Mariners series rolls around.
Yeah.
And who do they face in that wild card round? What does it all look like? There's a lot more to it than just the final standings with the Astros. They've got some tough decisions they're going to have to make.
And that's a really good thought. Fellas, you think Altuve's in the lineup tonight?
Ooh, I don't know.
I think so.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is just hard for me to get that picture out of my mind that man wasn't going to swing, man. He squared around the bunt. But he did take some swings, I believe, yesterday.
You said the one thing that Altuve's damn sure never done.
Well, squared around the bunt. Not in a long time.
No, you said dunk.
Did I say dunk? Oh, I bet
he never done. He ain't dunked what?
Let them put that. You act like he ain't never going on an 8.
I love Altuve.
You think he can't get on an 8?
Well, I mean, hell, I've dunked a 9.
You're a lot taller than him.
I mean, hell, I can dunk anything shorter than a 10.
Actually, 713-572-4610. Everybody in Big City Wings right now, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, do you think that Jose Altuve can dunk on a 9-foot goal?
9 foot.
0 chance.
He
ain't much of Bose. He's Altuve.
You don't think he can get up there?
Hell
What about an 8?
I think he can get an 8.
You think
he can get a 9? How tall is Altuve? Is he 5'3"? 5'4"?
I think he's 5'3", yeah, same height as my wife.
That's Figgy.
I mean, that'd be a.
That's Figgy, ain't it? Like, can Figgy?
Oh, yeah.
Can Figgy get an 8?
Bro, he's got to have like an
8-foot goal.
I mean, he's got to have a high jump vertical. He's got to have a 45-inch vertical in order to get there.
And it's got to be right. It's got to be what, 2 hands, doesn't it? Because he can't grip it.
I need to get a good look at his calves.
Tyler, I'm gonna bet he can't. I mean, he's got. What is that? Y'all do the math.
I think he gets 7.5 feet.
Champ Slice said I'm with Tyler. He said he's got a better chance at dunking than Altuve does
on a 9 foot.
Now, I'm bringing it down to 8 because you all know chance. Tyler, are you no chance on an 8?
I think you got to go down to 7.5 or 2.
No, he can get an 8.
I'm dead serious.
Altuve can dunk it.
He's little.
He's going to have to go 2 hands.
Tyler, can you dunk an 8?
Because he can't grip, he's going to lose it.
Yeah, he can't grip that ball.
Can you dunk an 8,
Yeah, Tyler can get an 8.
I mean, I used to. I don't know about now with this knee.
Altuve can dunk an 8, man. 8? Hell no.
We used to love that, man. Me and my neighbor used to lower that goal down to like 8 and play some
Tyler,
basketball. That's fun.
I don't know. You're not old enough, Tyler, but that sports complex.
Somebody said.
Hey, man, they had an 8-foot goal on one end and a 9.5 on the other. Ooh, we'd play out there.
Somebody said, he could do it at Urban Air.
Yeah. What was that trampoline league back in the day?
From the text line, I'm 5'3". I can't dunk on an 8, but come close. He's way more athletic than me. He can get an 8.
He can get an 8. A 9, literally, that'd be a 40-plus inch vertical. I mean, that ain't happening.
Again, I really love, is he in the lineup? No. But can he dunk on an 8?
You did it. You're the one.
I did.
I can go get him 7.5 for sure.
All right, what's your bets tonight? So our friend who we met yesterday can fade your locks, your bets. What's
That's
your
fine.
Bets tonight,
It was not a good night last night. It happens. Tonight we win it all back. I got 3 for you. Only 3 bets tonight on the Astros game. I got Astros -1.5 against the crappy ass Angels. I got Kikuchi over 6.5 Ks, and I have, of course, I am on the usual Jordan over 1.5 total bases.
Are those hefty? Those feel heavy bets. When you go 3.
I tell you when they're not is if you tie them all together. Hey, Tyler.
Yes, sir.
You gonna try to parlay this?
$100 three-way parlay.
I'm maxed out, bro.
Oh, here we go.
I'm sorry. It's because I lost so much last night. You can't get mad at me. I'm hurting.
I mean, for a guy that's got these deep maroon pockets, man.
I do. I can't help the limit on my account. I'm not limited in my bank account. I'm limited through the betting account.
I swear before God, I could have won a bet right now that he was going to be maxed out. I knew he was going to say that.
I mean, I lost $700 last night, boys. I got to win it back.
Damn, man, you lost $700 last night.
Worst losing day in a while.
Hey, man, I'm not a rich fella, but I know a bunch of them. And
he got dogs, y'all.
Their bookies don't put a limit on them, Tyler.
He got 3 dogs, and he just dropped 7.
Dogs.
Man, you know how much that dog, man, I just went and bought Bear some of that salmon dog food. You know how much that is?
I just had to take Nala to the dentist.
That dog he got with that gingivitis that's eating turds.
Exactly.
Going to have to sit steady for a month.
Nasty ass Nala eating that crap in the backyard.
Bear don't mess with chicken,
man.
just salmon. Another way. Choicey.
Bear's a saint. Bear donated to our cause earlier this week.
Choosy ass dog. You ain't lying,
man. You got to be kidding me. I can't get a little parlay, man. You're max completely out.
Dude, I am hurting, bro. I ain't letting you be mad at me right now.
That man lost $700 last night.
You got another guy. Just roll with him.
Well, I'll see if they'll respond.
I'm sorry.
5 o'clock fire.
I can't even imagine that, man. That don't even make up for, I won $1,200. No, that don't even make up. That I lost 7. All right. Real quick, NFL. 49ers rule out running back Christian McCaffrey for Sunday's game. He didn't play in the first one either. And this is a calf injury. They are not ruling out the consideration of putting him on IR, Clint. They are thinking about putting him on IR. And the injury is calf injury with Achilles tendonitis. This don't feel or sound right.
I'm gonna be 100.
What the hell is Achilles tendonitis?
It's one report before I tore my Achilles.
What is it that people say? About right before they say you got Tommy John. That's what this feels like.
Tightness.
Forearm tightness. That's what this feels like.
Yeah. No, look, I'll be honest with you. Now I don't look. I hope like I'll get out that he doesn't tear an Achilles. That'd be terrible. He's arguably the best player in the game right now, non-quarterback. That'd be a terrible loss. But when I was watching that San Francisco game the other night, when I watched him on the sideline, the camera panned over there one time, and there was just one of those almost like helpless looks on his face, right? And because I wasn't aware, I wasn't paying attention to their injury report. I wasn't aware exactly what the issue was. And so as they're talking about, the arthritis or whatever the hell it was in the tendonitis and arthritis would be held at his age, tendonitis in the Achilles. As they're saying that, the look on his face was one like he was worried about something. He wasn't into the game and like paying attention. He was paying attention, but wasn't like really into the game. And I thought, boy, Achilles, he sure looks like he's more concerned and looking forward to playing. I hate hearing the news that he could potentially be on IR.
Yeah, it sucks. We'll see what happens there, but if that Achilles, that tendonitis in the Achilles, that sounds like that's at least a cover up of this could be something really serious with the Achilles. All right, as we continue here live on a Football Friday here at Big City Wings, there is a player who we potentially may see a ton of. But are the Texans in a place where they need to kind of make a knee-jerk reaction to what happened in Week 1? We'll discuss that coming up next.
For the first time since 2019, the Texans are playing under the lights at NRG. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Football Friday. And guess what, Tyler? Melissa's going to be shocked, but Laura is our latest winner. Another female listener who says she listens to us every day.
That's good.
Every day, Melissa. Laura is our winner of our $50 Academy Sports and Outdoor gift card. Congratulations to her.
Atta girl, Laura.
Melissa, I ain't got nothing to do with it.
Well, I'm just saying. I just wanted to let Melissa know some more.
You're gonna keep you and Tyler. Y'all gonna keep messing with Melissa, and she's gonna find.
I'm not messing with her. I'm just providing her facts. You live and you learn, Melissa.
I'm just reporting.
You know what? It don't matter how y'all interpret it. It matters how she interprets what y'all do.
Me and Melissa, we met last week, and
yeah, you met.
I mean, it's good. We're good.
I mean, when you interpret something and it's wrong, though, it's not
nice.
right.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ron may have a little bit of a battle here, Tyler. The words she chose describing you when you weren't there, I don't know.
I've been called worse.
Yeah.
She did punch me. She punched me kind of hard in the arm. She did punch me, but congratulations to Laura and everybody here. By the way, a little bit more info on Tiger. He undergoes this surgery on his back to relieve back spasms, so he can get back on the course and play some more. But that's what Tiger's doing. Tiger, stop, man. Stop, man. This is for him to get back on the course. Like, stop, man.
This is for him to get on Charlie's bag, man.
He eyes a return to golf. Is what he said.
He ain't returning.
Right now. I don't even know if Tiger can hit the senior tour. Right now, I don't even know if I think he should do that.
Well, I tell you, he'd be doing him a big favor. I tell you what,
if he slid over there.
Oh, they'd all of a sudden have a big time. Him and John Daly. He better hurry up because I think Daly's about to give it up, man. I mean, that damn knee's killing him.
Yeah, man, go ahead and do that, man. And now Tiger can go out and smoke them cigarettes in person without trying to hide it.
How great would that be? The story that John Daly tells about Tiger not drinking, not smoking, yada yada yada. How great would it be on the Champions Tour if they both were just hammering drinks and smoking?
You don't think Tiger's ever just smoked one?
I don't know. I mean, I don't.
He was probably pretty regiment going like as crazy as he was.
I would imagine that.
I bet you when he was dealing with that situation, he might have sat back and smoked a couple of cigarettes.
I mean, there's been a couple of times in his life that he may have sat back and puffed on a couple Marlboro Reds after that golf club went through that back window, and
that would be the one I would have guessed. I would have gone Marlboro. That's the route I would have gone for him.
Yeah, man, that's
what is that? Or that American Spirit? No, he's probably a little bit more too good for American Spirit. Whatever that is, but no, Marlboro sounds
not
like
Virginia Slims.
No, I don't think he's a 70-year-old lady.
He's got to be a Camel guy, right?
That lady who just won that gift card, she could take down some Virginia Slims
before she heads to the country club.
I don't think she can take down some Slims and enjoy herself, man. No, all right, Clint. We talked about this a bit. Our guy right here down the pipes, he's been yelling 21-21. Do you think you said we may? Do you think we should see more of Kalen Bullock coming up in this game? You think we should see more of him?
Yes. Yeah, I think that's one of the more confident things we can think about this game if we're being honest. I mean, look, he when he got in there, he had an interception. He was in position to have another interception inside the end zone. Jimmy Ward, not once but twice, got beat playing quarters coverage once and two another time. And when I say beat, got ran by. The time that he ended up with the jump ball, that was actually cover two, and he got ran by and the ball was underthrown. Had it been thrown the right distance, it would have been a walk-in touchdown again. That right there, I believe, gets Kalen Bullock a little bit more run. And then Eric Murray on the other touchdown, the dig route that popped out the back door, Eric Murray was over the top. Now, it was some kind of hybrid coverage over the top, but he was still out of pocket and should have been the safety that at least prevented the touchdown, and he didn't even make that happen. So you got two older veteran safeties that don't have the ability that Kalen Bullock has that aren't playing well, that usually equates to the young buck that played 50 snaps, getting more run, the coaches having more confidence in him. So, yeah, I would expect to see Kalen Bullock get a little more run this game. I'd say –
Who for? Who do you – like
that's the key.
This thing is like who do we – if we look at the three safeties they like to have on the field, and I almost think you almost push Petrie away because he's more slot and more and nickel. But with those guys between Bullock, Murray, and Jimmy Ward, who should be out there the most?
Well, that's the trick, right, is because, like I just said, you had both of the veteran safeties that are out there make mistakes that I think just D'Amico Ryans has a very difficult time overlooking. Yeah. You're out of pocket on a zone coverage that is essentially built to keep everything in front of you, and you get beat deep. You know, I think that's hard for D'Amico to overlook, but both safeties were out of pocket and out of position with plays that ended up in points. And so I don't know how you pick one over the other. I just think overall it ends up being both, and he gets more run 70-75% of the snaps this week. Don't know who for. Obviously one of them, probably both of them from time to time. And Kalen Bullock is well on his way to getting significantly more run.
Yeah, Jimmy. Yeah, both of them. I think all three will play, Ward, Murray, and Bullock. Yeah, but to me, it feels like Bullock should be the one playing the most.
Yeah, here's the thing:
to be out there the most.
You got to play three safeties. They're all three going to play at this point in time.
Yes,
especially this early in the season. One game's not going to dictate that these guys don't play. But when you got two veterans that are out of pocket, that are giving up points, and a rookie that's in position, making plays and impact plays and playing well, there's no way that works out other than the kid being rewarded and him getting more playing time.
Oh boy, I got nervous, Clint. I saw that 10 walk up. I said that bet not be Mills on the back of that jersey.
Come on, man.
Okay, it was Hopkins. I almost fell out this seat trying to lean up to see if that was another time. I mean, and that was an authentic ball.
Ain't nobody with a fade that tight walking up with no Mills jersey.
Hold on, so.
Come on. No disrespect, but it just ain't happening.
Tyler be having a nice fade. Tyler be having a nice.
And guess what Tyler ain't doing? Tyler done gave that damn Mills jersey to Goodwill. But he just changed the name, man.
Tyler was out there in Denver with his good fade, wearing that bad boy.
Got to have a much better jersey for the trip next week to Minnesota, boys.
Someone said Bullock should dominate the time. Jimmy Ward and Eric Murray should be in there to rotate with each other. I think you made a point earlier is what they have really been practicing. We haven't seen a lot of Ward and Bullock on the field together. They usually it's usually him coming in for Jimmy Ward. Haven't seen a lot of them together. So
I don't know what combination's been there. I think it's been both, but I don't know which one's been more.
Yeah. All right, as we continue rolling through here, we'll do our Mad Dog picks. Clint lost the first week. We'll do our Mad Dog picks. Remember.
Man, what was that for?
I just wanted to remind people.
That's factual.
I just want to remind me. What? I just want to remind people.
Somebody had to lose 30.
And I was about to go into kind of reminding people of the rules.
Get out of the rearview mirror, man. It's Mad Dog Monday, man.
Right.
We're all going to pick our players.
Oh, man, he can't pick Tank again. What's he going to do?
He can pick Tank again. But that would be it for him. I was going to review.
You're not on your A game today, Tyler.
As we slide back in the rearview mirror real quick. Again, just as a reminder, last week, last Friday at this very time, Clint picked and was last, so he had to buy the Mad Dog on Monday. And the rules are you can only pick a player 2 times all regular season. I've picked Joe Mixon, clearly won the first week. Tyler went with Nico Collins, and Clint had Tank Dell. So we'll do our picks coming up here next, and we'll continue rolling on this Football Friday right here live on The Drive.
Ron, the mother-freaking show Hughley.
In the loop.
When was the last time you saw the Texans in a clutch situation against a division team, probably your best competition in the division, play grown man football? Seriously, that was grown-ass man football.
It matters so much.
It's Reggie Atatula and John Lopez, localizing your lunch break, 10 to 2 every day.
purchase necessary. US/DC 17+. End September 30th. Rules. Tide.com/scholarship/official rules.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back on this Football Friday. We're having a good time. Everybody give yourselves a hand out here at Big City Wings, man. It's been a good time out here. Been a good time out here. Good people out here, and a lot of fun as Sam and the gang took care of us and took care of you. Keep coming on out, hang out. The Astros come up here. College football tonight. TVs everywhere. This is one of the bigger. We've been to a few of these Big City Wings. This is one of the bigger locations that we've seen. So there's TVs everywhere. You're getting off work, come on in and enjoy yourself. Hell, you can stay all night. A little late night baseball tonight. Come on out, get a little West Coast baseball right here at Big City Wings here in Katy, right off 99 Grand Parkway. Once I want to give a shout out to all of our staff, everybody here who put this thing together. Our great promo staff who did so much work here to get things done. Our engineer, Aaron, who stepped up and got us on the air, kept us on the air. Tyler back at the station holding everything down. So we appreciate everybody who's helped keep this thing together. All right, Clint's insistent on this, man. He wants to hear this. Wants to hear this
Absolutely.
one again.
Hell yes, I am. Anybody that heard it earlier in the show wants to hear it again.
I had been waiting to see what was going to see when this first game was going to start, and knowing what this season should be. This is one of the most anticipated seasons in Texans history, and there is no excuses for me for that stadium to look the way it does. And I know, and I've been meeting them. I've met several of them today. There are passionate fans here, and I had a little message that maybe went a little longer than before. Here is early. If you missed early in the show, my charge,
Ron's rant,
charge to Texans fans. Listen, this one goes out to many of you out there, and listen, if you are not one of these people that CJ is talking about, and Tank said something about it earlier too, if you're not one of these people, then this isn't directed to you. But damn it, it is too many of you all because we see it every week. Guys, Tyler, I want you to turn this music off because I want them to really be able to hear me. Now listen, maybe this is going to be tough for you to have this coming from, as you all sometimes call me, an outsider, even though I've been here 4.5 years and I've continued to pay my taxes and pay everything here and spend money in this city and have my kids go to school and play sports in this city and eat in this city. And this may be tough for you to hear from me, but you have no more excuses. It is utterly embarrassing and ridiculous that at 12 o'clock when the game starts, it's 40% empty.
Wow, dude.
60% empty. 70% empty. Sorry, Aaron. There are 30% of you all out there.
We don't like that.
Now, then, listen, you've had the excuse, although Clint will tell you, at Arkansas, they ain't always been real good, but they ass is at Frank Boreal Stadium on time. Tyler knows he's sat through some 5 and 7 seasons. It's seasons where A&M wasn't playing the way they were, but their asses were there on time at Kyle Field.
Wow.
But that excuse is gone. Last year, I'm just going to be completely honest, multiple times in that stadium, it was ridiculous and it was embarrassing. Not only were you not there on time, like CJ just said, but there were many times where the Denver Bronco fans out-cheered you, out-sounded you. The Steelers were louder than you were. The Browns, 2 years in a row, were louder than you were. It's got to stop now. There is no complaint about what's on the field because you have a Super Bowl contender. They just came off of winning their first game on the road. They're 1-0. Get your ass out there on time. The tailgating thing is stupid if you can't get in there on time. And trust, you ain't the only place that tailgates around the country and doesn't get in the stadium on time. Those two places I just named, in Little Rock and in Fayetteville and in College Station, they tailgate too, but they find their ass to walk into the stadium on time. You got all damn day The game starts at 7:20. 7:20. That does not mean at 7:20 you still sit at your damn tailgate and you keep drinking and you don't go in the game. As soon as they come out and do the entrances, as soon as CJ in the offense and they say his name, your ass needs to be in the stadium. They should be on NBC panning around the whiteout and seeing everybody. And it shouldn't see any damn Navy and Orange Bears fans. It should be Texans fans and all white. It is embarrassing. It is ridiculous. And yes, where I come from, I have never seen it like that in my life.
Let's get it on, baby.
You're a passionate sports fan. Show it. Don't be embarrassing on national TV on NBC. I'm just saying. Now, I know it may be hard for you to hear it from me, and I know you're going to tell me to go back and move to Kansas City and go back. No, I live my ass here. Why don't you stop using that energy and get your ass up and go to the game on time? And don't just do it tonight or Sunday night when there's a 12 o'clock game. At 11:30, start walking your asses to the stadium. Get in the damn game. Your tailgate ain't that fun. I'm sorry. Get in the game.
Is that
I've had it. I will step out. I've held this all off season. I was not going to say it until this game.
Bro.
I was not going to say it. I don't care. Get your damn white on. Get your new jersey, whatever, and get in the stadium. The game starts at 7:20. You ain't that late. You ain't doing that much.
And here's the deal, Ron. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. Standing ovation here at Big City Wings.
It's unbelievable.
Hey, well, here's the deal. If that hurts your feelings, and in your mind at any point in time you thought, oh, this old boy from Kansas City, or oh, this or that, you're exactly who he's talking to. You're exactly who needed to hear that message. Ron just said it. Figure it out, man. Well done. Well done, partner. Well done.
I'm dead serious. Please get there on time. Please. When I get in there, when I walk in there, sit in there, please get in there on time. Like I said there earlier, see, y'all messed up and showed us what y'all were about in Canton. That scene, and we were sitting there in Canton. The Bears were there. The Panthers were there. The 49ers were there. The Bears and the 49ers are proud. Some of the best organizations in the history of the sport. Nobody was touching Texans fans. They were loud. They were there all weekend, and they showed out. You can do it in your own stadium. Please. All right. That was
look, that's one of the finer moments of the drive right there. There ain't no doubt about it. And I said this after you did the rant. If that touched you in a way where you felt offended, you are exactly who he's talking to. Right? And that's fine. Look, if I were a guy or a gal that liked to tailgate and I just said, hell, I'm going to get in there at halftime, I wouldn't give a damn if Ron ranted about it. But if you felt some kind of way about what he was saying, if that pissed you off and you thought, well, oh, sorry, some bug, he's from Kansas City, what the hell does he know? If that was your response, you are exactly who my man's talking to.
Well, because you got to admit, because like I said off the top, there are passionate fans, so many of them here. We see them all the time. And if you get there and you're there at the kick, you're there when they're doing introductions, I'm not talking to you. But if you are there, you sit up there and you look around the stadium, you be pissed too when you see all them empty seats. You be pissed too when you see all them Steeler fans lined up all over the stadium, and you're like, damn. You're hot too. Get there. That whiteout, I expect it to be clean.
Yep.
And this place to be rocking coming up Sunday night.
Well done, Ron Hughley. Well done, sir.
All right, as we continue, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, as the guys will hold things down as they get ready for this home opener against the Bears Sunday night as well. And a little Boomer Esiason coming up at 8 o'clock after them. And then Patrick Creighton, who's in the building right now.
PC.
Patrick Creighton. And Sean Bijani, who I hope is healthy. Sean Bijani's probably 75% healthy right now after his accident. They will hold it down from 10 to midnight. So we're live and local 10 to midnight as well. So stay tuned and hang out with the fellas. All right, let's get to it. Mad Dog Mondays. If you don't know the rules, here it is. Each week we pick a Mad Dog player. And whoever's player has the weakest game, who we pick. Like last week, for example, it was Clint. Whoever's player has the weakest game, that player, if the Texans win, has to come in with 3 bottles of Mad Dog. Now, Clint and I polished it off in the first segment, and it kind of made the rest of the show a little dicey for the next 2 hours. but we had a good time with it. But that person has to
How'd
buy
that touch
3
you, by the way?
Yeah, pretty good. I'm not a big peaches person, and I just
been a while
grilled
since
it down.
I felt Mad Dog.
All right, so Clint, since you lost, we'll let you go first. Who is your Mad Dog player?
I mean, that's 5 times you've mentioned that I lost.
All right, I'll go first. I got it, Ron. I'll go.
You and Tyler, y'all.
Tyler, you didn't lose last week. Loser goes first.
The loser was Clint. Go ahead.
Look, I'm going to take Daniil Hunter.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
It's a little risky going defense. I mean, it's easy to go mixing because you know he's going to touch the ball 20 times. It's pretty easy to go.
I didn't know he was going to touch it 33
It's pretty
times.
easy to go Nico. You know he's going to get some targets. But I'm going to go Daniil Hunter. I think Daniil Hunter, Caleb Williams holds the ball way too much. Young quarterback's going to be confused by that secondary. I think Daniil Hunter gets home a couple of times this week and gets that sack train started for the Houston Texans.
All right, Tyler, go ahead.
I'm going to go with the guy Clint would pick every week if he could. I'm going with Tank Dell.
Really? All right.
The
all right,
Coug.
Tank Dell. You're riding with Tank Dell. I like that. All right, I am going to go with